Winter of the 29th year of Nanyang Nanshan Kingdom. Yinqing mass grave. It has been snowing for a day and a night. The surrounding corpses are buried under thick snow, somewhat masking the stench of decay. Two sets of footsteps approached from afar. With a muffled thud, a corpse was thrown onto the ground. "Let's go, this place is cursed." An old voice sounded, kicking the corpse on the ground before urging the maidservant beside her to leave. "Nanny Lee, shouldn't we bury her?" The maidservant's voice was timid as she glanced at the casually discarded corpse. It lay face down, a dagger stuck in its back, blood staining the white clothes red. A startlingly eerie sight amidst the vast whiteness. "Bury what? She's just an abandoned child of the Shen family. Let's go quickly, it's freezing." The young maidservant nodded and hurried away with Nanny Lee. After they left, the corpse on the ground twitched. Shen Qingyan sat up with a hunched back, looking at the corpses scattered all over the ground with a bewildered expression. "Where is this? Didn't I die?" She still remembered feeling restless when she woke up in the morning. She had casually picked up some copper coins to divine her fortune, and it was a death hexagram. Before she could analyze it in detail, a bullet pierced her head. As she closed her eyes, she saw her own father pointing a gun at her. So she had died under her own father's gun. Shen Qingyan remained bewildered. Oh, was this resurrection from the dead? The pain in her back was intense. Baring her teeth, she reached behind her and suddenly felt a hilt. She immediately pulled it out. Looking at the coagulated blood on the dagger, she slowly stood up, threw the bloody dagger onto the ground, and shook off the snow on her body. Just as she tried to figure out what was going on, a massive amount of memories flooded her mind in an instant. 16 years ago in the Nanshan dynasty, the right Prime Minister Shen Qingyan married Princess Pingshuan Nangongxian. The following year, they gave birth to their legitimate daughter Shen Qingyan. In that same year, the Nangong family was massacred overnight. Since then, Shen Qingyan married his mistress Lady Zhang, elevating her to the status of an equal wife, which caused Nangongxian to fall gravely ill and eventually die by poison. When the original owner was 10 years old, Lady Zhang faked a pregnancy and a miscarriage, blaming it all on the young Shen Qingyan. Consequently, Shen Qingyan sent the young Shen Qingyan to the Shen family in Yinqing, ignoring her from then on. Just as she was about to reach the age of hairpinning and return to the capital to fulfill her marriage contract with the 7th prince, she was poisoned, murdered, and her body dumped in the mass grave. The memories in her mind flashed by scene like a movie, and finally Shen Qingyan could only come to one conclusion: what the hell? Transmigrated. She from the 21st century had transmigrated into the body of someone with the exact same name. The original owner of the body had essentially granted her the grace of rebirth. Thinking of the past, Shen Qingyan couldn't just sit idly by. "Thank you for your body. Since I am using it, I will settle the score for your birth mother's revenge, your murder, and the grievances you've suffered one by one. The Shen family, is it? Their good days are over," she murmured, feeling a sudden release deep within her body. It seemed as if something had departed. Shen Qingyan chuckled softly. She understood divination, so how could she not know what that was? She then surveyed her surroundings, her gaze finally locking onto a nearby corpse. To be precise, it was locked onto the money pouch hanging from the corpse. "Borrowing this for a bit." Shen Qingyan bent down and picked up the pouch, opened it, and poured it into her hand. 5 copper coins fell into her palm. She tossed the copper coins upward. With 5 clinking sounds, the coins fell into the snow, but this did not affect her divination analysis. A few seconds later, Shen Qingyan picked up the dagger from the ground and walked towards the Gate of Life. The Gate of Life pointed towards the forest. She walked in without hesitation, only to realize upon entering that the path of the Gate of Life was also incredibly treacherous. Because of her resurrection, the blood in this body had started circulating again, and the spot where the dagger was pulled out was bleeding. Due to excessive blood loss, Shen Qingyan felt a bit dizzy. Gritting her teeth, she continued forward. Just now, while divining the Gate of Life, she had cast a hexagram for herself. If she stayed where she was, she would undoubtedly die. Having finally come back to life and encountered such a miraculous event, Shen Qingyan did not want to die again. The deeper she went into the forest, the denser the trees became, and faintly the howling of snow wolves could be heard. Shen Qingyan bit her lower lip. In the past, no matter how badly injured she was, she would never be this weak. As long as she had medicine, she could fully restore herself. But now she had nothing. In the dead of winter, all the plants in the forest were dead. Trying to find some herbs to chew on was completely unrealistic. Rustle, rustle. A sound came from ahead. Shen Qingyan's nerves tensed up. Staring straight ahead, she raised the dagger to her chest and walked forward cautiously. With all her attention focused ahead, she didn't notice her footing. Tripping over a stone, she lost her balance and instantly fell forward. With a thud, she crashed into something and fell to the ground. At the same time, the dagger in her hand plunged straight into the thing she had knocked over. Following a squelching sound came a muffled groan. Shen Qingyan realized that right after transmigrating, she might have just killed someone. Yi Muyuan had never expected that even after escaping the enemy's encirclement by a considerable distance, there would still be an adversary waiting for him head-on. Worse still, he had been caught completely off guard and stabbed without any defense. The pain from his chest radiated through his entire body as Yi Muyuan looked up, attempting to catch a glimpse of his assassin's face. He vaguely made out that the assassin was a woman. The next moment, Yi Muyuan lost consciousness. Hey! Shen Qingyan struggled to her feet, staring at the dagger embedded in the man's chest, and couldn't help but swallow hard. If this were the 21st century with proper medical equipment, even a dagger piercing his heart wouldn't be fatal. She could have pulled him back from the gates of death. After all, her reputation as a master of both medicine and poison was well-deserved. Shen Qingyan felt like crying without tears. She reached out and pressed her fingers beneath the man's nostrils. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to kill you, please don't. Finding that he still breathed, her words abruptly stopped, and she rose to her feet. The forest was dense with branches, and at night the moonlight could not penetrate. After her earlier struggle, she had already lost track of the exit. With no other option, Shen Qingyan sliced her palm and used her blood as a guide. As a prodigy mystic of the Shen family, a hidden lineage from the 21st century, her divination arts were not limited to external tools. Even her own bloodline could be harnessed and reversed for divination. Once she sensed the correct direction, Shen Qingyan grasped the man's hands and was met with an icy coldness that ran through her entire body. She was momentarily startled, then understood what was happening. Tisk, I never expected this world to harbor cold poison as well. Saying this, Shen Qingyan paid no mind to the chill and dragged the man by his hands toward the exit. After an exhausting struggle of dragging and pulling, she finally hauled him out of the forest and arrived at a frozen stream. By then, Shen Qingyan was too exhausted to do anything but collapse onto the ground. Panting heavily, she glanced toward the man. The moonlight was clear and bright, casting silver over the snow, and the surrounding illumination was sufficient for her to make out his features. Shen Qingyan drew in a sharp breath. The man appeared to be around 18 or 19 years old, dressed in black brocade robes. His sword-like eyebrows were sharp and noble, his facial contours well-defined. Even with his eyes closed, an imposing aura of nobility radiated from him. Perhaps because her dragging had dislodged his hair crown, his long hair was now disheveled, and his pale lips gave him a somewhat ragged appearance, adding a touch of desolation to his countenance. Shen Qingyan had encountered countless handsome men, yet she had never seen anyone so breathtaking. Her heart pounded rapidly, and she found herself unable to stop glancing at him. This was the countenance of the purple star, the imperial destiny. However, the metallic scent of blood in the air quickly pulled her back to reality. Under the moonlight, Shen Qingyan examined the man's wounds and discovered that besides the injury she had inflicted and the cold poison coursing through him, he bore 5 or 6 additional wounds. The most lethal was the accidental slash she had dealt him. Combined with the cold poison now raging within his body, if she did not intervene, he would certainly be dead within half an hour. After all, this is my fault. I'm the one who wounded him. The cold poison is treatable, but what about these wounds? I have no medicine, no medical equipment. Shen Qingyan had no intention of simply shrugging off a human life and walking away, yet she was deeply troubled. In her past life, she had defied her family's ancestral teachings and refused to remain hidden, choosing instead to help those in need, simply because she enjoyed helping others. Heaven had gifted her with these abilities and this bloodline. She could never bring herself to retreat and ignore the world. But it was only on the verge of death that she realized the glory she had brought to the Shen family over the years had become the very reason her father sought to kill her. As her soul floated in midair, she heard her father crouching beside her corpse and saying, With you in the Shen family, there is no place for me. Shen Qingyan, if there is anyone to blame, blame your own ostentatious nature. Shen Qingyan shook her head, pushing aside the memories of the past. She drew the dagger and deliberately deepened the wound on her palm, then pressed it against the man's injury. Consider yourself fortunate. My unique bloodline is precisely what can cure your cold poison. Her blood gradually seeped into the man's body, and the person who had been ice-cold to the touch moments before slowly regained a normal human temperature as their blood merged. Watching the man's pale face gradually regain color, Shen Qingyan discarded the dagger and withdrew her hand. She studied the man, pondering how best to save him next. Cough, cough. The sound of coughing rang out, and Yi Muin slowly opened his eyes. Shen Qingyan was somewhat surprised. You woke up quite quickly. Young man, your physique is impressive. Before she finished speaking, a pair of hands tightly gripped her slender neck. Who are you? Yi Muin sat up abruptly, his hand crushing her throat. He remembered. Before losing consciousness, it was this very woman who had attempted to assassinate him. The sensation of suffocation surged over her instantly, and Shen Qingyan felt as though her neck might be snapped. She narrowed her eyes, slightly raised her hand, and struck at the man's elbow. With a sharp slap, Yi Muin's fingers went limp and fell to the ground. Shen Qingyan gasped for breath. That suffocating feeling was absolutely unbearable. What did you do? Yi Muin stared in disbelief at his own hand, attempting to mobilize his internal energy, but to no avail. Shut up. Shen Qingyan's eyes widened in anger. Experiencing death twice in a single day, as if she were being toyed with, she had had enough. If she hadn't maintained her composure in the face of danger, she would likely be dead at this man's hands right now. Are you insane? How dare you treat the person who saved your life this way? Yi Muin was no longer in a hurry to take her life. Although his hand had lost its strength after she touched it from his earlier probing, he was certain the other party had no internal energy. He glanced at the dagger on the ground, gleaming and still stained with blood. Stabbing your savior with a dagger. Shen Qingyan's lips twitched as she pointed at his chest. That dagger was held upright in front of me for self-defense. Who knew you would crash into it and cause this disaster? Also, I cured your cold poison, so I am your savior. Don't be ungrateful. Yi Muin frowned deeply, staring at the woman before him. Cured the cold poison. The poison that has plagued me for 10 years. How could it be cured so easily? When the cold poison strikes, the whole body turns cold and one falls into a rigid state. It must have been the poison that made you dizzy and blind, causing you to crash into me. See, now your body temperature is normal, and you can even use your internal energy. I cured it. Shen Qingyan spoke angrily, placing all the blame for that stab wound on Yi Muin. Having just arrived, she couldn't afford to be entangled by a man. Though this man didn't seem like the type to cling to someone. No one had ever dared to speak to him like this, without servility, without flattery, even boldly challenging him. Yi Muin watched her lips moving incessantly, and suddenly found this little girl quite amusing. It must have been his cold poison flaring up and his desperate escape that made him fail to notice and crash into her. Yi Muin touched his hand. His temperature was normal. He looked at the young girl before him. Are you a physician? Sort of. Shen Qingyan nodded absently. In her past life, though she was a diviner, she could also perform surgery. How did you cure the cold poison? Yi Muin asked again. For 10 years no one could cure his cold poison. Had this little girl really done it? Secret. Shen Qingyan remained wary of the man before her. Her unique bloodline must not be known, or it would bring great disaster upon herself. Yi Muin stopped pressing and turned to look at the frozen stream not far away, frowning slightly. If those assassins hadn't given up searching, they would surely find this place. Let's go. He stood up, his hand, which had been struck away, gradually regaining sensation. Are you asking for death? Shen Qingyan exclaimed, pulling at his arm. The weakened Yi Muin fell to the ground, glaring at her. If we don't leave now, we won't be able to later. Shen Qingyan realized how his other wounds had come about. She sat cross-legged and said, If you go now, you'll die anyway. Your wounds are still bleeding. How can you go? As she spoke, she picked up a stone and tossed it. A life hexagram. Shen Qingyan's lips curled with relief. After walking for so long, she had finally divined a life hexagram. She wouldn't die. She looked at the man and asked, What's your name? Yi Muin said nothing, his eyes fixed on her. She was young, about 13 or 14, with disheveled clothes. Perhaps having passed through the woods, her sleeves and hem were torn and ragged. Her face was sallow and thin, as if malnourished, yet the skin exposed by the torn clothes was as white as snow. Her features were not particularly striking, but her eyes were lively and mischievous. As his gaze met hers, Shen Qingyan noticed that the man's eyes held a faint dark gold, exuding an eerie allure in the night. This countenance, coupled with those eyes, was unmistakably the destiny of an emperor. Forget it, we won't have any dealings in the future anyway. Never mind. She stroked her chin, frowning. The wound on your chest is too deep. Ooh, it needs stitches. Otherwise you'll die from blood loss before you've taken 2 steps. Yimu Yuan had no idea what she was talking about. Shen Qingyan didn't bother to explain, staring blankly at the ice on the stream. If only I had surgical thread and a needle. As she finished speaking, she felt something in her hand beneath her wide sleeve. She pulled it out and examined it by the moonlight, exclaiming in surprise, "Oh my God!" In her hand were surgical thread and a needle. Yimu Yuan watched the astonished little girl and noticed the objects in her hand. What are those? Shen Qingyan ignored him, a strange thought forming in her mind. Here, take these. She pulled his hand, placed the items in his palm, then withdrew her hand back into her sleeve. Yimu Yuan frowned, staring intently at the objects in his palm, and heard her muttering again, "If only I had a painkiller and a dose of anesthetic." The next moment the girl's eyes lit up with joy. Shen Qingyan's hand emerged from her sleeve, now holding a tube of painkiller and a dose of anesthetic. Wow, jackpot, jackpot. I didn't expect to have this ability. Shen Qingyan beamed with delight. She discovered she had a spatial realm. She placed the medicine on the ground and used the same method to produce gauze and iodine. Yimu Yuan watched her produce item after item like a magician, his expression strange. She was just a 10-year-old girl. How could she hide so many things in her sleeve? Moreover, even with his vast knowledge, he had never seen such things. What are these? Things that save your life. Shen Qingyan let out a breath. Overwhelmed by the discovery of the spatial realm, she looked up, now only to find the man opposite her staring in bewilderment, his expression odd. Only then did she realize that these things simply did not exist in this era. A wandering martial artist once lived next door to me. He gave me these items, saying they could be used to bind wounds. Shen Qingyan offered a forced explanation, not caring whether he believed her or not, and rolled up her sleeves to make amends for her careless mistake. Take off your clothes. Yimu Yuan frowned, his gaze darting back and forth among the items she had taken out. What are you spacing out for? Take off your clothes. I'll stitch you up. Shen Qingyan picked up the iodine and painkillers, moved beside him, and knelt. Lie down. Yimu Yuan did not understand what stitching meant, but he grasped that these things could save him. How do you plan to save me? Tisk. Shen Qingyan grew impatient. Time was running out. If the man kept bleeding, he would soon perish from blood loss. She reached out to unfasten his belt. You'll see in a moment. There is a distinction between men and women. Yimu Yuan frowned and shielded himself when he saw her tugging at his clothes. When had the women of Nanshan country dared to physically undress a man? Are you not aware of propriety? Stop being so timid, you big man. If you won't take off your clothes, how am I supposed to treat your wounds? Shen Qingyan stopped pulling at his garments. Before a healer, there is no distinction between genders. If you wish to die, keep squirming and let the blood drain from your wound drop by drop. You will not live long. She leaned closer, and Yimu Yuan took in the young girl before him more clearly. That spark of vivacity in her unexpectedly touched something within his heart. He no longer hesitated or doubted, and lay down, unfastening his outer robe. Take off your inner garment as well. Shen Qingyan picked up the iodine, preparing to disinfect. Yimu Yuan had an intuition that this young girl meant him no harm. At the same time, he sensed his body growing weak from blood loss, and stopped overthinking. He unfastened his inner garment, his dark golden eyes watching her every move. I'm beginning now. It will sting at first, but it will pass. Shen Qingyan carefully examined the wound. Though severe, fortunately, it had not damaged any vital organs. She picked up the iodine and began disinfecting, observing the man's expression as she worked. The povidone iodine was less irritating than alcohol, but the open wound ran deep, and pain was inevitable. Yet the man before her seemed to feel nothing. His countenance remained cold and composed. After disinfecting, she directly injected the anesthetic near his wound. What is this? Yi Muyuan watched her movements warily. Was she intending to stab him to death? Calm yourself. This is a syringe, and inside is anesthetic. Shen Qingyan held the anesthetic up before him. The effect is rapid. Don't you feel the pain has subsided? Yi Muyuan frowned. Barely a breath had passed, yet his wound was indeed numb. What miraculous medicine is this? Shen Qingyan chuckled. The word miraculous truly amused her. She swayed the vial in her hand. It is no miraculous medicine, simply a variant of the mephesin used for analgesia and anesthesia. Yi Muyuan had traveled across the rivers and mountains and led troops to conquer several small states that had offended Nanshan country. He naturally knew that the world held countless varieties of medicinal herbs. But a drug with such rapid effect, he had never seen its like. Yi Muyuan gazed at the tube in Shen Qingyan's hand. It was indeed a novel object. Shen Qingyan realized something. Although the syringe was already empty, what was the point of giving such advanced technology to a person from ancient times? This one has already been used up. Already so fast. Yi Muyuan had assumed there was more. Shen Qingyan said nothing, but his earlier scrutinizing gaze revealed the immense interest he had taken in these items. While she was lost in thought, she threaded the needle and began stitching with practiced efficiency. The inner muscle needed suturing, as did the outer skin, and she required 2 different types of thread. Fortunately, she had both. These tasks were trivial for her, and within moments, she had sutured the deepest wound. Yi Muyuan felt the needle pierce his skin, but registered no pain whatsoever. His gaze drifted to the scattered medical supplies lying beside him. If only these items could be widely used among the people of Nanshan country. Shen Qingyan bandaged the wound with gauze and exhaled in relief, then sprayed painkiller onto it to prevent him from feeling pain once the anesthetic wore off. You may sit up now. The external wound needs 7 days to heal, after which you can use a small knife to snip the threads and gently pull them out. The moment she finished speaking, Yi Muyuan moved with remarkable speed and was dressed within moments. Shen Qingyan stared in astonishment. No wonder a martial artist could dress so swiftly. Was he afraid she might take advantage of him? Still, the man's physique was quite impressive. Shen Qingyan stood up and stretched her arms, suddenly remembering that she too had a wound on her back. She sat back down and proposed to the man before her. After all, I've saved your life twice. Could you do me a favor? Yi Muyuan corrected her once. What? Shen Qingyan did not understand. You stabbed me once and I treated your wound. That does not count as saving your life twice, Yi Muyuan explained. Shen Qingyan laughed in exasperation. She never expected a man of such noble bearing to be so petty and calculating. Fine, then, just once. She turned around and began pulling at the clothes tied to her belt, letting them slip down. What are you doing? Yi Muyuan was greatly alarmed. The sight before his eyes was breathtaking. Skin like polished jade, a figure both full and graceful. The only flaw was the conspicuous wound beneath her shoulder blade. Help me treat the wound. Shen Qingyan turned sideways, pressing the iodine into his hand. Just apply this. Yi Muyuan felt his worldview shatter. Did this girl truly have no concept of the proper distance between men and women? Removing her clothes in front of a man and asking for help. Was she not worried that he might be a villain? Though she was still a young girl, Yi Muyuan felt an inexplicable heat rising within him. The sensation was strange, for he had never experienced such warmth due to the cold poison that always plagued him. It was warm and cozy, and even stirred a faint impulse below. Shen Qingyan, noticing the man behind her made no move, turned her head and urged, "Can you hurry up? I'm cold." It was a freezing winter night. The snow had just stopped, and the temperature was exceedingly low. Even though she had been accustomed to cold in her past life, Shen Qingyan found it hard to endure now. In a daze, Yi Muyuan followed her instructions and applied the iodine. After he finished, his voice emerged hoarse and strained. "Done. Thanks." Shen Qingyan dressed herself, turned around, and upon seeing the blush on the man's face, she remarked with a hint of disdain, "You're blushing already. These ancient people are far too conservative." At that moment, Yi Muyuan felt an urge to snap this brat's neck. He was being looked down upon by a mere girl still wet behind the ears. Recalling the women who used to swarm around him, desperate to cling to him, and now seeing this girl's obvious contempt, Yi Muyuan's masculine pride suffered a severe blow for the first time. His anger surged like a rising flame. Shen Qingyan, however, had no intention of quelling it. She gathered all the items from the ground back into her sleeve, murmured a silent incantation, and everything returned to her spatial realm. She stood up. "Where are you going?" Yi Muyuan asked. "Home." As she spoke, Shen Qingyan's expression grew slightly distant. She had no intention of returning to the Shun family in Yinqing. Those who had tormented the original owner were merely small fry. Her true enemies were in the capital, so she was heading to the Shun residence there. "Your shoulder still has a wound. Don't you need?" Yi Mun gestured, mimicking her stitching motion. "To stitch it like before. My body is different from yours. No stitching needed." Shen Qingyan shook her head. Her physique was special. The wound would heal by tomorrow. Applying iodine was merely to prevent infection. She glanced sideways at the man still sitting on the ground. He seemed to have calmed down, the flush on his face fading. In this era, men and women married young. Since this man appeared to be of marriageable age, why did he blush at the sight of a woman's shoulder and go on about propriety? Perhaps he wasn't married yet. But whether he was married or not had little to do with her. After this, she would go to the capital to avenge the original body's death. They would never meet again. "What? Want to stitch me up? Can you?" Shen Qingyan's lips curled into a lazy smile as she teased the man before her. Her smile was like the warm winter sun, gentle and radiant, making one wish it would shine brighter and last longer. Yi Mian stared for a while before answering no. Shen Qingyan immediately withdrew her smile, gazing at the brook as she pondered how to return to the capital. "You can't. Then why mention it? Were you trying to take advantage of me? To get another look at my shoulder?" Yi Muyuan's face darkened completely, and his fingers cracked as he clenched them. This girl hadn't even reached the age of 15. How had her parents raised her to have such strange notions? Then he heard her say, "But you're not that kind of person. My eyes can see through people's hearts. All right, we're even now." Yi Muyuan let out a light snort. If this brat had dared to accuse him of such behavior, he would not have let her off easily. In the distance, the sky began to lighten, signaling the end of the night. Shen Qingyan's gaze fell upon his face once more, still bedraggled, yet pleasing to the eye. His features would be admired in any era. "Daybreak," Shen Qingyan said softly, and with a thought, she summoned the painkiller and iodine, handing them to the man. "Here." Yi Muyuan rose to his feet, but simply looked at the items without accepting them. "Take them. Consider it a sale to you." Shen Qingyan knew she needed to return to the capital, yet she had no money at all. Thus, she proposed a trade with this noble-looking man. "These aren't as effective as the anesthetic needle from before, but they still relieve pain. And this, you normally disinfect with liquor, right? With this you won't need that." Looking at this proud little girl, Yi Muyuan suddenly smiled. A subtle smile, not a hearty laugh, yet it was captivating enough to bewitch anyone. Heavens, this man's smile was truly handsome. Shen Qingyan thought shamelessly, nearly enchanted by that smile. "Thank you." Yi Muyuan accepted the items, having personally experienced their efficacy. He intended to bring them back for the imperial physicians to analyze the ingredients. Though they couldn't produce the exact same thing, they might be able to create a powdered version for the army and common folk. That would be excellent. "Do you have any silver?" Shen Qingyan asked. Yi Muyuan raised an eyebrow. "I said this medicine is for sale. Give me whatever you see fit." Shen Qingyan extended her open palm. She hadn't even picked up those 5 copper coins earlier, so she was completely broke. Moreover, she had no idea about the local prices, but she felt this man had a conscience and wouldn't cheat her. Yi Muyuan, generous, took out 2 bits of silver from his waist. "This is all I have for now. Thanks." Shen Qingyan didn't care about the amount, as long as it covered travel expenses it sufficed. She blinked her lively eyes and pointed in a certain direction. "Is the capital that way, eh?" She could sense the direction of her enemies, but she still wanted to confirm with the man. Yi Muyuan nodded. "Farewell." Shen Qingyan turned and walked away. The capital city of Nanshan Kingdom bustled with lively streets. After being questioned by the city gate guards, Shen Qingyan smoothly entered the capital and headed toward the Chancellor's mansion, following the original host's memories. She finally arrived at the gates of the Chancellor's mansion. Looking at the plaque bearing the words, Chancellor's Mansion, in the center draped with white cloth and white lanterns, and the large character for condolences placed on both sides of the entrance, an endless wave of mockery rose in her heart. an unfavored, legitimate daughter who had never enjoyed even a fraction of the privileges of the Chancellor's mansion in life, yet was given an elaborate funeral after death. It was likely that the original host herself never anticipated such an honor after her passing. At the entrance of the Chancellor's mansion stood a servant with white cloth bound around his arm, counting the items on the carriage. Shen Qingyan assumed they were funeral supplies, but the servant spoke up. Had the young miss wasn't exactly valued during her lifetime, yet after the Chancellor made such a fuss about her death, there are quite a few condolence gifts from the palace and various nobles. Truly remarkable. Shen Qingyan raised her eyebrow. This young miss being discussed must be her right. A thought suddenly occurred to her. The Chancellor Shun, who was always stingy in her memories, was now throwing a grand funeral, and it all came down to seizing this opportunity to amass wealth. Shen Qingyan slowly approached the servant. The servant was still tallying the treasure-filled chests when someone blocked his view. "Who's there, don't you know?" His gaze fell on Shen Qingyan's face, and his complexion instantly turned ashen. "Miss, aren't you dead? You must be a fake, right? Could a paper effigy have come to life?" His terrified shriek drew the attention of others within the mansion. Shen Qingyan offered the servant a seemingly innocent smile. "I traveled all the way from the Shun family in Yinqing back to the capital perfectly fine the entire journey. How could I possibly be dead? Ghost." The servant shivered in terror, flinging the ledger aside as he bolted into the mansion. The other onlookers, spooked by the scene, scattered in every direction. Shen Qingyan. Shen Qingyan rushed over after hearing the servant's report. Upon seeing that the person before him was indeed Shen Qingyan, who should have been dead, he jolted in fright and let out a roar to mask his terror. "How are you still alive?" Shen Qingyan slowly turned her gaze toward him. Seeing her own father, she felt a surge of intense hatred rising from within her bloodline. She knew this was the original host's reaction. "Father, what are you talking about? When did I die?" Shen Qingyan tilted her head slightly, examining him with the innocent demeanor of a young girl. "Your daughter is alive and well. Why would father curse me to death?" "Shen Qingyan died a gruesome death in Yinqing a few days ago. Who are you? How dare you impersonate my daughter?" Shen Tsungwen's eyes shifted slightly, his palm gathering strength as he sought an opportunity to deliver a fatal blow. Noticing his subtle movement, Shen Qingyan pretended to retreat half a step. "That's true. However, the people in Yinqing didn't care whether I lived or died. Before I could even draw my last breath, they threw me into a mass grave. Fortunately, an old divine physician happened to pass by and treated my wounds." As she spoke, she drew a dagger from her sleeve. "Father, please look. I still have the weapon that the villain used to injure me. It appears quite valuable. Perhaps it belonged to the attacker personally. I wonder if handing it over to the authorities might yield some clues." Shen Tsungwen's expression darkened. This was the assassin's weapon. That fool had not only failed to kill, but had also left behind the murder weapon. If the authorities examined this dagger, they would certainly trace it back. Before Shen Qingyan could finish speaking, a voice rang out. "Yin, you've truly returned. That's wonderful." The speaker was Madame Zhang, the head of the Right Chancellor's mansion and the concubine-born daughter of the general who protects the nation. She had once been Shen Tsungwen's mistress. Shen Qingyan confirmed Madame Zhang's identity from the original host's memories. Nangongxian's death was also connected to her. She bowed slightly. "Mother, your daughter pays her respects." Good. It's good that you've returned." Madame Zhang wiped her eyes, insincerely stepped forward as if to help her up, but in a split second changed her motion. She snatched the dagger from Shen Qingyan's hand, handed it to a nearby servant, and gave a subtle signal. "Yin, such a dangerous object shouldn't be in your possession. It would be unfortunate if you were to accidentally hurt yourself." Shen Qingyan's lips curved slightly. She had no intention of arguing over the dagger with them. For dealing with them, she had countless methods. Mother speaks wisely. With the dagger taken away, Shen Tsungwen's stern expression relaxed slightly. He withdrew his palm strike and let out a cold snort. "Why do you care about her?" Madame Zhang played the part of a loving matriarch to play along with him. Chancellor Yin's narrow escape must have been perilous. It's understandable that she forgot to notify the family. Please don't be angry. What matters is that Yin is safe. She paused, noticing a crowd gathering outside the mansion, and gave an order. "Steward, close the mansion gates." A cold smile flickered across Shen Qingyan's eyes. Was this an attempt to corner her? "Yes, sir." Steward Shen responded, noticing some boxes still outside that had not yet been moved in. He asked, "My lord, should these memorial gifts be returned?" "Return them. Absurd. Move them in." Shen Qingyan barked angrily. Those were all treasures, and once in his hands there was no way they would be sent back. He stared fixedly at Shen Qingyan, secretly cursing the people in Yinqing for their incompetence. How could they let a half-dead girl survive? The steward dared not speak further, instead directing the other servants to bring the remaining memorial gifts into the mansion and close the gates. With no outsiders to see, Madame Zhang felt more at ease and cooperated with Shen Qingyan, saying, "My lord, now that Yin has returned about these gifts." Shen Qingyan, standing at the doorway, had already guessed the matter of receiving the gifts and smiled inwardly. She took the initiative to speak. "Of course they must be returned. Since I am alive, the Shen family should not have accepted these gifts. How can one hold a funeral for someone who is still living? Besides, I am the one betrothed to the seventh prince. Accepting these gifts is equivalent to cursing me to die, which hardly seems proper." Mentioning the imperial betrothal, Madame Zhang's expression changed instantly. She immediately glanced at Shen Qingyan, hoping he would handle Shen Qingyan. The betrothal to the seventh prince must belong to her family's Qiu Ran. Shen Qingyan's eyes filled with dark clouds. He pointed viciously at her nose and cursed, "The betrothal to the seventh prince has nothing to do with you. The emperor himself has sent memorial gifts to our mansion, which means the emperor wants you dead. If you remain alive, you will implicate our entire Shen family." Shen Qingyan frowned slightly. She paid little attention to his first part, but pondered over the latter. This matter also involved the emperor. Before she could speak, Madame Zhang suddenly fell to her knees with a thud, saying, "My lord, the Shen family cannot suffer any misfortune. The Shen family certainly cannot suffer any misfortune. Shen Qingyan, for the sake of the Shen family, you must die." Madame Zhang fell silent, kneeling there with her face buried in her hands, weeping. Yet the corners of her lips curled slightly. Shen Qingyan was going to die? "So you're saying you want to kill me? Just for these memorial gifts?" A hint of mockery flashed in Shen Qingyan's eyes as she directly exposed him, pointing at the boxes of memorial gifts and shaking her head repeatedly. In her memory, Shen Qingyan was greedy for wealth, but she never expected him to kill his own flesh and blood for such riches. Gazing at this greedy face, Shen Qingyan wanted nothing more than to sprinkle poison powder all over him, but she restrained herself. Such an easy death would be far too merciful for him. "Nonsense. These memorial gifts represent the emperor's will. He wants you dead." Shen Qingyan looked at Shen Qingyan, a flicker of excitement in his eyes. As long as Shen Qingyan died, he wouldn't have to face that face so similar to Nangong Xian. The person who gave him nightmares in this world would simply cease to exist. Shen, to bring the white arsenic. "Yes." Shen Qingyan took a slight step forward, and in the blink of an eye she had already closed the distance to Shen Qingyan. "Father," she called out softly. Shen Qingyan was startled. Hadn't she been without martial arts? How had she managed to close the distance so swiftly? A sense of danger surged within him. His pupils contracted sharply, and he instinctively took a step back. "Shen Qingyan, what do you think you're doing?" Shen Qingyan was furious and humiliated. He had actually been frightened by this dead girl's approach. But what was with her predatory gaze? No matter how Shen Qingyan looked at her, he felt this daughter who had returned from Yinqing had changed completely. "I simply meant that you cannot kill me," Shen Qingyan said, the mocking smile on her lips deepening. Shen Qingyan's eyes stung from her smile, and feeling his paternal authority stripped away, he couldn't help but rage. "What do you mean by that? I never intended to kill you. I'm merely doing this to protect the Shen family." "Protect the Shen family, is it? Unfortunately, this Shen family cannot be preserved merely by your will." "Why?" Shen Qingyan found himself asking the question before he could stop himself. "Because I am destined to live well so that I may one day see you off, father." The moment Shen Qingyan finished speaking, a fierce palm strike descended. She dodged to the side. Shen Qingyan failed to harm her in the slightest. Shen Qingyan couldn't help but shake her head. People, when driven to anger and humiliation, couldn't resist striking out. When she returned to the capital, she cast a divination for herself, and the reading was extraordinarily inauspicious. Yet within that dire omen lay a sliver of hope, which was called wait. For Shen Qingyan, a single thread of survival was enough, which is why she dared to provoke Shen Qingyan without restraint. You actually dared to dodge. Shen Qingyan was consumed with rage, wishing he could grab a dagger and stab this eyesore of a daughter to death. At the same time, he was startled. She had actually managed to dodge his palm strike. Was this still that frail dying girl? Shen Qingyan remained silent, her eyes narrowing slightly as she observed the person before her. Shen Qingyan felt like prey in her gaze, his inner panic growing steadily. At that moment, Shunde approached with a crane holding a porcelain jar before him. My lord, the crane's red cap has been brought. Shen Qingyan took the bottle, his face now heavy with murderous intent. So what if Shen Qingyan had survived once by sheer luck? Now right under his very eyes, could she possibly escape? Rebellious daughter, drink this. He held the porcelain bottle before Shen Qingyan's face, speaking with righteous indignation. If you do not die, the entire Shen family will be guilty of deceiving the sovereign. Drink obediently, and I will ensure you receive a grand funeral. Father, why are you so determined to kill me? Shen Qingyan stepped back, gazing at the exquisite porcelain bottle, finding the situation absurd. Beneath its beautiful exterior lay the most poisonous substance of this era. Just as beneath this majestic and luxurious chancellor's mansion lived people with the most ruthless and venomous hearts. Because you should have died in Yinqing long ago. Shen Qingyan's expression shifted, and he signaled to the two guards nearby. If you won't drink it, then don't blame me for being harsh. The two guards slowly approached Shen Qingyan. Father, so your heart is this cruel. When my mother swallowed that poison, did you give it to her? Shen Qingyan's expression remained unchanged. She had never paid attention to those two approaching figures. With a thought, she retrieved an electric shock device from her spatial storage, gripping it within her sleeve. During the journey from Yinqing to the capital, Shen Qingyan had thoroughly searched through the items in her spatial realm. This space had transported all the belongings from her previous residence, and to her delight, she discovered that the contents were replenished endlessly with no expiration dates, effectively eternal. The stun gun was a creation of her close friend, given as a birthday gift for self-defense. Though arsenic poison could never kill her, consuming it would leave her with an inexplicable survival, so she couldn't swallow it. Instead, she planned to incapacitate the two approaching guards by stunning them with the device. What nonsense are you spouting? Your birth mother died of illness, not by my hand, Shen Qingyan said, clenching his fists, his murderous intent deepening. When Nangong Xian had taken poison and died, Shen Qingyan was only 5. How could a 5-year-old know so much? Administer the medicine to the young lady. Shen Qingyan handed the pill to Shinda. Shinda took it and stood before Shen Qingyan. Apologies, young lady. Shen Qingyan was ready to press the stun gun switch, but a sudden pulse in her bloodline made her pause. She curled her lips, slightly adopting a sorrowful tone, and declared loudly, 10 years ago my mother drank poison and died. Though I never understood how a bedridden woman obtained such drugs, she perished. Now 10 years later, I am about to die from the poison my father offers. Is this the fate of all women in the Shen family? Every time she mentioned Nangong Xian, Shen Qingyan was haunted by the past, plagued by nightmares and sleepless nights. With a hardened heart, he snatched the porcelain bottle from Shunda, intending to force the poison down her throat himself. Shen Qingyan pried open the wooden stopper, but a sharp, high-pitched voice rang from outside the mansion. Imperial edict. Shen Qingyan, legitimate daughter of the chancellor, accept the decree. Shen Qingyan was surprised. Her bloodline had sensed a turn of fortune, and now an imperial decree arrived. Hearing it, Shen Qingyan trembled. It's over, His Majesty knows. Punishment is coming. He glared viciously at Shen Qingyan. It's all your fault, you jinx. The moment you return, the Shen family faces annihilation. I will never forgive you. Shen Qingyan remained impassive. The people in the front courtyard had already knelt, and she followed suit. Father, how do you know the Shen family is finished before the decree is even read? As she spoke, Shinda opened the mansion gate. Shen Qingyan wanted to curse further, but the outsiders were already entering. When he saw that the leader was not a palace eunuch, Shen Qingyan's expression changed. 7th Prince, why are you here to deliver the decree? He stammered in shock. The visitor was Yi Miyuan, freshly returned from a victorious campaign. Why would he come to the Chancellor's mansion instead of reporting to the Emperor at the palace? I heard that my betrothed has returned, so I came to see for myself. Yi Muyuan looked disdainfully at Shen Qingyan's current state, his dark golden eyes settling on Shen Qingyan. He had returned to the capital earlier than she had. Earlier he had seen her being interrogated at the city gate, so he had Luo Tian investigate. To his surprise, she turned out to be his betrothed. Knowing she was mistreated in the Chancellor's mansion, Yi Muyuan had requested an imperial decree from Emperor Nanyang. He gazed at her calmly. The girl had been back so long and still wore the same clothes. Clearly Shen Qingyan had not treated her well. A pang of pity struck Yi Muyuan, adding to his displeasure with the old villain Shen Qingyan. Shen Qingyan lifted her head, slightly meeting his eyes, and her heart jolted. It was him, the Violet Emperor's physiognomy. So he was the seventh prince. No wonder the throne of Southern Xuan would eventually pass to him. Shen Qingyan had thought that after their parting at the mass grave they would never cross paths again. Yet now they met, and judging by the plot's development, their connection ran deep. Gaining a handsome, wealthy, powerful fiancé wasn't bad, but his fate gave her pause. Reborn into this body, she had tried to analyze her own physiognomy, but like in her past life, she could not decipher her own destiny. Yi Muyuan noticed her staring intently and gave her a wink. Shen Qingyan pretended not to see and lowered her head. Yi Muyuan snorted silently, cursing the ungrateful girl, then composed his expression and reminded Zhao Si behind him, "Eunuch, Zhao, deliver the decree." Yes, came the eunuch's unique voice. Zhao Si stepped forward and unrolled an imperial edict. Shen Qingyan, accept the decree. Your subject Shen Qingyan accepts. Zhao Si glanced at Yi Muyuan, who showed no expression, then cleared his throat and began reading the decree. By the mandate of heaven, the emperor decrees the legitimate daughter of the chancellor, the late Princess Ping Shun's own child, is graceful, intelligent, and well-versed in propriety. Henceforth, she is granted the hereditary title of Princess Ping Shun. Respect this. Shen Qingyan and Lady Zhang were both stunned, watching Shen Qingyan kneel and accept the decree. Long live the emperor, may he reign for 10,000 years. Princess Ping Shun, please rise. Zhao Si hurried forward. Shen Qingyan stood, took the imperial decree, and cast another glance at Yi Muyuan. His brocade robe was different from the one he wore when entering the capital. His hair was held high in a crown, in stark contrast to his disheveled state that night. Shen Qingyan thought to herself, handsome. Shen Qingyan remained kneeling, his legs numb, but Yi Ming did not permit him to rise, so he gritted his teeth and endured. Zhao Si cheerfully added, Princess, there is also an oral decree from His Majesty. Shen Qingyan knelt again. Yi Muyuan frowned and shot Zhao Si a glare. Couldn't he finish everything at once, making her rise and kneel repeatedly? Zhao Si trembled, catching the prince's meaning, and quickly helped her up. Princess, you may receive it standing. Shen Qingyan stood, smiling faintly. Eunuch Zhao, please speak. Yi Muyuan cleared his throat. Zhao Si immediately stepped back, bowed, and said, Your Highness, perhaps you would like to deliver it. Transmitting father's oral decree, the Princess Ping Shun's residence is under construction. Once completed, it will be granted to you. Yi Muyuan relayed, then added, For now you will make do in the Chancellor's mansion. The word make do from his lips carried a subtle nuance. Shen Qingyan, having served at court for over a decade, was sensitive to such remarks. This was outright disparagement, implying that his mansion was unworthy of Shen Qingyan. His face darkened, but he dared not vent his fury in front of Yi Ming, so he merely bowed his head lower to conceal his rising anger. Thank you for His Majesty's favor, Shen Qingyan said, bowing. When she straightened, a bitter smile flickered on her face. However, Yi Muyuan sensed she had something to say and interjected, however what? Seventh Prince Shen Qingyan looked at Shen Qingyan, then said, Please convey my gratitude to His Majesty, but there is no need to build the Princess Ping Shun's residence. Yi Muyuan also followed her gaze to look at Shen Qingyan, asking in confusion, Oh, why? With two pairs of eyes fixed on him, a cold sweat trickled down Shen Qingyan's back, and a bad premonition stirred within him. Madame Zhang, kneeling nearby, fared no better. Unlike his boldness, she could only cower on the ground, listening to every word, comprehending what Shen Qingyan intended to do, her teeth chattering with suppressed rage. Why had Shen Qingyan not perished in Yanqing? All of this should have belonged to her family's Chiron. Harboring these thoughts, they heard Shen Qingyan speak slowly. Father informed the emperor that I had died, and the emperor even sent mourning gifts. Now that I have returned alive, father believes the mansion receiving the emperor's morning gifts signals his decree of my death. If I do not die, it will implicate the entire clan, so he prepared a vial of heating red for me. After speaking, she cast her gaze toward Shen Qingyan's hand, feigning terror. Shen Qingyan realized that the moment he had tucked the porcelain vial into his sleeve, Yuan had witnessed it clearly. His expression turned utterly cold. It seemed Luo Tian's investigation had been insufficient. This Shen Qingyan not only failed to cherish Shen Qingyan, but actively sought to poison her. Shen Qingyan, how dare you? You actually dare to lay hands on this prince's fiancé. Shen Qingyan had been on the verge of nodding in agreement, but upon hearing this prince's fiancé, she paused, then deliberately stopped nodding altogether. Shen Qingyan, terrified, banged his head against the ground with resounding cracks, crying out in protest, "Your Highness, I am wronged." Wronged? Yuan cast a tender glance at Shen Qingyan, noting how frail she had become, yet still subjected to such cruelty upon her return. The compassion in his heart deepened. In the blink of an eye, he swept his sleeve, and a palm wind struck Shen Qingyan, drawing a muffled groan from him. Shen Qingyan, if you wish to prove your innocence, swallow the contents of that porcelain vial, and see whether it is indeed heating red. Shen Qingyan broke down, his inner fire raging high, yet unable to find release. Shen Qingyan had barely returned before she had dragged him into such disaster. His mind raced, and he immediately looked up, pointing at Madame Zhang kneeling there. "Your Highness, it was all Madame Zhang's scheme. The emperor is the ruler of a nation. These morning gifts carry the meaning of a death sentence. Madame Zhang feared the emperor would hold the entire Shen family accountable, which is why she proposed this method. Your Highness, please forgive us." Madame Zhang was horrified and immediately protested, "Shen Qingyan, what nonsense are you spouting?" Silence. Shen Qingyan glared at her, while simultaneously winking, hoping Madame Zhang would continue cooperating. "Do not speak such madness here. Apologize properly to your Highness." Someone had to take the blame for this matter. He chose Madame Zhang, considering that Yuan would hardly hold a woman accountable. But Madame Zhang failed to understand his intention and immediately refused to comply. Having been born into the general's mansion that guards the nation, she had witnessed both open and covert struggles. She was determined to protect herself, so she began banging her head against the ground before Yuan. "Your Highness, this truly has nothing to do with your servant." Shen Qingyan watched the couple. Moments ago they had been in perfect harmony, now throwing blame at each other. What was this called in modern times? Oh right, dogs eating dogs. How entertaining. She wanted to see what they would do next. Yuan seemed to read her thoughts and countered, "Then tell me, whose affair is this?" Before they could answer, he continued grimly, "Whoever proposed this shall swallow that vial of heating red for this prince." Shen Qingyan wanted to applaud and cheer. Shen Qingyan shuddered. Among the 10 princes, he feared this 7th prince the most. He kept his word and brooked no defiance, and no one dared to provoke him. "Your Highness, this cannot be. Madame Zhang only acted out of concern for the family. Please show mercy, Your Highness." He hastily pushed the blame onto Madame Zhang, while casting a glance at Shen Qingyan, attempting to signal her for help. But Shen Qingyan remained unmoved, ignoring his covert gestures. "Shen Qingyan, you bastard. You actually wanted me to die? I'll tear your mouth apart." Madame Zhang, driven mad, knowing the consequences of offending this 7th prince, instantly turned her wrath upon Shen Qingyan and lunged at him. Shen Qingyan failed to dodge in time, and within moments 2 scratch marks appeared on his face. "You mad woman." Shen Qingyan shoved Madame Zhang away forcefully. He had not controlled his strength, and Madame Zhang crashed directly into the wall. Her eyes bloodshot, she pounced on him again. "Shen Qingyan, you did the evil deeds yourself, yet you make me take the blame. I'll kill you." Shen Qingyan watched them grappling with each other. There was no trace of the Prime Minister and his lady now. If their earlier behavior had been a pretentious performance, what they were doing now was a genuine brawl disregarding all decorum. Zhao Si, watching from the side with great interest, was even thinking that upon returning to the palace, he must tell Emperor Nanyang about this to amuse him. Yuan remained silent, waiting for the young miss to finish watching before speaking. Finally, Shen Qingyan knelt on the ground, feigning the wiping away of non-existent tears, and begged with a tearful voice, "Please, Your Highness, spare my father and mother. They did this for the benefit of the rest of the Shen family." Yi Muyan rubbed his forehead, wondering why she kept kneeling so readily. Zhao Si, a shrewd man, immediately stepped forward to help her up. Lady Ping Shun, your highness, does not take kindly to your kneeling. Please do not kneel in the future. Shen Qingyan's face flushed slightly. Had he spoken so strangely? Nevertheless, she too disliked these ancient customs. Kneeling back and forth only made her knees ache. Your highness. Shen Qingyan's voice carried a tremor of tears, yet her expression remained serene. The grappling couple paused for a moment. Shen Qingyan, caught off guard, received another scratch from Madame Zhang on his face. Enraged, he lost all sense of restraint, forgetting that Yi Muyan stood before him. Zhang Yuan, if you lay a hand on me again, I will have your head. Shen Qingyan, who do you intend to kill in front of this prince? Yi Muyan spoke softly. Shen Qingyan was startled. Damn it, how could he have forgotten that this formidable presence was still here? Before he could beg for mercy, Shen Qingyan spoke. Your highness, please do not blame my father. He merely spoke in anger when provoked. As the prime minister of the realm, it is quite humiliating for him to be subjected to such a scene from my mother. Such manipulative charm. Any modern person knew how to wield it. Shen Qingyan found himself unconsciously agreeing with Shen Qingyan's words. Yi Muyan and Zhao Si were still present, and even a crowd of onlookers had gathered at the mansion's entrance. With Madame Zhang throwing a tantrum here, where was his dignity as the current Right Chancellor? Tomorrow at court, he would surely become everyone's laughingstock. Very well, for your sake, I will overlook this matter. Yi Muyan agreed readily enough. As for the morning gifts from the emperor, you have simply overinterpreted them. Shen Qingyan also noticed his shift in language. From this prince to I. She had to admit this approach worked well on her as a modern person. Qingyan, thanks your majesty on behalf of my parents. At Yi Muyan's command to stop, both parties immediately ceased, daring not to provoke him further. Watching the two kneeling before him, once more he pressed on with his reckoning. The arsenic incident will be overlooked, but there is another matter. Shen Qingyan shuddered again, his sense of impending doom growing stronger. As expected, Yi Muyan's voice came low and dangerous. Shen Qingyan, how dare you lay hands on my betrothed? It was all a misunderstanding, your highness. I was simply afraid of the emperor's wrath should this come to light. Shen Qingyan trembled. How had this situation circled back to itself? At the time, he had believed the engagement was with the legitimate daughter of the Shen family. With Shen Qingyan gone, that position now belonged to Shen Qiran. The thought that the advantages might fall to his beloved daughter had driven him to orchestrate the demise of the one he despised most. Though Madame Zhang's face remained swollen from Shen Qingyan's blows, she had gradually composed herself. Yi Muyan chose not to pursue the matter further, yet he made it clear that her assault on him would not go unaddressed. Madame Zhang resolved to support Shen Qingyan and pleaded, Your Highness, when the emperor decreed the marriage, it was to the legitimate daughter of the chancellor's mansion, not merely one among several such daughters. By your tone, it seems I have many betrothed. Madame Zhang, you dare presume to decide my marriage on behalf of my father, the emperor. The moment Yi Muyan spoke these words, Shen Qingyan's body shook like a sieve, and he struck Madame Zhang across the face once more. Hold your tongue. A sharp intake of breath escaped Shen Qingyan, who had been watching the spectacle unfold. This time Shen Qingyan had struck the opposite side of her face with full force, showing no restraint, and Madame Zhang's other cheek began to swell visibly. Shen Qingyan winced at the sight. Mother spoke without thinking. After all these years at your side, she has earned her place through hardship, if not merit. Why strike her so mercilessly? Tears glistened in Madame Zhang's eyes as she found herself agreeing with Shen Qingyan's words, deepening her resentment toward Shen Qingyan. Yet Yi Muyan paid no mind to the slap, his voice dripping with menace. Had I arrived any later, my betrothed might have been lost to me. With that, he cast a sidelong glance at Shen Qingyan and adopted a similar tone when addressing Shen Qingyan. It seems Chancellor Shen is so preoccupied with court affairs that he has neglected the discipline of his household. This chancellor's wife displays such poor conduct, her character far inferior to that of the former Princess Nengong. Shen Qingyan forced himself to agree. Your Highness speaks the truth. Then so be it. I shall petition the emperor for a decree punishing you with a month's suspension from court duties to reform your household's conduct as retribution for your attempt to murder my betrothed. Yi Muyan declared it outright. Shen Qingyan spat blood in fury. Yi Muyuan stepped back with visible disgust. Madame Zhang ignored the pain on her face and rushed to support him. Chancellor, get away. Shen Qingyan gasped weakly, his voice strained as he attempted one more appeal. Your Highness. Yi Muyuan ignored him entirely, his dark golden eyes fixed on Shen Qingyan as he studied her quietly. Both Shen Qingyan and Madame Zhang watched her accept the imperial decree with troubled expressions. Shen Qingyan then asked, Your Highness, I have a question. What is it? Yi Muyuan responded. She pointed toward the generous morning gifts nearby. What should be done with these? Yi Muyuan's gaze shifted to the couple, observing their contrasting expressions before letting out a cold laugh. Since you are unharmed, these gifts must be returned to their respective senders. However, Chancellor, there may yet be a way to keep them. Shen Qingyan instinctively asked, What method? The Emperor intended these for the legitimate daughter of the Chancellor's mansion. Yi Muyuan replied calmly. Would it not solve the matter if another legitimate daughter were to perish? The words had barely left his lips when both Shen Qingyan and Madame Zhang began bowing their heads repeatedly against the ground, the sound echoing sharply. Though they had been at each other's throats moments before regarding Shun Qiran, they were now in complete agreement. Your Highness, spare our lives. We will surely return all these morning gifts and not take a single item. Oh, what a pity, Yi Muyuan said with an expression of regret. I had hoped to stay for the funeral of the second Miss Shen. Shen Qingyan parted her lips slightly and silently mouthed words to him. How vicious! Yi Muyuan observed her, but couldn't decipher the meaning, though he had learned during their time at the mass grave that such novel expressions were common, so he chose not to press further. As the hours grew late, he turned to Shen Qingyan. I must return to the palace, but I shall visit you in a couple of days. Very well. A faint blush colored Shen Qingyan's cheeks as she wondered at the nature of their growing connection. She had merely aided this seventh prince once before, yet now such a profound bond had formed between them. His assistance and gestures of goodwill had always seemed inexplicable. In her previous life, she would have been wary, yet somehow she found herself not resisting this time. Zhao Si, ensure the Chancellor returns the items to their respective households before returning to the palace. Yi Muyuan's spirits were lifted by the sight of the maiden's rosy cheeks. Yes. Zhao Si accepted the command and escorted him to the gate, where he boarded his sedan chair and departed. Only then did he return inside, a smile playing on his lips as he regarded Shen Qingyan. Chancellor, have your people begin moving the items. Once they are cleared, we can return to report our success. After the demonic god left, Shen Qingyan breathed a sigh of relief. With the support of servants, he stood up straight. When he heard Zhao Si's words, his face darkened as he ordered the steward to make arrangements. His heart was bleeding. The condolence gifts sent from the palace and the nobles were mostly precious, some even being treasures rarely seen on the market. Watching the servants carrying boxes out one by one, Shen Qingyan felt his chest tighten again, almost spitting blood. He circulated his inner energy to barely suppress it. Then he saw Shen Qingyan, who was holding 2 imperial edicts, also looking at him. What are you still standing here for? Shen Qingyan found this daughter an eyesore. In just a few hours since her return, he had been so enraged that he coughed blood, and the court had been suspended for a month. Father, Shen Qingyan stepped forward, her small face pressing close. How does it feel to cough blood? As she whispered, 2 silver needles swiftly flashed from her hand, piercing through the layers of his complex robe and sinking into Shen Qingyan's body. This was the soul-stealing needle, painless and itchless when it entered, but excruciating when it activated. Shen Qingyan was startled. The overwhelming pressure made him instinctively step back, trying to distance his face from hers. Shen Qingyan let out a soft laugh and straightened up. Back then, in the months before my mother died, she also coughed blood mouthful after mouthful. She coughed much more than you. But a person's blood is limited. I remember when mother finally died, the blood trickling from the corner of her mouth was black. Father, do you still remember what she looked like when she died? Shen Qingyan still couldn't speak. Because Shen Qingyan shook her head, he felt his throat go hoarse, unable to make a sound. Panicked, he glared at her. Can't speak anymore, can you? My mother coughed blood until she couldn't utter a single word, just like you now. But don't worry, this won't last long, about half an hour. In the days to come, I will make you fully experience the pain my mother once suffered. Having said that, she looked at Shunda and asked, Where do I stay? Before Shinda could answer, an aged voice hurried over. Is the eldest young lady back? Shen Qingyan looked at the old man who spoke. He didn't seem like the old lady of the mansion. She looked at Shinda with confusion. Shinda explained, Young lady, this is Granny Wang from the old lady's courtyard. Shen Qingyan nodded. Granny Wang looked at the now-grown Shen Qingyan, tears welling in her eyes. Back when she first entered the mansion, she had received favors from Nangong Xian, so her feelings for this young lady were different from others in the household. Granny Wang first bowed to Shen Qingyan, and Zhang Shi then explained to Shen Qingyan, Young lady, I was sent by the old lady to see you. Shen Qingyan knew that this old lady was the grandmother of the original owner, who in her memory was a kind-faced old woman, but held no real power in the mansion. She asked, Where's grandmother? It's been cold lately, and the old lady is unwell, not fit to venture out in the snow. So she sent me to attend to you. Young lady, since you've just returned, why not stay in the old lady's courtyard for now? Once the servants prepare a new courtyard, you can move back. Granny Wang conveyed the old lady's intention. Shen Qingyan shook her head and asked, Is my mother's courtyard still vacant? Vacant, of course it's vacant. Granny Wang was startled, tears now spilling over. Mentioning Nangong Xian reminded her of the absurd things Shen Qingyan had done back then. Thinking of this, her gaze fell on Shen Qingyan's face, and she couldn't help asking, Prime Minister, what happened to your face? Shen Qingyan recalled what Zhang Shi had done earlier. He wanted to speak, but his throat was still uncomfortable. He shot a glare at Shen Qingyan and left with a flick of his sleeve. Seeing the confusion on Granny Wang's face, Shen Qingyan told her, It was mother who scratched him. Granny Wang then looked at Zhang Shi. Having not observed carefully during the bow, she was startled to see that both sides of Zhang's face were swollen. Shen Qingyan explained again, That was from father's slap. Granny Wang didn't know what to say. She confirmed with Shen Qingyan, Young lady, are you sure you want to stay in Green Bamboo Court? She asked this because she worried that Shen Qingyan would recall sad memories if she stayed there. Shen Qingyan said. Then this old servant will go arrange it now. With that, Granny Wang instructed the maidservant behind her. The maidservant acknowledged and left. Zhang Shi was very angry, but with her face still hurting, she had no mind to deal with it. She just gave a wink to the granny beside her and turned to leave. Granny Wang said respectfully to Shen Qingyan, Young lady, please follow me. Thank you for your trouble, Granny. Shen Qingyan smiled and followed her. Shen Qingyan followed Granny Wang's steps and stopped before Green Bamboo Court, unable to help frowning. Nangong Xian loved bamboo, so Shen Qingyan had specially built Green Bamboo Court for her in this residence. The original owner still had memories of playing in Green Bamboo Court. At that time, Nangong Xian was already ill and no longer favored, but she was still the matriarch and the courtyard was still in good condition. But times had changed and people were different. The once beautiful Green Bamboo Court had fallen into decay. There was one main hall, 2 side rooms, and a small kitchen, all utterly incongruous with the splendor of the Prime Minister's mansion. The courtyard was filled with bamboo, but because no one had tended it for a long time, it was overgrown and littered with dead leaves. Young lady, the Prime Minister's mansion has many courtyards. Why not choose another one? Granny Wang noticed her expression was not good and sighed. She probably hadn't expected that the former Green Bamboo Court would have fallen into such disrepair. No, this is fine. Shen Qingyan shook her head. She could feel the original owner's attachment to this place, and along with it she herself had an inexplicable fondness for it. As she finished speaking, several servants' voices came from behind. Greetings to the eldest young lady. Madam has sent us to repair your house. The group bowed in unison to her. Grandma Wang was taken aback, furrowing her brows. Why is it you? Another elderly maidservant chuckled. It makes no difference who comes as long as the courtyard is tidied up and the eldest young lady can reside comfortably, isn't that right? Grandma Wang sized up the newcomers, her gaze finally settling on Shen Qingyan. Start by tidying up the main room, Shen Qingyan said, then noticed there was another elderly maidservant inside. Grandma Zhang. After Nangong Xian fell from favor, Grandma Zhang had been sent to attend to them. The original owner's memories of how she had cared for them were still painfully vivid. The rancid meals, the doctored medicine, and even the needles that pricked Nangong Xian on multiple occasions. All were the handiwork of this very Grandma Zhang. A dark gleam of hatred surged in Shen Qingyan's eyes. Had it not been for Grandma Zhang's machinations, Nangong Xian and the original owner would never have endured such a hopeless existence. Yes. As they entered, Grandma Zhang cast a smile in her direction. Grandma Wang frowned at their retreating figures. Shen Qingyan withdrew her gaze and slowly stepped into the courtyard. At its center stood a stone table with 4 stone stools. She brushed the snow off one, sat down, and asked, "Grandma Wang, are those all Mother's people?" "Not all." Grandma Wang shook her head. "The 2 young lads are only here to repair the house and won't stay. The one in pale yellow is called Lung Xiao Shi, and Grandma Zhang are both Madam's people. The maid in peach-colored clothes is Hong Yao, a general scullery maid. Although she wasn't personally trained by the old madam, she often visits the old madam's courtyard and is quite close to her. Nowadays, few in the household heed the old madam's words. Hong Yao was probably arranged by the old madam's maid. But squeezing in a single maid is already an achievement. Eldest young lady, you must be cautious in the mansion and not fall into their traps." A warmth spread through Shen Qingyan's heart. Though she had never met her grandmother, she understood that the elderly lady was in poor health, and she believed the woman harbored no ill intentions. "Thank you, Grandma Wang. I'll be careful. Please return now. Grandmother needs someone to look after her." She paused, then retrieved a jade pendant from her spatial storage and pressed it into Grandma Wang's hand. "Also, please convey my gratitude to Grandmother on my behalf." "Oh, miss, this is absolutely improper." Grandma Wang glanced at the jade pendant in her hand and refused to accept it. "I cannot take this. All these duties are this old servant's obligation." "Grandma, this pendant is for you to give to Grandmother," Shen Qingyan said, realizing the misunderstanding. "Tell her to wear it. It's beneficial to her health." The jade was of fine quality, but its efficacy was even greater. She had soaked it in a medicinal solution for 49 days, and wearing it could strengthen the body. Shen Qingyan intended this as a token of gratitude for the old lady's kindness. "Very well, this old servant will deliver the pendant to the old madam without fail." Grandma Wang bowed and turned to leave. Standing by the window, Grandma Zhang had watched the scene, her eyes fixed on the fine jade pendant. Was Yinqing so wealthy? How could this apparently destitute legitimate daughter be so generous to a mere servant? Shen Qingyan silently retrieved another jade pendant of a different design from her spatial storage and fastened it at her waist. This pendant rendered her impervious to 100 poisons. Sensing the gaze behind her, she turned to look at the window. Grandma Zhang immediately averted her eyes, pretending to clean. A faint smile curled at the corner of Shen Qingyan's lips. She had deliberately let Grandma Zhang witness the gifting of the pendant. Once the main room was tidied, she would send Grandma Zhang back and keep only the other maid. Grandma Zhang would surely report what she had just seen to her mistress. Once Madame Zhang learned of it, she would undoubtedly entertain ulterior motives and come knocking on her door. Shen Qingyan didn't mind the cold and continued to wait on the stone stool. Grandma Zhang's scrutinizing gaze returned to her. Shen Qingyan sat in the courtyard, thinly clad as snowflakes the size of goose feathers fell. She neither shivered nor seemed to feel the cold. Was she truly not cold? Grandma Zhang glanced at her thin clothing and couldn't help but shiver. An hour later, the repairs and cleaning were finished. Hong Yao approached Shen Qingyan and murmured, "Miss, the main room is ready." Shen Qingyan nodded and walked inside. Grandma Zhang was not in the main room at that moment. The 2 young lads had gone to repair the side rooms, leaving only the maid in yellow Lung Xiao in the main hall. "What is your name?" Shen Qingyan fixed her gaze on the girl. "Your servant is Lung Xiao." "Greetings, miss." Lung Xiao curtsied. Shen Qingyan sat down in a chair. Just then Grandma Zhang waddled in, carrying a steaming pot of tea. "Miss, you must be chilled. This old servant just brewed some tea for you in the small kitchen." Shen Qingyan caught a whiff of medicinal herbs and raised an eyebrow, her gaze falling on the teapot. "What tea is this?" "A nourishing tea." The madam, pitying the young lady's arduous journey, had the mansion physician prepare some tonic herbs to steep in your tea. "Please have a taste to warm yourself." With that, Grandma Zhang poured her a cup. Indeed, the tea had been prepared on Madame Zhang's orders. Once Shen Qingyan drank it, Madame Zhang would have a follow-up scheme to deal with her. "Miss," Hong Yao called out softly, trying to warn her not to drink the tea. Grandma Zhang shot her a glare. "Impudent girl, what are you skulking around for? Go clean the side rooms at once." Hong Yao bristled with indignation and was about to retort when Shen Qingyan spoke slowly. Hong Yao Lung Xiu Grandma Zhang is right. Go and clean the side rooms. Hong Yao was stunned. The eldest young lady was not sharp at all, she thought. Clearly she was in for trouble. She wanted to say something more, but Grandma Zhang's glare silenced her. She could only leave in grievance. As Lung Xiu and Hong Yao walked out the door, they heard Shen Qingyan add, "Close the door, it's freezing." Yes. Lung Xiu shut the door. Shen Qingyan's eyes returned to Grandma Zhang, and she picked up the teacup, turning it in her hand. She could identify the herbs in the tea by scent alone. It was not poison, but every medicine is poisonous in excess. Even a tonic could strip one's skin if consumed too much. She looked at Grandma Zhang with a half-smile. Truly, people should not live too long. 10 years had passed, and the woman was still as wicked as ever. Eldest young lady, the tea will lose its flavor when it cools. The weather is so cold, oh please drink it quickly to warm yourself. Grandma Zhang was eager to finish her task and report back. What herbs are in this tea? Shen Qingyan rose to her feet. Although years of malnutrition had left the original owner's body thin and weak, she was still fairly tall, a good half-head taller than Grandma Zhang. A sudden pressure emanated from her, and Grandma Zhang stammered, "H herbs. This old servant doesn't know. They must be tonic herbs like ginseng. Oh, the same kind my mother once drank." The even tone of her voice was tinged with a hint of chill. Old Madame Zhang recalled the events of that time, still remembering how Nangong Xian had died with her eyes wide open, refusing to close in peace. That face overlapped with the one before her, and the fear in her heart inexplicably multiplied. She muttered to herself inwardly. She was merely a young girl of a dozen or so years, so why did her expression send such a chill down one's spine? Of course not. Old Madame Zhang laughed, pushing the tea over to her. Shen Qingyan took it and drank it all in one gulp. The various tonic herbs added to this tea would at most cause someone to have a nosebleed. But this was clearly not Zhang's scheme. Shen Qingyan pondered inwardly, what exactly was it? Old Madame Zhang breathed a sigh of relief, feeling that the oppressive aura just now was nothing but an illusion. Afraid that she hadn't drunk enough, she poured another cup for Shen Qingyan. "Miss, have some more. Don't waste the madam's kind intentions." Shen Qingyan took it, tilted her head, and finished it. "The tea tastes truly wonderful, Old Madame Zhang. Would you like a cup?" The corners of her lips curled into a smile, her tone nonchalant. How would Old Madame Zhang dare? Though it was not poison, it was a potent tonic. If she drank it, she would not have a good time for the next few days either. "Eldest miss, if you enjoy it, this old servant will bring you some every day. Moreover, the medicinal herbs in this tea are extremely precious. This old servant's life is cheap, so I dare not drink it," she said as she stood up, deliberately pacing around the room, twice, before finally saying, "Eldest miss, your bed doesn't look very even. Let this old servant straighten it up for you." With that, she directly stuffed something into the bed. The old woman's movements were swift, but Shen Qingyan was no pushover and saw it clearly. When the old woman finished tidying up and came over, Shen Qingyan rose with a cup of tea in hand. "I said you must drink, and you shall." Shen Qingyan stepped up to her, clamped her jaw with one hand, and poured the tea into old Madame Zhang's mouth. At the same time, a silver needle swiftly sank into the old woman's throat. The speed of the action startled the old woman, who tried to struggle. After breaking free, she desperately retched, "Ugh. You." Shen Qingyan let out a cold laugh and directly knocked the teapot onto the floor. "I've finished the tea. Shouldn't Old Madame Zhang return to report to Mother? Be so kind as to tell Mother that the Shen Qingyan of before has returned. The accounts that need to be settled ought to be squared properly. This Chancellor's manor is about to descend into chaos." Though Shen Qingyan spoke softly, her words were like a vengeful spirit demanding its due. Old Madame Zhang stopped retching, feeling a chilling aura coiling around her, and she trembled uncontrollably. Thinking of all the things she had done for Zhang over the years, she felt that she was already burdened with a heavy load of karmic debt, so why should she be afraid? Old Madame Zhang barely managed to calm herself, but the ominous premonition grew only stronger. "Miss, what do you mean by that? Are you trying to rebel the moment you return to the Chancellor's manor?" Shen Qingyan curled the corners of her lips. "Who knows? After you report back, Old Madame Zhang, you need not come again. Hong Yao and Lung Xiu are enough." Old Madame Zhang looked at the shattered teapot on the ground, her mind a jumble of turbulent thoughts. She then glanced at Shen Qingyan's current appearance and thought of the 2 cups of tea. A sudden surge of anger turned into satisfaction. Once she suffered a nosebleed for a couple of days, then someone would come to find the item she had hidden, and no matter how arrogant she was, she would be finished. Such a charge was not something a mere legitimate daughter could bear. By then the engagement with the 7th prince would surely belong to Miss Chiron. Seeing that her task was complete, old Madame Zhang thought to hurry back and report, then find a guest physician to induce vomiting. She stood up to leave, but Shen Qingyan grabbed her hand. Old Madame Zhang, regarding my mother's matter back then. Old Madame Zhang felt a strange prickling pain in her hand. She yanked it back forcefully. Miss, this old servant knows nothing. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Startled, she pulled open the door and came face to face with Lung Xiao. She gave her a meaningful glance before hurrying away. Lung Xiao entered the main room and saw the shattered teapot and teacups scattered across the floor. A flicker of surprise crossed her eyes. Miss, what happened? Shen Qingyan smiled, resting her chin on her hand. Nothing much. Lung Xiao was puzzled. She looked at her reaction, then at the teapot on the floor, confusion flashing in her eyes. This teapot. Mother sent someone to bring tea, but it was too hot to handle. Old Madame Zhang didn't hold it steady, and it broke. Lung Xiao frowned slightly. How could it break that easily? What a shame about the tea, but it was actually quite good. Never mind, clean it up. Shen Qingyan said. Yes. Lung Xiao knew this was all the madam's doing, but she could say nothing at the moment. She could only squat down to clean up. She would have to go to Zhang's place later and report Shen Qingyan's cunning in detail. Lung Xiao carefully avoided touching anything, swept up the fragments, and then brought in a bundle of clothes and jewelry from outside. Miss, I went to the storeroom and found some suitable clothes for you. Lung Xiao placed the garments on a nearby stool. First, Shen Qingyan examined the clothes. They were all ordinary thick winter garments. Shen Qingyan didn't believe Zhang could be so kind. She reached out and touched them. True enough, there was something hidden inside. The clothes were lined with invisible needles. Shen Qingyan was surprised. She hadn't expected to see a craft that had been lost in modern society here. The so-called invisible needles were practically undetectable to the naked eye, and ordinary artisans could not produce them. They pricked and scratched, but one could tell by touch. If she hadn't read relevant materials, she would never have noticed. At most, she would have thought the fabric was a bit rough. Moreover, the most terrifying aspect of these invisible needles was that they couldn't be removed by hand, only with a magnet. Wearing these clothes over time would cause the skin to be pricked with countless dots. Did Mother send you to deliver these, eh? She let go of her hand and asked deliberately, her gaze shifting to the jewelry. But the jewelry also held a secret. Shen Qingyan noticed the burrs on the edges and smiled coldly. Pierced the body and then sliced the scalp. Ridiculous. She certainly wouldn't let Zhang have her way. As Shen Qingyan was thinking, Lung Xiao replied, No, the madam did not give such orders. I felt that your clothes were too thin, miss, so I fetched some unused garments from the storeroom. Please change into them for now, and I'll help you dress. Just as Shen Qingyan was about to refuse, Hong Yao also entered carrying a bundle of clothes. Closing the door behind her, she said with a bright smile, Eldest miss, these are the clothes the old madam has prepared for you. Seeing that you didn't bring any luggage, she picked out some younger-looking pieces from her own wardrobe for you to wear for now. She has already sent for a tailor to make you new clothes. Lung Xiao said displeasedly, Sister Hong Yao, those are the old madam's old clothes. The style and size won't suit the miss. It's better to wear these of mine. Hong Yao frowned and was about to speak when she heard Shen Qingyan say, Different people have different tastes. I think the clothes grandmother prepared are truly excellent. Seeing this, Lung Xiao grew even more dissatisfied. Miss, it's not fitting for you to wear the old madam's clothes. Shen Qingyan said, Since grandmother said nothing, I don't mind. Why is a maidservant like you saying so much? What's the matter? I'm giving you these clothes. Would you dare to wear them? Lung Xiao was stunned. Hadn't she just returned from Yinqing? How could she be so difficult to deal with? And it seemed she had guessed the hidden purpose of these clothes. With Shen Qingyan's refusal to wear them, Zhang's scheme would fail. I bequeath these clothes to you. With that, Shen Qingyan slipped off her own garments. Eldest miss, it's cold now. Hong Yao stepped forward, intending to wrap a cloak around her frail body. Shen Qingyan shook her head. The patches of mottled scars on her body made Hong Yao's heart ache. Her eyes reddened. Eldest miss, were these injuries inflicted by those people in Yinqing? It's nothing. Shen Qingyan changed into the clothes the old madam had prepared. Though the fabric was not as fine as the clothes Zhang had sent over, the material was thick and warm. Once she put them on, she felt much warmer. Lung Xiao was still standing there, her face unreadable as to what she was thinking. Shen Qingyan urged, "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and put these clothes away." "Yes, miss." Lung Xiao left, reluctantly clutching those luxurious garments. "Eldest miss, are you all right?" Hong Yao asked nervously. "You didn't drink that pot of tea, did you?" "I did," Shen Qingyan said indifferently, smoothing the fabric of her clothes. The material was decent, neither exceptionally luxurious nor low-grade. Hong Yao's expression changed, and she immediately headed out. "This servant will fetch a physician for you." "Hong Yao, no need." Shen Qingyan pulled her back, coaxing her. That tea wasn't poisoned, but the madam's methods. Hong Yao recalled Madame Zhang's tactics and shrank her neck. Ever since Madame Zhang rose to power, the old madam's authority in the Chancellor's mansion had been gradually stripped away until even her daily living had become strained. Her methods are nothing remarkable. A cold glint flashed across Shen Qingyan's eyes as she recalled her past life's experiences. After her biological mother passed away, her father had immediately married a woman from the common streets to be the main wife. That woman's nature was just as vicious as Madame Zhang's. Ruthless and calculating, she had attempted to harm Shen Qingyan on multiple occasions, but only gradually toned it down after witnessing her capabilities, at the very least daring not to provoke her. Shen Qingyan's gaze grew increasingly cold. The striking parallels between her past and present lives made her feel that her motivations extended beyond mere revenge for the original host. Hong Yao's eyes grew slightly moist. Eldest Miss Madame Zhang now holds all the power in the inner quarters of the Chancellor's mansion. The old madam has lost her status, and her monthly allowance has been severely cut. The very garment you're wearing now is one of the few things she can still do for you. The fabric is rare. She rarely wears it herself, yet she gave it to you without hesitation. She truly misses you. Shen Qingyan furrowed her brow slightly. So they were out of money. This was a significant concern for the old madam, but for her it hardly mattered. Shen Qingyan understood that in this era, even a princess needed her mother or father's permission to leave the mansion before marriage, but she didn't want to seek out Madame Zhang. Instead, she asked, "Hong Yao, is there a way for me to leave the mansion?" Hong Yao thought for a moment and replied, "Normally the madam doesn't allow us maids and servants to exit through the main gate, so the back door of the Chancellor's mansion remains open." "Eldest miss, you're leaving the mansion?" "Yes." Shen Qingyan searched through her sleeve and retrieved a face-covering handkerchief from her spatial storage. "Let's go." "Eldest miss, you just returned. If the madam catches you leaving now, it won't be good." Hong Yao hurried to catch up. "Don't worry, Hong Yao. Don't you want grandmother's life to improve?" Shen Qingyan headed toward the back door based on the original host's memories. Hong Yao paused in surprise. Though she didn't understand the meaning, she quickly followed. On the way, they encountered Shen Tsongwen, who had just finished treating his injuries at the guest physician's residence. Seeing Shen Qingyan, he snorted coldly, "Rebellious daughter." "Father." Shen Qingyan smiled faintly, neither bowing nor showing deference, standing resolutely in place. Her slender, upright figure swayed in the howling winter wind and snow like a towering bamboo in the emerald bamboo courtyard. Seeing this, Shen Qingyan suddenly thought of Nangong Xian. His expression grew increasingly dark, and he longed to strike Shen Qingyan. Her very existence ensured his mood would never be at ease. Even Madame Zhang, who had always been relatively obedient, had dared to scratch him. Shen Qingyan realized this and blamed everything on Shen Qingyan. Shen Qingyan saw the murderous intent in her father's eyes and calmly reminded him, "Father, how is your health?" Shen Qingyan attempted to gather his strength. After 2 attempts, he failed. Shen Tsongwen, assuming Madame Zhang's scratches were the cause, grunted and decided to spare her life for now. Shen Qingyan's cold voice came from behind him. "Father, the weather is cold. Take care of your health." Shen Qingyan stopped in his tracks, a bad feeling stirring in his heart. What did Shen Qingyan mean by that? His health had always been excellent. Shen Qingyan turned around, but Shen Qingyan's figure had already disappeared around the corner. Only after they had walked far enough did Hong Yao ask in a low voice, "Eldest miss, what did you mean by what you just said?" Shen Qingyan did not answer. Hong Yao curiously asked again, Eldest miss, are you going out to make money? But how can the two of us make money? That is a secret that cannot be revealed, Shen Qingyan said. The two of them successfully left the chancellor's mansion. Shen Qingyan looked back and saw a black-clad figure retreating from the doorway. She smiled gently and continued walking. Hong Yao, curious, also looked back, but saw nothing. Turning around, she found that Shen Qingyan had already created some distance, so she hurried to catch up. Shen Qingyan played with 3 copper coins in her hand, and following the guidance of her bloodline, she arrived at a narrow alley and stood there. Seeing this, Hong Yao became even more curious. Throughout the journey, Shen Qingyan had barely acknowledged her, and now she didn't feel comfortable asking further. After standing with her for a while, Hong Yao felt the weather growing colder. Could they really make money this way? Hong Yao couldn't help but ask, "Eldest miss, can we really make money by just standing here?" "Yes." Shen Qingyan's answer was concise. Hong Yao smoothed her sleeves. Her clothing was not as thick as Shen Qingyan's, and she felt an intense cold. "Wear this cloak." Shen Qingyan noticed and handed it to her. "No, eldest miss, this was given to you by the old madam. This servant cannot wear it." Hong Yao shook her head repeatedly. Shen Qingyan didn't feel cold. After stuffing the cloak into her hands, she smiled gently. Hong Yao was somewhat mesmerized. Everyone said that Miss Shen Qingyan of the Chancellor's Mansion was the most beautiful woman in the capital. Hong Yao had previously thought the same. Although Shen Qingyan had a bad temper and was not kind to servants like them, this fact could not be denied. Shen Qingyan's sallow face was not particularly handsome, and she was even so thin that she hardly resembled the eldest miss of the Shen family. But after glimpsing her smile, just now she suddenly felt that this was truly the smile of a beauty who could topple cities. "Here he comes," Shen Qingyan murmured, the thin veil covering her face, concealing the perfect smile that adorned it. Hong Yao curiously followed her gaze. A man hurried over, glancing at Shen Qingyan, but showing no intention of stopping. As he was about to pass her, she spoke in a low, deliberate tone, fortune-telling. Hong Yao looked at her young mistress in surprise. In an instant, Shen Qingyan's crisp voice, clear as a mountain spring, turned deep and husky, completely transformed. The man halted, his eyes filled with suspicion as he scrutinized the two. "Young lady, are you a diviner?" Shen Qingyan guessed that diviner meant fortune-teller, and she nodded, saying, "You could say that. You're so young, how could you possibly be a diviner? And by the look of your attire, you seem quite well off. Why would you stand here deceiving people? You'd best go back," the man said, his eyes still wary, but he was too lazy to bother with her further. Shen Qingyan said, "Judging by your appearance, you serve in a household that is wealthy, but not noble. If you don't believe me, I can offer you 2 words of advice. If you trust me, come back here at this time tomorrow, and I'll be waiting." The man grew intrigued. "No charge. If my words prove false, I'll accept nothing." Shen Qingyan's lively eyes scanned the man from head to toe. "The household you serve will face a calamity today. If you are willing to lend a hand, your descendants for 3 generations will be blessed with wealth and honor. If you refuse, within 2 months you'll be forced to retire in disgrace. I've noticed that you usually do good deeds, so today I'll give you a life-saving pill. Use it at a critical moment, and it will turn misfortune into fortune." As she spoke, she produced a quick-acting, heart-saving pill from her space, gently rolling it between her fingers and infusing it with some of her own qi. Shen Qingyan handed the enhanced pill to the man. The man took it, curiously examining the small dark pill, so different from ordinary herbs. "That's it?" he asked, wondering why she didn't draw a protective talisman like other diviners usually did. Shen Qingyan smiled softly, the veil hiding her face, but the man could see the amusement in her bright eyes. "You should hurry back, or you'll be too late," she said quietly. "If what you say is true, young lady, I'll repay you handsomely at this time tomorrow." The man clutched the pill and left. Only after he was gone did Hong Yao ask, puzzled, "Young mistress, do you know that man?" "No," Shen Qingyan said, removing the veil, revealing a sallow face to the air. "I've just returned to the capital. I know no one." "Oh," Hong Yao responded, then added, "But what you said earlier. Do you truly know divination and medicine?" Shen Qingyan walked away in the other direction. "Does it matter whether I do or not?" "Then why?" Hong Yao was even more confused. Though she knew servants shouldn't question their masters too much. Yet her mind was full of doubts, and she felt uneasy until they were resolved. Shen Qingyan walked toward the Prime Minister's mansion. "Won't you know tomorrow?" Seeing her mistress so confident, Hong Yao grew even more curious. Would that man really come tomorrow? On the rooftop, Yi Muyuan watched Shen Qingyan leave his dark golden eyes holding an unreadable emotion. Follow that man, Yi Muyuan ordered. Yes, Luo Tian immediately departed. Yi Muyuan watched Shen Qingyan's departing figure, thin, frail, petite. Even in a different dress, she didn't look like the Prime Minister's eldest daughter. It was hard to imagine that this little girl was betrothed to him. If not for the events that happened outside Yinqing, he would have defied the old emperor's decree. He leaped lightly and followed her. Shen Qingyan returned to the Prime Minister's mansion through the back door. Just as she was about to head back, a haughty figure blocked her path. Are you Shen Qingyan? The newcomer was a young girl no more than 9 or 10 years old. Based on her memories, Shen Qingyan guessed this was Shen Songwen's youngest daughter, Shen Yujia. She was born to Shen Songwen's concubine, Lady Meng. In the original owner's memories, there were few events related to Shen Yujia, perhaps, because when the original owner was sent to the Shen family in Yinqing, Shen Yujia was only 5 years old. However, the original owner had a poor impression of that 5-year-old girl, and the few memories were filled with disgust. Shen Yujia. Shen Qingyan for some reason recalled certain matters. Yujia. Jiu. If she guessed correctly, Shen Qingyan had paved her path since Shen Yujia's birth. Interesting. Shen Yujia looked at her with utter contempt. How dare you, a low-born wretch, call my name? Fourth Miss, this is the Prime Minister's legitimate daughter, not a lowborn, as you say. Hong Yao couldn't stand it anymore. This Shen Yujia always bullied others in the mansion, relying on the favor shown to Zhang and the beloved Meng. Now she dared to clash with Shen Qingyan. She couldn't bear to see her young mistress suffer injustice right after returning from Yinqing. You little wench, how dare you talk back to me? Shen Yujia's eyes flashed with malice, her childish face holding a ferocity that didn't belong to her age. Lu Yu looked at Hong Yao and whispered a reminder. Fourth Miss, the eldest miss, has just returned and has been rewarded. Perhaps we shouldn't cause trouble. Shen Yujia rolled her eyes and sneered. What if she's been rewarded? She's still a country bumpkin. Look at her looks, her clothes. Does she have any resemblance to a Shen? She turned her attack directly to Shen Qingyan. Shen Qingyan, everyone knows the Prime Minister's mansion has only one legitimate daughter, and that's my sister Qingyan. Your return doesn't change the fact that you're unloved. A pheasant can't become a phoenix, understand? Though her voice was that of a 10-year-old girl, still soft and immature, the words she spoke were as grating as those of a vulgar market woman, every sentence dripping with acrimony and petulance. Shen Qingyan's eyes flickered a smile, curling at the corners of her lips. Fourth sister has always been studying in mother's courtyard, correct? Yes, young miss. Hong Yao took up the conversation. Since fourth miss came of understanding, madam has personally educated her, keeping her by second miss's side to learn. How peculiar. Shen Qingyan furrowed her brow, slightly feigning puzzlement. Second sister is the most renowned beauty in the capital, accomplished in zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting. She is well educated, reasonable, and gentle in temperament. Most endearing. When I was in Yinqing, I heard that even at 10 years old, matchmakers representing young masters from the capital had come to propose betrothal. This proves mother knows how to nurture children. So why has fourth sister, educated personally by mother since childhood, behaved in such a manner? After speaking, she deliberately covered her mouth. Oh, what have I said? Fourth sister has a lively nature by disposition, which must differ from second sister's gentle temperament. A slightly fiery personality and ignorance of etiquette are only natural. But tell me, fourth sister, you are already 10 years old. Have you been promised in marriage yet? Shen Yujia's face darkened. Every word Shen Qingyan spoke was light and casual, yet each one struck directly at her heart. Hong Yao hastily interjected. Young Miss Fourth Miss will be 11 years old next month, yet no young master from a noble family has sent a matchmaker to propose. That cannot be. Shen Qingyan feigned astonishment, then her brows furrowed as understanding dawned. Could it be because fourth sister's temperament is a bit too lively? If mother continues to indulge fourth sister's nature in this way, her lifelong prospects may be jeopardized. Shen Yujia suddenly recalled how Madame Zhang had educated her over the years. Nearly 11 years old, yet she remained ignorant of everything. And now she was being mocked by Shen Qingyan. Shen Yujia was already furious, and now she erupted. Seizing the moment before Shen Yujia could speak, Shen Qingyan added, "O fourth sister mother received quite a number of gifts today. Would you not like to see them?" Shen Yujia was led astray by her words. What gifts? Were they not all returned? But I heard from Nurse Zhang that mother secretly kept several pearl hairpins intending to divide them between second sister and you. Did you not know? Shen Qingyan understood best how to exploit human weaknesses. This fourth sister was still young, her features not yet fully developed, her countenance might change in the future as her disposition shifted. But at present her appearance clearly revealed a greedy nature. Just like Shen Qingyan. What? There is such a thing? Shen Yujia's eyes widened. Though she had been kept in the rear courtyard by Madame Meng, she had heard every detail of the front courtyard affairs from her maids. Father holds high rank and great authority. Mother may have thought those nobles would not press the matter over a few fewer items. I heard there were even glazed hairpins. Shen Qingyan revealed an innocent smile. Those glazed hairpins would suit fourth sister best. What if second sister were to claim them? A flash of greed and anxiety crossed Shen Yujia's eyes. Madame Zhang favored Shen Qiran. If she went too late, she would gain nothing. Shen Qingyan, you know what's good for yourself. Shen Yujia's mind was now fixed on those fine garments, and like a proud peacock she turned and departed. Watching Shen Yujia's departing figure, Hong Yao felt not only indignation, but also bewilderment. Young Miss, did Madame actually keep any items? Shen Qingyan's lips parted slightly, as she shook her head. Who knows? But had I not spoken thus, she would have continued to argue here. The weather is cold, and I have no patience to waste words with her. Hong Yao opened her, then paused. She knew fourth Mrs. temperament well, and in that instant she found her young mistress exceedingly clever. Yet when she considered that a concubine's daughter in the Prime Minister's mansion dared to confront a legitimate daughter, her voice unconsciously grew choked. Miss, you have endured hardship these past years in Yanqing. When Shen Qingyan had left, she was still an innocent legitimate daughter unfamiliar with the ways of the world. Upon her return, however, she was cautious at every turn, ever watchful against her father and principal wife, and even scheming against those in the Prime Minister's mansion. Hong Yao could not imagine what Shen Qingyan had endured in Yanqing that had made her mind so acute and calculating. Let us return to Cuizhu courtyard. Shen Qingyan offered no further explanation. Leng Xiu waited at the entrance of Cuizhu courtyard. Seeing them approach, she hurriedly bent forward to assist them. Miss, where have you been? Where do you think I went? Do you not already know? Shen Qingyan said coldly. Leng Xiu's expression faltered. Miss, I do not understand what you mean. It has been too long since I returned to the capital. May I not take a walk with Hong Yao? Shen Qingyan entered the main chamber and noticed the leftover food on the round table, her brows rising slightly. Of course you may, Leng Xiu replied, bowing again. But miss, your departure caused you to miss the mealtime. The kitchen did not notice your return, and therefore did not prepare your food. By the time I realized, there was nothing left. What? The young miss has not even eaten, and it is all gone. Hong Yao exclaimed in shock. Yes. The servants in the mansion have not yet grown accustomed to the young miss's return, so they left nothing. You and the young miss will have to go hungry tonight. Leng Xiu explained. Leave. Shen Qingyan's voice was cold. Leng Xiu paused, then bowed and retreated. Hong Yao looked at the food on the table, furious. Miss, the madam must have ordered the kitchen staff to do this. They've gone too far. There's a small kitchen near the old madam's quarters. Let me go fetch you something to eat. No need. Shen Qingyan stopped her. I have food. Hong Yao looked at her in confusion. When had Shen Qingyan, who was all alone, ever had food? Shen Qingyan reached into her spatial storage with her mind and retrieved 2 packs of instant noodles. Her spatial storage had a permanent preservation function, so this food would never expire. Miss, what is this? Hong Yao's eyes widened in astonishment. When she had put on these clothes, there had been nothing inside them. How was she producing item after item from her sleeves? And she couldn't name any of these things. These are all edible. Like this. Shen Qingyan touched the water in the teapot. It was still boiling, and used it to prepare the instant noodles. She demonstrated how to eat it. This one is for you. Eat. Hong Yao shook her head. She had never seen such food before, but the aroma was intoxicating. She swallowed hard, too afraid to eat. The distinction between master and servant was clear. Shen Qingyan suddenly remembered this wasn't the open modern world. She said, just eat it. Grandmother had you follow me, and in the days to come things will surely be difficult. But as long as you do as I say, your future will surely improve. Now sit and eat. You can have the instant noodles or the leftovers, but I can't say whether the latter has been laced with poison. Hearing this, Hong Yao no longer demurred and sat down to eat the instant noodles. The delicious taste instantly surprised her. Miss, I've never tasted noodles like this before. They're so good. Shen Qingyan demonstrated by taking a sip of the soup. Hong Yao followed suit, and the umami-rich broth satisfied her taste buds enormously. She murmured, "Heavens, must these delicacies only exist within the imperial palace?" Yet they didn't exist in the imperial palace. Yi Mian, who had been perched on the rooftop, heard Hong Yao's exclamation and found himself wanting to try such delicacies. This girl held too many unsolved mysteries. Her sleeves seemed to conceal numerous items, medicines he'd never seen before, and various medical tools. Yi Mian watched the noodles in Shen Qingyan's hands, his dark golden eyes growing deep. She appeared frail and weak, easy for anyone to bully. Yet in reality, no one could bully her. Yi Muyuan felt relieved. As for this prime minister's mansion, he gazed at the sprawling estate, a lazy, wicked smile curving his thin lips. This girl might just surprise him. Yi Muyuan vanished in a flash. On his way back to the prince's mansion, Luo Tian approached. "My lord." Luo Tian bowed. "What have you discovered?" Yi Muyuan asked. Luo Tian fell into step beside him and reported what he had just observed. The man conversing with Junju Pingshun earlier was the steward of the Yin family. The Yin family, merchants of the capital. Yi Muyuan recalled Shen Qingyan's words, wealthy but not noble. Merchant families, though rich in silver, held no real power. Indeed, wealthy but not noble. Yes, Luo Tian had thought the same, as Yi Muyuan, feeling a chill. This Shen Qingyan was truly extraordinary. How could an unmarried girl who had just returned to the capital know about conditions here? Continue. Yi Muyuan wanted to know just how extraordinary this girl truly was. Just like that day when she said it was safe and the assassins who had been pursuing him never appeared again. I followed the Yin steward to the Yin mansion and learned that Master Yin had suddenly fallen ill with a heart condition. The physician was at a loss, but the steward remembered the pill the Junju had given and, disregarding everyone's objections, quickly administered it to Master Yin. The old man's heart condition suddenly improved. Luo Tian reported. Yi Muyuan suddenly smiled. It seemed that girl was skilled in medicine and perhaps even in divination. How could someone with no connection to the capital know the steward's identity without understanding divination? And how would she know about Master Yin's sudden heart condition? Shen Qingyan was a treasure. Luo Tian was stunned by his master's smile. Serving as a guard for the 7th prince these past years, he had rarely seen him display such genuine pleasure. Others called the 7th prince the living Yama. There was even a saying circulating throughout the Nanyuan kingdom: when the living Yama smiles, families are ruined, fortunes lost, and entire clans perished. When he laughed freely, it meant he was about to take someone's life. Yet the gentle smile he wore, now warm as spring breeze, seemed capable of dissolving the snow and wind of this place. From any angle, Luo Tian could not see the living Yama at all. Instead, he saw a graceful young nobleman. Go to the Dark Palace and find a shadow guard to secretly stay by Shen Qingyan's side, Yi Muyuan ordered. The Dark Palace was an organization he secretly operated behind the scenes. When his 6th brother's Judge Palace couldn't handle something, the Dark Palace would take care of it. Luo Tian nodded, misunderstanding his intent. Yes, I shall immediately arrange for shadow guards to monitor Junju Pingshun's every move. Yi Muyuan's steps faltered, a trace of impatience flashing in his dark golden eyes. I ordered you to send shadow guards to protect Shen Qingyan's safety. That girl knew nothing of martial arts, and in that man-eating prime minister's mansion, if she didn't have at least 2 skilled guards to protect her, he could never be at ease. Such an interesting girl. If Zhang Shi sent assassins to eliminate her, what a pity that would be. Luo Tian suddenly understood. Yes, my lord. Also, Yi Mian rubbed his slender fingers, pondered for a moment, then said, have him refrain from acting unless Shen Qingyan is in dire straits. He wanted to see just how capable Shen Qingyan truly was. Luo Tian was even more bewildered, but acknowledged, and went to carry out the order. Inside the prime minister's mansion, the night was deep. Hong Yao watched Shen Qingyan change into her long cotton pajamas, wanting to speak, but holding back. So many novel things she had seen today, each more astonishing than the last. Monsieur. Hong Yao didn't know how to describe the strange garment. It wasn't an undergarment, that much was certain. This is a sleeping robe. I'm sleepy. You may go. Shen Qingyan yawned languidly. The back and forth of the day had exhausted her completely. Hong Yao arranged the bedding and knelt gracefully. Miss, let me guard your bed. Shen Qingyan was about to speak when Lung Xiu's voice came from outside the door. Miss, I am here to guard your bed. A glint of amusement flickered in Shen Qingyan's eyes. Was Zhang Shi even monitoring her sleep? Hong Yao let Lung Xiu come in. Shen Qingyan leaned against the bed. Miss, but Lung Xiu is from the mistress's side. Hong Yao reminded her. A playful gleam flashed in Shen Qingyan's eyes. Could she possibly kill me in the middle of the night? This is the Shen residence in the capital. A heavily guarded chancellor's mansion, not the Shen family in Yinqing where anyone could assassinate me. The latter part of her words reached Lung Xiu's ears through the crack in the door. Her heart skipped a beat. Was this truly the same worthless young lady who had barely escaped death in Yinqing? Hong Yao understood, bowed slightly, and opened the door. Seeing Lung Xiu, her voice turned icy. Serve the young miss well. Sister Hong, Yao need not worry. The mistress instructed me to take good care of the young miss, and I shall obey. Lung Xiu invoked Zhang Shi directly. Hong Yao snorted coldly. Lung Xiu pretended not to hear and entered the room. Shen Qingyan had already lain down. Lung Xiu extinguished the candles and went to the bedside to keep watch. Shen Qingyan suddenly asked, Is Zhang Mamo well? Lung Xiu was startled by the abrupt question, then replied, Zhang Mamo returned to report, and the mistress was pleased, so she rewarded her. Oh, is that so? In the darkness, Shen Qingyan's voice suddenly turned playful. Lung Xiu felt a pang of unease. When Zhang Mamo returned, she informed Zhang Shi of the completed task. Zhang Shi was quite pleased. However, when Lung Xiu brought the clothes back, Zhang Mamo said she was unwell. Currently, she was still being examined by the resident physician. Lung Xiu had no idea about Zhang Mamo's condition. She recalled the day's events and heard Shen Qingyan lick her lips as if savoring the memory. The tea Zhang Mamo brought was quite pleasant. Somehow I find myself missing it now. A mocking curve touched Lung Xiu's lips. She thought no one could see in the dark, but Shen Qingyan observed her clearly. Late at night, Shen Qingyan slept, but remained vigilant. Thus, when she sensed Lung Xiu approaching, she reached out and clamped her throat. Lung Xiu had not expected Shen Qingyan to be so alert. Her eyes bulged as her breathing grew increasingly difficult. The incense burner in her left hand and the knife in her right clattered to the floor simultaneously. Both objects hit the ground, piercing the silence of the night with a sharp, grating sound. Lung Xiu instinctively reached for her neck, trying to pry away the hand that was strangling her. Trying to kill me. Shen Qingyan's voice grew colder, a murderous gleam flickering in her dark eyes. She had no internal energy, but the combat techniques she had learned in her past life had not vanished with her transmigration. Shen Qingyan had trained in martial arts since childhood. Few could match her in close combat. Moreover, her night vision and explosive power were exceptionally strong. As a descendant of a hidden clan, she had always remained vigilant, not having a single peaceful night's sleep for over 20 years for fear that an enemy might eliminate her without warning. Yet she never expected that it was her father who shot her, sending her soul into this world. Me. Lung Xiu felt her breathing grow more labored. No matter how she struck, the hand around her neck remained unyielding, giving her no chance to gasp. At that moment, she realized that the person before her who had survived the assassins in Yinqing was no ordinary woman. Lung Xiu, do you want to die? Shen Qingyan's icy voice was even more chilling than the wind and snow outside. She had a myriad of ways to avoid tonight's assassination attempt. But she did not. She wanted Lung Xiu either to submit or to die by her hand. Between the two, she would have won, making Zhang Shi suffer another loss. No. No. Tears streamed from Lung Xiu's eyes. Shen Qingyan suddenly released her grip. As if all her strength had been drained, Lung Xiu collapsed to her knees. She gasped for air, her escape from death, leaving her momentarily unable to process the situation. In the darkness, Lung Xiu heard Shen Qingyan's ghostly voice like a demon summoning souls from the underworld, sending shivers down her spine. Shen Qingyan glanced at the incense burner on the floor. The fragrance was strong, a hypnotic agent. Did Zhangshi send you with this incense burner? No. Leng Xiu's breathing was still rapid, but she knew that failure in this assassination still meant death, yet she struggled to resist. Tell the truth. Shen Qingyan pressed. The mistress ordered me to send it. She was worried about your sleep. Leng Xiu's hands clenched into fists. Was it to kill me, or to plant evidence of treason again? Shen Qingyan exposed her. Leng Xiu's eyes widened. She knew about the treasonous evidence. Earlier that day, Zhangshi had sent her to hide numerous forged documents of treason, intending to have them discovered and bring Shen Qingyan to ruin. But thinking that treason would implicate the entire clan, Zhangshi changed her mind. But by then Shen Qingyan had already returned. Leng Xiu couldn't send her away. So Zhangshi first ordered her to drug Shen Qingyan, then disfigure her face, and quietly remove the evidence of treason. You know everything. Leng Xiu trembled in fear. That trick doesn't work on me. Come tell me, have you trained in martial arts since childhood? Shen Qingyan asked again. From the moment she saw her, she had understood. Working rough jobs, the calluses on Leng Xiu's hands were positioned differently from those of other maids. Those were marks of a martial artist. What puzzled Shen Qingyan was that Leng Xiu's calluses indicated years of practice, yet she had been so easily detected when approaching. She grabbed Leng Xiu's hand and instantly understood. Yes. Leng Xiu braced herself for death. Suffered internal injuries. This was what Shen Qingyan discerned from her pulse. Leng Xiu was shocked. Miss, you know medicine. Shen Qingyan did not answer her question. Have you seen a doctor? Leng Xiu nodded. Yes, but the doctor was helpless. She had sustained this injury while executing a mission for Zhangshi. After learning it was incurable, she became a personal maid to the mistress. I can heal you, but you must serve me. Shen Qingyan clearly saw her expression in the darkness. Leng Xiu hesitated. Your internal injury won't heal because someone placed a seal on you. If cured, your internal energy will likely recover 90%. Leng Xiu, think carefully. Who would have placed that seal on you? The mistress. Leng Xiu was uncertain. Shen Qingyan chuckled softly. The low husky laughter was utterly different from her clear daytime voice. Leng Xiu felt a chill run down her spine, as if a malevolent ghost from the underworld were slowly creeping over her body. She immediately prostrated herself on the ground, declaring her loyalty. As long as the internal injury can be healed, this servant will dedicate her life to the young miss. If I betray you, may heaven and earth strike me down. Shen Qingyan was slightly surprised that she agreed so quickly. You don't doubt my medical skills. Everyone in the mansion says the young miss is cowardly and weak, easily bullied. But this servant knows that the young miss is no longer the one who could be pushed around by others. Leng Xiu lifted her head slightly. In the darkness, the woman on the bed had eyes as sharp as a blade, capable of killing without a trace. Leng Xiu's heart trembled, and she continued, Tonight I used this crude method of assassination to test you. During the day you must have drunk the medicinal tea delivered by Granny Zhang, didn't you? Not only were you unharmed, but you even made Granny Zhang drink it herself. If this were the old you, you would never have done such a thing. Shen Qingyan raised an eyebrow. This Leng Xiu was not foolish. What did you do for Zhangshi before, she asked. I was the madam's shadow guard, Leng Xiu replied. This servant is an orphan. I was raised by the madam in an outer estate since childhood, trained in martial arts alongside the Huwood General's mansion guards. At 10 I formally became the madam's shadow guard. She never expected that after years of handling countless troubles for Zhang Shi, her internal injury remained unhealed, all because of Zhang Shi's secret machinations. Leng Xiu, I still cannot trust you. Shen Qingyan had no faith in turncoats. Leng Xiu kowtowed again. This servant is willing to stay by the young Mrs. side to serve you, even to gather intelligence from the madam's side. When you are ready to trust me, you can treat me then. Good. Shen Qingyan got off the bed. With her bare feet touching the floor, a chill crept up from her soles, spreading through her entire body. She walked to Leng Xiu and said, Open your mouth. Leng Xiu, though puzzled, obeyed and opened her mouth. Shen Qingyan placed a pill on her tongue and lifted her chin. Before Leng Xiu could react, a sweet fragrance spread in her mouth. The pill dissolved rapidly, sliding down her throat, leaving a faint bitterness in its aftertaste. The Jufeng pill, a poison. When it takes effect, your entire body will ache unbearably. You must take a short-term antidote every month. Without it, the pain will continue until you stop breathing. However, as long as you do not betray me, I will give you the antidote on time each month. Once I fully trust you, I will provide the long-term antidote." Lung Xiao's expression remained unchanged as she instantly declared her loyalty. Yes, this servant would lay down her life for the young miss. A flicker of admiration passed through Shen Qingyan's eyes. This Lung Xiao had considerable courage. Perhaps she would share a little more with her. "Oh, by the way," Shen Qingyan added, "I performed a divination for you today. You can divine." Lung Xiao exclaimed in surprise. Shen Qingyan ignored her question and continued. "Your parents were killed by your so-called benefactor. Think about it. Who is your benefactor?" Lung Xiao shuddered violently. Her benefactor was the Hugua General's mansion family. Our enemies are largely the same. Working for me is equivalent to avenging yourself. Shen Qingyan sat back on the bed and yawned lazily. "Don't harbor resentment. This poison is actually beneficial to your internal injury. You're not taking it for nothing." Lung Xiao felt an unexpected joy. Shen Qingyan had truly changed. She was skilled in the use of poison. No wonder the incense burner Zhang Shi had prepared was utterly useless. This servant thanks the young miss. Lung Xiao kowtowed gratefully. As for the matter of her parents, she believed it, and deep within her heart surged a fierce hatred. Shen Qingyan yawned again. As a modern person, she never stayed up late, and kept a regular schedule. She lay down, pulled the covers over herself, and said, "If there's nothing else, you may leave. I don't like anyone watching over me while I sleep." "Yes." Lung Xiao nodded and quietly withdrew. With no one around, Shen Qingyan finally slept soundly until Hong Yao came in to remind her, "Young miss, it's the Mao hour. Time to get up." Mao hour. It's still early. She opened her eyes feeling exhausted. This bed was too hard. She couldn't sleep comfortably. "Young miss, this is your second day back. You need to pay your respects to the old madam." Hong Yao reminded her, glancing around, but failing to see Lung Xiao. She muttered, "That maid sent by the madam is really unreliable. She insisted on keeping watch last night, but today she didn't even remind you to get up." Upon learning that she had to greet the old madam, Shen Qingyan rose. Hearing Hong Yao's words, she said, "I told her to go rest." "Young miss, that won't do." Hong Yao helped her dress. "From now on, no one needs to attend me at night." After putting on her clothes, Shen Qingyan took out her toothbrush and toothpaste from her space and began brushing her teeth as if no one were watching. Hong Yao stared at the strange objects in her hand. After Shen Qingyan finished washing up, she told Hong Yao to quickly tidy up. Just as they were about to leave for the old madam's residence, Lung Xiao entered carrying a tray. "Young miss, please have your breakfast." Hong Yao glanced at the breakfast on the tray. At least it looked normal. But she still remarked sarcastically, "How can you be a maid? Don't you know the young miss is going to pay respects to the old madam today? She'll eat there." Lung Xiao was taken aback and then bowed apologetically. This servant forgot. "It's fine," Shen Qingyan said. "Lung Xiao, go about your business." "Yes." Lung Xiao understood and withdrew. Shen Qingyan walked out of the bamboo courtyard, casting a playful glance around her surroundings. Shadow guards were everywhere. Her father truly didn't trust her, sending so many to watch over her. Shen Qingyan stopped under a tree. Concealing her movement with her sleeve, she flicked a silver needle from her fingers. Instantly, she heard a muffled grunt. Shen Qingyan walked on as if nothing had happened. Hong Yao felt something was odd. "Young miss, did you hear a sound?" "No," Shen Qingyan replied without looking back. Her needle had struck a shadow guard in the thigh. As soon as he moved, the needle would travel through his bones and flesh, causing endless pain. Just as she stepped into old Madam Shen's courtyard, Zhang Shi's voice rang out. "Old Madam, why hasn't Ian arrived yet? That child must have learned bad habits in Yinqing and lost all decorum. Perhaps we should hand her over to the palace's matrons for education. Ian has traveled a long distance back from Yinqing. It's only natural that she's tired and needs more rest. As the lady of the house, can't you show some understanding for Ian? Don't keep bringing up the palace matrons. Would those palace matrons show any pity for Ian?" Old Madam Shen's tone was stern and tinged with impatience, but it was not hard to detect a hint of frailty. "Old Madam, I am also doing this for Ian's good. She is now Princess Pingshuan, and in the future, she will have dealings with the imperial family. If she doesn't learn proper etiquette, it will bring shame upon us." Madame Zhang defended herself. If she goes out and causes embarrassment, it will be the Prime Minister's mansion that loses face. Although the palace matrons are strict, Ayan is the betrothed of the 7th prince, so they wouldn't dare be too harsh on her. Old Madame Shun's lips trembled slightly as she wanted to refute Madame Zhang's words, but could find no fault. However, if her Ayan were to be taught by the matrons brought in by Madame Zhang, she would certainly suffer. Shen Qingyan waited until the room had been quiet for a while before stepping inside. She bowed toward old Madame Shun and said, "Granddaughter pays respects to grandmother." Old Madame Shun's face lit up with joy at the sight of Shen Qingyan. She beckoned to her. "Ayan, come sit by grandmother." Shen Qingyan walked over and sat down beside the elderly lady. Madame Zhang saw her unharmed face and touched her own veil. Last night Ling Xiu had returned to report that those medicines had no effect on Shen Qingyan at all. She hadn't fallen unconscious at all and had nearly been exposed. Fortunately, the so-called evidence had been retrieved, but it would be impossible to make another move for a short while. Madame Zhang was not suspicious, as she had long heard from the household physician that some people had unique constitutions and were insensitive to certain medicines. But ever since Shen Qingyan returned, she had been beaten by Shen Qingyan, and now had to wear a veil to avoid looking frightening. She snorted in displeasure and decided to teach her a lesson. "Ayan, don't be so disrespectful." Shen Qingyan looked puzzled. "Mother, what do you mean by that? You have lived in Yinqing since childhood, so I can understand your ignorance of the rules. But now that you are back, you must pay attention to etiquette. Just now, when you entered, you only bowed to old madam, and did not bow to me or your concubine Meng. Isn't that showing disrespect to us?" Madame Zhang put on the airs of the mistress of the household. "Oh." A flicker of amusement quickly passed through Shen Qingyan's eyes, but she instantly put on a timid expression and looked at her. "Mother, I didn't think that much. Indeed, that place in Yinqing didn't educate you properly. Come pour tea and bow to me and your concubine Meng." Madame Zhang gave a meaningful glance to the maid Yinglan standing nearby. Yinglan picked up a cup of scalding hot tea and handed it to Shen Qingyan. Shen Qingyan lowered her eyes, a cold glint shimmering in her gaze. Just as she was about to take the cup, Yinglan suddenly let go. The scalding tea immediately spilled toward her. Shen Qingyan reacted swiftly, instantly grabbing Yinglan's arm and deflecting the hot tea. "Ah!" Yinglan's scream instantly echoed through the main hall. Shen Qingyan calmly released her grip. Yinglan looked at her hand, already red and swollen from the burn, and immediately knelt down. "Miss, this servant is Madame's person. I haven't done anything wrong. How can you punish me like this?" Shen Qingyan smiled faintly and looked at Madame Zhang with innocent eyes. "Mother, your maid can't even hold a cup of tea steady. She is indeed too delicate. Fortunately, my reaction was quick enough. I grabbed her arm and blocked the water. Otherwise, if that scalding tea had spilled on me, it would have been disastrous." "You..." Yinglan was left speechless by her words and could only look at Madame Zhang with grievance, hoping she would help her teach Shen Qingyan a lesson. Madame Zhang's face darkened, and she was so enraged by Shen Qingyan's words that she ground her teeth. "She is too arrogant. Ayan Yinglan has been raised by my side since childhood. She is like a half-daughter to me. This time it was indeed your carelessness. You didn't catch the cup properly. Apologize to Yinglan," Madame Zhang said. "Preposterous." Before Shen Qingyan could speak, old Madame Shun was the first to step forward. "Since when does a legitimate daughter apologize to a maid? Besides, I saw it clearly. It was your maid who deliberately threw water at Ayan. Guards, take this maid out and give her 10 strokes of the cane." When Yinglan heard about the caning, her face turned pale. Just as she was about to speak, Madame Zhang said, "Old Madame Yinglan is after all my personal maid. In doing this, aren't you slapping my face?" With that, she said to the people outside, "Without my order, no caning is permitted." "You..." Old Madame Shun was furious. "Madame Zhang, are you showing me no respect? Old Madame, regardless of who is right or wrong, Yinglan is already injured. To cane her as well. Isn't that too cruel? Moreover, you say you saw her deliberately throw water at Ayan, but from where I stood, I saw Ayan failing to hold the cup steady. Meng, you saw it too, didn't you?" Madame Zhang directly dragged concubine Meng into the matter. Concubine Meng trembled and stammered, "That's right." Madame Zhang looked at Shen Qingyan and old Madame Shun with a provocative gaze. This old hag thinks that just because Shen Qingyan is back, she can turn the tables and become the master. Dream on. Shen Yuan would show them today who the true mistress of the Prime Minister's mansion is. Old Madame Shen was trembling with anger at her words. At this moment Shen Qingyan spoke calmly. So mother, you mean that not only should Yinglan not be punished, but I should also apologize to her? Madame Zhang narrowed her eyes. She had originally wanted to find an excuse to punish her severely. Now that things had escalated like this, she could not punish her. But making her apologize to a maid seemed not bad either. The legitimate daughter of the Prime Minister's mansion actually apologizing to a maid. If word of this got out, Shen Qingyan would lose all face. Madame Zhang nodded. I just apologize properly to Yinglan. She is a sensible maid and won't make things difficult for you. Upon hearing this, Yinglan's eyes lit up. To trample Shen Qingyan underfoot. What a thrilling feeling. Shen Qingyan let out a cold laugh. Her innocent demeanor instantly vanished and her expression turned somewhat sinister. Do you really want me to apologize? She asked slowly. Mother, have you forgotten your daughter's status? What? Madame Zhang frowned. You are actually asking the betrothed of the 7th Prince Princess Pingshuan to apologize to your maid. Mother, you are showing no regard for the authority of the Emperor and the 7th Prince. Shen Qingyan's words grew sharp. Yinglan's face instantly turned ashen as she suddenly remembered that Shen Qingyan now had the backing of the imperial family. Her body swayed as if she could already see the 7th Prince charging at her with his sword. The title of peaceful Shen Commandery Princess was enough to shock and infuriate Madame Zhang, and coupled with the fearsome 7th Prince, her body trembled and went limp. If not for the support of the chair, she would surely have collapsed to the ground. Seeing Yinglan standing there dumbfounded, Madame Zhang nudged her lightly with her foot. Yinglan immediately knelt and said, "It was this servant's mistake. Please spare my life, eldest miss." Madame Zhang was so infuriated by her action that she nearly fainted. She clenched her fists, her nails digging into her palms, just to maintain her composure. This maid was driving her mad. Shen Qingyan looked at Madame Zhang with a half-smile. As mother's personal maid to make such a mistake. Mother, according to family rules, how should she be punished? A flash of resentment crossed Madame Zhang's eyes. This Yinglan had made her lose face completely. According to family rules, 20 strokes of the cane, she declared. Yinglan immediately knelt and begged for mercy. No, please, madam. Madam, please save your servant. Madame Zhang kicked her away in disgust. A maid who couldn't even handle such a trivial task was not one she wanted to keep. Yinglan, don't blame me. If you had been more careful and hadn't nearly harmed the Prime Minister's daughter, you wouldn't have to suffer this punishment. Guards. Madame Zhang's face showed no trace of sympathy. 2 servants entered ready to drag Yinglan away. Madam, you ordered me to do this. Yinglan looked at Shen Qingyan in terror, realizing that she was her only lifeline now. Eldest miss, save me. It was madam who ordered me to do this. It's not my fault. She said she would find an excuse to have you serve tea, and then I was to spill the scalding tea all over your hands. Madame Zhang's expression changed. Outrageous. I never gave such an order. How dare you slander me? Guards, drag Yinglan out and give her 50 strokes. Wait. Shen Qingyan intervened calmly. The servants paused in their dragging. Madame Zhang's eyes were filled with anxiety. You wouldn't believe a maid's words over your own mother's, would you? Shen Qingyan shook her head and looked down at Yinglan. Not everyone had Lung Xiu's good fortune. She had won over Lung Xiu, but she had no intention of winning over Yinglan because she could sense that Yinglan was a loyal servant of Madame Zhang, and her confession now was merely to avoid suffering. Shen Qingyan said, Yinglan has slandered the matriarch of the household and attempted to sow discord between mother and daughter. Her crime is unforgivable. 100 strokes. 100. Everyone present gasped in shock. 50 strokes might already be more than Yinglan could endure, but 100 strokes would surely be fatal. Upon hearing this, Yinglan fainted on the spot. Shen Qingyan looked at the stunned servants and urged emotionlessly, "Why aren't you carrying out the punishment?" Yes. The servants could only drag Yinglan out, and then they heard her add, "Even if she stops breathing, she must receive all 100 strokes before the body is disposed of." The old Madame Shen's brows furrowed even deeper upon hearing this. Yes. The 2 servants hurried away. Shen Qingyan looked at Madame Zhang with a serious expression, then broke into the innocent smile of a young girl. "Mother, I don't believe a single word that Yinglan said. Rest assured, why don't we have Nanny Wang brew 2 more cups of tea, and I'll serve you tea properly. Madame Zhang's face darkened. How dare Shen Qingyan dispose of her personal maid without permission? Seeing that Madame Zhang didn't respond, Shen Qingyan continued, Mother, I promise I'll hold the cup steady this time. And I won't tell Prince Yu. Prince Yu was the 7th prince. Forget it, your intention is enough. Madame Zhang refused, afraid that if Shen Qingyan's hand trembled, the scalding tea would splash all over her face, leaving her with no one to complain to. Distracted and agitated, she stood up and said, I suddenly recall some matters I need to attend to. And keep your grandmother company. Shen Qingyan saw Madame Zhang about to leave directly and reminded her, Mother, are you leaving without taking your leave of grandmother? Madame Zhang halted in her steps. Mother has always told me to mind my manners, but what about yours? Shen Qingyan watched her with amusement. Madame Zhang hadn't performed the kneeling courtesy to the old madam in years. Her face turned gloomy, and just as she was about to make an excuse, Shen Qingyan said, Mother, if you've forgotten the proper etiquette after so long, I can ask Prince Yu to send a palace lady in waiting to teach you. Madame Zhang stared at Shen Qingyan in disbelief. Had she heard everything she said? From such a distance, her hearing was that sharp. Madame Ming, who had intended to follow Madame Zhang out, immediately knelt to the old madam and performed the farewell courtesy upon hearing Shen Qingyan's words. Madame Zhang reluctantly did the same. After Madame Zhang and Madame Ming left, the old Madame Shen sighed, her kind face etched with disapproval. Come here. Grandmother. Shen Qingyan walked over and looked at the kindly old lady, reminded of her maternal grandmother in her past life. Before her grandmother passed away, she had been just as loving to her. The old Madame Shen pulled Shen Qingyan to sit beside her. You've only just returned, and you shouldn't have offended Madame Zhang. She still manages the inner courtyard of the Prime Minister's residence, and you'll have to depend on her goodwill until you marry. The old madam held her hand, her face full of worry. Not only did you confront her, but you also had her personal maid punished. How will you manage in the future? Grandmother, don't worry. I'll take care of myself. Shen Qingyan gave her a reassuring smile. Child, things are never that simple. In this vast Prime Minister's residence, being clever and able to protect yourself is not enough. She will find all sorts of excuses to cut the funds for your bamboo courtyard. What will you do then? The old Madame Shen gave a simple example. Grandmother can protect you for a while, but not forever. She herself was barely getting by, struggling to stay afloat, while Madame Zhang controlled the household. Shen Qingyan's heart was warmed by the old madam's love. She felt a deep comfort. Grandmother, rest assured. I'll be able to earn money soon. Old Madame Shen was somewhat surprised. Why do you suddenly say that? Grandmother, you will know when the time comes, Shen Qingyan said with a smile, not revealing that she understood divination and medicine. Whether rich or poor, I've lived my whole life like this. It doesn't matter. I'm just worried about you. Having offended Zhang, sure, now your situation will be even harder from now on. The granddaughter, who had always been timid and obedient, had now become like this. Old Madame Shen couldn't tell whether it was a blessing or a curse, so she stopped thinking too deeply. She patted her hand and stood up. Haven't you had breakfast yet? Wang Mammy had the kitchen prepare millet porridge and your favorite egg pancake. Come have breakfast with your grandmother. All right. Shen Qingyan stood up with a smile. She still remembered that the original host's favorite food was the egg pancake made in old Madame Shen's small kitchen. Hasn't tasted grandmother's egg pancake in many years. I miss it so much that I'm already craving it. Then should eat 2 more, old Madame Shen said, her heart aching. Her had clearly suffered a lot in Yanqing. Now that she had finally returned, Zhang Shi would certainly bully her. Even with the titles of Princess Pingshun and future imperial consort, it wouldn't make her life much easier in this Prime Minister's mansion. Old Madame Shen's smile turned bitter. The grandmother and granddaughter arrived at the side room. Shen Qingyan keenly detected a scent of medicinal herbs. The moment she smelled it, she could identify what Chinese medicine it was. Grandmother, why is there a scent of herbs here? Yes, this is medicine your father had delivered. My appetite hasn't been good lately, so your father had the doctor send many medicinal packets. I take 1 in the morning and 1 in the evening. The servants in this courtyard have already prepared it. It will be ready just after I finish my meal. Old Madame Shen said. Grandmother, you cannot drink this medicine. It's bad for your health, Shen Qingyan said. How can that be? These were all sent by your father. Old Madame Shen stepped back in disbelief. A cold glint flashed in Shen Qingyan's eyes. Shen Qingyan was truly a ruthless man. Not only did he spoil Zhang Shi and allow her to bully the old madam, he even had these medicinal packets sent to slowly kill her. Grandmother Ayan would never harm you. Shen Qingyan said, these medicines can indeed increase your appetite, but if the elderly consume too much, they can easily suffer from indigestion or even obesity, which greatly affects health. Moreover, these medicines contain stimulating herbs that will make it even harder for you to sleep. Wang Mami, quickly bring both types of medicinal packets and let Ayan examine them. Old Madame Shen said, her face pale. She couldn't believe her own son would harm her like this. Upon hearing this, Wang Mami hurriedly handed all the remaining medicinal packets to Shen Qingyan for inspection. After examining them, her face darkened. The medicines inside, besides the effects she had just mentioned, had even more toxic properties. Shen Qingyan truly venomous. What's the matter? Old Madame Shen was frightened and at a loss. Shen Qingyan shook her head and said, Grandmother, when you rest at night, do you often have trouble sleeping? Even if you fall asleep, do you often have nightmares? Yes, that's exactly it. Old Madame Shen said, clenching her fists upon realizing that Shen Qingyan had correctly described her symptoms. Ayan, is there really something wrong with these medicinal packets? And when did you learn medicine? The neighbor of the Shen family in Yinxing was a retired physician. I studied medicine with him for several years. Grandmother, if you trust me, dispose of these medicinal packets immediately. Drinking too much of them is harmful to your health. Shen Qingyan casually made up an excuse. Old Madame Shen immediately told Wang Mami to throw away all the medicinal packets. Shen Qingyan held Old Madame Shen's hand and comforted her in a low voice. Grandmother, now that Ayan is back, I will protect you well. By the way, are you wearing the jade pendant that Wang Mami gave you? Old Madame Shen took out the crystal-clear jade pendant from her waist and showed it to her. I'm wearing it. Grandmother, in the future, if you have trouble eating or resting, this jade pendant will be enough. It can make you immune to all poisons, keep mosquitoes away, and gradually improve your health. Shen Qingyan gently squeezed the jade pendant. The moment she touched it, the pendant seemed to come alive and brightened a little. Old Madame Shen smiled, thinking to herself, it's just a piece of jade. Can it really be so miraculous? She didn't believe Shen Qingyan's words, but the jade's material was indeed excellent, crystal clear. Even the imperial palace might not have a jade pendant of such fine quality. Ayan, this jade pendant must have been expensive, right? Old Madame Shen was curious. She had been thin and sallow in Yinxing. How could she have the silver to buy such a fine jade pendant? Grandmother, it didn't cost anything. Ayan cured someone and they gave it to me. Shen Qingyan continued to fabricate the lie, not wanting to waste time on this. She said, Grandmother, let's eat. I can smell the aroma of the egg pancake, and I'm hungry. All right, let's have breakfast. Old Madame Shen pulled Shen Qingyan's hand and sat down. After accompanying the old madam for breakfast, Shen Qingyan returned to the green bamboo courtyard. Hong Yao noticed that Lung Xiu was not there. She frowned disapprovingly. Miss, why don't you find an excuse to send Lung Xiu back to the madam's side? When she should be serving you, she's nowhere to be seen. Relying on being the madam's person, she doesn't even show her face. She is handling something, Shen Qingyan said as she sat in front of the dressing table. Feeling that this young lady's appearance greatly undermined her credibility, she said, Hong Yao, help me undo this. Miss, what are you going to do? Hong Yao asked in confusion, but still helped her unravel the elaborate hair bun. Shen Qingyan tied her hair into a high ponytail and left through the back door of the Prime Minister's mansion with Hong Yao. Miss, are we going to wait in that alley now? Hong Yao asked. Not yet. Where's the largest pharmacy around here? I need to buy some medicine, Shen Qingyan inquired. Hong Yao took her to the largest pharmacy. She used the little silver she had left to buy medicine, then headed toward that alley. Shen Qingyan saw manager Yin waiting there from a distance. Seeing Shen Qingyan approaching slowly, steward Yin couldn't stand still and immediately stepped forward with cupped hands. Young lady, you are truly miraculous. Shen Qingyan had already anticipated everything and showed no emotion. Since you, sir, think my pill can help, then? She made a gesture of paying silver. What Shen Qingyan needed most now was silver. Having come to another world, without silver nothing was possible. Helping the person before her was also for this purpose. Steward Ian understood and immediately handed over a banknote. Young lady, this is a small token from my master. Shen Qingyan took it and glanced at it. It was a 100-tael banknote. After handing the banknote to Hong Yao, she heard Steward Ian say, Young lady, this sum is a bit small, but my master said he is willing to offer 500 taels to invite you to his residence to treat him. 10,000 taels, said Shen Qingyan. 10,000 taels. Steward Ian frowned in contemplation. That was not a small amount. Shen Qingyan turned around. If your mansion cannot afford it, then please return. Yesterday's pill can ensure your master's health remains without problems for 3 months. Hearing this, Steward Ian couldn't help but panic. Young lady, do you mean my master is still in danger of death? Birth, aging, sickness, death? Isn't that the norm? I am no immortal, just able to regulate your master's health, letting him live a few more years, and then adjust the feng shui of this mansion, letting him live a few more years, and even. Shen Qingyan counted on her fingers a smile, curling her lips though hidden behind her veil others could not see her liveliness. And even what? Steward Ian pressed. Years plus years, wasn't that over a decade? It can make your master's maritime business smoother, thus adding a few more years to his life. Shen Qingyan said. She had calculated that Master Yin's current illness and future death were both related to the maritime business. The old man had become angry and anxious, hence the illness. However, her divination also indicated that Master Ian was not fated to die this time. Steward Ian gritted his teeth. 10,000 taels of silver is not a small sum. Miss, could you wait for me to go back and report? I will only give you the time it takes for 1 incense stick to burn. If you do not return by then, this diviner will have other opportunities, said Shen Qingyan. Steward Ian suddenly thought that yesterday she had stood here without moving. Could it be that she had already calculated that he would pass by here? With this thought, Steward Ian gritted his teeth and decided to act first and report later. 10,000 taels of silver was nothing compared to more than 10 years of longevity for Master Ian. Miss, please, Steward Ian said respectfully. Lead the way, Shen Qingyan said with no extra expression on her face, but Hong Yao beside her was already stunned. Her young lady is so amazing. Shen Qingyan followed Steward Ian to the Ian mansion. She stood outside. The grand Ian mansion was now faintly shrouded in black smoke. Shen Qingyan entered the Ian mansion with him. Master Ian, hearing that Steward Ian had brought back the one who saved his life, came to the front hall supported by servants. Seeing that the one who saved his life was actually a young girl, he was surprised. Master, Steward Ian bowed respectfully and reported all that Shen Qingyan had said. Master Ian looked Shen Qingyan over, recalling that the small pill from yesterday had instantly revived him when he was nearly unconscious, more effective than the prescriptions of famous doctors in the capital. He walked up to Shen Qingyan. Young lady, if things are truly as you say, I am willing to pay 10,000 taels of silver. At this moment others would have started boasting. But Shen Qingyan did not do that. Instead she asked, I observe that the Ian mansion is situated on a vein of fortune. This must have been guided by a master, right? Master Ian gave her a thumbs up. Young lady, you are amazing. The location of the Ian mansion is excellent, but the large banyan tree in the front courtyard. Shen Qingyan sighed. It seems that the originally thriving business of the Ian mansion has been deteriorating since this banyan tree was transplanted. Master Ian, worried about the shipping and maritime business, became anxious and angry, leading to the illness. Master Ian thought about it and was greatly shocked. It seemed to be exactly like that. That banyan tree was transplanted according to the instructions of the feng shui master's descendant. How could he? Master Ian was astonished. Master Ian, has that feng shui master passed away? Shen Qingyan asked. Yes, Master Ian nodded. That's right. His grave should be connected to the location of your Ian mansion by the same vein. If the Ian family suffers misfortune, his grave will also be disturbed. If you want to get better, just cut down the banyan tree and the things that trouble you will gradually be resolved. Shen Qingyan provided the solution. She had already seen that the problem was not the banyan tree itself, but that someone had drawn a sinister curse on its trunk. Is it that simple? Master Ian thought she would give more instructions that various things in the mansion needed adjustment. That feng shui master was a true master. Shen Qingyan said no more. Hong Yao, give the medicine to Master Ian. Yes. Hong Yao nodded and handed the medicine to Master Ian. Take this medicine once a day and your body will not have major problems for the next few years. Shen Qingyan said. Master Yin was overjoyed. Thank you, young lady. At this moment, Steward Yin asked worriedly. Young lady, is the problem resolved so simply? What else? Shen Qingyan was naturally not very diligent, as she would never do anything herself if she could avoid it. Don't you need to take his pulse? Steward Yin asked again. Shen Qingyan rolled her eyes at him. Did I take your master's pulse yesterday? Steward Yin was speechless. Shen Qingyan said, but it's normal for you to doubt me. How about this, you pay 5,000 taels first, and if after 1 month the Yin family's crisis is resolved, then you pay the other 5,000. Good. Master Yin decided immediately and ordered Steward Yin to fetch the banknotes from the treasury. Shen Qingyan had Hong Yao count them. Master Yin added, Young lady, I have a friend who would like to ask you for treatment. The news of his miraculous recovery had spread throughout the merchant circles of the capital last night. Shen Qingyan had been hailed as divine. She possessed resurrection pills, her divination skills were unparalleled in the world, and her accuracy was frightening. These merchants lacked nothing more than money and feared nothing more than death. Therefore, several people wanted to find Shen Qingyan through him, to have her treat them and calculate their future. Shen Qingyan shook his head. This sorcerer saves lives based on fate. How about this? Have your people wait in that alley. If fate arrives, I will appear there. Master Yin quickly nodded. Very well, very well. I will inform them. After counting the banknotes, Hong Yao stepped forward and whispered, Miss, the amount is sufficient. Upon hearing this, Shen Qingyan raised his fist in a respectful gesture toward Master Yin. Master Yin, in 1 month, I will send someone to collect the remaining silver. Master Yin silently marveled at the extraordinary figure before escorting her out of the Yin residence. Only after they had traveled some distance did Shen Qingyan turn to Hong Yao and ask, Do you know where the nearby bank is located? Hong Yao nodded. Miss, are you planning to exchange the silver now? Yes. Shen Qingyan intended to convert some of it into banknotes, since carrying loose silver would be inconvenient for purchasing goods. You're so confident. What if a month from now? Hong Yao felt a flicker of anxiety. Hong Yao, grandmother sent you to accompany me, so you must learn to trust me. Shen Qingyan harbored a slight displeasure toward Hong Yao's lack of faith. She was not one to offer lengthy explanations. The first lesson Hong Yao needed to learn by her side was to refrain from questioning or doubting. Simply follow her instructions without hesitation. Hong Yao was startled and immediately lowered her head. Miss, please forgive me. It's of no consequence, Shen Qingyan replied. They arrived at the money exchange and converted their silver into 5 banknotes. Shen Qingyan used the remaining coins to purchase various fabrics and medicinal herbs, filling her purchases to capacity before returning to the Prime Minister's residence. They entered through the rear gate of the Prime Minister's mansion as usual. This time the passage was unobstructed with no one attempting to stop them. Shen Qingyan suddenly recalled Shen Qingyan. Having returned to the Prime Minister's mansion, she had yet to lay eyes on the renowned beauty whose fame had spread throughout the capital, and curiosity compelled her to ask, Where is Shen Qingyan? Miss, after news of your passing reached Yinqing, the Prime Minister's mansion prepared for mourning. The second miss claimed illness and retreated to the general who protects the nation's estate to recuperate. Hong Yao, burdened with packages in both hands, trailed behind as she responded. Shen Qingyan nodded thoughtfully. The original host's memories held little about the general's residence. The general who protects the nation's estate was Zhang Shi's ancestral home, its title commanding respect, yet the old general's actual authority had been stripped away by Emperor Nanyang, leaving only nominal rank. The estate lay beyond the capital's outskirts, and Zhang Shi likely hadn't had time to relay the news of her resurrection yesterday. Today, with this latest provocation, she would certainly send word there. Shen Qingyan was returning. Shen Qingyan recalled all that the original host had endured because of her, and a dark fury flickered in her eyes. Back at the Emerald Bamboo Courtyard, she withdrew 5 banknotes and handed them to Hong Yao. Hong Yao, take these to grandmother. Miss, what should I say if the dowager asks where these came from? Hong Yao was perplexed. Shen Qingyan spoke lazily. Tell her I earned them through my medical practice treating patients. And remember, I possess knowledge of divination and geomancy. This matter must not be disclosed. Yes. Hong Yao's eyes flickered with something unreadable. Shen Qingyan observed this and reminded her, Hong Yao grandmother assigned you to me, so you belong to me now. If your heart still lies with her, you may return to serve her directly or continue with menial duties. I will not object. Terrified Hong Yao dropped to her knees and bowed deeply. Miss, please do not send me away. Shen Qingyan poured herself tea and sipped it quietly, offering no response. Hong Yao continued kowtowing frantically. Miss, if you drive me away, the dowager will surely blame me for failing in my duties. Hong Yao saw that she had no response and understood it must be that her subtle thoughts from just now had been seen through. She quickly affirmed her loyalty. Miss, rest assured. If anyone asks me, I will only say that you understand a bit of medicine. I will not reveal anything else. Shen Qingyan looked at her swollen red forehead and said softly, rise. Only then did Hong Yao get up. Shen Qingyan took a bottle of swelling-reducing ointment from her spatial storage and handed it to her. Apply it once in the morning and once at night. The swelling will subside quickly. Hong Yao accepted it, touched the swelling on her forehead, and was deeply moved. Thank you, miss. Go deliver the silver bill to grandmother. Shen Qingyan drank another glass of water. If there was anything good about ancient times, it was probably the water quality. She could taste the natural sweetness in it. Hong Yao took the silver bill and withdrew. Not long after, Lung Xiu entered hurriedly from outside, carrying a chill about her. She knelt and paid her respects, miss. In the future, when there are no outsiders present, you need not observe such formalities, Shen Qingyan said, glancing at her. Rise. Lung Xiu once again felt that this young miss of the Prime Minister's residence was different from other young ladies. Shen Qingyan asked, what have you discovered? Lung Xiu reported, after returning from the old madam's quarters, the madam smashed everything in the courtyard. Nurse Zhang died suddenly in the servants' quarters this morning. The 100 strokes of the bamboo were not yet completed when Ying Lan could no longer endure them and died. However, per the Mrs. instructions, even in death the full 100 strokes were administered. Additionally, the madam said that second Miss Shun will return to the Prime Minister's residence tomorrow, bringing along a nurse from the Protector General's mansion, likely to establish proper discipline for you, miss. What is this nurse's background? Shen Qingyan raised an eyebrow and asked. It is said she served the Tai Fei in the palace for her entire life, only leaving when she grew old. She has been living out her years at the Protector General's mansion ever since. As a former attendant of the Tai Fei, she commands great respect there, and even the old general shows her a measure of deference. Lung Xiu had some knowledge of this nurse. Very well, I understand, Shen Qingyan said, setting down her cup. Seeing that Shen Qingyan did not seem to concern herself with the nurse's matter, Lung Xiu offered a reminder. Miss, might I suggest you find an excuse to go out tomorrow? From what I gather of the madam's intentions, this nurse has been prepared specifically for you, to impose rules and discipline. They claim these are the regulations of the academy, but they may well set various traps for you. Shen Qingyan rose to her feet, a cold smile crossing her lips. Then let her come. If this nurse dares to set foot here, I will ensure she never returns to the Protector General's mansion. Lung Xiu realized her young miss was not to be trifled with. She clasped her fists in salute and said, I understand, miss. Should you require anything, please do not hesitate to command me. Nothing more today. Tomorrow go to the madam and find out which maid she intends to promote to personal attendant, Shen Qingyan said. With Ying Lan dead, Madame Zhang would certainly elevate another personal maid to handle her various clandestine affairs. Shen Qingyan had already made her plans. Yes, Lung Xiu replied. Shen Qingyan let out a yawn. The constitution of this body was truly lacking. After spending the entire day outdoors, it was already thoroughly exhausted. You may withdraw. I wish to rest. When Hong Yao returns from the grandmother's quarters, please inform her not to disturb me. Lung Xiu withdrew respectfully. Shen Qingyan entered her sleeping chamber intending to rest, but the moment she began to undress, her thoughts stirred. Shen Qingyan summoned a bathtub from her spatial storage along with several kettles of hot water. She poured the water into the tub, added a bit of cold water to adjust the temperature, and then scattered dried flower petals over the surface. Then she added a bottle of self-refined skincare essence and some herbal liquid. Removing her clothes, she sat in the tub and let out a contented sigh. Bathing in this era could only be like this. Shen Qingyan washed herself contentedly. The original owner's physique was poor and nutrition was insufficient, So she had to do everything possible to improve her health, otherwise her bloodline and body would eventually fail to withstand the strain. Yi Miyuan, crouching on the roof, watched the misty scene and couldn't help but swallow. Shen Qingyan's face was sallow, and she was skinny, but the skin beneath her clothes was as delicate as snow. Yi Miyuan couldn't help recalling that night on the outskirts of Yinqing, when her back skin emitted a crystal-clear, enchanting glow under the moonlight. So much so that during this period, every time he dreamed, he saw that scene. Yi Miyuan withdrew his gaze, covered the tile, and listened to the sounds from inside the room. The shadow guards near this courtyard had all been dealt with by Luo Tian, so no one knew that he had accidentally peeked at Shen Qingyan while she was bathing. Hearing the splashing water, Yi Miyuan's face turned red. He waited until the bathing sounds stopped before lifting the tile again. Shen Qingyan had already tidied up, changed into a strange outfit, and was about to lie down. Seeing that it was time, Yi Miyuan directly knocked on the window. He deliberately made a noise. "Who is it?" Shen Qingyan asked warily. "It is this king." Yi Miyuan's voice came from outside the window. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Shen Qingyan's tense nerves instantly relaxed. "Does your highness, prince, you have any business? Aren't you afraid of this king?" Yi Miyuan suddenly asked playfully. "You don't want me dead, so why should I be afraid?" Shen Qingyan got off the bed and leaned against the window. If he wanted her dead, he wouldn't have stepped in to help her suppress Shen Qingyan when they first returned to the capital. A glint of appreciation flashed in Yi Miyuan's dark golden eyes, shimmering brilliantly under the dim lantern light. Shen Qingyan pushed open the window and met his eyes. She secretly thought that his eyes were truly beautiful. If one day he ascended to the supreme position of the throne, those dark golden eyes would surely awe the world. "Your Highness, Prince Yu, is there something you need breaking into my chamber at night?" she asked, now extremely drowsy, wanting only to finish dealing with this man and rest early. "This king is standing outside." Yi Miyuan pointed at his feet and cut to the chase. "Now the rumors in the city say that you can perform divination. Back then at the creek you also divined that we had escaped danger, which is why you stopped, right?" Shen Qingyan yawned. Her demeanor was languid, her spirit listless. This body was extremely weak, and the best way to recuperate was to sleep. "What does your Highness, Prince, you wish to say?" Shen Qingyan did not refute his words. His fate as the Ziwei Emperor destined that nothing in this world could be hidden from him. "Since you are so capable, can't you divine what this king wants to know?" Yi Miyuan asked. Shen Qingyan rolled her eyes. Was this man testing her? "What if I calculate wrong?" Shen Qingyan asked. "Nothing much. You are this king's betrothed. What could I do to you?" Yi Miyuan said. Barring any accidents, this woman should be the one to accompany him in ruling the world. But was she worthy? He was eager to find out. Shen Qingyan counted on her fingers and gave him several crucial pieces of information. "Depart at the hour of Ean tomorrow, disguised as a scholar 30 li east of the capital outskirts. Don't bring too many people. What you want to do will succeed." Yi Miyuan raised an eyebrow. Did she already know what he planned to do tomorrow? Then he reconsidered. It was impossible. This matter had not been announced yet. Shen Qingyan could not possibly know. So it was divined. Shen Qingyan said, "Your Highness, Prince Yu, now that you have your answer, please take your leave." "Can this king trust you?" Yi Miyuan asked. "You already believe." Shen Qingyan leaned against the wall, looking weary. Yi Miyuan gave a slight smile, adding a hint of allure to his handsome face, who under the flickering firelight in the dim scene his eyes grew even brighter. "If it is truly as you say, this king will surely reward you heavily." He turned and left. Shen Qingyan said, "I don't need a heavy reward. I only ask that you promise me one thing. If what I said proves true, you will grant me a favor. In the future, if I request it, you must fulfill it." "Impossible," Yi Miyuan said. "This king cannot joke about royal matters. It will never involve your interests." Shen Qingyan said. Yi Miyuan thought for a moment and nodded. "Agreed. Go slowly, no need to see you out." Shen Qingyan yawned again, closed the window, lay down on the bed, and pulled up the covers. "By the way, try not to come at night in the future. I need to rest." Yi Miyuan felt like laughing. If she couldn't stand the wind, how could she have returned to the capital unharmed, wearing only that thin robe? Yi Miyuan only thought to himself and said nothing more. Shen Qingyan slept a sound sleep. She knew that no one would trouble her at this time. Everyone was waiting for Shen Qiran's return to give her a big show of power. The next day, Shen Qingyan opened her eyes to find Hong Yao already waiting beside her. "How did you rest last night, eldest miss?" Hong Yao asked with a smile. "Pretty well." Shen Qingyan stretched, propping herself up on one elbow as she thought about things. Last night, she seemed to have dreamed. The dreams were all about that Prince Yu with his devilishly handsome face. What the hell? Although she rested well, why did she dream of that Prince Yu all night? "Miss, please wash up." Hong Yao handed over the washcloth with respect. Shen Qingyan took it and glanced up. The redness and swelling on Hong Yao's forehead had mostly subsided. Her ointment was effective regardless of which world it was used in. Noticing Shen Qingyan's gaze, Hong Yao touched her forehead and beamed with joy. "Miss, your ointment is truly remarkable." Shen Qingyan remained silent. Hong Yao also fell quiet and quietly attended to Shen Qingyan. After washing up, Shen Qingyan changed into a new set of clothes which she had purchased the previous day with the payment from Master Yin. Just as her hair was coiled, Lung Xiu entered and bowed respectfully. "Miss, I've received word that the second miss has arrived at the city gate." Shen Qingyan nodded. Hong Yao couldn't help but speak up. "What? The second miss is back and we're expected to personally greet her at the city gate. That goes against proper etiquette." Lung Xiu's expression turned slightly cold, offering no explanation. She was aware of Hong Yao's misunderstanding toward her, but had no idea that she now served Shen Qingyan. Yet Lung Xiu remained silent. "Hong Yao," Shen Qingyan said calmly. "From today onward, Lung Xiu belongs to me." "Missy?" Hong Yao's eyes widened in confusion. But she was from Madam's side. Wasn't this inviting a wolf into the house? Shen Qingyan stepped out of the main room. "She could serve Madam, and she can serve me now. You simply need to trust what I say." Hong Yao was puzzled. Lung Xiu seized the opportunity to speak. "Sister Hong Yao, rest assured, I will never betray the miss from this day forward." Hong Yao wanted to say that Lung Xiu was not an ordinary person. But then she thought again. The miss seemed to have changed as well. Shen Qingyan said, "Let's go accompany grandmother for breakfast." Hong Yao followed behind Shen Qingyan. Lung Xiu meanwhile remained to guard the emerald bamboo courtyard. This was all Shen Qingyan's design. She served as a piece positioned near Lady Zhang, free to act on her own at any moment. After watching them depart, Lung Xiu leapt into motion and headed outward. Though Shen Qingyan had not given her specific orders, Lung Xiu knew exactly what needed to be done. Only by doing more and more for Shen Qingyan could her internal energy recover more quickly. Shen Qingyan arrived at the courtyard of the old matriarch, steeling herself, and also asked Hong Yao in detail about what had been said the previous day when the silver notes were delivered. As expected, the old matriarch questioned her thoroughly upon seeing her arrive. Shen Qingyan's answers were flawless. Satisfied, the old matriarch dropped the matter and they shared breakfast together. At the same time, the capital city gates stood wide open. Shen Qiran sat in a carriage waiting for the driver to guide them into the city. She waited for a long while, but the carriage did not move. Shen Qiran pulled aside the carriage curtain and asked the driver, "The gates are open, why aren't we moving?" Second miss, the guards at the gate say we must wait before entering. The driver replied, he would have entered long ago if he could. Impatience flickered across Shen Qiran's breathtakingly beautiful face. "Did you tell the guards this is the Prime Minister's carriage?" "I did, but they insist on waiting for another carriage to enter first," the driver relayed. Shen Qiran snorted coldly. "Is there anyone more distinguished than the Prime Minister's household? There's also Nanny Rong in the carriage. Go tell them we must enter immediately." The driver nodded helplessly and was about to step down to negotiate when a voice rang out, "The seventh prince arrives." Shen Qiran's impatient expression instantly turned tender and affectionate. "So it's the seventh prince entering the capital. Move the carriage aside quickly, don't block his path," she urged the coachman. The coachman sighed inwardly at her rapid change of demeanor, then guided the carriage to the side. Shen Qiran sat back in the carriage, nodded at Nurse Rong, and gently lifted the curtain. Worried that being seen doting on the seventh prince might be deemed improper, she didn't open it too wide, her half-face faintly visible. From behind the carriage came the sound of hoofbeats. Soon Shen Qiran felt the carriage vibrate as well. Her heart pounded with awe, her gaze tender, as if it could drip water as she stared straight at the fleeting figure of Yi Muan. Though it was just a glimpse, seeing that handsome face made Shen Qiran's chest throb uncontrollably. Second miss. Nurse Rong coughed lightly. The seventh prince's guard had passed, and Shen Qingyan lowered the curtain, sitting upright, instantly reverting to the breathtakingly beautiful second miss of the Prime Minister's residence. Second miss, don't forget the expectations of the Grand Consort and the old general, Nurse Rong reminded. Shen Qingyan's heart jolted, bitterness welling up, and she said with a sorrowful look, Qingyan will bear in mind the expectations of the Grand Consort and grandfather. Nurse Rong nodded with satisfaction. After Yi Miyuan's guard entered the city, the carriages and people waiting outside the city gradually made their way in. Inside the city, Luo Tian hesitated for a while before saying to Yi Miyuan, Master, outside the city, just now, I seem to see the Shun family's carriage. Yi Miyuan raised an eyebrow. Luo Tian added, I heard that the second miss of the Shun family returned today from the Guardian General's residence, bringing back a retired palace nurse. This is likely to intimidate the first miss. Yi Miyuan chuckled softly. That girl is not simple. She won't be bullied by that old woman. Yesterday, following Shen Qingyan's advice, things went exactly as she predicted. The bandits, thinking he was a frail scholar, surrounded him without hesitation, but he and his guards dealt with them. The remaining one voluntarily surrendered and revealed the location of the stronghold. Taking advantage, he and his guards wiped out the entire stronghold. It was known that those bandits were cunning and utterly ruthless, causing great suffering to the nearby villagers, so much so that no one dared to travel that official road anymore. The court had sent troops to suppress them multiple times, but failed. Knowing this, Yi Miyuan took on the task voluntarily. With Shen Qingyan's divination, things went surprisingly smoothly. He suffered no losses and wiped out the entire bandit lair in one stroke. Luo Tian, knowing about Shen Qingyan's help in the bandit suppression, seemed hesitant to speak. Yi Miyuan dismounted at the palace gate and said, If you have something to say, say it. Luo Tian said, No matter how capable the first miss is, she is merely a princess without real power. The nurse I heard served the Grand Consort for decades. After leaving the palace, she has lived in the Guardian General's residence and is highly respected by the old general and others. Master, a nurse who served the Grand Consort for so many years is not simple. The first miss is merely a princess of a different surname without power. I'm afraid that nurse won't take her title seriously. Yi Miyuan's dark golden eyes deepened. And what about the title of being my fiancé? Would that old woman dare to disregard that? Luo Tian was about to speak when he heard his master say, Enter the palace to report on the mission first. Yes. After Shen Qingyan had breakfast with the old lady, Nurse Wang came in to report, Old Madam, first miss, second miss has returned. A trace of helplessness flashed in old Madam Shen's eyes as she looked at Shen Qingyan. Though she didn't like Zhang Shi, Shen Qingyan had been attentive in her presence and was her own granddaughter, so old Madam Shen had no dislike for her. But now she was worried that Shen Qingyan might be wronged. Old Madam Shen said, taking her hand. Shen Qingyan said with a smile, Grandmother, Ayan is fine. By the way, I bought some herbs and will make you a medicine pouch soon. Once it's done, I'll have Hong Yao send it over. When you hang it up, your health will surely improve even more. Ayan is so thoughtful. Go on, return to Chuizhu Court. Old Madam Shen gave up the idea of having Shen Qingyan go out to greet her. Both were granddaughters. She would also feel for Shen Qingyan. Hearing this, Nurse Wang hesitated but voiced her thoughts. Old Madam, it's better to have the first miss go to the gate to welcome her. Ayan is the legitimate daughter of the Prime Minister's residence. She doesn't need to go out to greet anyone. Old Madam Shen stroked Shen Qingyan's long hair with a pang of pity. Due to long-term malnutrition and yinching, her hair was dry, rough, and yellow, unlike any other girl's. Thinking of the hardships Shen Qingyan had endured over the past decade or so, the old lady's heart was even more determined to cherish her. Shen Qingyan felt the old lady's affection and was moved inwardly. Nurse Wang knelt and said, Old Madam, this is the Prime Minister's wish, and the second miss has brought Nurse Rong. If the first miss doesn't go to welcome her, it will give people a pretext. That one in the palace must not be provoked lightly. Old Madam Shen paused. She really brought her back. Indeed she did, Nurse Wang said. Although Nurse Rong had left the palace, she was still a favored figure of the Grand Consort. One word from her carries more weight than 100 from others. Old Madam Shen was worried, knowing it was Zhang Shi's scheme. That Zhang Shi, how dare she? How can the legitimate daughter of the Shun family be taught by someone from the grand consort's side? Shen Qingyan had remained silent, but upon hearing the old lady's words she spoke up. Grandmother, please be careful with your words lest they be used against you. Nurse Wang nodded in agreement. But that Nurse Rong is not a kind person. I and you are likely to suffer, old Madame Shen said with deep concern. Shen Qingyan felt her grandmother's profound affection. In her past life, after her maternal grandmother and mother passed away, no one had ever cared for her so deeply. In that vast, secluded clan, everyone was like a venomous beast eager to tear out her tendons and flay her skin simply because she was the only genius the Shun family had produced in a century. Grandmother, rest assured. Shen Qingyan gently patted the old madam's hand, then turned and left with Hong Yao. The mistress and servant arrived together at the entrance of the chancellor's mansion. Shen Qingyan and Madame Zhang were already waiting at the entrance. Shen Qingyan's face was still bruised and swollen, the scratches from Madame Zhang's fingernails still red and inflamed. His gaze turned cold, a flicker of disappointment crossing his features. He had been waiting for Shen Qingyan to make a mistake. As long as she remained proud and haughty, refusing to greet Shen Xiaoran and Madame Rong, he would have the chance to punish her. Shen Qingyan met Shen Qingyan's disappointed gaze with a knowing look, her eyes tracing the scars on his face. She feigned surprise. This daughter pays her respects to father. It has already been 3 days. Why have the wounds on your face not healed? They appear to have worsened. Shen Qingyan fumed inwardly. Throughout these past few days, the residence's guest physicians had been applying medicine to his face, yet the scratches from those fingernails refused to mend. What concern is that of yours? His tone was as cold as frost, as though aiming to freeze the wretched girl before him. Ever since she had returned from death, nothing had gone his way. First, that fearsome 7th prince had suspended court for a month, then Madame Zhang had raked her nails across his face. Now his wounds would not heal, leaving him unable to face anyone. He had been completely unaware of what was transpiring in the court. Shen Qingyan noticed the clear signs of infection on his scars, the corners of her lips rising slightly. Her soul-piercing needle was slowly eroding Shen Qingyan's body. I wonder if father is aware that this daughter studied medicine from a physician during her time in Yinqing. Shen Qingyan's fingers cracked as he clenched them. No matter how skilled Shen Qingyan's medical knowledge was, he would never allow her to treat him, and what of it? This daughter observes that father's wounds do not resemble ordinary scratches. Perhaps you encountered some venomous creature, which is why they refuse to heal. Shen Qingyan glanced toward Madame Zhang. Madame Zhang's face was still partially veiled, concealing the swelling beneath. Ian, one must not speak carelessly. Madame Zhang met her gaze and felt a sudden chill. What was troubling her most was this ill-mannered, wretched girl. Her eyes were so piercing, appearing innocent at a glance, yet making one shudder when met with that stare. Mother Ian merely suggests that father may have inadvertently encountered some venomous substance after the injury. There is no implication that mother's fingers carry poison. However, father and mother share the same meals and residence. Mother's wounds are nearly healed, yet father's remain severe. This venom must be exceedingly potent. Shen Qingyan regarded Madame Zhang's fingernails thoughtfully. Shen Qingyan's face darkened. How could he fail to understand Shen Qingyan's meaning? Suspicion had already taken root within him. Why were Madame Zhang's wounds healing while his refused to mend? Could it truly be Madame Zhang's revenge? Sensing Shen Qingyan's gaze, Madame Zhang hastily defended herself. I know nothing of this. All poisons in the residence are kept under the custody of the guest physicians. Shen Qingyan covered her mouth in mock astonishment, though the curve of her lips beneath her hand betrayed her amusement. Is that so? Then father must investigate those guest physicians thoroughly. In the original owner's memories, all those guest physicians had been brought from the Protectorate General's mansion by Madame Zhang. Realizing she had been drawn into Shen Qingyan's trap, Madame Zhang quickly interjected, Chancellor, the guest physicians all come from the Protectorate General's mansion. There cannot be any issue. Shen Qingyan's expression remained unchanged. The seed of suspicion planted when Shen Qingyan had returned that day had quietly taken root. We shall see. Madame Zhang felt an uneasy foreboding, sensing that this matter was not yet settled. Just as she opened her mouth to speak, the voice of a servant from the Chancellor's mansion rang out. The second miss has returned. The voice drew nearer as the servant ran to the mansion entrance and took his position. Then a carriage came to a slow halt. Madame Zhang watched as Shen Qingyan stepped down from the carriage with her maid's assistance wiping tears from the corners of her eyes. Shen Qingyan's return gave her instant confidence to resist Shen Qingyan. At the same time, she feared Shen Qingyan less. Shen Qingyan was the hope of the Shen family, and as her biological mother, Madame Zhang naturally held greater authority within the chancellor's residence. After Shen Qingyan alighted from the carriage, Madame Rong was also helped down by her attendants. Madame Rong's hair was more than half white, her wrinkled face lending her an ominous and stern appearance. Though both were elderly, Madame Rong's demeanor carried less compassion and far more ruthlessness. Madame Rong, you should have announced your arrival in advance. This concubine nearly failed to prepare your quarters in time. Madame Zhang stepped forward, bowing to support Madame Rong. Though she was the lady of the chancellor's mansion before a favorite of the Tai Fei, she was nothing. Naturally, she lowered herself to greet this formidable Madame Rong. No matter. This old one also heard of the eldest miss of the Shen family returning to the residence, and came by the decree of the noble consort to instruct her in palace etiquette. Madame Rong's aged eyes swept over the assembled crowd, finally settling on Shen Qingyan. So this was the obstacle in the Zhang family's path. Frail and timid, seemingly fragile and easy to crush. Madame Zhang was delighted. The Tai Fei is most kind, Yen. Are you not going to kneel and express your gratitude to the Tai Fei? Instantly, all eyes in the chancellor's mansion fell upon Shen Qingyan. If she knelt now, it would signify submission. Shen Qingyan understood clearly to kneel and give thanks would be to accept the Tai Fei's show of dominance. She offered a faint smile. Mother, has the Tai Fei arrived? Madame Zhang was stunned. What game was Shen Qingyan playing? Shen Qingyan watched Shen Qingyan, a hint of ruthlessness flashing through her gentle gaze. Shen Qingyan's return had completely severed any possibility between herself and the seventh prince. Shen Qingyan deserved to die. Eldest sister may not be aware, but Madame Rong carries the Tai Fei's decree. You may simply kneel and express your gratitude to Madame Rong directly. Shen Qingyan's voice was soft as she offered the reminder. I am the Shumping Juanju bestowed upon by His Majesty the Emperor. How could I kneel before an old nanny who no longer serves in the palace? Shen Qingyan kept her back straight, showing no intention to kneel. Shen Tsungwen's heart skipped a beat. If Nanny Rong went to report to Her Highness the Tai Fei, it would be the death of them all. Shen Qingyan bit her red lips, looking utterly pitiful. But Nanny Rong carries the decree of Her Highness the Tai Fei. Big sister, if you refuse to kneel, you show disrespect to Her Highness. Exactly. Yen, stop being stubborn. What if Her Highness the Tai Fei holds it against us? Our Shen family cannot bear such blame. Besides, did you kneel when you received the imperial edict a couple of days ago? Madame Zhang stepped forward, pretending to pull her. To onlookers it was a light gesture, but in reality, she was exerting all her strength, desperate to drag Shen Qingyan down until her head was bruised and bleeding. Madame Zhang never expected that despite using her maximum strength, Shen Qingyan still did not move. An inexplicable bewilderment rose in her heart. How could this dead girl be so strong? Eunuch Zhao Si is a person of the palace, but Nanny Rong is not anymore. Mother, do you wish to anger the emperor? Shen Qingyan pursed her lips and flicked some powder onto Madame Zhang's sleeve. Kneel when told to kneel. Why so many words? Her Highness the Tai Fei is also a senior of the emperor. You must greet her. Why do you talk so much? Shen Qingyan impatiently barked at her. Miss Shen, if you refuse to kneel, you are rejecting Her Highness the Tai Fei's decree. Nanny Rong with a grim face continued. Shen Qingyan remained standing straight. Shen Qingyan was furious. Kneel, you rebellious daughter. Do you want to bring ruin upon our Shen family? I will not kneel. If anyone should kneel, it should be you, Nanny Rong. I am the betrothed of the seventh prince of the current dynasty and the Shumping Juanju. Nanny Rong, will you kneel or not? Shen Qingyan's sharp gaze fell upon Nanny Rong. She mentioned Yi Muyuan, and everyone's expressions changed. Shen Qingyan was seething with anger. Madame Zhang and Shen Qingyan were consumed by jealousy, while Nanny Rong was utterly terrified. That demon prince, the very existence that even the Tai Fei feared. Seeing the situation turning unfavorable, Madame Zhang signaled Shen Qingyan with her eyes. Shen Qingyan stepped forward to mediate. Big sister, how could you make an elderly person like Nanny Rong kneel to you? She has served Her Highness the Taifei diligently for half her life. So that means you refuse to kneel, eh? Shen Qingyan narrowed her eyes slightly. It seems the prestige of His Highness the Prince of Yu is nothing to write home about. Even a retired palace nanny dares to refuse to kneel. I must visit His Highness the Prince of Yu in person when I have time and tell him. Before she could finish, Yi Muyuan's voice rang out. What does Yin Yan wish to tell this prince? Everyone was terrified, staring at the man walking toward them protected by guards. Shen Qingyan was somewhat surprised. Hadn't he gone to suppress the bandits? Had he finished everything so quickly? We pay our respects to Your Highness the Prince of Yu. Everyone knelt. Shen Qingyan stood there watching the man approach from a distance. He was quite showing off. Seeing Shen Qingyan standing frozen, Shen Qingyan shouted angrily, "Rebellious daughter, kneel at once." Yi Muyuan's dark golden pupils glared directly at Shen Qingyan. Did I not grant her permission to remain standing? When did that happen? Shen Qingyan faltered, realizing this was not the time to say such things, and was utterly bewildered inside. More importantly, his own knees were still aching from the kneeling. When Yi Muyuan passed beside Nanny Rong, he paused. A piercing, killing intent swept over, and Nanny Rong bowed her head, even lower, fearing the seventh prince might slice her neck in an instant. Yi Muyuan stopped beside Shen Qingyan and looked at those who had bullied her with a gaze that despised all living beings. Who is this? He asked Luo Tian beside him. Luo Tian replied, Master, this is Nanny Rong, the former personal attendant of Her Highness the Taifei. Oh, you made my betrothed kneel to you. What do you need this prince to kneel to you as well? Yi Muyuan's expression was chillingly cold. Nanny Rong lifted her head slightly, met those eyes that could scorn all beings, and immediately lowered it again. This servant dares not. Then why have you not yet paid your respects to my betrothed, the Shunping Junju of the current dynasty? Yi Muyuan's imposing aura added an invisible blizzard to the cold winter. Shen Qingyan suddenly wanted to laugh. If she and Yi Muyuan had feelings for each other, wouldn't this gesture be called a domineering husband protecting his wife? Although there were no feelings, the feeling of having someone stand up for her was truly exhilarating. Absolutely thrilling. Reluctantly, and pressured by Yi Muyuan, Nanny Rong could only pay her respects. This servant greets the Shunping Junju. Shen Qingyan remained silent, and looked at Yi Muyuan asking, What are you doing here? Shen Qiuran, kneeling on the ground, felt a surge of jealousy. That ugly and unrefined woman, Shen Qingyan. On what grounds could she receive such honor and speak to Yi Muyuan in such a tone? Meanwhile, Shen Qiuran dreamed day and night of being closer to him. Shen Qiuran slightly raised her eyes, gazing at that handsome face with deep affection. Fearing discovery, she only looked for a moment and then averted her gaze. This prince has brought an imperial edict and a verbal decree from the emperor, Yi Muyuan said. The emperor's edict. A verbal decree. As Shen Qingyan was wondering whether she should kneel, Yi Muyuan gently lifted her hand. A burst of static electricity flashed quickly from the point of contact. Shen Qingyan withdrew her hand and immediately knelt. Seeing this, everyone else knelt as well. Yi Muyuan felt a sense of loss but steadied himself and began reading the edict. By the mandate of heaven, the emperor decrees the Shunping Junju Shen Qingyan is virtuous, gentle, dignified, and outstanding in both character and appearance. She and our seventh son Yi Muyuan are truly a match made in heaven. We hereby bestow marriage upon the two of them. Upon the Junju's coming-of-age ceremony, she shall be the principal consort of the Prince of Yu's mansion. So decreed. Transmitting the emperor's verbal decree, the legitimate daughter of the Right Chancellor Shen Qingyan is resourceful and possesses great strategic talent. Having meritoriously assisted our seventh son in suppressing the bandits, we specially bestow 10,000 taels of silver, 10 bolts of silk, and various jewelry. So decreed. Yi Muyuan's momentum was overwhelming. One edict after another left everyone present dazed and bewildered. What had Shen Qingyan done? They could understand being bestowed marriage, for there had long been a verbal agreement. But meritorious service in suppressing bandits. Shen Qingyan looked up, cupped his hands, and asked, Your Highness the Prince of Yu, how is this possible? Shen Qingyan was merely a frail woman incapable of subduing a chicken. How could she have gone to suppress bandits? Chancellor Shen, thanks to Shen Qingyan's strategic counsel, this prince was able to swiftly eliminate the bandits that had plagued the empire for years. Do you have any objections? Yi Muyuan's expression darkened. Yi Muyuan's tone was too stern and severe, causing Shen Qingyan to tremble in fear and immediately prostrate himself on the ground. Your servant dare not. He was inwardly furious. Shen Qingyan had been at the Prime Minister's residence all along, and this fearsome seventh prince had only come once when delivering the imperial edict. The two had no interaction in the past 2 days, so how could she possibly have provided strategies to the seventh prince? All rise, Yi Muyuan said, looking at Shen Qingyan. The other stood up. Shen Qingyan, witnessing this scene, was also furious. Shen Qingyan was nothing but a simpleton, yet the seventh prince defended her so. Prince Yu, your subject's daughter, is curious. How did eldest sister offer you her counsel? Shen Qingyan refused to accept this. All the good things were taken by Shen Qingyan. She was the hope of the Shen family. Yi Muyuan cast a cold, sweeping glance, but did not linger. Shen Qingyan, unwilling to give up, added, Prince Yu. Who are you? Yi Muyuan frowned with displeasure. Your subject's daughter. Luo Tian interrupted Shen Qingyan and said from the side, Master, this is the right Prime Minister's second daughter, Shen Qingyan. Yi Muyuan said coldly, and nobody dares to speak to me. Since when have I been so approachable? The crowd was terrified. Zhang Shi shuddered. It was said that this seventh prince was brutally violent, and she feared he might have Shen Qingyan executed. She was about to speak when Shen Qingyan shot her a glare. She swallowed her words, hatred nearly grinding her teeth to dust. Who did Shen Qingyan think she was? Her Qingyan was the best, and would one day become the most honored woman under heaven. Shen Qingyan cast a warning glance at Zhang Shi and Shen Qingyan, signaling them not to speak casually, then said tremblingly to Yi Muyuan, Prince Yu, please forgive us. We are merely curious about how Ian was able to assist you. State military secrets are not something of your rank to know, Yi Muyuan said coldly. Or do you wish to abandon your civil post and take up arms? If so, I can send you for a trial. Shen Qingyan shuddered. Only a madman would give up being prime minister to become a soldier. Prince Yu, your servant, did not mean that. Yi Muyuan ignored him. Since he was here, he might as well resolve Shen Qingyan's last trouble. His gaze fell on Matron Rong. What is an old servant of the consort dowager doing here? Yi Muyuan asked. Matron Rong shuddered. She had planned to deal with Shen Qingyan after the seventh prince left, but she never expected him to set his sights on her. This servant by the consort dowager's decree has come to instruct the eldest miss of the Shen family, who has lived in Yinqing and knows no etiquette. She knelt there invoking the consort dowager in an attempt to suppress Yi Muyuan. But she had miscalculated. Throughout the entire palace, Yi Muyuan only respected the emperor and empress. To him, everyone else was but an ant. Even the words of his favored elder brother he could ignore. Yi Muyuan snorted disdainfully. Has that old woman been in the deep palace too long? Now she wants to meddle in my household affairs. Is she tired of living? Matron Rong trembled violently. Even the current emperor would not dare call the consort dowager an old woman. This was truly outrageous. The more rebellious a person was, the more reckless their actions. Replying to Prince Yu, the consort dowager only acted out of kinship with the Shen family. Shen Qingyan is my betrothed. Her status is noble. She is not for the likes of you ants to manage. Yi Muyuan said icily, his murderous aura so intense that the crowd dared not even breathe. Yes, Matron Rong could only steel herself. Shen Qingyan almost laughed. She had thought that if this Matron Rong truly dared to lecture her, she would make the woman die silently. Shen Qingyan considered herself no saint. She could save lives and take them. In her past life, she had rescued the suffering masses, but she had also been unmerciful to those who provoked her, giving them a needle or a poison. In this life, she had already used poison to dispose of Matron Zhang. She had not expected someone to stand up for her now. Though she needed no help, Shen Qingyan still felt a warmth surge in her chest. Why haven't you left? Yi Muyuan saw through her little scheme and kicked her directly. Ouch! Matron Rong tumbled to the ground with a thud. Yi Muyuan said coldly, change my shoes. Yes. Luo Tian quickly walked to the horse, took out a new pair of shoes, and knelt down to put them on for him. Shen Qingyan's lips twitched. This Yi Muyuan was even more eccentric than she had imagined. She liked dealing with people with such personality. But only dealing with them. Marriage was out of the question. After changing his shoes, Yi Muyuan stood on the ground and cast a cold gaze at Matron Rong, who had just risen. Matron Rong felt her whole body go numb under his stare and bowed to him. This servant will leave now, will leave now. She nearly scrambled onto the carriage. The coachman glanced at Shen Qingyan, who signaled them to leave. The coachman drove away without delay. Summoning his courage, Shen Qingyan said, "Prince Yu, would you care to sit in the Shun residence for a while?" "No need," Yi Muyuan refused. Luo Tian. "Yes." Luo Tian signaled to the guards beside him, and they carried 2 chests down from the carriage. Yi Muyuan said to Shen Qingyan, "These are rewards from the emperor for you. Where should they be placed?" "Hong Yao, lead Prince Yu's people to the verdant bamboo court." Shen Qingyan said. "Yes." Hong Yao led the guards inside. Zhang Shi's eyes reddened with rage. 10,000 taels of silver, plus silk and jewelry. All of this should have belonged to her Aaron. "Would you like to come in and sit?" Shen Qingyan asked casually, but the implication was that Yi Muyuan should leave. Yi Muyuan caught her implication, and the corners of his lips curved upward, a hint of delight flickering in his dark golden eyes. "Very well, I shall sit in your courtyard." Shen Qingyan was taken aback, wondering if this 7th prince really didn't understand what she meant. Since it had come to this, she had no choice but to invite him in. "All rise." Shen Qingyan, seeing that Yi Muyuan had followed Shen Qingyan inside, stood up first. The crowd breathed a sigh of relief. Shen Qingyan stood up and glanced back at the departing carriage. She had hoped to torment Shen Qingyan through Nurse Rome, but now the 7th prince had driven her away, filling her with resentment. "Father." Shen Qingyan hesitated, her face etched with grievance. Her pitiable air made passing men hold their breath. Shen Qingyan's anger burned hotter. "Go inside first." The group filed in, and the mansion steward Shen to close the gate behind them. Madame Zhang felt equally stifled. Her Aaron was stunningly beautiful and destined for greatness, yet the 7th prince had shown her no respect at all. He had left them no dignity before Nurse Rong. Who knew what Nurse Rong might tell the imperial consort when they met next time? "My lord, you must handle this properly." Madame Zhang fumed, wishing she could stab Shen Qingyan with a dagger right then. Shen Qingyan thought of the backing behind Shen Qingyan and snorted coldly. "What am I supposed to do? Tell me, can I contend with Prince Yu?" Madame Zhang choked on her anger, finding it unbearable. "Father, we may not be able to fight Prince Yu, but we can ruin Shen Qingyan's reputation completely." A vicious glint flashed in Shen Qingyan's eyes as she whispered several sentences into his ear. Shen Qingyan's eyes lit up. "Good plan. I'll have it done immediately." With that, he strode away. Madame Zhang curiously leaned in. "Aaron, what did you tell your father?" Shen Qingyan knew her mother had a loose tongue and feared she might ruin the plan, so she refrained from telling her. "Mother, have patience. You'll know in due time." "Aaron, just tell me. Will she suffer?" "Yes, she'll be in big trouble." Shen Qingyan nodded, noticing the grim state under her mother's veil. "Mother, what happened to your face and father's?" At the mention, Madame Zhang flew into a rage, recounting the events of the day. Shen Qingyan returned as they walked toward the rear courtyard. When Shen Qingyan heard about the imperial decree of marriage, her delicate hands clenched into fists. If Shen Qingyan were dead, that marriage decree would have been hers. If she survived, she would only become a pawn of the imperial consort in the general's mansion. Shen Qingyan refused to accept her fate being tightly controlled by others. Shen Qingyan must die. The eldest legitimate daughter of the Shen family must be her Shen Qingyan. At the bamboo courtyard, Hong Yao cautiously carried in a pot of hot tea. Seeing Yi Muyuan, she still trembled in fear. After setting down the tea and pouring 2 cups, she bowed and retreated with hurried steps. Shen Qingyan took a sip of the hot tea to ward off the chill in her body. Though she wasn't afraid of cold, the original owner's body was prone to chill troubling her. She needed proper care. "Does Prince Yu have something to say?" Shen Qingyan broke the silence, unable to bear Yi Muyuan's constant gaze. His dark golden eyes carried an innate nobility, and when they rested on her with no warmth, she felt as if she might be interrogated like a criminal at any moment. "You're not afraid of me?" Yi Muyuan recalled their previous encounters. No matter how he appeared, she had never shown fear. Other young ladies from official families would cast strange glances at him, but when meeting his eyes, they would reveal fear. Only Shen Qingyan never did. Yi Muyuan found it intriguing. "Why should I be afraid of you?" Shen Qingyan felt it was baffling. "With a single order, I can make an official family tremble and the 9 kin. including the Shen family, would be implicated. Yi Muyuan thought she had just returned to the capital and might not know his power. Shen Qingyan was indifferent, warming her hands with the teacup. Prince Yu, if you're so formidable, why not confiscate the Shen family? I'm sure Prime Minister Shun has committed plenty of misdeeds over the past decade. Any one of them could sentence the entire family to death. A flicker of surprise crossed Yi Muyuan's eyes. You're not afraid of the crime of implicating the nine kin. I am the Pingshun Commandery Princess, not listed among the Prime Minister's nine kin. Why should I be afraid? Shen Qingyan curled her lips lazily. She was only speaking casually. She didn't know the current court dynamics. If Yi Muyuan intended to move against Shen Tsungwen, she wouldn't have been bestowed in marriage. This meant he might hold evidence of Shen Tsungwen's misdeeds, but for reasons related to the emperor or otherwise he had no intention of acting against him. Shen Qingyan loathed such court struggles. What had humiliated the original owner was the Shen family, not the emperor, so she only needed to stir chaos within the family to avenge the original owner. She had no plans for anything else. Indeed, it is our Nanyang Kingdom's fortune to have a Pingshun Commandery princess skilled in divination and medicine. Yi Muyuan's thin lips curled with a hint of amusement. Shen Qingyan felt she would be drawn in if she didn't speak. Prince Yu, I wish to ask a favor of you. She knelt, her sallow face serious. Yi Muyuan idly toyed with the teacup in his hand. It was indeed not a fine piece for the Prime Minister's mansion. What is it? He asked lazily. Shen Qingyan said bluntly, I beg Prince Yu to keep my divination ability secret. I only wish to live peacefully in this age within the Shen residence. I have no grand ambitions, nor do I wish to enter the world. Not wish to enter the world. Then what did you do for the Yin family? Yi Muyuan took a sip of tea, neither agreeing nor displaying concern. I merely wish to earn some silver to improve life for my grandmother and myself, Shen Qingyan answered honestly. Without money, she couldn't avenge the original owner. It was that simple. Shen Qingyan, has the Prime Minister's mansion mistreated you? Yi Muyuan knew the answer, but asked deliberately. Shen Qingyan's gaze fell to the teacup, and she remained silent. Yi Muyuan felt the roughness of the teacup under his fingers, and was seized by a sudden irritation. Yi Muyuan set down his teacup. Rise, this prince can agree to your request. Thank you, Your Highness. Shen Qingyan bowed in gratitude, then stood and returned to her seat. However, should I require your assistance in other matters in the future? A faint glint passed through Yi Muyuan's dark golden eyes, for her mastery of divination could prove immensely helpful to him. This humble daughter will surely speak all that I know. Shen Qingyan knew well that the imperial family was the most heartless of all. Though the man before her was the husband bestowed upon her by the current emperor, he was not one to be easily swayed. There was no affection between them. Shen Qingyan had no intention of becoming the Princess of Yu. Her current plan was to exact revenge on those who had harmed the original owner of this body, then save enough silver to flee the capital and travel the world for leisure. As for the identity she would use to escape, her medical skills were tantamount to the art of disguise, making flight quite simple. As Shen Qingyan pondered her future plans, Yi Muyuan's voice rang out. Today the emperor assigned me a particularly special task. Shen Qingyan looked at him in confusion. Her bloodline offered no guidance. Noting her puzzled expression, Yi Muyuan raised an eyebrow and asked, You do not know? Prince Yu, if I could foresee everything, would I still be here in the Shen mansion? Shen Qingyan shot him a look as though he were an utter fool. Yi Muyuan cleared his throat. The emperor has ordered me to cultivate a bond with you. Shen Qingyan's lips twitched. Prince Yu, you approach me only because I have mastered the art of divination and can provide you with many conveniences. As for my wish to be on good terms with you, it is merely because you too can offer certain advantages. As for cultivating a bond, I find it rather unnecessary. Yi Muyuan was taken aback. Was she dismissing him? The seventh son of the current emperor, the esteemed Prince Yu, was being rejected. Yi Muyuan's countenance turned stern, a hint of displeasure hidden within. My intentions are the same, however. He paused. Since it is the emperor's wish, I must return with a proper account, must I not? From now on I shall call you Yener, which sounds more intimate, and the people of the Shun mansion will not dare to bully you. Shen Qingyan was astonished. Was he planning to shield her for the long term? Why? Was it because she was unrivaled in medicine and poison and unmatched in divination? If it pleases Prince Yu, then so be it. Shen Qingyan toyed with the teacup in her hand. I know you intend to deal with the Shun family, so here is my token. Yi Muyuan drew a token from his waist. Should any situation arise, you may send someone with this token to my residence to request an audience. Shen Qingyan knew this was a valuable item. Thank you, Prince Yu. I still have matters to attend to. I'll take my leave now. Yi Muyuan rose and departed. I shall see off Prince Yu. Shen Qingyan rose as well, intending to escort him, but he said, It's cold outside, you do not see me off. Do not leave the house tomorrow. Hearing this, she halted, her delicate brows slightly furrowed. Why not leave tomorrow? In the end, Shen Qingyan did not voice the question. Watching Yi Muyuan's departing figure, she toyed with the token in her hand. It was a token forged of dark gold, the same hue as his eyes. In its center was carved a vigorous and forceful character Yu. The strokes were flowing and profound, as if a true dragon were soaring back and forth within the dark gold. The next day, shortly after Shen Qingyan rose, she finally understood why Yi Muyuan had told her not to leave the house today. The steward Shinda hurried to the green bamboo pavilion to announce, Has the young lady risen? Hong Yao stepped out. Steward, the young lady is still washing and having her hair done. What is the matter? Shunda relayed anxiously. Zhao Si, the eunuch from the palace, has arrived, summoning the young lady to receive an imperial reward. Hearing this, Hong Yao grew tense and hurried back to Shen Qingyan's bedchamber. Leng Xiao had just taken over the task of styling Shen Qingyan's hair. Young lady, this is bad. Hong Yao handed Leng Xiao 2 hairpins and said anxiously, Someone from the palace has arrived. Just style a simple bun for the young lady. Leng Xiao fashioned a simple bun for Shen Qingyan. Hong Yao added, Young lady, could it be that Rong Mumu has reported you to the consort dowager, and now she's causing trouble for you? Zhao Si is not one of the consort dowager's people. Shen Qingyan remained calm. She found the hairpin Hong Yao had chosen unattractive, so she removed it and replaced it with another. She disliked overly elaborate hair ornaments. Hong Yao was astonished. Young lady, you heard all that. Shen Qingyan suddenly realized that unless one was a martial artist given Shen Da's tone, she should not have been able to hear from here. Though her past life physique had not carried over, her acute senses had. Didn't Leng Xiao also hear it? Shen Qingyan did not wish to explain, using Leng Xiao as a shield. Leng Xiao nodded, but a flicker of surprise passed through her eyes. She could hear because she had trained in martial arts for years. But how could Shen Qingyan hear? Leng Xiao increasingly felt that staying by Shen Qingyan's side was the right choice. Seeing this, Hong Yao fell silent, knowing that had it been her, she certainly would not have heard. After her hair was done, Shen Qingyan leisurely walked out of the green bamboo pavilion. Seeing her, Shunda let out a slight sigh of relief and invited, Young lady eunuch, Zhao Si is in the front hall. Shen Qingyan nodded, but gave him no pleasant expression. Shinda knew that on the day she returned he had offended her gravely, so he refrained from making idle chatter to avoid further embarrassment. Shen Qingyan arrived at the front hall, where most of the Shen family had gathered. This included Shen Yujia, who had feigned illness the previous day to avoid seeing Shen Shiran. It was quite a lively scene. Upon seeing Shen Qingyan enter, Zhao Si approached with a beaming smile and knelt with 2 young eunuchs to pay his respects. This servant pays respects to Princess Pingshan. Shen Qingyan smiled slightly. Eunuch Zhao, please rise. Humph, ill-mannered wretch. Shen Songwen, seeing this, sneered and pointed at Shen Qingyan, scolding. When you see eunuch Zhao, not only do you fail to bow, you even have him bow to you. How could I, Shen Songwen, have a daughter so lacking in propriety? Shen Qingyan raised an eyebrow. Shen Yujia, also feeling displeased, stirred the pot. Indeed, not only do you not salute the palace eunuch, you also fail to pay respects to father and mother. Isn't that extremely rude? How dare you? Zhao Si turned around and bellowed. As the crowd recoiled in shock, Zhao Si remarked to the eunuch beside him, the 4th miss of the Shun family has failed in propriety. Slap her face. As you command. The young eunuch, not daring to be negligent, stepped forward and delivered 2 resounding slaps to Shun Yujia's cheeks. The crisp sound echoed loudly. Zhao Si snorted coldly. The eldest miss of the Shun family is the current Pingshan commandery princess and the fiancé of Prince Yu. Naturally, this servant must bow to her. Not only this servant, but all members of your Shin family should also bow to the eldest miss. Shin Yujia was going mad. You actually want father and mother to bow to this wretch? I. Before she could finish, another loud slap cut her off. Shen Qingyan, his eyes blazing with fury and sweating from her tactlessness, roared, "Unfilial girl, kneel." Father. Shen Qingyan knelt with tears in her eyes, casting a pleading glance at Lady Zhang and Lady Meng. She could not understand why she who had sought justice for her parents had been struck. Lady Zhang pretended not to see. Lady Meng pressed her lips together, her eyes filled with heartache for her daughter, yet she dared not utter a word. Shen Qingyan watched the farce with a cold expression. She knew Zhao Si was defending her, but she was not naive. She understood that he did so only because she was the future Princess Yu. The eunuchs beside the emperor were all astute schemers. "Eunuch Zhao, why have you come so early?" Shen Qingyan stepped forward to end the farce. Zhao Si grinned and explained, "This servant has come on the orders of Prince Yu to deliver gifts to you." Gifts? Shen Qingyan recalled the look of disdain on Yi Muyuan's face the previous night. Zhao Si picked up the gift list held by a young eunuch and recited, "Prince Yu, taking pity on the future Princess Yu's harsh living conditions in the Shen residence, has specially sent 10 bolts of fine wool, several sets of winter clothing, 10 silk quilts, a set of white jade and blue flower tea, were 2 pairs of white jade and colored vase, and more." As Shen Qingyan listened to the list, her brows knit slightly. What was Yi Muyuan doing? Had he moved all the treasures of the Prince Yu mansion here? The faces of Shen Qingyan and the others also darkened. Prince Yu's bestowal of these royal-only treasures upon Shen Qingyan highlighted the great importance he placed on her. Now if he wanted to move against this cursed girl, it would be exceedingly difficult. Beside him, Lady Zhang and Shen Qiran's faces were equally grim. Just as Shen Qingyan's fists clenched tighter, Zhao Si finished reading the entire gift list. He turned to Shen Qingyan with a smile. "Eldest miss, these are all the gifts Prince Yu has sent. He also instructed this servant to convey a message." "What message?" Shen Qingyan glanced at the boxes being carried in. Each time Zhao Si read an item from the list, the eunuchs from the palace would open the corresponding gift box. Now the entire front hall of the Shen residence was suddenly resplendent. Shen Qingyan stared at these treasures, his eyes fixed greedily. The condolence gifts he had received earlier were not as precious as these treasures. Moreover, he had been forced to return all the Sheng family's treasures and these. A flash of greed crossed Shen Qingyan's eyes, but then he heard Zhao Si add, "Prince Yu said that these are all for Miss Shen. He does not wish his future princess to live in plainness. These treasures must be placed in the Cuizhu courtyard for proper display." "Ping Shen, Commandery Princess, do you understand Prince Yu's meaning?" Zhao Si asked again, ensuring she grasped it. "I understand." Shen Qingyan knelt and said, "Thank you, Prince Yu." Shen Qingyan was stunned. The greed on his face gradually faded into gloom. "Ping Shen, Commandery Princess, Prince Yu also said that since you are family, there is no need for such kneeling." Zhao Si gave her a playful wink. "Ping Shen, Commandery Princess, shall this servant have these items sent to your Cuizhu courtyard?" "All right." Shen Qingyan rose with the support of Hong Yao. "Lead the young eunuchs the way." "Yes." Hong Yao's voice was a pitch higher. She was overjoyed that her young lady was held in such high regard by Prince Yu, and she led the eunuchs carrying the various boxes. Seeing this, Zhao Si added, "Prime Minister Shen, Prince Yu also instructed this servant to convey a message to you." Shen Qingyan's body trembled. After these recent incidents, he no longer expected any good words from that man. Now he only hoped that Yi Muyuan would stop championing Shen Qingyan. Shen Qingyan was about to burst with rage. His most cherished Shen Qiran had yet to receive any favor from the palace, while Shen Qingyan had been honored time and again. It was infuriating. Seeing Shen Qingyan silent, Zhao Si's voice turned cold. "Prime Minister, will you not kneel?" Only then did Shen Qingyan snap back to reality and immediately knelt. As Shen Qingyan knelt, the others followed suit except Shen Qingyan. Zhao Si nodded in satisfaction and conveyed Yi Muyuan's decree. "Prince Yu has decreed that the Prime Minister's frugality is a model for the Nanshan dynasty. Therefore, the ornaments and tea sets that are currently being sorted in the Cuizhu courtyard shall be placed in the front hall to receive distinguished guests, so that the Prime Minister may lead by example and promote a culture of integrity." "Your servant obeys the decree." Shen Qingyan knelt, his eyes dark and venomous. He was going mad. Yi Muyuan was humiliating him like this. He was championing Shen Qingyan. Shen Qingyan gritted his teeth in fury, wishing he could tear Shen Qingyan into pieces on the spot. If only she would die in Yinqing. Zhao Si seemed to notice Shen Qingyan's shoulders trembling. He nodded with satisfaction. Prime Minister Shen, then have these excessively extravagant decorations removed shortly. From today onward you must lead by example. Yes. Shen Qingyan was so enraged he nearly bit through his teeth. Shen Qingyan caught a glimpse of his gnashing expression as he raised his head and barely suppressed a laugh. She made another mental note: Shen Qingyan was not only lecherous, but also avaricious. In the future, she could use these two weaknesses to bring him down. She would let this corrupt prime minister's mansion decay piece by piece until it became nothing but rubbish. Soon after, Hong Yao brought back the several young eunuchs. After Zhao Si saw that they had moved all the gifts from His Royal Highness the Prince of Yu to the Emerald Bamboo Courtyard, he took his leave to report back. Shen Qingyan, suppressing the darkness in his heart, had just finished seeing Zhao Si off and was about to find an excuse to confront Shen Qingyan when Shinda brought another message. My Lord Prime Minister, Manager Zhang from the Guardian General's mansion has arrived. Before Shen Qingyan could react, Madame Zhang eagerly rose to her feet. Manager Zhang has come. Manager Zhang served as the steward of the Guardian General's mansion, and each visit to the Shen residence invariably brought her favorable news. Recalling the grievances she had endured these past days, she felt at last that the moment for her to reclaim her dignity had arrived. Shen Qingyan observed the scene with detached calm. The original host had been sent away to Yinqing at an early age, so her memories of events in the capital remained hazy. Yes, Shinda replied, instinctively glancing toward Shen Qingyan. Shen Qingyan's expression darkened further. Despite his position as prime minister, the aging General Zhang, though stripped of power and influence, still believed his past military merits entitled him to intimidate him, frequently sending representatives from the Guardian General's mansion to remind him of his place and humiliate him. What does he want? Shinda shook his head, indicating he knew nothing. Shen Qingyan shot a glare at Shen Qingyan. What an unlucky day. First Zhao Si had used Yi Muyuan's name to suppress him, and now the Guardian General's mansion appeared. Let him in. Shen Qingyan turned his gaze toward Madame Zhang. Though she still wore her veil, the delight in her eyes was unmistakable. He knew that once Manager Zhang saw her thus, he would speak with the authority of the Guardian General's steward. Shen Qingyan looked at his three daughters. You may withdraw for now. Shen Qiran, standing behind Madame Zhang, spoke up. Manager Zhang's visit must be for a purpose. I would prefer to remain by my mother's side. Shen Qingyan's eyes filled with displeasure. Was she also going to lean on the Guardian General's mansion to pressure her own father? Shen Yujia knew that Manager Zhang always berated Shen Qingyan like a dog whenever he came, and she still harbored resentment over that slap, refusing to leave under any circumstances. My concubine mother also comes from the Guardian General's mansion. Manager Zhang must be present or he will think we are being impolite. Shen Qingyan glared viciously at her and Madame Meng. Madame Meng shrank back, lowering her head, without a word, showing no sign of leaving. Father, this humble one will take her leave first, Shen Qingyan suddenly said. Shen Qingyan watched her retreating figure, his expression grim. The entire Shen residence had been under his control, but since Shen Qingyan's return, everyone in the household seemed to have slipped beyond his grasp. Madame Zhang dared to defy him. Shen Qiran no longer obeyed her father, and even the usually timid Madame Meng. Shen Qingyan stamped his foot in frustration. After Shen Qingyan left the front hall, Hong Yao whispered behind her, puzzled. Miss Manager Zhang's visit will surely embarrass the master. Why didn't you stay? Aren't you curious about what he wants from the Prime Minister's residence? Curious, of course, Shen Qingyan replied in a flat tone. But Manager Zhang is here to cause trouble for Shen Qingyan, and he might involve me as well. Would I be so foolish as to stand there and let others bully me? Hong Yao immediately understood. This servant was remiss in her thinking. Shen Qingyan glanced toward the front hall, then withdrew her gaze. Those things she wished to know would be investigated by others on her behalf. Returning to the Emerald Bamboo Courtyard, Shen Qingyan gazed at the chests of treasures Yi Muyuan had sent and couldn't help but massage her forehead. Store these away, she said, sitting in her chair and taking a sip of tea before continuing to prepare medicinal packets for old Madame Shen. But eunuch Zhao said these should be displayed. Shen Qingyan replied, then display them. Also send 2 silk quilts to grandmother. Hong Yao nodded with a smile. Old madam has endured such hardship in the mansion these past years. It's a relief that Miss has taken such good care of her since returning. She will surely be delighted. Shen Qingyan paused in her task of arranging the medicinal packets. After Hong Yao displayed the valuable ornaments, she promptly replaced them with fresh bedding, put away the clothes, and upon completing everything bowed slightly, while carrying 2 silk quilts. Miss, this servant will deliver the bedding to old madam first. Mum. Shen Qingyan responded, her attention fixed on sorting the herbs in her hands. Not long after Hong Yao departed, Lung Xiu entered from outside. Miss, what happened in the front hall? Shen Qingyan paused, resting her chin on her hand in a languid manner. Lung Xiu reported, after Manager Zhang learned that the madam's maid was punished to death by you, he brought 2 new maids for her. Additionally, he reprimanded the master on the spot, scolding him for resorting to physical force. That's all. Miss, don't be fooled by what seems like merely 2 maids. The situation is far more complex. Realizing she didn't understand the dynamics between the Shan residence and the Guardian General's mansion, Lung Xiu explained in detail, including Yinglan. All the maids sent here came from the Guardian General's mansion. Though they were supposedly given to the madam, they were actually intended for the master. Bedchamber maids. Shen Qingyan was startled. Didn't this undermine Madame Zhang's position? Lung Xiu nodded. Both the madam and concubine Meng were placed by the Guardian General's mansion as attendants around the Prime Minister. The General's mansion uses them to control the master. However, the madam wouldn't allow so many women near him, so she employed certain tactics to keep Yinglan by her side, preventing her from becoming the master's bedchamber maid. Is Shen Qingyan so valuable to the Guardian General's mansion? Shen Qingyan smiled faintly. It seemed Madame Zhang had willingly become a mistress before because of the General's mansion's arrangements. Then the death of the original host's birth mother, Nangong Xian. Was that also connected to the Guardian General's mansion? Shen Qingyan lightly tapped the table. It seemed there was one more person to deal with. In the evening, a maid entered Suizhu courtyard. Miss. The maid was pretty, dressed more expensively than the servants in the Prime Minister's mansion. As she looked at Shen Qingyan, disdain flickered in her eyes. She merely bowed slightly and left. Shen Qingyan ignored her and finished organizing the last medicine packet, handing it to Hong Yao. Take this to the old madam. Yes, miss. This is Su Zhan, a maid sent by the Protector General's mansion to serve madam. Hong Yao took the medicine packet, bowed, glanced at the newcomer, and hurried away. Only then did Shen Qingyan give her a proper look, her expression cold. What is it? Su Zhan, a senior maid from the Protector General's mansion, felt slighted by the lack of attention and grew resentful. She thought to herself, no wonder the old general sent her here. This Shen miss who just returned is indeed difficult to handle. Though displeased, she concealed it and bowed again. Madam sent me to inform you that Princess Chongming will host a snow viewing poetry gathering at the Princess Mansion the day after tomorrow. All the young ladies of the Prime Minister's mansion, including yourself, have been invited. Madam requested that you prepare accordingly and attend in formal attire to avoid bringing shame to the Prime Minister's mansion. I understand. Shen Qingyan's expression remained unchanged. Su Zhan observed her face closely, noting the cold detachment with no change in expression. She was secretly startled. A young miss raised in Yinxing should be in a panic over such matters. Why was Shen Qingyan's face so calm? Moreover, she was staring directly at her. Su Zhan suddenly felt curious. Miss, what are you looking at? You were born into a wealthy family. If my observation is correct, your family should have been merchants. Though lacking in power, you enjoyed ample food and clothing. How did you end up as a maid in the Protector General's mansion? Shen Qingyan rested her chin on her hand, regarding the maid with a half smile. Su Zhan was stunned. How did she know? Miss, do you know my parents? A sense of urgency rose in Su Zhan's heart, and her tone became respectful. I do not know them. Shen Qingyan shook her head, her bright, penetrating eyes still fixed on her. I deduced it from your physiognomy. Your past must have taken a turn around the age of 5. What happened? Su Zhan bit her lower lip, nearly overwhelmed by shock. I vaguely recall that before I was 5, our family's circumstances were quite comfortable. My father seemed to be a merchant. But one day an old matron from the mansion took me out and sold me to a human trafficker. After much hardship and suffering, I ended up as a maid in the Hu Kingdom General's mansion. Shen Qingyan murmured, I see. Suzhen knelt on the ground and kowtowed before her. Miss, you are extraordinary. I wish to ask, will I ever see my parents again in this lifetime? Raise your head, Shen Qingyan said. Suzhen lifted her face, her excitement barely concealed, waiting for her words. Shen Qingyan nodded. Yes, you will. Suzhen's tears flowed freely with emotion. Really? Your physiognomy indicates that what you have lost will eventually return. From what I can discern, your parents are still alive, and you have the chance to reunite with them. It all depends on your choices. Shen Qingyan spoke the truth. Her divination arts were connected to physiognomy. She could easily read the imperial destiny in Yimeyuan's face as well as those of others. What? Suzhen wiped away her tears and looked at her hopefully. Your eyebrows were not always like this. They were originally divided into two sections in the middle. You trimmed them, didn't you? Shen Qingyan continued. This signifies two paths before you. Choose correctly, and you will live a prosperous life and reunite with your parents. Choose wrongly, and you will not have many years left. Suzhen was terrified. You were originally sent by the Protector General's mansion to serve as a chamber made for my father. If you become his chamber maid, your future will be smooth. Conversely, if you follow my mother's wishes, at the latest by the year after next, you will lose your life in the Prime Minister's mansion. The hope on Suzhen's face gradually faded as she looked at Shen Qingyan with suspicion. Miss, are you asking me to betray Madam? Didn't you want to betray her yourself? Shen Qingyan smiled, reading her thoughts. You were never one to be content. If you want a better life and to reunite with your parents, strive to become a concubine of Prime Minister Shen. Suzhen was stunned. She not only saw through her past, but also read her innermost desires. Being a personal maid had never been her wish. The life she lived before age 5 continued to surface in her dreams, and Suzhen longed to return to those days. Yet she couldn't bring herself to trust Shen Qingyan. No young miss would ever suggest her maid become a concubine to her father. She feared this was a scheme concocted by Shen Qingyan and Madame Zhang. Miss, please don't jest. Even if the Prime Minister took me as a chambermaid, I would never become a concubine. Who said you wouldn't? Shen Qingyan tapped the table with her fingers, a habit she indulged in whenever deep in thought. The rhythmic tapping echoed in Suzhen's ears. Her heart stirred with an inexplicable longing. As long as you can help him, will it not happen? Shen Qingyan said. I can assist you, but you must pay the price. From now on you will serve me. Also, you have a hidden ailment. Suzhen was moved. She knew even the ailment that had plagued her for years. Without hesitation, she knelt immediately. This servant is willing to become your person, to serve you for life. Shen Qingyan knew she had won her over and pointed to a seat beside her. Sit. Place your hand on the table. Suzhen carefully sat down on the chair. The thought of sitting as an equal with Shen Qingyan was something she had never dared to imagine, so her heart continued to tremble. But this did not hinder Shen Qingyan from taking her pulse. She examined Suzhen's pulse. Your chest has ached all these years. Was this a condition from childhood? Yes. After being sold by the human trafficker, I was abused, and ever since then I have suffered from chest pain. Shen Qingyan took out a bottle of medicine from her spatial storage, poured out 2 pills, and placed them in her hand. Hold them under your tongue. Suzhen now trusted Shen Qingyan, so she held the 2 strangely shaped pills under her tongue. Shen Qingyan picked up a medical book nearby and read it. When the time came, she picked up a teacup and poured a glass of water for her. Swallow it now. Suzhen respectfully held the water cup and drank it down. The constant oppression in her chest suddenly vanished. She knelt down and kowtowed to Shen Qingyan. This servant thanks the young miss for saving her life. This is also because your fate has not yet reached its end. Shen Qingyan closed the medical book and carefully examined her facial features. Suzhen was pretty and delicate with the unique charm that only a young girl could possess. No man would refuse such a woman as his concubine. I didn't save your life for nothing. Your illness requires medicine once every 7 days, and you must take it for a full year to be completely cured. During this year, you will be at my disposal. Do you have any objections? This servant will belong to you, young miss, from now on. Suzhen kowtowed again, showing her loyalty. Her illness had been deemed untreatable by the physicians at the Hugwo General's mansion, yet Shen Qingyan had cured it with ease. She was convinced. Moreover, Suzhen still hoped to reunite with her parents in her lifetime. Shen Qingyan's words filled her with hope. Very well. Now I will teach you a massage technique. In 5 days my father, the Grand Secretary, will suffer from severe headaches. At that time you should use this technique to massage him, and you will soon be able to escape your current status. Shen Qingyan rested her chin on her hand, estimating that the set of silver needles would take 5 more days to circulate through Shen Tsungwen's entire body and begin tormenting him. Ignoring the surprise on Su Zhan's face, she called out to the outside, "Lung Xiu, come in." In the next moment Lung Xiu entered the main room with respectful demeanor. "Young miss, sit down." Shen Qingyan pointed to a seat nearby. Lung Xiu didn't hesitate and sat down directly. Su Zhan was startled and thought to herself, were all the maids this casual in Shen Qingyan's presence? Shen Qingyan stood up and walked behind Lung Xiu. "Watch carefully. When the Grand Secretary's headache becomes unbearable, you should volunteer to massage him using this technique I'm teaching you." As she spoke, she began pressing on Lung Xiu's body. Su Zhan was still puzzled about how she knew Shen Qingyan would suffer from migraines, but she had already started the massage. Shen Qingyan's movements were swift and precise, pressing on Lung Xiu's key acupoints, including the temporalis Tuwei Buei Nohu and Yuzhen points. After the full massage routine, Lung Xiu's eyes narrowed in comfort, and she heard Shen Qingyan ask, "Have you learned it?" Su Zhan was quick to learn and nodded. This servant previously studied massage at the Hugui General's mansion. "Young miss, may this servant try it." "Go ahead and try." Shen Qingyan stepped aside. Su Zhan followed what she had just learned and began massaging Lung Xiu. With Shen Qingyan guiding her from the side, Su Zhan mastered the technique after just 2 attempts. "You have quite a talent," she said thoughtfully. Su Zhan might be a promising candidate. However, for now, she could only place such a talented person by Shen Tsungwen's side. "Thank you for the praise, young miss." Su Zhan bowed to her again. "You may return now. You should know what to say, correct?" Shen Qingyan sat back down in her chair. She had decided to employ Su Zhan because she discovered that Su Zhan's physiognomy was opposed to Lady Zhang's. In simple terms, among all the people in this mansion, Su Zhan's face was the most capable of countering Lady Zhang's. This was a secret technique from the mystical arts she had studied. "This servant understands. In front of the madam, this servant will still stand on the madam's side." Su Zhan nodded, her eyes now filled with admiration as she looked at Shen Qingyan. Shen Qingyan picked up the medical book and waved her hand. "You may return now. This servant has one more thing to tell the young miss. On the day of the Snow Appreciation Poetry Gathering, the young miss should be cautious. The madam and the second miss may team up with Princess Changning to oppose you. This servant takes her leave now." After Su Zhan finished speaking, she turned and left. Only after Lung Xiu and the others had departed did she ask, "Young miss, have you decided to use Su Zhan?" "Yes." Shen Qingyan didn't hide anything. "Do you know about her situation at the Hugui General's mansion?" She didn't fully believe what Su Zhan had said, but for now Su Zhan was still useful to her, so she could temporarily make use of this person. As for whether she could use her long-term, she was unsure. Lung Xiu nodded and informed Shen Qingyan of all the basic information about Su Zhan. "Very good." Shen Qingyan took out another pill from her spatial storage, rolled it between her palms, and handed it over. "Take it." Lung Xiu swallowed it without hesitation. "What is this Snow Appreciation Poetry Gathering about?" Shen Qingyan asked. In the original host's memories, she had not found any information about the Snow Appreciation Poetry Gathering. She knew the original host had never attended such a poetry gathering before. "Young miss, the Snow Appreciation Poetry Gathering is essentially a social event hosted by Princess Changning every year when the snow is heaviest during the winter solstice. Attendees include not only the imperial princes and princesses from the palace, but also the young masters and ladies from various official families. In a sense, this serves as an opportunity for unmarried ladies to meet gentlemen from prominent families." Lung Xiu replied, feeling a sense of comfort throughout her body after taking the medicine. She once again marveled at Shen Qingyan's exquisite medical skills. Shen Qingyan turned a page in the medical book without saying anything. Lung Xiu added, "Young miss, they might try to trip you up at this place, so please be careful." "Then let them come." Shen Qingyan took a sip of clear tea and casually tossed 5 copper coins onto the table. As she observed the divination pattern, her eyes grew cold, and a hint of amusement played at the corners of her lips. "Tell me about Princess Changning," Shen Qingyan said. She knew that Leng Xiu, who had once served as a shadow guard, must be familiar with the identities of people in the capital. Leng Xiu told her, Princess Chongning is the fifth daughter of the current emperor and remains unmarried. She was born to noble Lady Zhang. By the way, noble Lady Zhang is the legitimate daughter of General Hu, which makes her aligned with Empress Dowager Tai's faction. She has a willful nature and is close to the second miss. Shen Qingyan understood and put away the copper coins. A flash of ruthlessness crossed her cold eyes. 2 days later, winter solstice. Compared to the day Shen Qingyan returned to the capital, the snow in the capital was even heavier that day. The entire city was shrouded in white snow. Cloaked in silver and white, it was breathtakingly beautiful. Shen Qingyan wore a goose-yellow dress made from fabric sent by Yi Muyuan with a distinctive ruby hairpin adorning her coiled hair. She wrapped herself in a cloak and came to the front hall, preparing to depart together with the 2 young ladies of the Shun mansion for Princess Chongning's residence. Shen Qingyan noticed that all the decorations in the front hall had been replaced with the furnishings from her former residence at Shuizhu Yuan. She pursed her lips slightly. This was all Yi Muyuan's doing. Shen Yujia arrived at the front hall dressed in a pink outfit. Upon seeing the ruby hairpin in Shen Qingyan's coiffure, jealousy made her heart sour. Though her own attire was simple, the value of that hairpin exceeded all the jewelry she wore. Shen Yujia snorted derisively. When she spotted Shen Qiran arriving late, she smiled and approached her. Second sister, you look truly beautiful today. You will surely outshine everyone at the gathering. Shen Qiran blushed deeply at the compliment, her radiant beauty like spring blossoms overflowing from an apricot garden. Her face brightened with delight, yet she gently scolded, Fourth sister, do not speak so carelessly. Shen Yujia, however, smiled ingratiatingly and said, Second sister, I wasn't talking nonsense at all. You are the foremost beauty of the capital. At the upcoming snow viewing poetry gathering, you will surely outshine everyone. You will win the top prize, and then all the prince's eyes will be on you, won't they? As she spoke these words, she deliberately cast a provocative glance at Shen Qingyan and added, including the 7th prince. Fourth sister, Shen Qiran showed a coquettish expression, but before she could speak, a loud slap rang out. The people in the front hall stared in shock at Shen Qingyan. How dare you hit me? Shen Yujia's eyes widened, her cheek numb from the slap. She glared hatefully at the person who was slowly withdrawing her hand. Rebellious and unfilial, deserving of a slap. Shen Qingyan withdrew her hand calmly. That slap just now had been delivered with all her strength. Now this frail body of the original owner was somewhat unable to bear it, and her palm was stinging slightly. Shen Qingyan, who do you think you are? How dare you hit me? I'm going to tell father. Shen Jiyu, realizing that she was not someone to be trifled with, red-eyed, was about to go find Shen Qingyan to seek justice. Go ahead, tell father how you dared to covet your own brother-in-law. Shen Qingyan's indifferent gaze shifted from Shen Yujia to Shen Qiran. The 7th prince and I have been betrothed by imperial decree. If fourth sister dares to associate the 7th prince with irrelevant people again, beware that the emperor might learn of it and become displeased. Then when the emperor blames the Shen family, how will father view you? You, Shen Yujia, after all, was still young. No matter how fiery her temper, being slapped by Shen Qingyan and then threatened made her eyes instantly redden. She looked at Shen Qiran in confusion, unsure whether to complain or not. Shen Qingyan ignored them and asked Hong Yao beside her, Is the carriage at the mansion gate? Eldest miss, the carriage is already waiting at the mansion gate, Hong Yao said. Shen Qingyan left the front hall. Shen Yujia watched that slender figure, gritting her teeth in anger. She grabbed Shen Qiran's arm and whined, Second sister, that bitch Shen Qingyan hit me. A flicker of gloom passed through Shen Qiran's eyes. She gently covered Shen Yujia's hand. Shen Qingyan's slap on the surface had struck Shen Yujia, but in reality, it was a blow to her. This was a reminder for her not to set her sights on the 7th prince. On the surface, Shen Qiran appeared sorrowful, but inside she was furious. Fourth sister, eldest sister, has just returned to the capital and doesn't understand propriety. She admires His Highness the 7th prince and naturally cannot tolerate others coveting him. Don't say such things in the future. She spoke magnanimously, but in her heart she hated that she couldn't snatch Yi Muyuan away. However, the imperial betrothal. Damn that imperial betrothal. Shen Qiran's hand unconsciously tightened. Shen Yujia felt a sharp pain and immediately pulled her hand away. Second sister, that hurts. Shen Qingyan came to her senses and gave an awkward smile to hide her inner resentment. Sorry, fourth sister. Let's get on the carriage. Shen Yujia touched her swollen and numb cheek. Thinking about meeting those princes and young masters in this state, she was about to cry. Second sister, what should I do about my face? Shen Qingyan looked at the swelling on her face, feeling no pity at all. For a foolish person, no matter their status, they were not worth her sympathy. Shen Qingyan gently touched at her eyes, showing concern. It's all right, fourth sister. When we get on the carriage, apply more powder to cover it up. Shen Yujia worriedly asked, can it really be covered? There's no other way now. It's an invitation from Princess Chongning, and besides, if Princess Chongning asks, just tell her directly. No one will mock you. A flash of malice passed through Shen Qingyan's eyes. Shen Yujia's eyes lit up. Second sister, I understand. Shen Qingyan was waiting in the carriage. After a while, she saw Shen Qingyan and Shen Yujia board the carriage. As soon as Shen Yujia sat down, she glared hatefully at Shen Qingyan. Shen Qingyan casually lifted the curtain and glanced outside. The carriage was moving slowly. She caught a brief glimpse of Lung Xiu's figure before letting the curtain fall. Throughout the journey, the three of them exchanged no words. Shen Yujia picked up Shen Qingyan's powder box and frantically applied it to her face. The strong fragrance filled the carriage, making the air stuffy. After a while, they arrived at Princess Chongning's residence. Many carriages had already stopped by the roadside. The Shen family coachman said outside, "Young ladies, it's impossible to go further ahead. How about alighting here?" After the carriage stopped, Shen Qingyan lifted the curtain and immediately got off. Staying in the same space with Shen Qingyan and the others, she would really be suffocated by the smell of powder. Eldest miss, this is Princess Chongning's residence. Hong Yao supported her and whispered, Shen Qingyan lifted her eyes slightly, looking at the imposing plaque of flicker passing through her gaze. She had just performed a divination. The events inside would be quite exciting. Shen Qingyan looked at the mansion, which was even more magnificent than the Prime Minister's residence, and did not rush inside, but waited for Shen Qingyan and Shen Yujia to alight. She knew well that without the invitation in Shen Qingyan's hand, she would not be able to enter. As soon as Shen Qingyan alighted from the carriage, she attracted everyone's gaze. Moreover, several noble young masters began to discuss on the spot. It's the eldest young lady of the Shen family. Haven't seen her for a while, but she's still so beautiful. Don't talk nonsense. The eldest young lady of the Shen family has returned. This one is the second young lady. Ah, the second young lady. Then the eldest young lady. Could she be that skinny girl? You can't say that. Now the legitimate daughter of the Shen family is the seventh prince's fiancé, personally decreed by the emperor. Also, she has inherited her mother's title of Pingshan Commandery Princess, so her status is very noble now. Isn't that so? That girl. She's actually the future princess of the Prince Yu. How can she be worthy of His Highness the Seventh Prince, the War God? Shen Qingyan listened to the increasingly outrageous discussions about her. She cast a cold, indifferent gaze in their direction. The young master who had just looked down on her couldn't help but shudder. He fell silent, daring not to speak another word. The steward of Princess Chongning's mansion approached with a warm smile upon seeing Shen Qingyan. Miss Shen the second, Miss Shen the fourth. When his gaze fell upon Shen Qingyan, it dimmed slightly. Miss Shen the eldest. Upon the steward's deliberate delay in addressing her, Shen Qingyan retorted without hesitation, I am Junju of Pingshan. The steward was taken aback for a moment, then realization dawned on him. A hint of malice flashed in his eyes, yet he maintained a respectful facade. This old servant pays respects to Junju of Pingshan. Rise, Shen Qingyan said without expression. Shen Qingyan bit her lower lip in embarrassment and addressed the mansion's steward. My elder sister places great importance on such titles. Please do not take offense, steward. Junju of Pingshan holds a noble status. How could this servant possibly harbor any grievance? As the steward spoke, he welcomed them inside and had the maids lead them to the rear garden. Princess Chongning's mansion was built with grandeur and magnificence, its overall design featuring a golden tone that exuded nobility and splendor. Especially the glazed tiles on the roof, which had been cleaned by the servants, bearing only a thin layer of snow. When sunlight fell upon them, they sparkled brilliantly, quite beautiful to behold. Misses of the Shen family, these are the seats the princess has arranged for you. Please be seated. The maids of Princess Chongning's mansion led them to a table laden with exquisite fruits and delicacies. Elder sister, please sit first. Shen Qingyan deliberately displayed timidity in front of the maids. Shen Qingyan glanced at her quirkily and sat down directly. Shen Qingyan lowered her eyes, pretending to be relieved, and then sat down. The maid observed all of this and silently departed. Shen Qingyan raised her eyes, watching the maid leave a hint of amusement flashing in her gaze. She had thought Shen Qingyan to be so formidable, but she was nothing special after all. Having lived in Yanqing for nearly 5 years, she had now become a frivolous young miss. No matter how much trouble she caused upon returning, it would be of no avail. Today marked Shen Qingyan's first appearance before the heirs of various noble families. If she was perceived as a frivolous miss from the start, she would never be able to navigate the capital society in the future. So what if she occupied the position of the legitimate eldest daughter? Everything Shen Qingyan currently possessed would ultimately belong to her Shen Qingyan. That maid would surely report everything that had just occurred to Princess Chongning. Shen Qingyan lifted her teacup and took a gentle sip. Before long, the young masters and misses from various official families also took their seats. At that moment, a maid's voice announced, "His Highness Prince Chong has arrived. Her Highness Princess Chongning has arrived." Hearing this, Shen Yujia excitedly tugged at Shen Qingyan's sleeve. "Second sister, it's Prince Chong." "Fourth sister, mind your demeanor," Shen Qingyan reminded her in a low voice. Shen Qingyan whispered a reminder and rose with the others, preparing to bow. Shen Qingyan also stood up, turning her head slightly as her inquiring gaze fell upon Hong Yao. Hong Yao understood the meaning behind her glance. While everyone was rising, she took a small step forward to stand behind Shen Qingyan and introduced Prince Chong. Prince Chong is the current 5th prince. His biological mother passed away long ago, and he was raised in the palace of noble consort Zhang. Shen Qingyan understood, and like the others bowed to the arriving prince and princess before quietly taking her seat. Their position was very close to the main seat. This also demonstrated the close relationship between Princess Chongning and Shen Qingyan. After Princess Chongning, Yi Chongning sat down, her gaze fell upon the 3 members of the Shen family. She first noticed the flush on Shen Yujia's face, then glanced at Shen Qingyan, a look of disdain flashing in her eyes. She shifted her gaze and looked at the 5th prince beside her, Yi Muyin. His gaze was fixed intently on Shen Qingyan. Yi Chongning smiled softly and reminded him in a voice only the 2 of them could hear, "Fifth brother, your gaze is too unrestrained." After the reminder, a hint of amusement flashed in Yi Muyin's deep eyes. After retracting his gaze, he deliberately said, "A graceful and virtuous lady is a fit mate for a gentleman. The second miss of the Shen family possesses outstanding beauty. It would be harmless for this prince to gaze upon her a few more times." His words were clearly heard by everyone present. Everyone understood that Yi Muyin had feelings for Shen Qingyan. Although several of the young masters present were discontented with this, none dared to say anything. Who would dare to compete with the current 5th prince for a woman? A graceful lady. They wished to court her, but dared not. Hearing Yi Muyin's words, Shen Qingyan lowered her head in feigned shyness, but felt a wave of disgust in her heart. The 5th prince was the husband chosen for her by her father, and she harbored not the slightest affection for him. Compared to the 7th prince, who was known as the god of war, this 5th prince was only skilled in indulging in food, drink, women, and gambling, committing all sorts of evils, and was notorious far and wide. However, Shen Qingyan and the National Guardian General's mansion were determined to support him precisely because this 5th prince lacked ability and was easy to control. Shen Qingyan noticed Shen Qingyan's expression, a playful smile playing at the corners of her lips. She understood divination, and it was said that divination and psychology were inseparable. Therefore, in her previous life, Shen Qingyan had also studied psychology. With just one glance, she knew that Shen Qingyan's inner feelings were not as demure and shy as she appeared. From the tightly clenched fists resting on her lap, it was evident that she was striving to suppress her inner disgust. Shen Qingyan detested Yi Muyin. Shen Qingyan had feelings for Yi Muyin. How interesting. Yi Chongning covered her mouth and chuckled, timely coming to Shen Qingyan's rescue. Enough. 5th brother, please stop teasing Qingyan. Today is the snow viewing poetry gathering. According to tradition, everyone composes poems about snow. Whose poetry receives the most applause will win the prize. This time the prize is provided by fifth brother. The time for composing poetry is the same as usual, half an incense stick's duration. After she finished speaking, a maid prepared to distribute inkstones, ink, paper, and brushes. Wait, Yi Muin intervened. Fifth sister, every year's snow viewing poetry gathering is the same. It's rather boring, isn't it? A hint of disgust flashed in Yi Chongning's bright eyes. Although Yi Muin had been raised under her mother's care, she simply could not bring herself to like this incompetent brother. This time he had shamelessly insisted on attending the snow viewing poetry gathering. They had agreed she would not cause trouble for him, yet now he was disrupting her arrangements, which was truly annoying. Yi Chongning also found it difficult to oppose him in front of so many people, lest rumors of sibling discord spread. She could only go along with his wishes. Fifth brother, what do you mean? The snow scenery today is quite lovely. How about this? If it's a young lady, she may dance or play the zither in the snow. If it's a young master, he may play the shao or wield a sword in the snow. This prince will select one outstanding performer from among the ladies and one from among the gentlemen, each receiving a reward of 10,000 taels of silver. What do you think? Hearing this, the crowd erupted in murmurs. The snow was falling heavily at present, and the young masters and misses from various official families would have preferred to clutch their hot water bottles with no one wanting to dance or wield swords in the snow. However, this was the fifth prince's suggestion. Despite their reluctance, none dared to resist. Yi Muin was in high spirits. Seeing that they dared not speak, he immediately decided, "It's settled then. Let's begin with Prime Minister Shen's family." Although Shen Qingyan was unwilling to dance in the snow, the decision had already been made, and she could only comply. She took the initiative to push Shen Qingyan forward. "Elder sister, you are the legitimate daughter. It should be your turn first." Yi Chongning looked at Shen Qingyan with a flicker of disgust in her eyes. "Then let the legitimate daughter of the Shun family shun." She glanced at Shen Qingyan, clearly forgetting the name. The elderly maid beside her whispered, "Princess Chongning, the legitimate daughter of the Shen family, is named Shen Qingyan. Let Shen Qingyan perform a dance for everyone first." Yi Chongning smiled maliciously. It was said that the legitimate daughter of the Shun family had been sent to Yinqing to be raised since she was 10. Even if she had been well trained before that age, she certainly wouldn't be proficient in such matters now. Yi Muin also followed her gaze to Shen Qingyan, who was seated with an even more amused look in his eyes. She was sallow and emaciated, like a little beggar staggering out of a refugee camp. Apart from her eyes, which were passable, there was no other aspect that could match Yi Muin. However, this also indirectly indicated that his father's throne might not necessarily be passed to Yi Muin. Otherwise, making a woman of such appearance the empress who leads the world would be laughable. Shen Qingyan was originally eating a fruit when she unexpectedly found that Shen Qingyan had given her such a spotlight-stealing task. However, she was not foolish. Shen Qingyan put down the fruit, stood up, and bowed to the two on the main seats before saying, "In response to Prince Chong and Princess Chongning, I grew up in the wilderness and do not know how to dance." Shen Qingyan's expression was one of astonishment. Shen Qingyan didn't even attempt to demonstrate anything and simply claimed she couldn't. However, Shen Qingyan's expression quickly regained composure as she noticed the surrounding young ladies and princesses whispering among themselves with a hint of mockery. Yi Muin immediately became displeased. "After all, you are the legitimate daughter of the Shen family. Even if you can't dance, you should not disobey our orders. Shen Qingyan, you can go to the center of the courtyard and dance a few steps. Since everyone present is from official families, we are all acquaintances. This matter will certainly not be spread, and no one will mock you." Shen Qingyan listened to the whispers around her, remaining very calm. "Fifth prince, there is one thing I do not understand." "What is it?" Yi Muin sat upright, feeling immensely proud. The woman betrothed to Yi Muin was indeed such a vulgar one. Neither talented nor dignified, it seemed that the minister's speculations were all false. What is the purpose of Princess Chongning holding this snow-viewing poetry gathering? Shen Qingyan asked directly, naturally, not missing the expressions on the faces of the two on the main seats. Yi Chongning answered without a second thought, "Of course, it's to give the unmarried gentlemen and ladies an opportunity to get to know each other." Shen Qingyan nodded. The mockery around her grew more blatant, but she paid it no mind. "Princess Chongning, I am already betrothed. If I were to dance in front of the princes and so many gentlemen, would that not undermine the royal dignity? Moreover, I am truly not skilled in dance. Let my second younger sister do it instead. Oh, she is not yet betrothed and is proficient in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Having said that, Shen Qingyan secretly sighed in her heart. The identity of Yimin's fiancé was indeed very useful. Her words inevitably brought up the betrothal to the seventh prince, and instantly many envious gazes fell upon her. Yi Miyuan, as the war god of the Southern Xuan Kingdom, had been given the title of Living Hell King, yet most of the women in the capital harbored feelings for him. There were even rumors that the position of crown prince would go to the seventh prince. Therefore, being betrothed to the seventh prince was equivalent to having one foot in the door of the empress's throne. Who could not be jealous? Shen Qingyan was about to go mad. She never expected that Shen Qingyan, who had returned from the countryside, would be so sharp-tongued. She had no real ability, but was quick with her words. Her hands under her sleeves were almost clawing through her snow-white skin. Yi Chongning never expected that Shen Qingyan would set a trap for her. Already betrothed, and to the lofty seventh prince, Yi Miyuan no less. Such a status certainly could not be allowed to dance in public. Shen Qingyan had already made her point so clear. If they insisted on making her dance in front of so many gentlemen, it would indeed be inappropriate. Yi Chongning looked at Shen Qingyan. Shen Qingyan's tightly pursed lips instantly relaxed, and she put on a dignified, saintly expression as she stood up. Princess Chongning, my elder sister is right. Let me do it. Yi Chongning was very satisfied with Shen Qingyan's understanding of propriety. She nodded and said, very well then, today's first dance will be performed by the second young lady of the Shen family, Shen Qingyan. I obey, Shen Qingyan said with a mournful tone. Qingyan, you are the most aggrieved. Dance well, and if you do well, I will heavily reward you. Yi Muin, who had been watching the drama, suddenly spoke. Shen Qingyan bowed slightly in his direction. Then Shen Qingyan said, Prince Chong, actually for my second sister this is a great honor. She dreams of dancing for you. Shen Qingyan, who was stepping out of her seat, almost tripped when she heard this. She looked at Shen Qingyan with reddened eyes. Those words sounded as if she had been longing day and night to dance for the fifth prince. This was undoubtedly slandering her as having an interest in Yi Muin. The prince she truly liked in her heart was the seventh prince. She wanted to have romantic moments with him under the moon and flowers, to wear the most beautiful clothes and dance the most graceful dance for him, not for the fifth prince. Shen Qingyan was both angry and furious, but the fire within her could not be released. Her eyes red, she looked at Shen Qingyan in the posture of a victim. She wanted everyone to know that she was being bullied by Shen Qingyan. Shen Qingyan knew what she was doing. But such tactics were beneath even modern green tea types, so they were ineffective against her. Second sister, dance well. You represent the face of the Shen family. Shen Qingyan pretended not to understand the grievance and unwillingness in her eyes. After speaking, she bowed to the people on the main seats and continued to sit down and eat her fruit. Shen Qingyan was driven mad by her unpredictable behavior. She secretly swore in her heart, Shen Qingyan, you humiliated me in front of so many people, I will definitely not let you off. Shen Qingyan quickly gathered her thoughts, bowed to the two on the main seats, and said in a soft voice, the dance I intend to perform is called the Rainbow Garment Dance. Could I look forward to it? Prince Chong showed no intention of pursuing the earlier commotion. The woman he had his eye on was now wronged. He would settle the score for her later. As long as he gained more support and ascended to the supreme throne, Shen Qingyan would be the empress. Then Shen Qingyan would have to bow and kneel to Shen Qingyan. Wasn't that the best way to get back at her? After communicating with the musicians, Shen Qingyan began to dance gracefully in the snow. Shen Qingyan watched with great enjoyment. Shen Qingyan was indeed the foremost beauty of the capital. Her exquisite face, coupled with her slender and supple waist, made Shen Qingyan think of a poem. The celestial palace is deep, the night is not yet over, the azure clouds and celestial music accompany the rainbow garment dance. A jade flute's sound fades into the sky, the moon fills Mount Li, the palace water clock's drip is long. The music ended. The dance stopped. Everyone was completely immersed, forgetting to applaud. This dance made Shen Qingyan shine in the spotlight, yet it could not conceal the hatred in her heart. Yi Muin led the applause, followed by the clapping of the other young ladies and gentlemen. The sound brought Shen Qingyan back to her senses. Returning to her seat through the wind and snow, she felt not only the cold, but also the mocking gazes around her. Shen Qingyan's hands clenched tightly beneath her sleeves. As she avoided the crowd's eyes, she shot a vicious glare at Shen Qingyan before sitting down. The moment she faced the others, her expression regained its usual gentleness, tinged with a hint of feigned grievance. Shen Qingyan took a bite of fruit and said in a voice audible only to the two of them, "Second sister, don't be upset. Everyone will have to dance soon." Shen Qingyan felt a lump of frustration stuck in her throat, her cinnabar-painted nails nearly piercing the soft flesh of her palm. Though all the young ladies present were to dance, she was the first. This was undoubtedly a humiliation. Yi Muin, seeing Shen Qingyan seated, handed the jade pendant from his waist to the eunuch beside him. "Shall Pingzi reward her?" The eunuch acknowledged with a yes, bent to receive it, and delivered it to Shen Qingyan. All eyes turned to Shen Qingyan. The fifth prince's personal jade pendant. Its value could not be measured by the quality of the material alone. Everyone knew that seeing the pendant was like seeing the fifth prince himself. At the favor Shen Qingyan received, the young lady's eyes showed varied emotions: envy, jealousy. Although Shen Qingyan did not truly like Yi Muin, she still felt pride in this honor, and the resentment stirred by Shen Qingyan eased a little. "Fifth sister, is it time for the next young lady?" Yi Muin, though fond of Shen Qingyan, knew that a prince could never have only one consort. He wished to scout for a few side consorts during this snow-viewing poetry gathering. Yi Chongning knew his intentions. Meeting Shen Qingyan's gaze, she nodded and said, "Next, let the fourth young lady of the Shen family, Shen Yujia, dance." Shen Yujia rose gracefully upon hearing this. She bowed to Yi Muin and Yi Chongning. Yi Muin had seen the fourth young lady before, but now his attention was drawn to the red mark on her face. Yi Chongning noticed it too and immediately asked, "Shen Yujia, what happened to your face?" Shen Yujia instinctively glanced at Shen Qingyan. Only after receiving an affirmative look from her did she kneel down with a sorrowful air and say, "This humble lady presumes to ask Prince Chong and Princess Chongning to seek justice for me." "Oh, what is it?" Yi Muin had little interest in the fourth young lady, but sensing something entertaining might unfold, he became intrigued. Shen Yujia deliberately cast a fearful glance toward Shen Qingyan. "When I was leaving today, the eldest sister said I was dressed too seductively and slapped me. Perhaps the eldest sister, having been raised in Yinqing, has become short-sighted and found my ordinary attire offensive to her eyes." Shen Yujia twisted the truth, for no matter how Shen Qingyan might argue later, no one would believe her. And with Shen Qingyan as a witness, how could Shen Qingyan possibly defend herself? "But my attire is perfectly proper. The snow-viewing poetry gathering is an important banquet held by Princess Chongning. Dressing more formally is normal. I do not believe I did wrong, and I humbly ask Prince Chong and Princess Chongning to render justice for me." Just as Shen Yujia's voice faded, another voice rang out. "I've seen jealous people, but someone as envious as the eldest Miss Shen is a first for me." A young man from an official's family said, unable to contain himself for Shen Yujia. "Indeed, if you think your younger sister's attire is too extravagant, then dress up yourself. It's not as if the Chancellor's mansion would deprive you of clothes and jewelry." These words were like a stone cast into a calm lake, stirring a wave of murmurs. "Exactly. Look at her shabby appearance. I used to think she was just plain, but now I realize it's deliberate. Even a younger sister has so many trinkets. How could a legitimate daughter have none?" "She certainly has some. I heard that Prince Yu, by the Emperor's decree, once sent her a load of gold and delicate ornaments. How could she possibly lack jewelry? Why did the Emperor give her so many things? They say she assisted Prince Yu in suppressing bandits and rendered merit. But a young lady of the inner chambers, how could she assist in suppressing bandits? I think something is amiss. Don't you know? She only returned to the capital recently. I heard she came back alone. Who knows what happened on the way back? Yinqing to the capital has more than one road. Maybe she passed through that bandit-infested route." "You mean she was captured by mountain bandits?" Shen Qingyan put down the fruit. So this was what they were waiting for. Her gaze drifted lazily over the young ladies who were subtly steering the conversation toward the idea of her being captured by bandits. They must be Shen Qingyan's friends. Otherwise, why would they be doing so much to help Shen Qingyan? That young lady added, "Oh, let's not make wild guesses. You know those bandits are desperately short of women. Even an old maid would be taken into the mountains and subjected to. If she was truly taken, wouldn't she have lost her purity? The moment those words were spoken, the crowd erupted. Hong Yao felt anxious and glanced at her mistress. She had stopped eating and sat there calmly, as if the people being discussed were not her at all. Yi Chongning looked at Shen Qingyan, who remained motionless in her seat, and a flash of triumph crossed her eyes. With all these people discussing her, how could she still appear so unruffled? Yi Chongning cleared her throat. Silence. The murmuring ceased at once. Yi Chongning surveyed the crowd and said with feigned sincerity, "How can you make such baseless speculations here? Shen Qingyan is betrothed to my seventh brother. By making these conjectures, aren't you tarnishing the royal family's reputation?" The crowd was greatly alarmed. Except for the three young ladies of the Shen family, everyone else rose and knelt. "Prince Chong, forgive us. Princess Chongning, forgive us." Yi Chongning looked at Shen Qingyan, who did not even raise her eyes. Shen Qingyan explained what happened. She spoke in a commanding tone. Shen Qingyan rose with a cold expression, sweeping her gaze across the crowd. Her bearing was as if she, not the princess, sat on the main seat. Yi Chongning felt an inexplicable tension at the sight. Was this the manner of a wild girl raised in Yinqing? Then let this humble lady properly address the matter of my fourth sister being slapped. Shen Qingyan paid no heed to the deliberately misleading words of those young ladies. Her gaze landed calmly on the hairpin in Shun Yujia's hair. Though she did not understand ancient jewelry, she was certain that Shun Yujia's entire outfit was not worth as much as that one hairpin on her head. Shun Yujia, upon being addressed, looked up at Shen Qingyan and involuntarily trembled. She had a foreboding feeling. A single hairpin on my head costs more than my fourth sister's entire attire. How could I possibly be jealous enough of her superior clothing to slap her? All eyes fell upon Shen Qingyan's hairband. Yi Chongning's gaze also landed on that ruby hairpin, her expression shifting. It was a hairpin offered as tribute from the Bai Kingdom the previous year. Back then, upon seeing all the tribute items, Yi Chongning had immediately set her heart on this ruby hairpin. As one of the favored princesses, she had hinted to Emperor Nanyang on multiple occasions that she desired this exquisite hairpin. But each time Emperor Nanyang would laugh it off, saying he would bestow the hairpin upon her on a more suitable occasion. Now, however, the hairpin had ended up on Shen Qingyan's head. "Fifth sister, isn't that the hairpin you desired?" Yi Muin had also heard consort Zhang mention this hairpin on several occasions, saying that Yi Chongning cherished it and urging him, her elder brother, to do something about retrieving it. He never expected Emperor Nanyang to show such favoritism, actually giving it to Yi Muyuan's fiancé. Yi Chongning let out a cold snort, her pride refusing to yield. This princess never wanted it. Yi Muin merely thought to himself that women were always so contradictory in their words and actions, then turned his gaze to Shen Qingyan. "That hairpin of yours, I recognize it. It is a tribute piece from the Bai Kingdom, truly precious." Shen Qingyan gave a slight nod, waiting for him to continue. "If that is not the reason, then why did you strike your younger half-sister?" Yi Muin asked. Shen Qingyan turned to look at Shen Yujia. The girl's youthful face, which had been so pitiful just moments before, now showed a trace of fear. Shen Yujia hadn't expected Shen Qingyan to be so quick-witted, effortlessly defusing the crisis. Shen Qingyan said, "Fourth sister, perhaps you should just tell everyone the truth." But Shen Yujia would never admit the truth. Steeling herself, she continued, "Eldest sister, do not speak nonsense. What I said just now was the truth." Shen Qingyan raised the corner of her mouth indifferently. "If that was how it was, then do not blame her for being harsh. I noticed that fourth sister's attire was overly ostentatious, which could easily be seen as upstaging the hostess. Before leaving, I advised her that while the hairpins in her hair may not match the refinement of the imperial collection, they were still too flamboyant and might steal the princess's spotlight. I suggested she dress more simply, but she refused, and even mocked me as a country girl from Yinqing who does not understand fashion." Shen Qingyan shook her head as she spoke. "I may be from Yinqing, but I know who the host of this snow-viewing poetry gathering is. Princess Chongning sits above all, and whether one is the capital's most beautiful woman or its most talented, no one should overshadow her. I never expected that fourth sister, despite her mother's careful upbringing, would be so lacking in propriety. Out of frustration, I struck her. It is said that an elder sister is like a mother. As the legitimate eldest daughter, is it not my duty to guide my younger siblings and share the burden for my parents? Your Highness Prince Chong, did I do wrong? Shen Qingyan laid out her argument at length, ultimately leaving the matter in Yi Muin's hands. He raised an eyebrow, surprised that someone with such an ordinary appearance could speak with such eloquence. In this matter you did nothing wrong. Meanwhile, Yi Chongming scrutinized Shen Yujie, who had dressed so flamboyantly, as if trying to overshadow her. At merely 10 years of age, she was already behaving so inappropriately, desperately seeking the attention of men. Her expression darkened. The smile on Shen Qiran's face also froze. She had been closely watching the expressions of those on the main seat, and when she saw Yi Chongming's demeanor shift, her heart sank with panic. Shen Qingyan smiled faintly. Without thinking, Shen Yujie immediately said, "Your Highness Prince Chong, that is not what happened." "Then tell me what really happened." Yi Muin frowned, displeased. The matter was taking too long and disrupting the young lady's dancing. Shen Yujie stammered, unable to form a coherent sentence for a long time. She never expected Shen Qingyan to say such things. And now how could she possibly admit that she had been slapped because she was harboring thoughts of the seventh prince? If she spoke the truth, these young masters and ladies from noble families would surely mock her for being shameless. Who would ever propose to her then? Shen Yujie helplessly looked toward Shen Qiran. "Second sister," she whispered, attempting to seek rescue. After cursing internally at the trouble, Shen Qiran rose and approached the two figures on the main seat with a pitiful expression. "Your Highness Prince Chong, this is fourth sister's first time attending the snow viewing poetry gathering. It is all my fault for not explaining things clearly to her. This entire farce is my mistake." Shen Qingyan narrowed her eyes slightly. She had categorized Shen Yujie's complaint as nothing more than a farce. Shen Qiran's pitiful and wronged appearance as she took blame for everything earned the sympathy of the various officials and young masters present. At the same time, Yi Muin had no desire to meddle in such matters. This was hardly a serious issue to begin with, and Shen Qiran's pitiful demeanor stirred something in him. He waved his hand dismissively. "Let it go. It is not a major matter after all." However, the fourth miss of the Shen family's appearance was indeed inappropriate. She need not dance. Upon hearing this, Shen Yujie shot a resentful glare toward Shen Qingyan. Her biological mother had told her that this snow-viewing poetry gathering was a prime opportunity to win the favor of the young masters from noble families. She was already 10 years old, and still no one had come to propose, a fact that would invite ridicule. Yet here was such a perfect chance to showcase herself, and Shen Qingyan had ruined it all. "Yes," Shen Yujie replied, though unwillingly. But the fifth prince had already spoken, and no amount of reluctance would change anything. "Let us continue. Which young lady is next?" Yi Muin was entirely absorbed in watching the young ladies from noble families dance, paying no mind to the young masters. Yi Chongming, meanwhile, felt somewhat relieved now that Shen Yujie would not be dancing. Just as she was about to speak, Shen Qingyan said, "Your Highness Prince Chong, this humble one has something else to say." Annoyance flickered across Yi Muin's eyes. "What is it?" "Some two young ladies just speculated that I had been abducted by bandits on the journey back to the capital, which is how they came to know what happened. If I do not clarify this matter now, would it not damage the reputation of the imperial family?" Shen Qingyan turned her gaze toward the two official daughters who had been instigated by Shen Qiran. Yi Muin had no intention of caring whether Shen Qingyan's reputation suffered. After all, she was not his betrothed. But unexpectedly, she had invoked the imperial family's reputation. "Then tell me what exactly happened." Yi Muin could only go along with her wishes. "Regarding the matter of assisting in the suppression of bandits, this humble one wishes to confront the two young ladies in person. I request your Highness Prince Chong's permission." Shen Qingyan's clear, bright eyes narrowed slightly, concealing the sharpness within. "Granted." Yi Muin had no desire to be drawn into such matters either. Shen Qingyan turned her gaze toward the two young ladies. Hong Yao whispered beside her, "Miss, the one in green attire, is Miss Chun Ruoling, the legitimate daughter of the Grand Commandant's household, while the other is Miss Yi, the legitimate daughter of the Censorin Chief's family." Shen Qingyan understood. Both were legitimate daughters whose fathers held high positions, so they were certainly close to Shen Qiran. She looked at the two with an expressionless face, invoking the identity of Junju of Pingshan. "You two need not whisper among yourselves any longer. I will give you a chance to speak now. Tell me, when exactly did I get abducted by mountain bandits? You from Yinqing, if you hadn't been taken by bandits, how could you possibly have provided intelligence to Prince Yu to assist in suppressing the bandits? Shen Ruoling said with a smug expression. Although Shen Qingyan used her status as a princess to pressure them, they were not afraid. Shen Ruoling thought she was merely a princess by title and moreover one who had lost her chastity. Once this became known, her engagement to the seventh prince would be void. Who said that I provided intelligence to Prince Yu? Shen Qingyan said with a playful tone. His Majesty only said that I contributed to the bandit suppression, but he did not specify in what aspect I assisted, nor did he strip me of my title or cancel my engagement to the seventh prince. Yet you are here maliciously speculating that I was taken by bandits and lost my innocence. If this spreads, you would be damaging the imperial family's dignity. The two who had been arrogant were suddenly overwhelmed by the weight of royal dignity. The people who had believed their words began to see the truth. Indeed, if Princess Pingshan had truly been taken and lost her innocence, the emperor would never have allowed her marriage to the seventh prince, someone said. Shen Ruoling glared at the speaker and retorted, then how did you, a weak woman, assist Prince Yu in suppressing the bandits? If you didn't help, then you are guilty of deceiving the emperor. Shen Qingyan sneered. What a charge of deceiving the emperor. Quite a heavy cap to wear. These people were determined to push her into an abyss of no return today, weren't they? Either lose her innocence or deceive the emperor. Just as Shen Qingyan was about to speak, a shrill voice announced, Prince Yu has arrived. The people present were stunned, and a stir arose. Yi Chongning was even more surprised. She had not invited Yi Muyuan. Not that she didn't want to, but other than Yi Muyin, the other princes disdained attending such occasions. Yi Chongning watched Shen Qingyan standing before Shen Ruoling and Yi Weiwei. Though she was slender, her posture was straight and proud, strikingly conspicuous in the bitter winter cold. Seeing everyone rise, she exchanged a glance with Yi Muyin and also stood up. Yi Muyin, dressed in dark purple court robes, walked through the courtyard toward the corridor under the heavy snow, causing all the guests to hold their breath. His chiseled features were unparalleled in handsomeness, and his dark golden eyes exuded cold detachment. A single glance sent chills down one's spine, and the noble aura around him seemed innate. It made the guests both want to approach and keep their distance. Whether young masters or ladies of official families, they were well aware that a special friendship with the seventh prince would bring them boundless prospects. However, they also knew that this was the fearsome seventh prince, not someone anyone could easily befriend. Because no one knew if the next moment this fearsome seventh prince would join forces with the sixth prince to uncover some evidence against their family, then raise their household and exterminate their entire clan. The moment Yi Muyuan stepped into the corridor, all the guests knelt. Shen Qingyan, not wanting to be special in front of so many people, also knelt and shouted along with the crowd, "Long live Prince Yu, 10,000 years." Yi Muyuan said nothing and walked straight ahead. No one dared to rise. Those he passed by could feel the cold wind and powerful aura he brought, making their bodies tremble involuntarily. Yi Chongning stared intently as he approached, expecting him to reach the main seat before telling everyone to rise, but unexpectedly, he walked directly to Shen Qingyan. "I've told you before, you don't need to kneel," Yi Muyuan said, extending a hand with distinct knuckles toward her. Shen Qingyan was startled, took his hand to stand up, then quickly withdrew her hand. "Thank you, Prince Yu." Yi Muyuan frowned. Her hand was as cold as ice. Yi Chongning saw this strange scene and exchanged another glance with Yi Muyuan. Yi Muyuan, who had never been interested in women, had actually made such an intimate gesture toward Shen Qingyan. Could he truly be fond of her? But she was just an ordinary, even somewhat ugly girl he had only met a few times. What could attract Yi Muyuan? While everyone was still kneeling, Yi Chongning cleared her throat and said, "Seventh brother, please, let everyone rise first." Although she was the fifth princess, she was actually 3 years younger than Yi Muyuan. "Rise," Yi Muyuan said, his voice as cold as his demeanor. "Thank you, Prince Yu." The crowd breathed a sigh of relief and slowly stood up. Shen Ruoling and Yi Weiwei had just stood up when they met his dark golden eyes, and their bodies trembled involuntarily. Yi Muyuan's gaze, devoid of warmth, swept over them like the arrival of the king of hell. In an instant, they seemed to have encountered their own death. "Prince Yu," Yi Weiwei called out softly. Shen Qingyan sneered. Prince Yu, you've arrived just in time. I was just discussing with the legitimate daughter of Grand Commandant Shun and the eldest daughter of Censor Yi whether I was taken by bandits and thus knew the bandits' lair, so I provided intelligence to assist in suppressing them, or whether I am deceiving the emperor. Yi Weiwei quickly said, Princess Pingshuan, we didn't mean that. Hong Yao behind Shen Qingyan rolled her eyes and muttered under her breath, What do you mean not that? That's exactly what you meant. Although it was a murmur, several people nearby heard it clearly. Yi Muyuan's face darkened. Shen Qingyan laughed lightly and said, Now that Prince Yu is here, you don't believe what I said. Let Prince Yu tell you how I assisted in suppressing the bandits. A flicker of strangeness passed through Yi Muyuan's eyes. Let him speak. Of course he would not reveal that Shen Qingyan knew fortune-telling. If everyone found out and went to Shen Qingyan for divination, wouldn't she be too busy to do things for him? Naturally, she provided strategies. Yi Muyuan's words shocked everyone. Strategies. The bandits in the outskirts of the capital had baffled all the military strategists in the camp who had tried various methods without success. This little girl had actually provided strategies and enabled Prince Yu to successfully suppress the bandits. Everyone present found it unbelievable. Shen Qiuran's face turned extremely ugly upon hearing this. This was her and Shen Tsungwen's scheme. They had intended to ruin Shen Qingyan's reputation and make the emperor order an annulment of the engagement. But they never expected it could be explained away like this. Shen Qingyan had strategies. How could she doubt it? Not only Shen Qiuran doubted, but everyone else did too. Wasn't she just a green girl from Yinqing? Any more questions? Yi Muyuan asked. And no, none. Yi Weiwei almost lost her voice. You dare to question the imperial family and attempt to damage its reputation. A fierce killing intent flashed in Yi Muyuan's dark golden eyes. Chen Ruoling and Yi Weiwei immediately knelt. Your servant dares not. Luo Tian. Yi Mian said, glancing at Shen Qingyan, whose playful expression had turned cold again, as if the matter before her had nothing to do with her. Luo Tian appeared from nowhere, kneeling directly before Yi Mian, with both hands clasped in a righteous salute, Master. The daughters of the Chun and Yi families attempted to tarnish the royal reputation, confine them to the judge's hall, and await their trial on an appointed day. Yi Muyuan's words carried an intense coldness, his hands folded behind his back, his face a mask of sinister energy intertwined with ice, like the Yama of the underworld. Shen Qingyan watched him in this state, thoughtful. She understood then how Yi Muyuan earned his title as the living Yama. Your Highness Prince, you spare our lives. Miss Shen, we dare not speak nonsense anymore. Yes, Miss Shen, it was Shen Qiuran. Everything Shen Qiuran told us to say. Shen Ruoling and Yi Weiwei begged for mercy while spilling everything. Shen Qiuran's face turned deathly pale. She never expected these two to disregard her father's influence and betray her. Facing Yi Muyuan's killing intent-laden eyes, she couldn't help but tremble slightly. Do not speak nonsense. My father is the current prime minister. As his daughter, how could I possibly do something that damages the royal reputation? Moreover, you are slandering my elder sister. How could I? Shen Qiuran instantly wore an expression of grievance, as if she had been wronged beyond endurance. Her deliberately frail appearance made Yi Muyuan's heart ache. He always believed women should be like this. But with matters unclear, he would not be foolish enough to walk into Yi Muyuan's crosshairs. At the mention of Shen Tsungwen, Shen Ruoling and Yi Weiwei fell silent. Yi Muyuan's words terrified them. If they angered Shen Tsungwen, it might affect their father's official careers at court. They were already regretting everything. Luo Tian. Yi Muyuan called out in a cold voice to his subordinate. This servant is here. Luo Tian was about to seize Chen Ruoling and Yi Weiwei when he heard the order and paused. Recently, the emperor intends to crack down on corruption among court officials. Remind Prince Rui to investigate the Chun and Yi families. Yi Mian was concise, but it terrified Chen Ruoling into pointing directly at Shen Qiuran. It was you. If you hadn't instructed us, how would we have said such things? Shen Qiuran retreated a step with a mournful expression, her eyes full of sorrow. You are bullying me too severely. Take them away. At Yi Muyuan's command, Chen Ruoling and Yi Weiwei cried out in despair as Luo Tian seized each of them and dragged them away. Everyone witnessing this scene seemed to foresee the downfall of the Chun and Yi families. After Chen Ruoling and Yi Weiwei were taken away, Yi Muyuan's frosty gaze fell directly upon Shen Qingyan. Shen Qingyan shivered and could only look to Yi Muyin for help. Her pitiful appearance made one doubt whether the second miss of the Shen family could truly have done such things. Seeing this, Yi Muyin walked before Yi Muyuan to shield her. Seventh brother, do not let such trivial matters spoil the mood. Matters concerning the royal reputation are never trivial. Yi Muyuan stood beside Shen Qingyan, his gaze carrying a warning. Yi Muyin paused, then forced a smile. You are right. We must thoroughly investigate the Chun and Yi families. Disrespecting the royal dignity is a grave offense. As Yi Muyin spoke, he exchanged a glance with Yi Chongning. He wanted to secure the support of the National Guardian General's mansion and Shen Qingyan. At this moment, he had to protect Shen Qingyan at all costs. Yi Chongning also approached, a smile on her face. Although her mother was consort Zhang and not aligned with the Empress's faction, she still needed to maintain surface harmony. Seventh brother is always busy with official duties. I did not expect you to attend the Snow Appreciation Poetry Gathering. This year, fifth brother proposed replacing the poetry with dance and sword performance. Why not join Aining and take your seat at the main table to enjoy the performances? Yi Chongning invited. Yes, seventh brother, come with us. Yi Muyin also invited. No need. Yi Muyuan declined. The guests thought he was leaving and were about to breathe a sigh of relief when they saw him ask Shen Qingyan, where will you sit? Shen Qingyan was startled for a moment, then understood. He wanted to sit beside her. Shen Qingyan pointed to a seat near the main table there. Yi Muyuan took her hand. Shen Qingyan froze. What was he doing? Was this not a conservative ancient era? Even after engagement, men and women should maintain distance. Some did not even see each other before marriage. Shen Qingyan looked at Yi Muyuan's arrogant and aloof expression and could only press her lips into a helpless smile. This seventh prince was truly untamed. Shen Qingyan did not resent him holding her hand and let him lead her to their seats. The onlookers were stunned. The prince who kept his distance from women was actually holding a woman's hand. They looked at Shen Qingyan's face, finding the scene before them almost unbelievable, as if dreaming. Shen Qingyan watched this scene, her jealousy growing thicker. Shen Qingyan was so plain-looking. Why did she deserve Yi Muyuan's exclusive favor? Watching Yi Muyuan approach, Shen Qingyan's eyes filled with mist, her gaze dripping with affection. Your Highness Prince, you please be seated. Yi Muyuan's eyes showed disdain. This prince has no habit of sitting with others. Shen Qingyan froze, the mist in her eyes gathering into tears. She had thought that if Yi Muyuan sat with Shen Qingyan, she too would have a chance to approach him. But he had rejected her kindness in front of so many people. Seeing this, a dark expression flashed in Yi Muyuan's eyes. Shen Qingyan was being so attentive to Yi Muyuan. Did she not know she had been arranged by Shen Qingyan to join his side? Yi Muyuan made no comment, only instructing Xia Pingzi nearby. Xia Pingzi, prepare an additional table for the second miss of the Shen family. Yes. Xia Pingzi moved quickly, immediately bringing over a table and fresh fruits and pastries. Yi Muyuan took his seat. Shen Qingyan sat beside him naturally without any pretense. A flicker of approval appeared in Yi Muyuan's eyes. This kind of personality was something most women lacked. Yi Muyuan disliked being too close to women precisely because he detested their affectation. Shen Qingyan had no such flaw. Being with her, Yi Muyuan felt no discomfort. Seeing him seated, Yi Chongning slowly breathed a sigh of relief. The annual Snow Appreciation Poetry Gathering succeeding would earn her favor with the emperor. If this gathering had been ruined by the demon Yi Muyuan, she would have hated her to death. Seeing no sign that Yi Muyuan intended to cause trouble for Shen Qingyan, she relaxed and returned to the main table with Yi Muyuan. Shen Qingyan picked up a fruit. Yi Muyuan was uninterested in such things, but still asked, has anyone else touched these? The others he referred to were naturally the two misses of the Shen family. Hearing this, Shen Qingyan's expression darkened considerably. Only I have touched these. If your highness the imperial prince minds, you may ask the princess's maidservants to bring a new plate. Shen Qingyan bit into the fruit, a variety she had never seen in modern society, and it was quite delicious. I do not mind. Yi Muyuan picked up one and began to eat, his action conveying that he held no aversion to objects Shen Qingyan had touched. Shen Qingyan cast a mournful gaze, wishing she could immediately end this snow-viewing poetry gathering that vexed her so. Yet the commencement and conclusion of the gathering were not hers to decide. At Yi Changning's signal, the snow-viewing poetry gathering continued. Dance followed dance, and after each performance the daughters of officials emerged with pale cheeks, longing to warm themselves with hot water bottles, yet daring not voice the slightest complaint. After the young ladies finished their dances, the young masters and heirs performed their sword dances. An hour and a half later, these tormenting performances finally came to an end. Shen Qingyan took first place in the dance competition. The first place in the sword dance went to the eldest legitimate son of General Ning. Shen Qingyan watched Shen Qingyan standing beside Yi Muin, receiving the so-called rewards, a faint, enigmatic smile playing on her lips. After the snow-viewing poetry gathering concluded, it was time for free activities. Guests could enjoy the snow at their leisure. If they had someone they admired, they could chat and appreciate the snow together, expressing their mutual affection. For those not interested in such matters, they could choose to return to their residences. Shen Qingyan glanced at Shen Qingyan, who was watching Yi Muin. Her features were as delicate as a painting tinged with a faint plaintive air. Her smile deepened, knowing full well that Yi Muin's visit was certainly not to rescue her. "Your Highness the Imperial Prince, what business brings you to seek me out?" A sharp glint flashed in Yi Muin's eyes, his voice low. "This is not a place for conversation. Did your Highness come on horseback or by carriage?" Shen Qingyan's cherry lips curved into a smile. Though she was sallow and thin after eating and sleeping well these past few days and quietly tending to her health, she was already feeling a bit better. At that moment her lips were a tender pink, without rouge, yet more charming than reddened lips. Yi Muin's gaze was momentarily captivated by her lips, involuntarily recalling that night on the outskirts of Yinqing. Though she was malnourished, the skin beneath her clothes was different from the sallow complexion of her face. Spring's splendor shimmered skin as smooth as congealed fat. Yi Muin's heart tightened as he realized the scene he had just conjured. He explained to himself in bewilderment. Surely he was not attracted to this little girl's body. He had been pondering why one person could have two different skin conditions. Carriage. Yi Muin collected his composure, his expression returning to normal. "Let's go then." Shen Qingyan rose and glanced at Shen Yujia, who was moving among the guests, trying to build her own influence. She estimated that the two Shen sisters would not return to the manor so soon. Perfect. She could borrow Yi Muin's carriage to go back. Yi Muin stood up and walked side by side with Shen Qingyan as they departed. The moment they stepped out of the courtyard, the surrounding guests began to whisper. "No way. Is the Imperial Prince really going to be with someone as ordinary as Shen Qingyan?" "It seems so. My father thought the Imperial Prince would surely refuse, but it appears the Shen family will produce two princess consorts." As the woman spoke, her envious gaze fell upon Shen Qingyan. The current emperor had not yet appointed a crown prince. Although the seventh prince had the greatest support, until the moment of appointment no one knew who would claim the position of heir apparent. Given the fifth prince and seventh prince's fondness for the two Shen daughters, both Shen Qingyan and Shen Qingyan had the potential to become crown princesses or even empresses. Shen Yujia, overhearing the discussions, felt a bitter ache in her heart. Watching Shen Qingyan become the seventh prince's consort was more agonizing than death. Thinking that Shen Qingyan also had a marriage prospect settled, leaving only herself, Shen Yujia felt a deep pang of distress as she eyed the young nobleman present. After Shen Qingyan's earlier remarks, she was now ostracized by everyone. Shen Yujia felt miserable, but could do nothing about it. She looked in the direction Shen Qingyan had left, her hands clenched tightly beneath her sleeves, knuckles white. After leaving the Chongning Princess Manor, Shen Qingyan boarded Yi Muin's carriage. Leaning against the soft cushions inside the carriage, she gazed fearlessly at the man seated across from her. Yi Muin raised an eyebrow. "Aren't you afraid?" "Afraid of what?" Shen Qingyan smiled, inhaling the faint fragrance within the carriage and narrowing her eyes. "Doesn't your Highness still need my help with something?" "I am not the one who needs a favor, so why should I be afraid?" Yi Muin toyed with the purple sandalwood thumb ring on his finger, impressed by her bluntness, and teased. "You've already calculated that." "No." Shen Qingyan shook her head honestly. "I am not a deity, I cannot foresee everything. And since your Highness will not harm me, there is no need for me to perform a divination." Knowing that the path ahead held no danger, why would she waste her energy on divination? Your Highness, divination is a form of labor. It may not drain physical strength, but it exhausts the mind. Shen Qingyan enlightened him. As in the outskirts earlier when she had used bloodline as a guide to produce a hexagram, it had left her feeling unwell for several days. Understood. Yi Muyuan thought that if she had to calculate everything, it would indeed be quite terrifying. If that were the case with her divinations, so accurate no one would have any privacy before her. If Shen Qingyan were truly that kind of person, he might have to consider whether her existence was necessary. Hearing that she also grew tired, and that she would not casually perform divinations as long as she felt safe, Yi Muyuan concluded that Shen Qingyan was after all a normal person. I know that besides your remarkable divination skills, you are also well versed in medicine. Yi Muyuan got straight to the point. My mother, the Empress, has been unwell recently. I hope you can enter the palace to treat her. How does your Highness know? Shen Qingyan did not finish her sentence before narrowing her eyes. You had someone follow me. Even a man like Shen Qingyan had shadow guards, so she knew Yi Muyuan must have them too. What surprised her was that Yi Muyuan would actually have shadow guards tail her. Otherwise, how could he have known she was skilled in medicine? Under her direct gaze, Yi Muyuan suddenly felt a pang of guilt. He wondered to himself. No matter what he did, he never felt guilty. Why did the clear, innocent eyes of Shen Qingyan stir such a feeling? Although he had shadow guards follow her, he had never done her any harm. Yi Muyuan suddenly recalled the time he had crouched on the rooftop and witnessed her bathing. His face involuntarily flushed. Shen Qingyan looked at this seventh prince known as the Living Hell King, and her confusion deepened. What was he doing? His face, usually cold and sinister, had shifted from guilt to a blush. It seemed he was recalling something embarrassing. Your Highness. Shen Qingyan narrowed her eyes. Actually, she didn't mind being followed by shadow guards. After all, Shen Qingyan had also assigned shadow guards to trail her. What difference did one or two more make? Yi Muyuan snapped back to reality and explained, my shadow guards are meant to protect you. Shen Qingyan pondered for a moment, then decided not to pursue the matter of his sending secret guards to follow her, and agreed. Very well, but I have one condition. I grant it, said Yi Muyuan. Shen Qingyan was surprised. She hadn't even stated her condition yet, and he had already agreed. However, thinking that her request wasn't excessive, she said, actually, this request is also related to the Empress's health. Your Highness, could you find me someone who can craft invisible needles? Shen Qingyan had been intrigued since she saw the invisible needles Zhang had prepared on the clothing. She had read about such needles in medical texts. If suturing was not timely, one could use them to hold the wound together. This way the wound would still heal. So Shen Qingyan wanted a set. But she didn't know anyone of that craft. Neither Hong Yao nor Leng Xiu knew anyone. Shen Qingyan thought that her only option was to ask Yi Muyuan for help. Invisible needles. Yi Muyuan raised an eyebrow. They were hard to make, but he knew who could. He wanted to know what she intended to use them for. What do you need them for? Remember when I sewed your wound before? Shen Qingyan mimicked the stitching motion, jogging his memory. I remember. Yi Muyuan touched the spot where he had been stabbed. That wound had healed remarkably fast and perfectly, leaving almost no scar, a world of difference from the scars he usually bore. Shen Qingyan said, these invisible needles can be used for simple suturing, like when one is injured in danger or on the battlefield. They can be used to clamp the wound and reduce bleeding. Yi Muyuan's eyes lit up. If invisible needles truly had that effect, it would be a great boon for their Nanshan kingdom. He quickly said, I happen to know a skilled craftsman who might help. Shen Qingyan clasped her hands in gratitude. I thank your Highness. Tomorrow, I will enter the palace to treat the Empress. Tomorrow Luo Tian will come to pick you up. Yi Muyuan arranged. No need for that. Oh, just have your guard wait at the palace gate tomorrow. Shen Qingyan declined his arrangement. Seeing his eyes darken, she explained, although the Imperial Medical Institute has a full range of herbs, I prefer to prepare the medicine myself. Your Highness, could you first tell me what discomforts the Empress is suffering from? Yi Muyuan's dark golden eyes fixed intently on her. After a long moment, he revealed the Empress's symptoms. She often has headaches, dizziness, and inexplicable nausea. When she has an episode, she must lie down, and even turning over causes discomfort. I see, Shen Qingyan replied. She estimated that the empress suffered from yin deficiency with yang hyperactivity. It wasn't difficult to treat. Combining traditional Chinese medicine with Western medicine would yield faster results. Yi Muyuan noticed her constant self-reference as I Chinu and recalled how she had called herself I Wa back in the outskirts of Yinqing. Now it sounded awkward to him. Yi Muyuan said, from now on you may refer to yourself as I in front of me. Surprise flickered in Shen Qingyan's eyes, then quickly returned to normal. A light smile curved her lips. All right. Her lips were pink and tender, and for an instant Yi Muyuan felt his mouth go dry. He lifted the curtain to step out, saying, tomorrow Luo Tian will wait for you at the palace gate. All right. Shen Qingyan watched him descend from the carriage. As she prepared to follow, she heard him instruct the coachman, take Princess Pingshun back to her residence. Yes, the coachman acknowledged. The carriage moved forward slowly. Bearing the insignia of the Prince of Yu, no one dared to stop it along the way. Shen Qingyan sat in the carriage reading a medical book for a while when she heard the coachman's voice from outside. Princess Pingshun, we have arrived at the Prime Minister's residence. She put away the book, lifted the curtain, and descended with Hong Yao's help. Shen Tsungwen, upon hearing from the gatekeeper that Shen Qingyan had returned in the Prince of Yu's carriage, his expression changed instantly. As far as he knew, Yi Muyuan never attended snow appreciation poetry gatherings. And now for Shen Qingyan's sake, he had gone to one. Then wouldn't the scheme he had arranged with the Grand Commandant and the Censor-in-Chief to frame Shen Qingyan be known to Yi Muyuan? Shen Kongwen recalled how Yi Muyuan had protected Shen Qingyan before, so he wouldn't allow her reputation to be tarnished. Moreover, if her reputation suffered, it would inevitably affect Yi Muyuan. Shen Kongwen immediately asked, did the Prince of Yu come as well? The gatekeeper looked troubled. Lord, as soon as I saw the prince's carriage, I rushed in to report. I don't know if His Highness came in person. Shen Tsungwen's expression darkened, and he stood up. Come, let's go see. If those two legitimate daughters had spoken as instructed, he had to disassociate himself from the matter. Before Shen Kongwen could step over the threshold, Shen Qingyan approached with Hong Yao. Daughter greets father. Although Shen Qingyan held no affection for her father, it wasn't yet time to break ties. She gave a slight bend of her knees as a gesture of respect. Shen Kongwen saw that Yi Muyuan had not accompanied her in, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Why did you return alone? His tone had grown much colder. Shen Qingyan explained, it happened that His Highness had time to escort me back, so I returned early. Did the Prince of Yu attend the snow appreciation poetry gathering? Shen Tsungwen's face darkened further. Shen Qingyan knew why he was concerned, so she said with a bright smile, yes, the prince did attend, and he even had the legitimate daughters of the Grand Commandant and the Censor-in-Chief taken away. What? Shen Kongwen was shocked. It was like a thunderbolt striking him. Why would the prince do such a thing? His tone grew anxious. Inwardly he prayed that it wasn't what he feared. But then he thought that the eldest legitimate daughters of the Grand Commandant's and the Censor-in-Chief's families weren't so foolish. Perhaps they had offended Yi Muyuan over something else. Shen Qingyan observed the various emotions flickering in his eyes, still wearing a faint smile, though her gaze deepened with meaning. Because they slandered my reputation, claiming that I succeeded in suppressing the bandits only because I had been captured by them and knew the situation inside, so I could provide your highness with intelligence. Shen Tsungwen's body swayed, almost losing his footing. He had never imagined those two would be so brainless. Nonsense! Shen Kongwen shouted in anger. Indeed, the prince happened to witness it and clarified that I provided strategies, not intelligence. He called their words nonsense, sent them to the judge's hall, and even threatened to conduct a thorough investigation into the Chun and Yi families. Shen Qingyan watched Shen Kongwen closely. She enjoyed seeing him inwardly crumbling, yet unable to show it. Shen Kongwen felt like fainting. This matter couldn't withstand investigation. If it were probed, the Chun and Yi families would surely expose him. Shen Qingyan added, oh, and father, those two young ladies from the Chun and Yi families were despicable. When the prince was about to send them to the judge's hall, they recklessly pointed at second sister, claiming she had instructed them to say those things. Ridiculous. Shen Kongwen sucked in a cold breath, a chill running through his entire body. After instinctively rebuking, his voice trembled involuntarily. Where is your second sister now? A faint smile curved Shen Qingyan's lips. Indeed, throughout the ages there were always biased fathers. The original owner of this body had a biased father, and so did her father from her past life. Say something. Seeing her only smile, Shen Qingyan grew irritable, assuming that Yi Miyuan had taken Shen Qingyan to the judge's hall, and that Shen Qingyan was secretly rejoicing. One must understand the judge's hall was so terrifying that even a grown man would be petrified upon entering, let alone a delicate unmarried woman like Shen Qingyan. Shen Qingyan's mind was already racing with plans to protect Shen Qingyan. She was the linchpin in the Shen and Zhang family's scheme, the pride of the Shen household, and she could not come to harm at such a critical moment. Father, rest assured your second sister is unharmed. Shen Qingyan withdrew her smile before speaking. The Prince of Yu would naturally dismiss such claims, and with the Prince of Chang's protection, your second sister will surely be safe. Shen Qingyan's anxious heart finally settled. That is good to hear. Is your second sister still at the Princess Chongning's residence? Yes, the Prince of Chong holds your second sister in such high regard that he has bestowed upon her many fine treasures. Shen Qingyan spoke with a deliberately envious tone. Shen Qingyan noticed the envy in her eyes and snorted lightly. Your second sister excels in the arts of zither chess calligraphy and painting. She deserves the rewards. There is no need for you to be envious. I shall have your mother find a tutor to instruct you properly, so you do not bring shame to the Shen household when you go out. Father speaks wisely. Shen Qingyan was nearly sick from her own performance, but seeing his guard lowered, she furrowed her brows and adopted a worried expression. Father, although the Prince of Yu does not believe what the eldest daughters of the Chun and Yi families have said, who knows if he might trust the words of Grand Commandant Shen and censor Yi. This daughter does not wish for any harm to come to your second sister, but if they were to say something, it would be effortless for the princes of Yu and Rui to uncover the truth. And if they decided to drag her into this. Father, although the Prince of Chong harbors affection for your second sister, he cannot intervene in matters concerning the judge's hall. Shen Qingyan felt a tightness in his chest once more. Over the past few days he had been feeling this oppressive sensation without knowing why. When the Chun and Yi families were mentioned, his expression turned cold, his voice dripping with menace. They would not dare. Shen Qingyan understood immediately. He was holding leverage over both the Chun and Yi families. She made a mental note of the matter involving Shen Qingyan and Shen Qingyan, directing the Chun and Yi families to slander her reputation, though she would deal with it later. As for the Chun and Yi families, she was confident that Yi Miyuan would take action. When Shen Qingyan nodded in agreement with his words, she suddenly widened her eyes in surprise. Father, why are the scratches from Mother's attack becoming increasingly severe? At the mention of this, Shen Qingyan's face darkened. Despite not knowing what had happened, his facial wounds showed no signs of healing over the past 2 days. They had begun to suppurate. In contrast, Madame Zhang's injuries had already formed scabs and were nearly healed. Father, I have some knowledge of medicine. May I examine you? Shen Qingyan feigned concern, a half-smile playing at the corners of her lips. Yet Shen Qingyan felt a deep chill crawl up his spine. He had heard that Shen Qingyan possessed rudimentary medical knowledge, and he was also aware that she had replaced all the herbal packages intended for the old madam. However, to avoid arousing the old madam's suspicion, Shen Qingyan had not made any public statements regarding Shen Qingyan's actions. He simply allowed her to proceed as she wished. As for having Shen Qingyan examine his wounds, Shen Qingyan dared not risk it. Within this household, the person he trusted the least was Shen Qingyan. She still harbored resentment over Nan Gongshuan's departure from years past, and Shen Qingyan genuinely feared she might purchase poison from outside and apply it to herself. No need. It's merely a superficial wound. With your rudimentary knowledge, refrain from displaying your skills before your father. Father is correct, though this wound still warrants attention. Shen Qingyan deliberately feigned regret, bowed slightly, and added, this daughter will now take her leave. Shen Qingyan nodded and did not detain her. Watching Shen Qingyan's departing figure, his eyes grew deep and contemplative. That silhouette bore a striking resemblance to Nan Gongshuan. Without warning, the image of Nan Gongshuan's death, her eyes refusing to close, surfaced in his mind once more. Shen Qingyan took a sip of tea to steady his nerves. But unexpectedly, a small chip on the teacup cut his lip. Bad luck. Shen Qingyan hurled the teacup from his hand onto the ground. He touched his lip, and the blood on his fingertip stung his eyes. Shen Qingyan roared, Shenda, The steward Shinda immediately entered the front hall and bowed deeply. My Lord Chancellor, you actually handed me a chipped teacup. Do you no longer wish to remain in the Shun household? Shen Qingyan's eyes bulged, blood gushing from his severed lip, his ferocity resembling a vengeful specter come to claim a life. My Lord Chancellor, that teacup was brought from the Emerald Bamboo Pavilion. Its quality was never sound to begin with, and chipping during use is entirely to be expected. Shinda immediately knelt upon the ground. Replace it. Shen Qingyan produced a handkerchief to press against his wound. But my Lord Chancellor, that was the Prince of Yu's explicit instruction. Shinda reminded him. The eldest miss had now been betrothed to the Prince of Yu by imperial decree, meaning they would likely maintain frequent contact. Should he discover that the Shun household had disregarded his orders, the consequences would be severe. When Su Jin passed through the front hall and overheard Shun Da's words, a tension ran through her. She carried a bowl of soup into the front hall, bowed slightly to Shen Qingyan, and then advised Shun Da, "Steward, you might consider storing these teacups away for now. Should the Prince of Yu arrive, you can retrieve them to maintain appearances." Shinda wondered if this constituted outright insubordination. What if the Prince of Yu conducted an unannounced inspection? However, Shen Qingyan agreed with Su Zhan's suggestion and stated directly, "Do as she says." Yes. Shinda quickly summoned servants to remove the damaged teacups and replace them with the original set. Throughout this, Su Zhan remained standing to the side in silence. Shen Qingyan studied Su Zhan carefully and asked, "What is your name?" "This servant belongs to the madam's quarters and is named Su Zhan. By the madam's instructions, I have brought soup for you, sir." Su Zhan sensed the weight of Shen Qingyan's gaze and recognized that her moment had arrived. She bowed gracefully, embodying both elegance and gentle refinement. In the years spent at the Guardian General's mansion, Su Zhan had mastered every art a woman could learn, knowing precisely what demeanor would prove most captivating. "You were sent from the Guardian General's mansion." Shen Qingyan's gaze grew thoughtful. "Yes, my Lord Chancellor. This servant was assigned from the Guardian General's mansion to serve the madam exclusively." Su Zhan stepped forward with practiced grace, respectfully offering the soup to him. Shen Qingyan snorted coldly, not in displeasure toward Su Zhan, but rather in frustration toward Zhang Shi. Shen Qingyan understood what the Guardian General's mansion sending a woman his way implied. Yet Zhang Shi's jealousy had always prevented any such arrangements from reaching his quarters. "My Lord Chancellor." A flicker of confusion crossed Su Zhan's eyes. Had she done something wrong? "Set it down," Shen Qingyan said. "Yes." Su Zhan placed the soup down, bowed, and withdrew. Watching Su Zhan's graceful figure depart, Shen Qingyan stroked his beard, his expression growing contemplative. Inside the emerald bamboo courtyard, Shen Qingyan was crushing pills one by one. These were medicines she had retrieved from her spatial dimension, intended to treat the Empress's condition. She would crush each pill, then grind the Chinese herbs from her spatial dimension into powder, mix them together, and roll them into pills of equal size. That would complete the task. The charcoal brazier burned, yet failed to provide any warmth. Red Yao, noticing her intense concentration, rubbed her hands together, retrieved a cloak from the sandalwood cabinet, and draped it over Shen Qingyan's shoulders. "Miss, please keep warm." "I'm not cold," Shen Qingyan replied, her hands never ceasing their work. Red Yao sighed. "Miss, shall I go out and purchase some larger pieces of charcoal?" The charcoal delivered by the servants was the fine kind meant for the lower staff. In this frozen wasteland, fine charcoal simply couldn't generate the same warmth as larger pieces. Red Yao couldn't help but feel a sense of grievance on Shen Qingyan's behalf. She was already the betrothed of His Royal Highness the Prince of Yu, yet most of the Shen family still treated her as an unfavored legitimate daughter. Shen Qingyan had intended to refuse, but she realized her own tolerance for the cold didn't extend to Red Yao and Lung Xiao. Not everyone shared her constitution. Shen Qingyan handed her a banknote. "Buy more. You should use that charcoal tonight as well." "Miss, absolutely not." Red Yao hurriedly protested in alarm. "I'll manage with the fine charcoal. That's the household regulation." Shen Qingyan glanced at the charcoal brazier and understood. So this fine charcoal was meant for the servants. It provided no warmth at all. "I don't belong to the Prime Minister's household, so by my rules purchase more. Tonight you and Lung Xiao should burn the large pieces of charcoal." Shen Qingyan struck the table to seal the decision. Red Yao assumed her reference to not belonging to the Prime Minister's household meant her status as the fair and peaceful lady, and without overthinking it, she felt deeply moved. This servant thanks the eldest miss. Go ahead, Shen Qingyan said, then retrieved the Chinese herbs and grinding tools to begin the process again. Yes. Red Yao examined the banknote in her hand, estimating it would be enough to purchase ample large charcoal, more than sufficient to survive the winter. Not long after Red Yao departed, Lung Xiu slipped inside. Eldest miss. She entered wrapped in wind and snow, carrying the chill with her. Shen Qingyan caught the crisp, cold scent of snow on her, and only then asked, You've returned from Princess Chongning's residence? Yes, the second miss and fourth miss were also on their way back, Lung Xiu replied. Did anything else happen at Princess Chongning's residence afterward? Nothing out of the ordinary, save for a few of the young ladies growing jealous over the fifth prince, Lung Xiu reported. She had been watching from the shadows, and Shen Qingyan hadn't caused any trouble. Others are competing for the fifth prince's favor. Shen Qingyan was surprised, pausing her pill rolling. Lung Xiu understood her confusion and reminded her. Eldest miss princes take not only a principal consort, but also secondary consorts. In other words, a prince cannot have just one concubine. Shen Qingyan grasped the implication. Standard practice then. The emperor himself kept thousands of beauties in his harem. Shen Qingyan nodded, her expression unreadable. Polygamy was simply how it was. Though she was betrothed to Yi Muyuan, she never intended to become his consort. Eldest miss, I noticed something on my way back, Lung Xiu said after a moment's thought, deciding to report it. She belonged to Shen Qingyan now, so any discoveries were hers to share. After all, Lung Xiu practiced martial arts and wanted her internal injuries healed as quickly as possible. Once all the pills were formed, Shen Qingyan placed them into a small porcelain vial. What is it? Lung Xiu leaned close and whispered in a voice only the two could hear. When I was returning, I discovered the madam in the rear garden with Steward Zhang in. She paused, her usually cold expression showing the first hint of hesitation. Shen Qingyan noticed. She wasn't some naive young lady ignorant of the world. Just say it plainly. They appeared to be meeting in secret, Lung Xiu said directly. Appeared to be. Elaborate. Shen Qingyan raised an eyebrow. Lung Xiu recalled what she'd witnessed, and for the first time a flush crossed her usually stern face. They were holding hands secretly and engaging in quite intimate behavior. Shen Qingyan understood immediately. Setting the porcelain vial aside, she mused thoughtfully, It seems my so-called father has been cuckolded. Lung Xiu didn't understand the term, but sensing this concerned the Prime Minister's household reputation, she spoke carefully. Miss, I only witnessed this scene. I don't know if there's any context behind it. Then let's investigate tonight, Shen Qingyan said, suddenly interested. Looking at Lung Xiu's flushed cheeks, she imagined the madam, and that Steward Zhang must have been quite intimate. Shen Qingyan found herself increasingly looking forward to the evening. Lung Xiu, I need you to do something for me, she said. Please give the order, eldest miss, Lung Xiu replied respectfully. Shen Qingyan gestured for her to come closer. Lung Xiu understood and leaned in. Shen Qingyan whispered instructions into her ear. After hearing the instructions, Lung Xiu bowed. I'll carry this out immediately. Be careful. Don't let the other shadow guards discover you, Shen Qingyan warned. Yes. Lung Xiu understood, though she didn't question why. She was a servant, and servants didn't ask too many questions. Shen Qingyan returned the porcelain vial to her spatial dimension. This way the medicine inside could be reproduced infinitely. When the Empress finished this bottle, she wouldn't need to prepare more. She could simply retrieve another from her space. Night fell. The Prime Minister's mansion was completely silent. Shen Qingyan summoned Lung Xiu. What time is it now? Eldest miss, it's already the hour of the pig. Where's my father resting tonight? Shen Qingyan asked again. Lung Xiu replied, the Prime Minister is at Lishua Courtyard. Lishua Courtyard was where Lady Meng resided. Let's go. Shen Qingyan dressed and headed out. People in ancient times tended to rest early, so by now the entire mansion was likely asleep. Shen Qingyan raised an eyebrow, her interest piqued as she stepped further inside. Lung Xiu, having been trained as a shadow guard at the Huwood General's mansion, naturally recognized the sound. Yet as she had never encountered such matters before, she blushed as she followed Shen Qingyan's steps. The two arrived before a side room. The candlelight inside illuminated two silhouettes. Shen Qingyan retrieved a small knife from her spatial dimension and sliced a narrow opening in the window. Leaning closer, she could see the two entwined in intimacy. Although Shen Qingyan had long suspected what they were doing, the sight of two naked bodies still made her cheeks flush. With a single glance, she identified them as Madame Zhang and Steward Zhang. The scene was quite scandalous, so Shen Qingyan quickly averted her gaze and exchanged a look with Leng Xiu. Leng Xiu nodded, preparing to hurl the shoe she held. Inside, Madame Zhang's voice carried between her moans, "Steward Zhang, when will your people make their move?" Leng Xiu hesitated, glancing toward Shen Qingyan. Shen Qingyan furrowed her brow, signaled for her to wait, and continued listening to the conversation within. Soon enough, once that wretched girl steps outside, the assassins will strike and eliminate her, Steward Zhang replied in a gravelly tone. Assassins? Shen Qingyan smiled, faintly surprised that her schemes had led her to uncover such information. She nodded once more at Leng Xiu. Catching her mistress's signal, Leng Xiu flung the shoe toward the doorway. The thud echoed sharply through the night. The two, still engaged in their exertions inside the room, startled like frightened birds. Their moaning ceased abruptly, followed by the sound of collision and Madame Zhang's scream of pain. Before long, the door swung open. By the time Madame Zhang emerged fully dressed, Shen Qingyan and Leng Xiu had already retreated far away. "Who's there?" She spotted only a single shoe fallen at the entrance and immediately panicked, snatching it up as she hurried back inside. Something terrible has happened. Meanwhile, on the other side, Leng Xiu followed Shen Qingyan's pace toward Cui Zhuyuan. Recalling what had just transpired, the corners of her mouth curved ever higher. Earlier that day, at Shen Qingyan's instruction, she had stolen a shoe from Shun Da's room, never imagining it would serve this purpose. Leng Xiu couldn't help but admire her young mistress's cleverness. She forced her voice to remain steady as she asked softly, "Miss, should we investigate the matter of Steward Zhang hiring assassins?" "No need. He summoned those killers to target me." Shen Qingyan shook her head. There was no need to investigate such matters. Now, it was not merely most of the Shun family who regarded her as a thorn in their side, but even the Hugua general's mansion saw her as an obstacle. They believed her very existence threatened Shen Qiuran's position, which would prevent their schemes from succeeding. Thus, they would find a way to eliminate her. Leng Xiu had suspected as much all along, but dared not speak freely before her mistress. Worried, she said, "Miss, then for now you should try not to leave the mansion. They won't refrain from acting just because I'm in the Chancellor's residence. This Steward Zhang and the assassins lack patience." Shen Qingyan gazed at the clear moonlight tonight, lost in thought. "On the contrary, I need to leave as soon as possible and give them the opportunity." "Miss, that won't do. It's far too dangerous." Leng Xiu disagreed. "It's fine." Shen Qingyan smiled and entered Cui Zhuyuan, her gaze fixed on the rooftop. Leng Xiu followed her line of sight, but saw nothing. Shen Qingyan mused, "If someone wishes to hire assassins against me, then naturally someone will protect me. Moreover," she left the thought unfinished. So what if she couldn't practice martial arts? As long as the assassins drew near, she could rely on the treasures from her spatial dimension to deal with them directly, though this approach carried considerable risk akin to playing with fire. Leng Xiu, puzzled by her words, could only urge with concern upon seeing her mistress's determination. "Miss, then, when you go out, please take this servant with you." "Very well, tomorrow you will accompany me to the palace," Shen Qingyan said. "Moi." Leng Xiu blinked. To the palace. She quickly realized that Shen Qingyan was the future imperial princess consort, and also held the title of Princess Shunping. Having received this noble rank for some time now, it was indeed appropriate for her to make an audience with the emperor. "Yes," Leng Xiu replied. Shen Qingyan entered the side room and closed the door. After undressing, she gazed at the ceiling and spoke to herself. "You've heard everything, haven't you? Tell your master that someone wants me dead and remind him to make his move when the time comes." Having finished speaking, Shen Qingyan closed her eyes. At that very moment, a black-clad figure departed from the rooftop. The following day, Shen Qingyan visited the old madame's courtyard, finished her morning meal, and then departed through the rear gate of the Chancellor's residence with Leng Xiu. At the same time, a figure followed them out. Shen Qingyan led Leng Xiu toward the largest medicinal herb shop in the capital. She had mentioned to Yi Miyuan her intention to prepare medicines herself, so she would see the matter through completely. At the shop, Shen Qingyan purchased various Chinese medicinal herbs to replenish the gaps in her spatial collection, along with 2 sets of silver needles. These silver needles differed somewhat from those in her spatial dimension, yet they were authentic to this era. After settling the bill, she instructed Leng Xiao to hire an ordinary carriage and hasten toward the imperial palace. Having been trained as a shadow guard, Leng Xiao understood the art of driving a carriage. When she learned that Steward Zhang had hired assassins to target Shen Qingyan, she grew particularly anxious, vigilantly scanning every rustle of wind and movement of grass as she guided the horses. Shen Qingyan's voice drifted from within the carriage. "There's no need to be tense. Simply follow my instructions." "Yes." Leng Xiao responded, though a trace of confusion lingered. The assassins in Yinqing had failed to eliminate her. That was sheer fortune. But this was the capital city where the assassin's caliber far surpassed those she had encountered before. Her young mistress truly possessed a remarkably bold heart. With this thought, she guided the carriage into a narrow alley, exactly as Shen Qingyan had instructed. No matter how skilled the assassins might be, they would never strike on a bustling main street crowded with people. Now that the carriage had entered the alley, she was essentially offering them an opening. In the narrow alley, barely wide enough for a single carriage with no other souls in sight, a fierce wind suddenly erupted. The carriage curtain fluttered upward, and Shen Qingyan's lips curved into a cold smile. "They've arrived." Before her words had fully settled, 2 men clad in black emerged from either end surrounding the carriage. Leng Xiao reined in the horses, drew her sword, and without hesitation prepared to engage them in combat. "Leng Xiao." Shen Qingyan lifted the curtain. Leng Xiao paused. "Miss, it's dangerous outside. Please return to the carriage. The inside is no safer." Without further explanation, Shen Qingyan gazed toward a rooftop and murmured to herself, "Since they've come for me, I certainly won't grant them any chance to survive." Leng Xiao was taken aback once more. "Miss." Meanwhile, the shadow guard Zhue Feng, poised on the rooftop to strike, also froze. He had received orders the previous day to ensure Shen Qingyan's safe arrival at the imperial palace. Yet from what Shen Qingyan was saying now, she intended to handle these 2 assassins herself. But didn't she lack martial arts skills? And hadn't she been pleading for the imperial prince's protection the day before in that side room? Zhue Feng was utterly dumbfounded. Such audacious words," one of the assassins sneered. Shen Qingyan toyed with the silver needles in her hand. Just moments ago, she had carefully touched every single one of them inside the carriage. By now they were all coated with lethal poison. A cold smirk curled upon Shen Qingyan's lips as she gazed at the assassins. "How much did Manager Zhang pay you to kill me?" The 2 assassins exchanged a glance. Shen Qingyan knew about their employer, and they showed no surprise at her revelation. "Since you know who wants you dead, at least you'll die with clarity." The assassin standing in front wiped his blade. The sharp, icy gleam of the sword stung Shen Qingyan's eyes. "Me die." Shen Qingyan's eyes blazed with murderous intent. Leng Xiao's heart suddenly trembled. When had her young lady ever worn such an expression? Shen Qingyan hurled the silver needles directly at the black-clad assassin. This was not martial arts, it was merely a little trick she had often practiced in her modern life. The black-clad assassin let out a contemptuous laugh and casually caught the flying needles in his bare hand. All 5 needles were clasped between his fingers. "Is that all you've got?" The only exposed part of the assassin, his eyes, was filled with disdain, and he sneered at her attack. "Shen Qingyan, if this is your best, you might as well surrender and die quietly. Struggle, and we might not even leave you a whole corpse." Shen Qingyan shook her head in disappointment, thinking that the general's mansion would have hired someone more formidable to deal with her. Unexpectedly, these men's killing skills were so. "What are you shaking your head at?" The black-clad assassin noticed that there was not a trace of fear in her eyes, and a sudden sense of foreboding crept into his heart. "Look at your hand." Shen Qingyan, utterly unruffled, reminded him languidly. Lowering his gaze, the assassin saw that the hand clutching the needles was turning black at a visible rate. "The needles are poisoned." He was knowledgeable enough to recognize the lethal venom on the needles. His hand trembled involuntarily, and all the needles clattered to the ground. Shen Qingyan didn't answer, instead beginning a countdown. 3, 2. "You bitch. I'll kill you." The assassin felt his hand going numb and exchanged a desperate glance with his companion. What? The moment the word left Shen Qingyan's lips, a dull thud echoed. Lung Xiu stared wide-eyed as the assassin collapsed. Just as she raised her sword to strike the other assassin, Shen Qingyan lifted a hand to stop her. Young lady. Lung Xiu was bewildered, forced to watch helplessly as the assassin lunged at Shen Qingyan with his lethal blade. But in the next instant, Shen Qingyan raised her hand, revealing a ferocity far beyond her tender age. A cloud of colorless, odorless, transparent powder scattered toward the charging assassin. Ugh! The assassin let out a muffled groan. Before his sharp sword could even touch Shen Qingyan, his body crumpled to the ground. Lung Xiu's jaw dropped in astonishment. Young lady, you're incredible. From his perch on the rooftop, Zhui Feng watched with a flicker of shock in his eyes. A fragile girl with no martial skill had effortlessly subdued two assassins. Shen Qingyan curved her lips toward the rooftop. You up there, I'll leave this mess to you. I've left one alive for your prince Yu. I hope he can help me interrogate him. A twitch tugged at the corner of Zhui Feng's eye. So what she had said on the rooftop last night was merely a request for them to clean up the aftermath, and not to rescue her from danger. Watching Shen Qingyan return to her carriage and depart, Zhui Feng flew down from the rooftop. The assassin who had grabbed the needles was already dead. The other one was still breathing, merely unconscious. In a flash, he hoisted both bodies onto his shoulders and disappeared. After they had left the alley for a while, Lung Xiu finally dared to ask the person inside the carriage. Young lady, who were you talking to just now? Shen Qingyan didn't hide it. Prince Yu's shadow guard. Lung Xiu was astounded. Prince Yu had actually assigned a shadow guard to protect her young lady. Having once been a shadow guard herself, she had never even sensed the other's presence. A testament to the gap in their abilities. Young lady, that was so dangerous. Lung Xiu stammered after a long moment of shock. Shen Qingyan remained silent. The situation just now had hardly been dangerous. The reason she had spoken to Yi Miyuan's shadow guard last night was that she had no idea how many assassins Manager Zhang had hired or how skilled they might be. Little did she expect that Manager Zhang would send such low-level thugs to deal with her. Shen Qingyan twirled the silver needles in her fingers, lost in thought. It was clear that danger lurked everywhere here. Had there been more assassins, she could still have handled them, but engaging in a fight might have endangered innocent bystanders. Shen Qingyan realized a fundamental truth: she could not always rely on others to save her. She had to become stronger. As she mulled over this, Lung Xiu's voice came from outside. Young lady, we've arrived at the palace. Shen Qingyan lifted the curtain, and with Lung Xiu's assistance, stepped down from the carriage. Luo Tian approached her and bowed deeply in greeting. Your servant pays respects to Princess Pingshan. Guard Luo, there's no need for such formalities. Shen Qingyan understood the significance of Luo Tian's position beside Yi Miyuan and didn't fuss over protocol. The ones she would contend with were never those with whom she had no grievances. Luo Tian clasped his fists toward her and asked, May I inquire if your journey here was smooth, princess? Won't you find out soon enough when you report back, Guard Luo? Shen Qingyan made no mention of the assassination attempt on the way. I stopped to purchase some herbs and was delayed considerably. Please lead the way, Guard Luo. We shouldn't keep Her Majesty the Empress waiting too long. Yes. The Empress has already prepared a palanquin for you, princess. This way, please. Luo Tian led the way. Wait for me here. Shen Qingyan instructed Lung Xiu, then followed Luo Tian through the palace gates. The official palanquin was waiting just inside the palace gate. Once Shen Qingyan was seated, several eunuchs carried her toward the Jinfeng Palace. At the entrance of Jinfeng Palace, an elderly matron was already waiting. Upon seeing Shen Qingyan approaching in the palanquin, she quickly shuffled inside to announce, Your Majesty, the eldest miss of the Shen family, is arriving. Finally, she's here. The elegantly adorned Empress Du set down her teacup, straightened her posture, and after a moment's thought asked, Have the gifts I prepared for my daughter-in-law been brought out? Yes, they are all set aside and ready, said Heavenly Matron, the Empress's personal attendant. She is the only bloodline a Xian left behind. Naturally, I wish to give her all the dignity she deserves. Empress Du dabbed the corner of her lips with a handkerchief as announced by the palace attendants. Shen Qingyan entered. Your subject Shen Qingyan pays respects to Her Majesty the Empress. May the Empress live 10,000 years, 10,000 times 10,000 years. She walked into the main hall, knelt, and performed a grand kowtow before Empress Du on the Phoenix throne. Rise. Empress Du studied her appearance and nodded approvingly. She had a pair of striking eyes bearing a shadow of Nangong Xian, though she seemed somewhat thin and gaunt. Hard to tell exactly whom she resembled. Recalling Nangong Xian's smiling face, Empress Du felt a warm sense of familiarity towards Shen Qingyan despite her dislike for Shen Qingyan. Shen Qingyan met Empress Du's gaze and observed her carefully. Just from looking at her face, she had already picked up some clues. Your Majesty, the Empress, this subject studied medicine for several years under a country doctor in Yinqing. His Highness Prince, you mentioned that your health has been unwell lately. May this subject take your pulse. Shen Qingyan spoke with calm dignity. At the mention of her health, a deeper furrow of worry appeared on Empress Du's face as she extended her hand. Go ahead. Aunt Tian picked up a silk thread nearby, preparing to tie it around the Empress's wrist. Empress Du shook her head. No need. We are all women. Let her take my pulse directly. Hearing this, Shen Qingyan stepped forward, warmed her hands by rubbing them together, and then placed her fingers on the Empress's pulse point. After a brief moment, she withdrew her hand and bowed. Your Majesty, your pulse indicates that all your discomfort stems from yin deficiency and yang hyperactivity. Taking medicine regularly should bring relief. Yin deficiency and yang hyperactivity. Empress Du nodded, yet the worry on her face did not ease. The imperial physicians said the same, but I have been drinking their prescriptions for months with no improvement. Then perhaps the prescription needs adjustment, Shen Qingyan replied. She retrieved carefully rolled pills from her spatial storage and offered them respectfully. Your Majesty, if the imperial pharmacy's medicines prove ineffective, you may try this subject's remedy. Empress Du had already been surprised by Shen Qingyan's medical knowledge, but producing a bottle of medicine only deepened her astonishment. This medicine of yours. Your Majesty, simply take one pill each day and you will feel its effects immediately. Within 3 days, all symptoms of yin deficiency and yang hyperactivity will vanish. Moreover, this pill also nourishes the body, strengthening your constitution and enhancing your complexion. Shen Qingyan gently placed the medicine on the table. This was no empty boast. She had formulated these pills herself and knew their efficacy well. Very well, very well. Empress Du picked up the medicine bottle and poured out a completely black pill. It was tiny like a pearl. She thought that if taking one pill daily could resolve all her ailments, it was worth a try. Besides, this small pill was far more palatable than the bowls of bitter decoctions she had been forced to consume. As Empress Du was about to take it, Aunt Tian nearby reminded her, Your Majesty. Empress Du paused. We haven't had the imperial physicians examine the pill's ingredients, Aunt Tian said cautiously. All food and medicine consumed by the Emperor and Empress required inspection by designated officials. It's fine. Empress Du shook her head and swallowed the pill. Yuan's people would never harm me. Besides, she is Axian's daughter. Shen Qingyan froze. Could Axian refer to the original owner's birth mother, Nangong Xian? The original owner's memories contain no trace of any connection between Nangong Xian and this Empress. After swallowing the pill, Empress Du raised her brows in surprise. This pill isn't bitter. Shen Qingyan nodded. The pills had been carefully formulated by her, of course they weren't bitter. Empress Du asked again, how is this achieved? Shen Qingyan didn't conceal the truth. This subject added some flower nectar when preparing the pills. The flower nectar could neutralize the bitterness of the medicinal herbs while also promoting beauty and a healthy complexion. Excellent, excellent. It tastes like candy to me. I hardly feel like I'm taking medicine. Empress Du grew quite fond of the pill's taste. If excessive consumption weren't harmful to the body, she would have taken another right, then to savor slowly. Aunt Tian bestow a reward. Delighted Empress Du couldn't tell if it was merely imagination, but she felt her chest tightness and shortness of breath had vanished, and her whole body felt lighter and more agile. Yes. Aunt Tian presented the long-prepared meeting gift to Shen Qingyan. Lady of Xuanping, these are the gifts Her Majesty the Empress has prepared for you. Shen Qingyan accepted graciously and knelt to express her gratitude. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your generous gift. Very well, rise, Empress Du said with a smile, gesturing to Aunt Tian to withdraw so she could speak with Shen Qingyan in private. Thank you, Your Majesty. Shen Qingyan rose the box heavy in her arms, giving her a particularly tangible sense of reality. Once Aunt Tian had left, Empress Du invited her to sit. Come Qingyan, sit here. Thank you for the seat, Your Majesty. Shen Qingyan sat gracefully on the nearby chair, without a trace of affectation or pretense. Empress Du sighed. You girl, you bear some resemblance to Asian in your manner. Shen Qingyan could no longer contain her curiosity. Your Majesty knows my mother. I do, of course I do. Empress Du's face darkened with sorrow as she recalled the past. Before I entered the palace, your mother and I were close friends. Even after I became empress, she often came to the palace to share tea and conversation with me. It's just a pity. She sighed mournfully, regret and resentment flashing in her eyes. When Asian wished to marry Shen Qingyan, I told her he was not suitable for her and urged her to think carefully. But your mother ultimately chose to obey her father and marry into the Shen family, bringing suffering upon herself and upon you. Recalling how she had been unable to prevent Nangong Xian from marrying Shen Qingyan, grief overwhelmed Empress Du. She took Shen Qingyan's hand. Qingyan, you have suffered these past years. When Shen Qingyan had been sent to Yinqing, she had strongly opposed it. But Emperor Nanyang had said it was a family matter for the Shen clan beyond the reach of even the emperor and empress. Worried endlessly, Empress Du had considered adopting Shen Qingyan as a princess of another surname to protect her from the Shen family's bullying. It was then that Emperor Nanyang proposed a solution to grant Shen Qingyan a betrothal to their seventh prince. She had believed that with such an imperial betrothal, Shen Qingyan would at least treat Asian's child better. But to her dismay, Shen Qingyan had shown no respect for the royal decree allowing those in Yinqing to torment the orphan daughter left behind by Asian at will. Empress Du only learned of these horrors after Shen Qingyan was assassinated in Yinqing, when she sent someone to investigate discreetly. But by then it was too late. The capital had already spread news of the Shen family's legitimate daughter's death. Seeing Shen Qingyan standing before her unharmed, Empress Du's heart was filled with a torrent of emotions. Thank the heavens that Asian's bloodline had not been forsaken. Looking at Empress Du, Shen Qingyan felt her heart gradually warm with a sense of closeness. She had a keen eye for people and could tell that the Empress before her truly felt compassion for her. Your Majesty, those matters are in the past. Shen Qingyan harbored only one question about what had happened back then. Who had slaughtered the entire Nangong family? Shen Qingyan knew Empress Du was unaware of the truth. If she had known, this would not have remained an unsolved case to this day. The tragedy of the Nangong family that year would have to be investigated by her own hands. Empress Du gently stroked her hand. Qingyan, tell me quickly, what have you encountered during this time? How did you come back from the dead? Shen Qingyan recounted everything she had endured during this period to Empress Du in detail. Naturally, there were elements of concealment mixed in. For instance, the fact that she was a soul inhabiting a borrowed body, and that she had used divination to calculate the direction of the escape route. None of these were mentioned. For a woman of the deep palace like Empress Du, it was better she knew as little as possible about such matters. Meanwhile, the Shen household had descended into chaos. Lady Zhang had been restless and anxious the entire night, and at dawn the next morning, she gathered the maidservants who had been sent over from the general's manor. She showed them the shoe she had picked up outside her chamber door the previous night and ordered them to find its owner by any means necessary. Su Zhen was among these maidservants. Gazing at the shoe in Lady Zhang's hand, her face betrayed no emotion, though inwardly she was curious about what the owner of this shoe had done. Why was Lady Zhang so frantic to track this person down? At that moment, Lady Zhang continued, "If any of you find the owner of this shoe, do not make a fuss. Come directly and inform me, and you shall be handsomely rewarded." Yes. All the maidservants committed the shoe's design to memory and dispersed. As Su Zhen departed, she cast a glance at Steward Zhang standing beside Lady Zhang, sensing something was amiss. Steward Zhang wore the same look of anxiety on his face. So what had the owner of this shoe done? Su Zhen initially intended to go and inform Shen Qingyan, but upon arriving at Suizhu court, she learned through Hong Yao that Shen Qingyan had gone out today and was not in the residence. Unsure whether she could trust Hong Yao, Su Zhen said nothing and began searching for the shoe's owner. As she searched, she unconsciously wandered near Lishua court. It was then that she happened to run into Shen Qingyan, who was just leaving. Prime Minister. Su Jin hadn't expected to encounter Shen Qingyan here, and she bowed respectfully. What are you doing here? Shen Qingyan still had some recollection of Su Jin. Having recently found satisfaction with Lady Ming, the cloudiness in his gaze had cleared considerably, and he no longer looked at her with such lustful eyes as before. Su Jin had been trained by women of the pleasure quarters, and she could clearly sense the change in Shen Qingyan's gaze. Remembering the mission Shen Qingyan had assigned her, she resolved to use Lady Zhang to deepen the impression she made on him. To answer your excellency, the madam has ordered me to find a man's shoe. Su Jin kept her head bowed low, remaining composed. Looking for a man's shoe. What is she doing? Shen Qingyan found it utterly baffling. Searching for a man's shoe was strange enough, but sending a maidservant to Lishu at court to look for one. Shen Qingyan never permitted his wife or concubines to keep male servants in their courtyards. This servant does not know. Su Jin kept her head tightly lowered. The madam gathered all the maidservants of Furong court early this morning, and holding up a man's shoe ordered us to find its match. A man's shoe. How could she possibly have a man's shoe? Shen Qingyan narrowed his eyes, sensing something was wrong, and headed straight for Furong court. At that moment, several maidservants were aimlessly searching the grounds of Furong court. They had no idea why Lady Zhang wanted them to look for a shoe in the courtyard, but the mistress's orders could not be disobeyed, so they complied. Until Shen Qingyan strode into the courtyard. What are you all doing? His deep, booming voice made everyone present tremble and drop to their knees. We pay our respects to the Prime Minister. Lady Zhang froze in place, never expecting Shen Qingyan to come. She shot a look at Steward Zhang, then forced a smile and stepped forward. My lord, why have you come? Shen Qingyan glanced at Steward Zhang, a nameless irritation rising within him. The man backed by the general's manner managed to make even a prime minister treat him with deference. Shen Qingyan already felt humiliated by a mere steward, and now seeing him in Lady Zhang's courtyard only deepened his displeasure. Zhang Yuan, what are you doing here? Shen Qingyan demanded with displeasure in his voice. Lady Zhang explained with an awkward smile. My lord, I lost an earring and wanted the maidservants to help me find it. An earring? Shen Qingyan was not so easily fooled. If an earring were truly missing, Lady Zhang would have assumed the maidservants stole it, not that it was merely lost. She would have had them search the maidservants' quarters, not hunt around the garden. Madame Zhang, weren't you having them search for a man's shoe? Shen Qingyan exposed her lie, without hesitation, his suspicion deepening. Why was she looking for a man's shoe? Lady Zhang's heart sank in panic, and she immediately looked to Steward Zhang. Steward Zhang had already lowered his head. This was a matter best left alone. Seeing this, Lady Zhang understood she would have to handle this on her own. She briefly considered claiming that someone had been spying on her and had dropped the shoe while fleeing. But she quickly dismissed the idea. If she did that, Shen Qingyan would stop at nothing to uncover the shoe's owner, and in the end, if the person revealed her illicit affair with Steward Zhang. Yes. Lady Zhang hadn't thought of a proper explanation yet, so she could only nod sheepishly. Shen Qingyan's eyes burned with suspicion and menace. Why would you casually go looking for a man's shoe? My lord, it's like this. Lady Zhang had no choice but to force out a lie. It was Steward Zhang. Shen Qingyan's dark gaze fell upon Steward Zhang. Him again. Steward Zhang was taken aback, thinking to himself, surely Lady Zhang wasn't going to drag him into this. Just as he was thinking this, he heard her continue. Steward Zhang was strolling through the residence when he spotted a man's shoe. He admired the craftsmanship and wanted to ask who had made it. I thought I'd do him a favor and help find the owner. Steward Zhang breathed a sigh of relief. Though the excuse was flimsy, at least she hadn't exposed him. He nodded, meeting Shen Qingyan's gaze. That is indeed the case. I never imagined a servant of the Prime Minister's residence would wear such fine shoes. Seeing them, I thought I'd like to buy a pair myself. Shen Qingyan observed the exchanged glances between the two of them. He didn't believe a single word they said. But for now he could not do anything to Steward Zhang. He could only snort coldly and plan to investigate later. After Shen Qingyan left with a grim face, Lady Zhang breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, Shen Qingyan hadn't pressed further. Otherwise, she wouldn't have known how to answer. Lady Zhang looked at the maidservants still kneeling there, irritated that someone had informed Shen Qingyan about the shoe. She dismissed them all in a fit of annoyance. Lady Zhang glanced at Steward Zhang, dissatisfied with his cowardice just now. He had the backing of the general's manor. Even Shen Qingyan had to show him some respect. How could he shrink like a mouse before a cat when trouble arose? She was exasperated by his lack of backbone. "Steward Zhang, you may take your leave now." Lady Zhang dismissed him coldly. "Miss." Steward Zhang knew she was displeased and lowered his voice. "I cannot return just yet. I must stay and confirm whether Shen Qingyan is dead or alive." A sharp glint flashed across Madame Zhang's eyes. She then recalled that Steward Zhang had hired assassins to deal with Shen Qingyan. Thinking that her Qiu Ran was about to become the true, legitimate daughter of the Shun family, the displeasure in her heart instantly dissipated. A smile curled at the corners of her lips. "Then you wait here for news. But is the person you hired reliable?" Steward Zhang remained composed, fully confident. "She's just a mere girl. Any low-tier assassin can take her life." Madame Zhang had thought the same. But recalling the incident in Yinqing, an inexplicable unease stirred within her, and she felt they shouldn't underestimate their enemy. "Make sure your assassin is efficient or there will be trouble later," Madame Zhang warned. "Rest assured I've arranged everything personally." Steward Zhang didn't believe Shen Qingyan could cause any waves. Glancing at the sky, he murmured they should have made a move by now. He had received a carrier pigeon message early that morning saying Shen Qingyan had left the house today. They would find an opportunity to eliminate her. Steward Zhang estimated they should have already dealt with her, and now he simply waited for them to come collect the bounty. Madame Zhang was smug upon hearing this. Besides delivering a woman to Shen Qingyan, Steward Zhang had also been instructed by the Zhang family to have Shen Qingyan eliminated. They waited for news from the assassins. But by noon the assassin had not returned to report. Growing impatient, Madame Zhang glanced outside and spoke to Steward Zhang. "Why hasn't the assassin returned? Has something happened?" Steward Zhang frowned, thinking it unlikely anything had gone wrong. After all, assassins were professionals. "Wait a little longer," Steward Zhang tried to calm the anxious Madame Zhang. An hour passed. Then news reached Madame Zhang that Shen Qingyan was about to return. "You say Shen Qingyan is back?" Madame Zhang stared wide-eyed at Shenda, who had come to report, her brows furrowed. How could she come back? Shenda was puzzled by her question. Couldn't Shen Qingyan return? "Madam, the palace has sent word. The young lady will be brought back in the Empress's palanquin. The Prime Minister has ordered everyone in the mansion to go to the entrance and receive her." He then repeated Shen Qingyan's instructions. They were to welcome the people from the palace, not Shen Qingyan herself. "Very well, I understand." Madame Zhang's expression was complicated as she looked at Steward Zhang. Shenda glanced at Madame Zhang, then at Steward Zhang, and without a word withdrew. Madame Zhang paced back and forth in fury, confronting Steward Zhang. "Didn't you say you arranged assassins? How is she alive? Perhaps the assassin hasn't made a move yet." Steward Zhang speculated that the assassin needed the right moment and couldn't act in public. Thus, even if they wanted to act, they might not have had the opportunity. Madame Zhang's expression darkened. She had been anticipating this for so long, yet Shen Qingyan was still alive. She bit her lower lip and said, "It seems relying on you men is utterly useless." "Miss, what do you mean?" Steward Zhang was not afraid of Madame Zhang. In his eyes, she was merely a concubine-born daughter of the Guardian General's mansion, and becoming the Prime Minister's wife was just a stroke of luck. All concubine-born daughters of the Guardian General's mansion were but tools for the mansion to maintain its power. Madame Zhang's eyes flashed with impatience. "Enough. You may return today. I'll handle matters here myself." "Very well. I hope you can handle it properly and not disappoint the old general." Steward Zhang left with a cold face. Watching Steward Zhang's retreating figure, Madame Zhang's face turned horrifyingly sullen. Were it not for maintaining her standing in the Guardian General's mansion, she would never have bothered to please him. Thinking of last night's events and today's occurrences, Madame Zhang felt utterly wretched. She hastily changed her clothes and headed toward the mansion's entrance with her maid. When Madame Zhang arrived at the entrance, Shen Qingyan had not yet appeared. "Mother!" Shen Qiuran stood there, her delicate face showing grievance as she saw Madame Zhang. The moment she learned that Shen Qingyan would return in the Empress's palanquin, jealousy twisted her features. As the #1 beauty of the capital, she had never received such honor. Why should Shen Qingyan be entitled to it? Shen Qiuran was on the verge of going mad with envy. Madame Zhang gave her a reassuring look, then walked toward Shen Qingyan with a radiant smile. "My lord, what is going on?" She decided to clarify the situation before making any plans. When did Ayan leave? And why is she returning in the Empress's palanquin? How would I know? Shen Qingyan rolled his eyes, equally exasperated. When had Shen Qingyan left? Who had she managed to charm in the palace this time? Shen Qingyan knew it had nothing to do with the seventh prince. If she had ridden in the seventh prince's palanquin, the messenger would have said it was the prince's palanquin. Now that it was said to be a palanquin from the palace, it certainly had to do with someone within the imperial court. The key question was when had Shen Qingyan entered the palace. Shen Qingyan was extremely vexed, especially as the wound on his face was both painful and itchy, deepening his inner agitation. Seeing Shen Qingyan's attitude, Madame Zhang was momentarily at a loss for words. It seemed Shen Qingyan knew nothing either. A sense of unease crept into her heart. She had a nagging feeling that it wasn't that the assassin hadn't acted, but that the assassination had failed. Otherwise, how could the imperial nobles have arranged a palanquin for Shen Qingyan? Madame Zhang clasped her hands together. After Shen Qingyan returned, the entire Shen mansion was in chaos. She felt that everything was gradually slipping out of her control. Madame Zhang believed that Shen Qingyan must be destroyed, or else the carefully laid plans of the Guardian General's mansion and the Shen family over the years would be ruined by her. While she was fretting over these vexing matters, Shen Da's voice rang out, "My lord, the young lady has returned." His words made everyone present look outside curiously. When Shen Qingyan saw that the palanquin bringing Shen Qingyan back was the Empress's, his expression froze. How did Shen Qingyan get entangled with the Empress? He murmured in bewilderment, while Madame Zhang beside him turned pale. The Empress? Madame Zhang glanced at the palanquin. It was indeed exceptionally luxurious, even more splendid than the one used by Imperial concubine Zhang when she had sent Shen Qingyan back earlier. My lord, I recall that Ayan's birth mother was very close to the Empress. Could it be that Ayan is using that connection to ingratiate herself with the Empress and slander us? Madame Zhang's words reminded Shen Qingyan of the past. He thought of the frustrations he had endured when he married Nangong Xian. The Nangong family was powerful, and with Nangong Xian's close relationship with the Empress, he hadn't even been allowed to take concubines back, then feeling oppressed and humiliated. Shen Qingyan's face turned ashen, his lips trembling. How dare she? Seeing Shen Qingyan's anger, Zhang Shi cast a meaningful glance at Shen Qiran. Shen Qiran stepped forward and said respectfully, "Father, please don't be angry. Eldest sister has endured so much hardship in Yinqing, it's only natural for her to complain to others. If the Empress truly intends to investigate, you can explain everything to Her Majesty." Her words only fueled Shen Qingyan's fury, convincing him that Shen Qingyan had indeed gone to the Empress to lodge a complaint. That wretch Nangong Xian. Even after all these years, she won't let me be at peace, he muttered angrily. Zhang Shi and Shen Qiran exchanged a knowing glance. Shen Yujia watched the scene unfold, her childish face brimming with smug satisfaction. A premonition struck her that Shen Qingyan was in for a world of trouble. The moment Shen Qingyan finished speaking, the sedan chair came to a halt at the entrance of the Prime Minister's mansion, where Zhao Si stood beside it. Behind him stretched a formidable line of imperial guards, a truly imposing sight. Shen Qingyan's face turned ashen. Such an entourage was no trivial matter. What had Shen Qingyan done in the palace? Zhao Si lifted the curtain and announced with a beaming smile to the gathered members of the Prime Minister's mansion, "Her Highness Princess Pingshuan arrives." Shen Qingyan's expression stiffened. What was the meaning of this? Were they expected to kneel before Shen Qingyan? Absolutely not. Supported by Lung Xiu, Shen Qingyan descended from the sedan chair. Lifting her gaze, she swept her eyes over the Shen family, finally fixing them on Shen Qingyan and Zhang Shi, a playful amusement flickering in her heart. Zhang Shi met her gaze and felt an involuntary shiver run down her spine. Why was Shen Qingyan smiling at her? She longed to glare back, yet somehow found herself unable to muster the courage. Seeing that the rest of the Shen family remained standing without any intention of kneeling, Zhao Si's previously cheerful countenance suddenly turned cold. "How dare you? Members of the Shen family, why do you not kneel before Princess Pingshuan?" Shen Qingyan's face darkened. How long had Shen Qingyan been back? And already she was stealing the spotlight repeatedly at the entrance of the Prime Minister's mansion. Was this Shen family still his, or had it become hers? I am her father, Shen Qingyan declared. Zhang Shi stood beside him, adding in a soft, seemingly delicate voice, "Indeed, eunuch Zhao, we are all Qingyan's family." Family is family, but Her Highness the Princess of Yu also holds a noble title. If you refuse to kneel, it would be an act of contempt toward the court. When I return and report this to His Majesty, I wonder what he would think, Zhao Si said. Earlier that day in the palace, while Shen Qingyan was conversing cheerfully with Empress Du, the Emperor had summoned her. The two of them had spoken in the Golden Throne Hall for half an hour. During their conversation, Emperor Nanyang had dismissed all the palace attendants, leaving no one to know what they discussed. All Zhao Si knew was that when the doors of the Golden Throne Hall opened again, the Emperor's face was beaming with smiles. Subsequently, Shen Qingyan had lunched together with the Emperor and Empress. Afterward, Empress Du had sent her back in her own sedan chair, instructing Zhao Si to ensure Shen Qingyan's safe return to the Shen residence. Zhao Si directly invoked Emperor Nanyang's authority to pressure Shen Qingyan, whose breath tightened. As a subject failing to show respect to the Emperor would be a grave offense. Shen Qingyan shot Shen Qingyan a venomous glare, but had no choice but to kneel. Greetings to Princess Pingshan. Seeing Shen Qingyan submit, the rest of the Shen family followed suit, prostrating themselves before Shen Qingyan. Shen Qingyan noted that the dowager was not among the welcoming party, then said slowly, "Eunuch Zhao, they are all my family members. There is no need for such grand formalities." Kneeling on the ground, Zhang Shi felt like vomiting, her fingers digging into the earth. This feigned magnanimity made her long to tear the mask off Shen Qingyan's face. "Yes, yes." Zhao Si nodded obsequiously, then said to Shen Qingyan, "Since Her Highness says no kneeling is necessary, you may all rise." Shen Qingyan was so enraged that his heart ached, and he could barely stand without the support of Shenda. Zhao Si, reading the defiance on Shen Qingyan's face, coughed lightly and said, "Prime Minister, I am merely following His Majesty's orders. You won't hold it against me, will you?" Shen Qingyan was secretly amused. Truly, this was the Emperor's favored eunuch. Only he could deliver such sarcastic remarks with such finesse. By now, Shen Qingyan was nearly driven mad with fury, yet he had to force a smile at Zhao Si. He had been suspended from court for a month by Yi Muyuan. If Zhao Si could put in a good word for him before the Emperor, perhaps he might be able to end the suspension early and return to the court to restore his authority as Prime Minister. Seizing the opportunity, Shen Qingyan invited, "Eunuch Zhao, you flatter me. It must have been a trouble for you to come all this way. Why not stay for dinner?" "No trouble at all. The commands of His Majesty and Her Majesty the Empress could never be considered a bother." Zhao Si shook his head, his smile growing even more ingratiating. His eyes swept over the Shen family, as if appraising something. Shen Qingyan picked up on his cue. "Eunuch Zhao, why did His Majesty issue such an order?" At this, Zhao Si glanced at Shen Qingyan. Shen Qingyan nodded and took over the conversation. "Father, today I entered the palace at His Highness Prince Yu's command to examine the Empress's pulse. Unexpectedly, assassins ambushed me on the way. Fortunately, His Highness's guards arrived in time and dealt with them. His Majesty and Her Majesty, knowing of my ordeal, were concerned for my safety, and thus ordered Eunuch Zhao and the Imperial Guards to escort me." At the mention of the assassination, Shen Qingyan's face darkened. Outrageous. How dare someone lay a hand on the eldest legitimate daughter of the Shen family? Zhang Shi's heart sank, but she quickly interjected, "Indeed, Prime Minister, this matter must be thoroughly investigated." "Qingyan, what of the assassins?" She hoped to learn whether they were alive or dead. Zhang Shi had no idea how Steward Zhang had contacted the assassins, but if his identity were exposed now, the entire general's mansion of the Guardian would be doomed. "Do not worry, Mother. The assassins have been kept alive and are now in the custody of His Highness Prince Yu's men." Shen Qingyan said, her gaze falling on Zhang Shi with a hint of amusement. "With His Highness Prince Yu overseeing the matter, the assassination will surely be thoroughly investigated. This is a matter for the Shen family. Oh, why trouble His Highness Prince Yu?" Zhang Shi nearly staggered upon hearing that there were survivors. She urged anxiously, "His Highness Prince Yu is busy with state affairs. Let the Shen family handle the investigation." Having said this, Zhang Shi looked at Shen Qingyan, hoping he would grasp her meaning. But before Shen Qingyan could speak, Shen Qingyan added, "Mother, there is no need for concern. I am His Highness Prince Yu's betrothed. It is only proper for him to assist in such matters. Child, you must be frightened out of your wits. Zhang Shi stepped forward, grasping Shen Qingyan's hand earnestly. Although the emperor has bestowed the marriage, you have not yet come of age, so there is no formal bond. It's best not to trouble His Highness Prince Yu. Your father and I will go to the judgment hall later and have the mansion's guards retrieve the assassin. The previous content is merged with the same speaker's dialogue. The translation continues from the original text flow. Rest assured, Qingyan, your father has served in the court for many years. He will surely get to the bottom of this. A wave of disgust washed over Shen Qingyan as she silently withdrew her hand about to speak, when Zhao Si interjected coldly, who said there's no relation. Madam Shen, do you truly believe the emperor's decree is mere child's play, words spoken without weight? Zhang Shi's heart quivered with fear at his words. That's not what I meant. Then explain yourself. When His Majesty has already bestowed a marriage decree, why do you claim there is no relation? Zhao Si pressed relentlessly, not granting her a moment to compose her thoughts. Zhang Shi cast a pleading glance toward Shen Qingyan. Cursing Zhang Shi's foolishness inwardly, Shen Qingyan explained. Eunuch Zhao, my wife merely meant that such a trivial matter need not trouble His Highness Prince Yu. We can investigate it ourselves. I see. Zhao Si turned to Shen Qingyan. Princess Pingshuan, what is your opinion? Shen Qingyan met Shen Qingyan's gaze. His brows were furrowed tightly, as if desperately hoping she would agree. Yet Shen Qingyan said, Father is merely a civil official. Matters concerning assassins are of grave importance, better left to the court of judgment. Besides, I wouldn't want to burden Father with such troubles. It's no burden. How could this be a burden? Zhang Shi still wished to take the assassin matter into her own hands. I and we are family. If anything were to happen to you, your father and I would be devastated. Sending you away to Yinqing was out of necessity, but now that you've returned, let the Prime Minister and me cherish you properly and do something for you. If the assassin remained within the Shen residence, she might still have a chance to secretly send men from the Guardian General's mansion to dispose of him. But if the assassin were taken to the court of judgment, Zhang Shi knew it would be virtually impossible to have him quietly eliminated. Shen Qingyan took a step back as if afraid of catching Zhang Shi's foolishness. Did she not realize that such eagerness now only invited suspicion? Indeed, Zhao Si narrowed his eyes and said, Madam Shen, His Highness Prince Yu has already taken over this matter. Perhaps he is already interrogating the assassin at this very moment. Why are you so anxious to investigate it yourself? Unless... Zhang Shi froze, meeting his gaze with a flustered heart. Though he was merely a eunuch, she felt that this man favored by the emperor was different from other eunuchs. The oppressive pressure emanating from his demeanor, perhaps combined with the thought of the emperor behind him, left her breathless. Eunuch Zhao, this matter has nothing to do with me. Zhang Shi hastily distanced herself from the accusation. Shen Qingyan had not been certain before merely harboring suspicions. But hearing Zhang Shi speak this way, he understood everything, and his face turned completely dark. The assassination attempt on Shen Qingyan was indeed orchestrated by her. Shen Qingyan felt a surge of frustration at Zhang Shi's folly. Was she not simply inviting trouble upon the Shen family? Zhao Si let out a cold laugh. Madam Shen, did this humble one ever say it had anything to do with you? Zhang Shi was struck speechless. She was about to seek help from Shen Qingyan when Zhao Si called out guards. The imperial guards standing behind Shen Qingyan stepped forward. Shen Qingyan's heart pounded violently with fright as he stepped forward to shield Zhang Shi. Eunuch Zhao, what is the meaning of this? Zhao Si let out another cold laugh and declared, this humble one now suspects that Madam Shen is connected to the assassination attempt on Princess Pingshuan. I am to escort Madam Shen to the court of judgment. Prime Minister, please step aside. Upon hearing this, Zhang Shi's eyes rolled back, and she fainted dead away. Mother! Shen Qingyan, who had been quietly observing the scene with envy burning in her heart, cried out in shock and rushed forward to catch Zhang Shi. Tears fell instantly as she cast a sorrowful, pitiful gaze upon Shen Qingyan. Elder sister, Mother only wanted what was best for you. She wished to do more for you, which is why she was so devoted. How could you treat Mother this way? The court of judgment. Is that a place fit for a person? Are you trying to send Mother there to die? Shen Qingyan nearly laughed. This accusation hurled at her. How would everyone around her perceive her now? Shen Qingyan's performance was indeed convincing. If she didn't do something now, the entire capital would soon be whispering about her vicious nature. Mother! Shen Qingyan immediately threw herself to the ground. Oh goodness, princess! Zhao Si was startled by her sudden movement. Had he not seen the subtle glance she cast his way, he would have truly believed he had erred. Eunuch Zhao the assassin matter certainly has nothing to do with Mother. She fainted just at the mention of the court of judgment. Perhaps we should let this go. I no longer wish to pursue the investigation. As long as Mother remains healthy, that is all that matters. Shen Qingyan wiped away tears mournfully and directly grasped Zhang Shi's hand. The cool touch of her skin caused the fainting Zhang Shi's body to tremble involuntarily. Shen Qingyan understood perfectly. She was indeed faking her faint. Her fingers landed precisely on the acupoint at Zhang Shi's wrist and pressed tentatively. Zhang Shi's fingers quivered slightly. Shen Qingyan ceased pressing, a glint of sharp light flashing through her eyes. Oh princess, the court of judgment is not terrifying at all, Zhao Si said, sensing that Shen Qingyan had no intention of letting Zhang Shi off easily. Talk of the living going in and the dead coming out. That's only for those who have committed crimes. Rest assured, he continued, once Madame Shen pays a visit, if His Highness Prince Yu and His Highness Prince Rui find nothing connecting her, she will be returned safely. There is no need for concern. Shen Qingyan felt Zhang Shi trembling even more violently. She suddenly grew curious about the court of judgment. What kind of place was it that instilled such fear in people? Shen Qingyan pressed firmly on Zhang Shi's acupoint. The physical pain and inner terror made it impossible for Zhang Shi to maintain her pretense. Her eyes flew open and she let out a piercing scream. Ah! Shen Qingyan looked at her with feigned surprise. Mother, you're awake. Zhang Shi snatched her hand away, her wrist trembling uncontrollably. You? Then her entire body began to shake violently. Shen Qingyan soothed her. Mother, don't be afraid. Eunuch Zhao said that place doesn't consume people. They're merely inviting you to cooperate with the investigation. You'll be back soon enough. Besides, His Highness Prince Yu is your daughter's betrothed. Since you've committed no wrong, he certainly won't let you suffer. She gently placed her hand on Zhang Shi's shoulder in a comforting gesture. No. Zhang Shi frantically pushed her hand away and pleaded desperately with Shen Qingyan. Prime Minister, save me. Shen Qingyan's head felt like it was about to explode. Zhang Shi was truly nothing but trouble. Nevertheless, no matter how irritated Shen Qingyan felt, he knew Zhang Shi could not be allowed to fall into trouble now. She belonged to the Guardian General's mansion. If she were taken into the court of judgment and something happened to her, it would certainly damage the relationship between the Shun and Zhang families. Years of careful scheming and planning would all be for naught. Shen Qingyan looked at Eunuch Zhao and said, Eunuch Zhao, this matter truly has nothing to do with Zhang Yuan. She is still Ayan's mother. How about we let it go? Zhao Si shook his head and let out a sigh. Prime Minister, this humble one would also like to let it go. But when His Majesty sent us to escort the princess back, he granted me the authority to handle matters related to the assassination attempt on her behalf. Zhao Si said slowly. Shen Qingyan looked puzzled, wondering what this was all about. Seeing his confusion, Zhao Si explained, so I am now acting on the Emperor's behalf in this matter. The Emperor's word is law. Since I've said I would escort Madame Shen to the judge's hall, there's no reason to go back on it. Zhang Shi rolled her eyes in despair. She wished she could faint, but the inexplicable pain in her body kept her fully conscious. Shen Qingyan widened his eyes in disbelief. Could this be possible? Though the Emperor's word is law, changing one's mind is just a matter of a single statement. Zhao Si seemed to anticipate what Shen Qingyan would say and spoke before he could. With so many people watching, the Emperor's decree cannot be changed easily. Shen Qingyan's last struggle was utterly blocked by these words. This was the entrance of the Shun residence, surrounded by onlookers. Shen Qingyan said awkwardly, fine. Hearing this, Zhang Shi tried hard to roll her eyes upward, but still couldn't faint. How eerie. Shen Qingyan had merely held her hand earlier, and now her body was aching all over. That damn girl, how could she be so uncanny? Mother! Shen Qingyan wept sorrowfully, secretly wiping a tear, but her heart was not truly grieved. She was filled with hatred. It was now largely confirmed that Zhang Shi was involved in the assassination of Shen Qingyan. If Prince Yu and Prince Rui uncovered anything, it was uncertain whether the Shen family would be implicated, but she certainly would be. Shen Qingyan lowered her eyes to conceal her inner fury, yearning to have a heated argument with Zhang Shi and demand why she had been so careless. Why did she have to jeopardize her future? She was destined for a position above all others. With a tainted mother, how could she ever realize that ambition? Two imperial guards came to Zhang Shi's side and hoisted her up, one on each side. She was led away like a criminal. Mother! Shen Qingyan watched the guards leave with tearful eyes, her pitiful appearance arousing sympathy in the crowd. Then she cast a reproachful gaze at Shen Qingyan. Elder sister, why did you do this to mother? Shen Qingyan, supported by Lung Xiu, stood up. Seeing her accusation, she imitated her pitiful tone. Second sister, it was mother's excessive concern over the assassination that made eunuch Zhao suspect her. Besides, mother hasn't done anything. She's only going for a routine investigation. She'll be fine. Exactly. Zhao Si, who had not left, looked at Shen Qingyan, then at Shen Qingyan. Although one was ethereally beautiful and pitiful, while the other was plain and not particularly pretty, he found Shen Qingyan's appearance more pleasing. Second Miss Shen, I am carrying out the Emperor's orders. Do you think I am wrong? Are you questioning the Emperor's decision? Fearing that Shen Qingyan's words might sway the crowd and harm Shen Qingyan's image, Zhao Si invoked the Emperor directly. A look of fear crossed Shen Qingyan's eyes, and she immediately knelt. Eunuch Zhao, I didn't mean that. Glad to hear it. Zhao Si nodded, a hint of amusement in his eyes. If you have any objections, Miss Shen, feel free to share them with me. I will relay your words verbatim to His Majesty. Shen Qingyan was terrified. She looked at Shen Tsungwen, biting her lower lip. Father. With such a pitiful plea for help, Shen Qingyan could hardly ignore it. He stepped forward and slipped Zhao Si a money pouch. Eunuch Zhao, my Qingyan meant no harm. Besides, as a daughter, worrying about her mother being taken to the judge's hall is natural. Please understand. And this is a little something for your tea. Having to escort Yin back in such heavy snow must have been trying. Thank you. Zhao Si weighed the pouch in his hand, gave a cold smile, and handed it back. Prime Minister, I cannot accept this silver. It is my honor to escort the princess on her journey. Shen Qingyan took the pouch back awkwardly. Honor. He felt a chill in his heart, and even more curious about what Shen Qingyan had done in the palace. Zhao Si turned to the remaining guards. Why haven't you brought in the gifts the Empress has bestowed upon the princess? At his words, everyone noticed that behind the sedan chair were two carriages loaded with chests of treasures. These are... Shen Qingyan was dumbfounded. The imperial guards carried chest after chest past the Shen family. Shen Yuja, standing in a corner, was nearly mad with envy at the sight. First, Yimian had sent a pile of treasures, then the emperor had bestowed rewards, and now the empress had given her a gift. At that moment, Shen Yuja had only one thought: to rush into Tsuizhu Garden and claim all those treasures for herself. Zhao Si explained with a smile, these are all gifts from the empress to the princess. He glanced at Shen Qingyan and added, the empress is extremely pleased with the princess as her daughter-in-law, so she sent me to bring these treasures over. Shen Qingyan watched as chest after chest was carried inside, a slight headache forming. After getting into the sedan, she had lingered at the palace for a while. At the time, she thought Zhao Si was busy, so she waited patiently. Little did she know he was arranging for these chests to be moved. Shen Qingyan had never expected that the empress had already prepared a gift, and when she was about to leave, she arranged this scene. She felt that if such rewards came often enough, she might become the wealthiest woman in the capital. How has our Shen family deserved this? Shen Qingyan knew these items did not belong to him. But the fact that the empress had bestowed so many treasures on Shen Qingyan would bring honor to his family among the officials. At least it showed that the empress was fond of Shen Qingyan as a daughter-in-law. Prime Minister, are you mistaken? Zhao Si burst his bubble without mercy. These are all gifts from the empress to the Pingshan princess, not to the Shen family. Once the princess's residence is built, they will be moved, with her having nothing to do with your family. Shen Tsungwen's mouth twitched. He thought to himself, so what if Shen Qingyan is the Pingshan princess? That doesn't change the fact that she is his own flesh and blood. Moreover, Shen Qingyan's good days would not last long. Once her engagement with Yi Muan ended, all of this would belong to the Shen family. Yes. Shen Qingyan nodded in agreement, though his mind was elsewhere. After all the chests had been carried into the mansion, Zhao Si clasped his hands to Shen Qingyan. Princess, it's cold outside. Please go back and warm yourself. You've been through a fright today? Prince, you will surely get to the bottom of the assassination quickly. I must return to the palace to report. I've troubled you, eunuch Zhao. Shen Qingyan watched Zhao Si and the imperial guards leave. Just as she was about to enter the Shun residence, Shen Qingyan blocked her way. Father, is something the matter? She asked, feigning ignorance. Shen Qingyan's expression was grim and his tone was icy. Come with me. Yes. Under the gaze of the other members of the Shun family, Shen Qingyan followed him into the residence. Upon reaching the front hall before Shen Qingyan could even steady himself, he eagerly demanded, "Why did you go to the palace?" "I entered the palace at the behest of His Highness Prince Yu to regulate the Empress's health." Shen Qingyan did not conceal the truth. Shen Qingyan furrowed his brow. "With your meager medical skills?" Shen Qingyan pressed her lips together and said nothing. Whether he believed her or not did not affect her. Shen Qingyan then asked suspiciously, "Do you really understand medicine?" "Rest assured, Father, my skills are not that poor. At least the Empress's rewards speak for themselves." Shen Qingyan reminded him that she had just received chests of treasures from the Empress. At the thought of those treasures, Shen Qingyan's eyes grew envious. He had risen from a humble background, changing his fate through the imperial examinations to become the foremost official among the civil and military ministers. His impoverished past made him particularly value wealth. Now the rewards Shen Qingyan had obtained were perhaps more valuable than the entire prime minister's estate, and a resentment brewed in Shen Qingyan's heart. Having acquired so many fine things, she only sent them to the old lady's quarters, never thinking to honor him properly. "Did you really cure the Empress?" Shen Qingyan asked, then immediately deemed it impossible. "You only studied with that unlicensed doctor in Yinqing for a few days, and yet you dare to regulate the Empress's health. Shen Qingyan, you are far too audacious. If anything goes wrong, aren't you gambling with the fate of the entire Shen clan?" Shen Qingyan thought of her pitiful medical skills, which could bring annihilation upon the family. Cold sweat ran down his spine, and he could not help raising his hand to strike her. Shen Qingyan caught his hand. "You dare to resist." Shen Qingyan tried to force his hand down, but found that the hand she grasped had gone weak and limp. "Father, the Empress has said nothing, yet you are so eager to discipline me." Shen Qingyan threw off his hand, her expression cold. "Father, instead of this you should think of how to save Mother. After all, assassinating a member of the imperial family is a crime punishable by the extermination of 9 generations. "Nonsense." Shen Qingyan was startled momentarily, forgetting the peculiarity in his hand. He eyed her darkly, wondering if she knew that the assassin had been hired by Zhang Shi. Shen Qingyan lifted her lips slightly and glanced back. Shen Qiran stood at the entrance of the front hall. When their eyes met, a flicker of panic crossed Shen Qiran's face. She felt as if Shen Qingyan could see through everything. Instantly, a surge of displeasure rose within her. "Whether I am speaking nonsense, Father knows in his heart. You'd better hurry. I hear the judgment hall is a terrifying place. I wonder how many rounds of interrogation Mother can endure there." Shen Qingyan finished speaking and left the front hall, with Lung Xiao heading toward the green bamboo courtyard. Shen Qiran gripped the doorframe tightly. At that moment she was certain. Shen Qingyan knew everything. If Zhang Shi truly confessed, her future would be ruined. Imagining herself being exiled because of Zhang Shi, or becoming a signboard in a brothel, or a concubine of some powerful noble. Shen Qiran trembled with fear and hurried inside. "Father, I beg you, save Mother." Shen Qingyan's expression was also grim. Retrieve Zhang Shi from Yi Muyuan's hands. He dared not even think of it. Even though Shen Qingyan had long been betrothed to Yi Muyuan, Shen Qingyan always avoided him whenever they met in the palace. Anyone targeted by Yi Muyuan could end up with their family exiled or exterminated. It wasn't just him. All court officials regarded Yi Muyuan and Yi Mushuan as venomous snakes, avoiding them as much as possible. Moreover, the judgment hall now held members of the Chun and Yi families. Seeing his silence, Shen Qiran stamped her foot in anxiety. "Father, think of something quickly. My future is in Mother's hands now, and you and Grandfather's family have planned." Silence. Shen Qingyan immediately barked, glancing outside. Fortunately, no one else was there. Shen Qiran bit her lower lip in grievance. Seeing this, Shen Qingyan frowned and called out, "Shenda." Your Excellency. Shen hurried in from outside. Send a fast horse to inform the Guardian General's mansion that Zhang Shi has been taken to the Judgment Hall. Shen Qingyan ordered. Yes. Shen left hastily. Shen Qian's eyes glistened with tears. Shen Qingyan hardened his heart and said, Now is not the time to rescue your mother. Mother cannot bear suffering. Shen Qian reminded him. She must bear it now. Do you not know what kind of person Prince Yu is? Shen Qingyan said sternly. Let her learn her lesson. She made the mess, so she must suffer a little to remember. A tear fell from Shen Qian's eye. Shen Qingyan's tone softened slightly. I am informing your maternal grandfather's family, now hoping to use the influence of the Guardian General's mansion to rescue your mother. Shen Qian nodded. Father, I entrust mother's matter to you. Shen Qingyan, irritable and vexed, flicked his sleeve and left. Shen Qian's gaze shifted from sorrow to a deep simmering hatred. Shen Qingyan, I will not let you off. Inside the green bamboo courtyard, Hong Yao and Leng Xiu were inventorying the chests of treasures that the imperial guards had carried in. There were various precious ornaments and jewelry. Hong Yao said joyfully, Eldest Miss, the Empress has bestowed so many items upon you. It seems she is quite pleased with you as her future daughter-in-law. Shen Qingyan turned a page of her medical book without responding. She did not believe the Empress had rewarded her out of satisfaction. These gifts were likely due to the influence of the original owner's birth mother, Nangongxian. Today, when the Empress chatted with her, her every word revealed her longing for Nangongxian. Seeing that Shen Qingyan did not speak, Hong Yao was used to it. After these days of getting along, she knew that her mistress was not a talkative person. After sorting all the treasures, Hong Yao said again, Eldest Miss, I have categorized the gifts. But with these several rounds of rewards, the green bamboo courtyard has no more space to store them. What should we do? The green bamboo courtyard was originally an elegant but modestly sized compound. Usually valuables were kept in the side rooms. Now the storage area was already filled with numerous gifts, and Hong Yao did not know where to put these. On hearing this, Shen Qingyan stood up and looked at the Empress's gifts. A dazzling array of items made her eyes swim. She could not help but remark that the previous rewards from Yima Yuan and the Emperor had been mostly outward displays suitable for decoration. The Empress's gifts, however, were more feminine. Items meant to be worn on the body or in the hair, not suitable for display. Shen Qingyan selected a few pieces of jewelry suitable for the elderly lady and handed them to Hong Yao. Send these to the old madam. Hong Yao took them respectfully, smiling sweetly. The old madam will surely love them. And this and this. Shen Qingyan picked up two relatively plain hairpins, handing one to Hong Yao and one to Leng Xiu. These are for you. Hong Yao and Leng Xiu were somewhat surprised, not expecting to receive anything. They immediately knelt to express their gratitude. Just as Hong Yao was about to deliver the items to the old madam, she suddenly recalled what had happened today and said, By the way, Eldest Miss Su Jin came by while you were at the palace. Did she say anything? Shen Qingyan asked, surprised. Hong Yao shook her head. No, she didn't. MMIC. Shen Qingyan nodded and sat back down in the chair. After Hong Yao left, she turned to Leng Xiu. Meeting her gaze, Leng Xiu understood immediately. This servant will go fetch Su Jin now. She hurried away. Before long, Su Jin arrived in haste. Greetings to Eldest Miss. She knelt, her expression respectful, as she bowed before Shen Qingyan. Rise. Shen Qingyan's tone was calm. Su Jin stood up. She had already learned from others what had happened at the Shun residence gate. Despite herself, she felt a trace of envy. If she hadn't been trafficked before, maybe her life would be good now too. Then Su Jin recalled Shen Qingyan's words that she still had a chance to reunite with her family. She instantly perked up and told her about how today Zhang Shi brought a man's shoe and ordered them to find its owner. Shen Qingyan nodded. She was not surprised that Zhang Shi would do such a thing. When Su Jin mentioned that she had found a way to make Shen Qingyan aware of this matter, a glint of approval flashed in her eyes. Shen Qingyan was naturally suspicious and never allowed male servants to enter his inner courtyard. Thus, the fact that Zhang Shi had a man's shoe in her hand would certainly arouse his suspicion. Moreover, Zhang Shi's excuse was far too clumsy. Shen Qingyan smiled faintly. She had a premonition that even if Zhang Shi managed to get out of the judgment hall smoothly, Shen Qingyan would investigate the matter and make things difficult for her. There is something, she murmured. Su Jin replied respectfully, Eldest Miss, please speak. Today I pressed a certain acupoint on father's body. Shen Qingyan lowered her voice. The hidden ailment within him will flare up ahead of time, probably tomorrow. Zhang Shi will be at the judgment hall these 2 days, which is precisely your opportunity. Seize it. Su Zhen's heart suddenly surged with excitement. Who would rather be a servant girl when they could become a concubine? After all, every extra day of good living was a day well lived. Without any hesitation, Su Zhen said, "Yes, this servant is fully prepared. These past few days I have been practicing the massage techniques you taught me, eldest miss. I am certain I can please the chancellor." Shen Qingyan was very satisfied with her attitude. She took out a jar of medicinal ointment from her space. This ointment was of her own creation. She had not used modern containers, but had chosen a rather antique-looking small porcelain bottle, so there was no need to change it now, and its appearance in this era would not seem out of place. Shen Qingyan handed the ointment to Su Zhen. "This is a medicinal ointment that can heal the wounds on his face. When he completely trusts you, bring it out. If he asks where you got it, say it was your own secret formula." "Thank you, eldest miss." Su Zhen rejoiced inwardly. If she could cure the wounds on Shen Songwen's face, her position in the Shen household would be even more secure. She carefully put away the ointment. Shen Qingyan looked at Su Zhen for a long moment, then let out a slow sigh, and asked, "Su Zhen, do you still wish to see your family?" "Yes." Su Zhen nodded without hesitation. "Eldest miss, everything this servant does is simply in the hope of surviving and reuniting with my family." "Then you cannot have children." Having not seen her for a few days, Shen Qingyan discerned something new from Su Zhen's facial features. The choice to become Shen Songwen's concubine had opened up 2 paths. Su Zhen was startled, asking with a stammer, "Eldest miss, what do you mean?" "If you have a child, that child will become a bond hindering your reunion with your family." Shen Qingyan stated directly. "If you choose to have a child, you can gain status in the Shen household through the child, but later you may not be able to reunite with your family. If you don't have a child, you will enjoy great favor thanks to your youth and beauty, but it won't last forever. My father will have you, and then he will have other women. So you must make a choice." Su Zhen bit her lower lip, lightly hesitating for only a moment. "Eldest miss, even if you hadn't said it, this servant knows that the Shen family cannot flourish forever. I decided to become the chancellor's concubine precisely to reunite with my family. So now I still choose to reunite with my family." Su Zhen knew that Shen Qingyan must have seen something to say this. She made her choice without hesitation. Shen Qingyan nodded and took out another bottle of medicine and a porcelain vial from her space. In front of Su Zhen, she poured the medicine into the porcelain vial and handed it to her. "This is a short-term contraceptive pill. Take one before sharing a bed with him, and it will effectively prevent conception. Moreover, this medicine has minimal harm to the body, so don't worry." "Thank you, eldest miss." Su Zhen accepted it gratefully. "Remember, if you don't want a child, you must take it. If you miss a dose and become pregnant, I will not help you deal with it. Destroying an unborn fetus would be too sinful. Shen Qingyan would not do that." "Yes." Su Zhen strengthened her resolve not to have a child. Shen Qingyan had no further instructions. She waved her hand. "Tomorrow try to stay near him and seize the opportunity. If there's nothing else, you may go." "Yes." Su Zhen made a respectful bow and turned to leave. After she was gone, Leng Xiu entered. She had heard clearly everything Shen Qingyan and Su Zhen had said while outside. "Eldest miss, you can read faces." Through her observations over this period, Leng Xiu had finally come to a conclusion, or rather it was only today that she finally believed it. Shen Qingyan poured a cup of warm tea and nodded. "Yes." "It's unbelievable," Leng Xiu murmured in awe. Shen Qingyan set down the teacup and studied her carefully. "Eldest miss." Leng Xiu felt perplexed by the scrutiny. She had no family and nothing she wished to ask. At the moment, what she wanted most was for her internal injuries to heal quickly and restore her former martial arts. "You have nothing to ask." Shen Qingyan withdrew her gaze. She had seen Leng Xiu's past in a single glance. She was an orphan. Very tragic. Her past had been bitter. In the future, her hardships would give way to joy. Yes, this servant has no lost relatives and does not wish to know what the future holds. "I only want to focus on the present and live each day down to earth." Leng Xiu nodded, her admiration for Shen Qingyan growing even more. The fact that she even knew she was not interested in the future. Such a skill was truly extraordinary. Shen Qingyan drained the tea in one gulp, then set the cup upside down. Rest assured, when the time comes that I truly need you to act, I will heal your internal injuries. Thank you, eldest miss. Leng Xiu made a bow, though doubt lingered in her mind. Her injury was an internal one. It was common knowledge that internal injuries required prolonged treatment. Did Shen Qingyan truly possess the means to heal her internal injury instantaneously? If that were true, her young lady's medical skills would be too formidable. Leng Xiu raised her eyes to glance at Shen Qingyan's youthful face, then looked away. Night fell. As Shen Qingyan lay on the couch preparing to rest, a figure leaped in through the window again. She instantly sat upright from her half-reclining position, her eyes seeing with exceptional clarity in the darkness. Looking at the approaching figure, Shen Qingyan said helplessly, "Your Highness Prince, your method of entering is always so unique. Does my chamber have no door?" Yi Muyan paused, realizing she had a point, and unable to explain. He changed the subject. "I just finished interrogating Lady Zhang." Shen Qingyan took a soft pillow and placed it at the head of the bed, then leaned back comfortably. "Did she say anything?" "Not yet." Yi Muyan sat on the chair nearby and told her about the interrogation of Lady Zhang. "I didn't interrogate her today. After all, she is a daughter of the protecting general's mansion and has some courage." No matter what the judge in the judgment hall asked, she refused to answer, probably thinking that the Shen family would not abandon her. Shen Qingyan's attention was not on Lady Zhang. She pulled the blanket over herself and asked, "So you call the official who conducts interrogations in the judgment hall a judge?" "Yes." A flicker of confusion passed through Yi Muyan's dark golden eyes. Was that strange? The judgment hall in the capital was renowned throughout the nation. As the daughter of the Prime Minister Shen Qingyan, even though she grew up in Yinqing, should have known this. Shen Qingyan smiled, finding it somewhat amusing. The judges in the judgment hall held the power of life and death over corrupt officials and criminals. Interesting. The assassin was hired by the steward of the Zhang family, and Lady Zhang knew about it. Shen Qingyan said, "I have already extracted that information." Yi Muyan nodded, looking at the slender figure on the bed, thinking about what his father had said to him today. He said that as long as Shen Qingyan remained within the imperial family, the realm would be safe forever, and there would be no dynastic change. Yi Muyan became even more curious. How much knowledge and power could this small body contain that it could make the current emperor utter such words? "You extracted it." Shen Qingyan was surprised. She had thought it would take him some time to uncover the mastermind behind the assassin. It only took half a stick of incense. The Zhang steward thought you were just a young girl, and the assassin he hired was not a formidable opponent. Yi Muyan sat there telling her everything that had happened today, as if chatting about ordinary matters. Shen Qingyan laughed. Half a stick of incense. No wonder those who had committed crimes all feared Yi Muyan. He must have many interrogation methods. "What do you think I should do with Lady Zhang?" Yi Muyan continued to ask. He had sneaked in through the window tonight precisely to know how she planned to deal with Lady Zhang. Shen Qingyan yawned. "When the eunuch Zhao had the imperial guards take Lady Zhang away, I cast a divination. What was the result?" Yi Muyan became interested. "The result was that nothing will happen." A hint of playfulness flickered in Shen Qingyan's tone. When the divination result appeared, she wasn't actually very angry, because letting Lady Zhang die like this would be too easy for her. What Shen Qingyan had originally intended was to make Lady Zhang live in fear and die in repentance. She didn't feel regret that Lady Zhang would not die this time. Lady Zhang has the protecting general's mansion and the elderly consort in the palace behind her, Yi Muyan said. That was why he hadn't interrogated her personally. Even if he extracted something, Lady Zhang would still be safe. I would have known she would be fine without divination. It seems the judgment hall is not omnipotent either. Shen Qingyan rested her chin on her hand, speaking teasingly. Yi Muyan approached her. The distance between their two pairs of eyes grew closer, each emitting a glow in the darkness. Shen Qingyan did not flinch, but stared intently at those dark golden eyes. They were truly beautiful. The allure swirling within them made one's heart waver involuntarily. You don't want Lady Zhang to die like this either, Yi Muyan stated firmly. Yes, you're right. Shen Qingyan nodded. Dying like this would be too easy for her. Although Lady Zhang won't die, I can make her suffer. Would you like that? Yi Muyan suddenly found it intriguing. Apart from the current emperor and empress, no one dared to meet his gaze like this. Even his full brother Yimushuan had said that staring into his eyes for too long made his chest feel unbearable. Yes, Shen Qingyan answered without a second thought, while hatred spread through her body. I want her even if she returns to the Shun family to live in fear day and night. Their breaths intertwined as they drew closer. Yi Muin's mind recalled her fair, delicate back, and his body tensed involuntarily. He sat up straight. I'll help you. Thank you, Prince Yu. The curve of Shen Qingyan's lips rose higher. With her hatred soothed, her clear brows and eyes brightened with radiance. It's late. You should rest. Yi Muyuan felt an inexplicable restlessness in his heart. He stood up, but then heard Shen Qingyan say Prince Yu. His footsteps halted. Shen Qingyan said nothing but searched in her space for a while before taking out a bottle of medicine and handing it to him. This is... Yi Muyuan took it, looked at it, and glanced at her in confusion. You are injured, Shen Qingyan said firmly, not as a question. Yi Muyuan raised an eyebrow. How did she know? This medicine will help your wound heal. If you need anything in the future you can come directly to me, but don't jump through the window anymore. Shen Qingyan lay down, pulled the blanket over herself, and no longer looked at him. Heh. In the darkness, Yi Muyuan let out a rare laugh. Suddenly Shen Qingyan felt her ears grow hot. Yi Muyuan's magnetic voice was especially pleasant in the night. He said, all right. Shen Qingyan made a grunt and did not look at him. Only when the sound of the door opening and then closing came did she lie straight again. Coming only at night, what a habit. Shen Qingyan muttered. Then from the rooftop came the voice of Zhue Feng. During the day, Prince Yu is busy. Shen Qingyan closed her eyes. If you, the shadow guard, speak again, you'll fail your job. There was no more sound from the rooftop. The next day, Shen Qingyan had just finished breakfast in the old lady's courtyard when Nanny Wang walked in with a worried expression. Old lady, eldest miss, something terrible has happened. Old lady Shen picked up a handkerchief to wipe the corner of her mouth, displeased. What is it? Making such a fuss? Nanny Wang quickly reported, Old lady, the Prime Minister has suddenly fallen ill. The steward said that early this morning the Prime Minister felt a headache and discomfort. All the resident doctors have examined him, but can do nothing about this illness. Now the steward has sent for outside physicians to treat the Prime Minister. How could this be? Although old lady Shun was dissatisfied with Lady Zhang, Shen Kongwen was her son, and she could not ignore him. Come quickly, help me go see him. Shen Qingyan stood up and supported the old lady. Grandmother, don't worry. Ian will go with you. The grandmother and granddaughter hurried toward Yinsong courtyard. From afar they could hear Shen Tsongwen's throat-rending wails. Lady Shun's heart trembled with alarm, and as she walked, she grasped Shen Qingyan's hand. Ian, do you not practice medicine? Let me examine your father later. Grandmother, of course I can, but father has never trusted my medical skills. He may not even allow me to take his pulse. Shen Qingyan initially agreed, then explained to the old madam how Shen Kongwen looked down upon her medical abilities. Lady Shen's steps faltered, and she let out a mournful sigh. She naturally understood how much Shen Kongwen disliked this child born of Nangongshan. Yet Shen Qingyan was his own flesh and blood. How could he harbor such hostility toward his own daughter? Upon entering Yinsong courtyard, Shen Tsongwen's anguished cries grew louder. Shen Qingyan supported the elderly madam as they entered the side chamber. Shen Kongwen lay on the bed curled into a ball and rolling about, his hands clawing and scratching at himself, as though his suffering extended far beyond a mere headache. Standing 10 paces from the bed, Maidang stood helpless and distraught, while Shen Shiran's face was pale with worry, and Shen Yujia wore an expression of sheer terror. The guest physicians stood nearby, their heads bowed in helpless despair as they watched Shen Tsongwen's torment, unable to relieve his suffering. Tsongwen, what is wrong with you? Lady Shun's eyes stung with tears at the sight of Shen Tsongwen's agony, and she moved forward, but Shunda blocked her path. Madam, do not approach. The Chancellor is in such torment that he has lost his reason and may harm you. What shall we do? Upon hearing that Shen Kongwen might become violent, Lady Shun halted her steps and turned to Shen Qingyan. Ian, why don't you take his pulse? Shinda also looked toward Shen Qingyan, who had the distinction of treating the Empress in the palace. Miss Shun. Shen Qingyan nodded, but before she could speak, a pained cry from Shen Kongwen broke through. Oh no. She will be the death of me. Find a physician, find a physician. Shen Qingyan looked helpless as she asked Shunda, have you found a doctor? Shinda replied with resignation. I have already sent the servants to look for one. Shen Qingyan nodded. Father, since you refuse to let your daughter treat you, then I shall simply remain here by your side. Shen Qingyan was in such agony that he could speak no more. Soon after, Su Zhen entered carrying a basin of water. Shinda frowned. What are you doing here? Su Zhen bowed to him and replied, Steward, I noticed the Chancellor is sweating profusely and wish to wipe him down to bring him some comfort. Additionally, I learned some pressure point techniques from my family's physicians since childhood that may help relieve his pain. Would you allow me to try? Shinda was about to rebuke her for causing trouble, but Shen Qingyan on the bed spoke up, let her try. Hearing this, he could only say, then go ahead, but do not cause the Chancellor any pain. Su Zhen nodded and glanced toward Shen Qingyan. Shen Qingyan blinked. Su Zhen carried the water basin toward the bed. Lady Ming opened her mouth as if to speak, then closed it again. A foreboding sense weighed upon her. Yet Shen Qingyan's condition was dire. His pain had driven him to madness, and she dared not approach. Seeing that Su Zhen could tend to Shen Qingyan in her place brought her some relief, yet she couldn't shake the feeling that something unfortunate would come of it. Su Zhen set the basin on a nearby chair, wrung out the towel, and gently wiped Shen Qingyan. Her hands trembled slightly from nervousness. Shen Qingyan closed his eyes and commanded in a pained voice, press upon me. Yes. Su Zhen set down the towel and began pressing along the pressure points following the techniques Shen Qingyan had previously taught her. As she continued the pressing motions, Shen Qingyan's groans gradually subsided. The technique was working. Realizing her pressure point technique was effective, Su Zhen grew more composed. As long as she followed what Shen Qingyan had taught her, she was confident it would work. Shen Qingyan's groans faded entirely, and the tight furrow between his brows relaxed as though his pain had vanished. After completing the sequence, Su Zhen gently raised her hand and asked, Chancellor, how do you feel? Shen Qingyan opened his eyes, his gaze clear and steady, showing no trace of the earlier agitation or suffering. Your pressing technique. Su Zhen knelt down, too fearful to speak. Shen Qingyan reached out to help her up. Who taught you this? It was learned from the physicians in my family. My grandfather suffered from similar ailments, so I mastered these techniques by age 5. However, after all these years, my skills have grown somewhat rusty. If I have caused you any pain, Chancellor, I beg your forgiveness. Su Zhen lifted her gaze briefly before lowering her eyes again. Her demeanor was utterly captivating. All the women presented to Shen Qingyan by the Huogui General's mansion were strikingly beautiful. Between her skilled massage techniques and her delicate appearance, Su Zhen had completely captured Shen Qingyan's heart. As he grasped her hand, an unexpected warmth stirred within him. Shen Qingyan said, Excellent. You do well. From now on, remain by my side and attend to my massages. Su Zhen hesitated. But I belong to the madam. She is still at the Panguandian. Chancellor, might I suggest we discuss this after she returns? I desire a servant, and she would dare to disagree. Shen Qingyan had no intention of taking her as a concubine. Meanwhile, Shen Qiran listened with growing unease. She knew well that this woman had been sent by the Huogui General's mansion to Shen Qingyan. Yet her mother was notoriously jealous and had kept all such women close at hand. Now Shen Qingyan was taking one of his maidservants, and if her birth mother returned and learned of this, she might descend into madness. Father! Shen Qiran stepped forward. Shen Qingyan turned to look at her. When his headache had been tormenting him most severely, Shen Qiran, like Mingshi, had kept her distance had she not. His heart grew cold. They say that prolonged illness breeds unfilial children, and he had scarcely fallen ill before Shen Qiran and Shun Yujie displayed such indifference. It truly chilled him to the bone. Perhaps we should wait until Mother returns before discussing this. After all, she was sent by the Huogui General's mansion, Shen Qiran said in her gentle voice. Shen Qingyan snorted coldly. So you are aware she was sent by the Huogui General's mansion? Then you must also understand that the women sent by the Huogui General's mansion were meant for me. Shen Qiran lowered her eyes, a flicker of embarrassment crossing her gaze. Her mother remained confined within the Panguandian, yet he was already thinking of taking another woman. Watching the father and daughter exchange words, a spark of keen interest flickered in Shen Qingyan's eyes. The petty dramas unfolding within this chancellor's mansion were truly entertaining. Nevertheless, the old madam was present, so she would not involve herself in their disputes. Aqian, you would do well to remember that this is my chancellor's mansion, not your maternal grandfather's household. Everything here belongs to me, and I need no one's permission, least of all your mother's, to take whom I please, Shen Qingyan declared bluntly. Shen Qingyan bit her lower lip in embarrassment. Being rebuked by Shen Qingyan in front of so many people was a first. Mother is your lawful wife. Shouldn't you consult with her first before taking her maidservant? She remembered that she was the key to the alliance between the Guardian General's mansion and the Shen family, so she insisted on not backing down. Shen Qingyan stared at her with a sinister gaze. Su Zhan, watching the father-daughter standoff, immediately knelt and kowtowed. Your Excellency, the second miss is right. This maidservant has always belonged to the lady. Let's wait until the lady returns to discuss this matter. A flicker of approval flashed in Shen Qingyan's eyes. Su Zhan's understanding of when to advance and retreat was better than most. Hearing this, Shen Qingyan's face showed displeasure, but he helped her up. Fine, we'll wait until Zhang returns to discuss this. After saying this, he turned to look at Shen Qingyan, catching her squinting like a cunning cat. His heart sank. Had Shen Qingyan been watching his embarrassment all along? Rage surged within him, and Shen Qingyan felt an urge to slap her to vent his anger. Just then a servant ran in from outside shouting, "The doctor is here." Breathlessly, he ran into the chamber and saw Shen Qingyan standing there as if nothing had happened. He was momentarily stunned. "Master, are you all right?" Shen Qingyan darkened his face. "Heaven protects a good man like me. Oh, of course I'm fine." The servant shuddered and dared not speak. The elderly doctor shuffled in slowly, seeing no one lying on the bed. He asked in confusion, "Who is the patient?" "It's nothing, you may leave." Shen Qingyan dismissed the doctor. The doctor nodded blankly, but just as he was about to turn, the old lady Shen said, "Wait a moment." The doctor looked at her in confusion. "Madam, are you feeling unwell?" "I'm fine." The old lady Shen approached Shen Qingyan and said earnestly, "Someone, even though you seem fine now, let the doctor take your pulse and see what actually happened." Shen Qingyan frowned irritably, wanting nothing more than to drive everyone out of the room. When he was suffering, no one here could help. They just watched the show. Now he found them all annoying. Su Zhan glanced toward the old lady. Actually, she was looking at Shen Qingyan. Shen Qingyan met her gaze and nodded. She was confident in her acupuncture technique. In this era, probably no one could detect it. Seeing this, Su Zhan said to Shen Qingyan, "Your Excellency, my pressing technique only treats the symptoms, not the root cause. Perhaps you should let the doctor take your pulse for a thorough check." Shen Qingyan, pleased by Su Zhan's soft voice, sat back on the couch and said imperiously, "Fine, you take my pulse." The doctor responded and stepped forward to take Shen Qingyan's pulse. After a long while, he frowned and said, "Your Excellency's pulse is strong and vigorous. Your body appears to be in good health." Shen Qingyan withdrew his hand with a dark expression. The resident physician had said the same thing when he was in agony. Shen Qingyan didn't believe his body was fine then. "Are you sure there's nothing wrong?" Su Zhan asked with concern, putting on a show of caring for Shen Qingyan. "Just now your Excellency's headache was severe. It doesn't seem like nothing. Please be thorough. His Excellency is a favored minister of the Emperor and the head of the Shen family. He must not be ill." The doctor frowned, took the pulse again carefully, and confirmed, "Your Excellency's pulse is normal and your body is healthy. As for the discomfort, it might be caused by eating something wrong." Shen to see him out. Shen Qingyan didn't want to waste any more words. That morning, before he had even eaten breakfast, the headache had struck and his breakfast had been spilled all over the floor. And this doctor dared to say it was because of something he ate. Yes. Shinda led the doctor out. Shen Qingyan looked at the people still unwilling to leave the chamber and roared, "I'm not dying. What are you all standing here for?" Lady Meng was startled and immediately curtsied to Shen Qingyan. "Your Excellency, this concubine will take her leave." With that, she reached for Shen Yujia's hand to leave. Shen Yujia studied Su Zhan and suddenly had an idea. She shook off Lady Meng's hand and went up to Shen Qingyan. "Father." Shen Qingyan looked coldly at his youngest daughter. When his illness had struck, she had been the first to take Lady Meng's hand and hide far away, as if afraid of being infected. His tone was icy. "What is it?" Shen Yujia said ingratiatingly, "Today, when I saw how much father suffered from his headache, it pained my heart too. I never want to see father suffer like that again. I wish to learn this pressing technique from this maidservant, so I can ease father's discomfort in the future." Are you cursing me to fall ill again? Shen Qingyan narrowed his eyes dangerously. Shen Yujie was taken aback. She had only meant to show filial piety, not to curse him. Daughter didn't mean that. I only worry that father is tired from managing the mansion and attending to court affairs, so I wanted to learn some pressing techniques to relieve your discomfort when the opportunity arises. Shen Yujie quickly explained. Shen Qingyan snorted coldly. If you truly cared for your father, why did you hide far away with your mother just now? Shen Yujie's heart skipped a beat. Are you afraid that I would infect you? Shen Qingyan bellowed. Shen Yujie immediately denied it. Father, no. Enough. Look at your behavior. Does it befit a daughter of the Prime Minister's mansion? Do you think I don't know what you've been doing outside? Starting today, you are confined to your room for 1 month. Shen Qingyan declared. Shen Yujie's eyes widened. 1 month. That would mean after the new year. Father. Shen Qingyan glared at Lady Meng. Take your precious daughter away. Yes, Your Excellency. Fearing that Shen Qingyan's anger might fall on her, Lady Meng immediately grabbed Shen Yujie's hand. Yujie, stop making a scene. Let's go back. You go back if you want. I'm staying here to take care of father. Shen Yujie shook off Lady Meng's hand, trying to fight for her freedom. Father, I. Hearing her voice, Shen Qingyan felt a throbbing in his forehead. He rubbed his forehead irritably, his expression growing darker. Lady Meng, panicking, said to the maid standing dumbfounded nearby. Liu, what are you standing there for? Take the 4th miss back. Yes. Liu, stronger than Lady Meng, joined forces with her to drag the struggling Shen Yujie away. Shen Qingyan lowered her eyelids, listening to the fading noise of Shen Yujie's tantrum, a hint of mockery flashing under her closed eyes. Truly a reckless girl. In this situation, Shen Qingyan would only choose to avoid Shen Qingyan's anger and not touch his sore spot. She stood up, curtsied to Shen Qingyan, and said, Father, please rest well. Daughter will take her leave. Then she left directly. As she passed by Shen Qingyan, Shen Qingyan raised her eyes and shot her a resentful look. Meeting that gaze, Shen Qingyan smiled, and then said to the old lady Shen, Grandmother, let's go back too. Old Madam Shen glanced at Shen Qingyan's current appearance. Indeed, he seemed to be in no trouble. Someone have a good rest. After giving her instructions, old Madam Shen turned and left. Shen Qingyan supported the elderly woman and followed her out. The others also departed one after another. Shen Qingyan looked at Su Zhan. Su Zhan lowered her head, a shy flush spreading across her face. Shen Qingyan's headache had just eased, and he was not in the mood to dwell on other matters. He lay back on the couch and said, Continue massaging for me. Yes. Su Zhan obeyed and stepped forward, resuming the massage. Shindo, watching from the side, couldn't help but sigh inwardly. It seemed another mistress would soon join the Shen household. In the afternoon, Shen Qingyan sat in a lounge chair, flipping through a medical book while pondering the matter of learning martial arts. Hong Yao entered and reported, Eldest Miss Su Zhan requests an audience. Let her in. Shen Qingyan set the medical book aside. Su Zhan approached and knelt directly before her. Eldest Miss, this servant has failed to complete the task you assigned. Please punish me. Shen Qingyan carefully examined her and said calmly, Rise. Please punish me, Eldest Miss. Su Zhan remained on her knees, insisting on receiving punishment. In the Guardian General's mansion, any servant who failed to complete the master's assigned task was always punished. Su Zhan had not succeeded in becoming Shen Qingyan's woman as Shen Qingyan had instructed, so she came voluntarily to accept her punishment. This matter requires gradual progress. Shen Qingyan did not insist she rise. He will still have pain in the future. As long as you seize the opportunity, you will surely succeed. Su Zhan knelt there, her face showing distress, but the madam will return soon. Shen Qingyan countered, and so. The madam is so possessive. She will certainly not allow the Prime Minister to take a concubine. She might even send me back to the Guardian General's mansion. Su Zhan voiced her worries. Today she had contemplated taking the opportunity to climb into Shen Qingyan's bed later. But after everyone left, she massaged him for a while, and he fell into a deep sleep, giving her no chance. Su Zhan was filled with regret. Shen Qingyan's headache is severe. Right now you are the only one in the entire Prime Minister's mansion who can help alleviate it. He won't let Zhang Shi send you away. Shen Qingyan took a bite of the pastry beside her. Su Zhan kowtowed again. Eldest Miss, what should this servant do next? Use what you learned in the Guardian General's mansion. attract his attention, and make him gradually become infatuated with you. Shen Qingyan said indifferently. She had little experience in such matters, but she felt that the kneeling woman before her was quite attractive, and Shen Qingyan could not possibly remain unmoved. Yes. Su Jin seemed to suddenly find direction. Won't you rise? Shen Qingyan asked. Su Jin bowed to her before standing up. Shen Qingyan said, Zhang Shi should return to the mansion in a couple of days. Be mentally prepared. Becoming a member of my father's harem is no simple matter. Yes, this servant will definitely complete the task assigned by eldest miss. Su Jin replied. Shen Qingyan nodded with satisfaction. Su Jin left the bamboo garden. Before she had taken 2 steps, she ran into Shen Qingyan. Su Jin, as mother's maid, why are you visiting Shen Qingyan's courtyard? Su Jin bowed to Shen Qingyan, neither humble nor arrogant. This servant is merely conveying a message from the Prime Minister. Conveying a message from my father. Shen Qingyan frowned, thinking of Shen Tsongwen's interest in Su Jin, and a wave of irritation surged within her. Men were all the same. 3 wives and 4 concubines. She imagined that if Zhang Shi learned of this news, she would go mad, and a headache began to loom. Yes. Su Jin looked at the snow-covered ground. Having served by Zhang Shi's side for a few days, she already understood the kind of person the woman before her was. She dared not provoke her recklessly. Shen Qingyan pressed, what message? Second, miss, the message the Prime Minister once conveyed is not something this servant dares to tell others casually. Perhaps you should ask the Prime Minister yourself. Su Jin made up an excuse, convinced that Shen Qingyan would not dare appear before Shen Qingyan now. Shen Qingyan narrowed her eyes and warned in a low voice, very well, using my father's orders as a shield. Don't forget whose person you are. Even if my father fancies you, as long as mother disagrees, you will never become a woman in his harem. What second miss says is correct. Su Jin kept her eyes downcast. Shen Qingyan, infuriated by her demeanor, wanted to slap her. But remembering that Su Jin was currently favored by Shen Tsongwen, she changed her mind and gave the other woman a vicious pinch. It hurts. Su Jin's cry was coquettish, tears welling at the corners of her eyes from the pain. You little vixen. Though Shen Qingyan was still unmarried, she had been deeply influenced by Zhang Shi's teachings and already understood matters between men and women. Yet outwardly she remained the pure and innocent Miss Shen, untouched by worldly affairs. Su Jin fell to her knees in the snow with a thud. Second miss, spare me. Second miss, spare me. Her loud voice drew many stares. Shen Qingyan glared back viciously at the passing maids. What are you looking at? Haven't you seen a mistress punishing a disobedient servant? The maids shuddered and hurried away. Shen Qingyan warned Su Jin. Though mother is not in the mansion these 2 days, that doesn't mean you can do as you please. Understood? Su Jin suppressed the pain and whispered, Second miss, this servant understands. Shen Qingyan snorted coldly and left. Su Jin struggled to her feet from the snow. She stared at Shen Qingyan's arrogant, retreating figure, her eyes filled with resentment. One day she would become the most honored person in this Prime Minister's mansion, and Shen Qingyan would be nothing. Leng Xiu approached and gazed at her coolly. Eldest miss asks if you are injured. Su Jin felt some pain where she had been pinched, but it was not serious. She shook her head. Eldest miss says if you want to succeed, try to avoid second miss. Leng Xiu finished speaking and turned away. Su Jin looked at her aloof and graceful back, a warmth flowing through her heart. The 2 young ladies of the Prime Minister's mansion were as different as heaven and earth. Shen Qingyan made her feel warmth. The next day Su Jin was ordered to massage Shen Qingyan again. This time she lit some incense she had obtained from elsewhere, the kind often used by courtesans in their boudoirs. It could soothe the mind and calm the spirit. Shen Qingyan lay with his head on her lap, thoroughly enjoying the rhythmic massage. Without warning, he grasped her hand. Your hands truly have magic, he murmured. The discomfort in his head had just eased, and under her touch the symptoms gradually vanished. Prime Minister. Su Jin's body trembled slightly, but she did not withdraw her hand, allowing him to hold it. Su Jin, are you willing? Before Shen Qingyan could finish, a servant interrupted from outside. Prime Minister's second miss is here. Shen Qingyan frowned. Tell her I am unwell. Father, are you truly unwell, or do you simply not wish to see your daughter? Shen Qingyan's voice drifted in from outside. Shen Qingyan paused, releasing Su Jin's hand as he sat up. Su-jun immediately rose from the bed deliberately, letting her mistress see her evident panic. My lord, the second miss warned me that I cannot approach you anymore. Perhaps I should hide, she said, playing the part of a pitiful woman. Men like Shen Qingyan had little resistance to pitiful women. He frowned, his voice rough. I am here. What do you have to fear? Su-jun hesitated, recalling Shen Qingyan's words. She still felt she needed to stay away from Shen Qingyan. But it was too late. This is my residence. Do you think I cannot protect you? Shen Qingyan stepped down from the bed and pushed open the door to the side room, looking coldly at Shen Qingyan. Making such a commotion this early in the morning. Where is your sense of propriety? Shen Qingyan glanced at Su-jun behind him and said pointedly, Father, keeping the door to this room closed this early in the morning is hardly appropriate, is it? The entire mansion belongs to me. I do as I please. Why do you meddle in matters that concern you not? Shen Qingyan roared without restraint. Look at the words you speak. Have you been spoiled by your mother? Shen Qingyan's eyes reddened. So father can still remember my mother. She paused, then continued. People have come from the maternal grandfather's residence. They say you should go together to bring mother back. So soon. Shen Qingyan had not expected the general's mansion to move so swiftly. Shen Qingyan said with a face full of grievance. Fortunately, the maternal grandfather still cares for mother. Through the influence of Her Imperial Highness, the Dowager Princess, mother has been rescued. If it had depended on you, father, to save mother, who knows how much suffering she would have endured in the Hall of Judges. After all, father certainly did not want mother to return. Shen Qingyan, hearing her blame, was overcome with anger. What nonsense are you spouting here? When have I not wanted your mother to return? Shen Qingyan bit her lower lip and said, Please, father, go bring mother back now. Shen Qingyan snorted coldly. I shall change my clothes and go at once. Su-jun, standing behind him, learned that Madame Zhang was to return, and her eyes involuntarily flickered. Congratulations to the Chancellor on welcoming Madame back, she said. Shen Qingyan's expression was not pleased. He said to her, You may withdraw for now. Yes. Su-jun bowed and exited the side room. Shen Qingyan followed behind her. Once they had left Yinsong courtyard, she grabbed Su-jun's hair in a sudden grip. Did I not warn you not to seduce my father? Her tone was as vicious as her expression, completely different from her former gentle demeanor. Second miss, I did not. Su-jun tried to defend herself. It was the Chancellor who said his head was uncomfortable and asked me to massage it. Does a massage require closing the door? Shen Qingyan did not believe her. I needed to light some calming incense. Su-jun continued explaining. As she was thinking about how to escape, Shen Qingyan's voice came from behind them. Second sister, what are you doing? Shen Qingyan was startled and immediately released her grip, turning to look at Shen Qingyan with a gentle expression. Eldest sister, what are you doing here? I never expected second sister to resort to such behavior. I wonder what His Highness Prince Chong would think if he saw this. Shen Qingyan glanced at Su-jun. Although her hair had been pulled, there were no marks on her face. She knew that Madame Zhang would return today and immediately hurried over here. As expected, Su-jun had been caught red-handed. Shen Qingyan was not angry. For now, she needed to resolve the trouble with Su-jun first. Shen Qingyan glared at her with dark eyes, then showed a smile. Eldest sister, what are you talking about? I am merely disciplining a disobedient maid on mother's behalf. Second sister, there is a limit to how one disciplines maids. They are human beings too. Shen Qingyan returned her with a gentle smile, then said, Father's current headaches cannot be treated by any physician in the mansion. Only Su-jun's massage can bring him some relief. If anything were to happen to Su-jun, what do you think father would do to you? Shen Qingyan was frightened into a cold sweat by her words. However, she still maintained a tough stance. Father's headache is no longer serious, eldest sister. Do not curse father. Second miss, the Chancellor only asked me to massage him today because his head was uncomfortable, Su-jun explained sheepishly. What business is this of yours? Shen Qingyan turned and glared at her, thinking that once Madame Zhang returned, she would deal with Su-jun. However, Shen Qingyan's words from earlier had planted a thorn in her heart. I also understand a little medicine. Father's wounds from mother's scratching have not healed, and his complexion grows worse day by day. He needs Su-jun's massage. If second sister says something to mother, and Su-jun is gone once father's headache strikes, mother will be the sinner. Shen Qingyan whispered, Second sister, you should think this over carefully. Shen Qingyan snorted coldly and turned to leave, analyzing Shen Qingyan's words as she walked. In the end, she helplessly realized she truly could not afford to gamble. If Madame Zhang went mad and killed Su Zhen and Shen Songwen's headache struck, Madame Zhang would suffer, and she would suffer along with her. Although the Chancellor's mansion relied on the General's mansion, she needed a Chancellor father to elevate her status. Shen Qingyan could not come to harm. Shen Qingyan watched Shen Qiuran's retreating figure. Finally, she withdrew her gaze and looked at Su Zhen without saying anything further. Su Zhen bowed to her, her cheeks burning, feeling utterly useless. She never expected that in the end Shen Qingyan would need to resolve this matter for her. Miss, thank you. This was the courtyard outside Yinsong Courtyard, so Su Zhen could not say much more. The incense on you. Shen Qingyan's nose was very sensitive. From the moment she approached, she had caught the fragrance on the other person. This was not a good kind of incense. Su Zhen stepped back and said, replying to the miss, I lit calming incense. Use less of it. Shen Qingyan did not expose her and turned to leave with Hong Yao. Only after they had walked far away did Hong Yao begin to chatter. Mrs. Madam really coming back. Behind her are the General's mansion and Her Imperial Highness the Dowager Princess in the palace. Is it not normal for her to return? Shen Qingyan raised her hand and caught a snowflake. The snowflake fell into her pale rosy palm and melted into water from her body heat. But now that Madam is returning, your life in the mansion will have to be cautious again. Hong Yao said softly. She had believed the assassins were arranged by Madame Zhang and that the Hall of Judges would surely find relevant evidence. She never expected that after being confined for only 2 days, Madame Zhang would be returning. It does not matter. Shen Qingyan gathered her cloak around her and watched the falling snow. She suddenly thought of Yi Muyuan's face. She wondered what methods he had used on Madame Zhang. An hour later, Lady Zhang was brought back from the Judgment Hall by Shen Qingyan. Apart from old Madame Shen, whose legs were unsteady, and Shen Yujia, who was confined to her quarters, all members of the Shen household gathered at the entrance to welcome their matriarch. Standing at the center of the crowd, Shen Qingyan watched as Lady Zhang was assisted from the carriage by a maidservant. After only 2 days in the Judgment Hall, Lady Zhang appeared utterly haggard, radiating an air of dishevelment. We respectfully welcome the Prime Minister's wife home. All the Shen servants knelt in unison. Shen Qiuran stepped forward, speaking with fervent warmth. Mother, you finally returned. These past 2 days I've been so worried about you. Qiuran. Lady Zhang's eyes reddened at the sight of her daughter. Mother, you've suffered so much. Shen Qiuran's eyes welled up, yet her tears were not born of genuine concern for Lady Zhang. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, she had to perform the part of a devoted daughter. My dear girl, don't cry. Lady Zhang's legs trembled as she forced herself to walk to Shen Qiuran. A foul odor wafted over directly. Shen Qiuran felt a wave of nausea and even had the urge to push Lady Zhang away. Mother, if not for eldest sister, you wouldn't have had to endure such hardship. She deftly redirected the blame towards Shen Qingyan. Lady Zhang seemed to recall something terrifying, and her body involuntarily shuddered. Sensing her distress, Shen Qiuran asked with confusion, Mother, what's wrong? It's nothing. When Lady Zhang looked at Shen Qingyan, a hint of fear had crept into her eyes. Shen Qiuran was puzzled. Mother, there's no need to be afraid. You're safe now. Yes, Mother. Shen Qingyan suddenly interjected. The Judgment Hall has proven your innocence. They won't trouble you over this matter anymore. Shen Qingyan could keenly perceive the terror in Lady Zhang's eyes whenever she looked her way. She suspected this had something to do with Yi Muyuan. She grew increasingly curious about what methods he had used on Lady Zhang and why she would be afraid of her. Shen Qiuran glared at Shen Qingyan with resentment. Eldest sister, if you hadn't made those reckless remarks in front of eunuch Zhao, Mother wouldn't have suffered such disgrace. Is that so? Shen Qingyan smiled lightly. But I've received information that while Mother may not have ordered the assassin, she is certainly connected to the matter. Enough. The fear in Lady Zhang's heart intensified. What do you mean by that? Shen Qiuran, focused entirely on smearing Shen Qingyan's name, failed to notice the terror on Lady Zhang's face. Prince Yu's investigation into the assassin has revealed that the one who dispatched him was Manager Zhang. Although Mother didn't directly participate, Manager Zhang has been staying at the Shen residence for days, conducting affairs on her behalf. For Mother to be unaware of such a major scheme being orchestrated under her nose could be considered negligence if pursued. Furthermore, now that the truth is out, recalling how Mother was so eager to bring the assassin back to the residence for questioning, it's only natural that eunuch Zhao would suspect her intentions. After all, Manager Zhang was the one who hired the killer. If Mother wished to shield him, wouldn't that also be understandable? Second sister, if Mother hadn't been so hasty to take responsibility for the assassin matter, she wouldn't have endured such suffering. Don't you agree? Shock painted the entirety of Shen Qingyan's exquisite face. She had assumed Lady Zhang had hired the assassin, never expecting it to be Manager Zhang. It dawned on her then that Lady Zhang's earlier strange behavior was an attempt to protect him. You're lying. Shen Qingyan, momentarily unable to find a retort, could only shout. Shen Qingyan smiled, speaking with veiled meaning. However, despite the close relationship between Mother and Manager Zhang, this daughter still believes you were unaware of all this. Mother, what you did before, it was simply to help your daughter, wasn't it? Shen Qingyan asked in a soft voice. When Lady Zhang met her pair of cold, lifeless eyes, she felt as though she were staring into the most terrifying abyss. She quickly averted her gaze, forcing herself to reply, "Yes, that's right." Shen Qingyan smiled, then turned her gaze towards Shen Qingyan. Shen Qingyan's face had already darkened. He knew the matter was Manager Zhang's doing. He hadn't thought much of it initially, but Shen Qingyan's words just now had made him sense something amiss. Shen Qingyan recalled how Manager Zhang would always end up alone with Lady Zhang on his visits. She had claimed he was reporting on matters concerning the Protector General's mansion. But a mere steward hardly had that much to report. Shen Qingyan also thought of the pair of men's boots Lady Zhang had asked people to find. He grew increasingly convinced that there was something improper between Lady Zhang and Manager Zhang. Was her frantic insistence on investigating the assassin herself truly to protect the Protector General's mansion, or was it to protect Manager Zhang? Shen Qingyan said no more, and the atmosphere grew increasingly frigid. Shaking the snow from her clothes, Lady Zhang said weakly to Shen Qingyan, "Qingyan, can you escort me to Furong Court? I'm feeling unwell." Shen Qingyan caught a whiff of the strange odor emanating from her mother, a flicker of disgust crossing her eyes. Yet mindful of the watching crowd, she resumed her role as the devoted daughter. "Of course, Mother." She supported Lady Zhang towards Furong Court. Shen Qingyan looked at Shen Qingyan. Meeting her gaze, he felt a dull ache begin to throb in his head again. Remembering his encounter with Yi Muyuan at the Judgment Hall today, he felt a chilling cold seep into his bones. "What are you all standing around for?" Dismissed. The Shen family members dispersed. Shen Qingyan took a few steps, then turned back to look at Shen Qingyan, revealing a smile. "Father's complexion has improved considerably. It seems Su Zhen's massage techniques are indeed effective." With that, she turned and left. A suffocating frustration lodged itself in Shen Qingyan's chest, finding no release. Why did Shen Qingyan's words grate on his ears so? At Suizhu Court, Shen Qingyan shook off the wind and snow before entering her room. Hong Yao hurried to the small kitchen to fetch her hot tea. Shen Qingyan sat down about to warm her hands and read a medical text when a voice came from the rooftop. It was Zhu Feng. "Princess, what is it?" Shen Qingyan's expression remained calm, unstartled by the sudden voice. "His Highness Prince Yu instructed me to inform you that he will come to take you out tomorrow." Zhu Feng relayed his master's message in a muffled voice. Shen Qingyan raised an eyebrow. "And why would I need to go out?" Zhu Feng had no idea. "I'm merely relaying my master's message. I know nothing else." "Then go and ask him right now," Shen Qingyan commanded. The sound of Zhu Feng vanished from the rooftop. Shen Qingyan waited patiently for his return, showing no sign of anxiety. Hong Yao entered carrying a steaming, gilded teapot, looking puzzled. "Eldest miss, were you speaking to someone just now?" "Yes." Shen Qingyan nodded, warming her hands over the charcoal brazier. Watching the vigorous flames, she mused that a sweet potato would be perfect right about now, roasting over the coals, certain to fill the air with a rich aroma. No sooner had the thought crossed her mind than a sweet potato appeared in her hand. She was speechless. This space was useful, but at times it was simply uncontrollable. Whenever she so much as thought of an object stored within the space, it would inexplicably materialize in her hand. Over the past 2 days, she had explored her spatial realm and discovered it had grown even larger than when she first found it. Besides various modern medical tools and medicines, there were also her bedroom's daily necessities and some ingredients. This meant that beyond bread and milk, her spatial realm contained quite a few modern ingredients capable of being cooked into proper dishes. Shen Qingyan placed the sweet potato into the charcoal stove. Hong Yao poured tea into the cup, and upon seeing the sweet potato, her eyes widened in astonishment. Miss. Though she had grown accustomed to her mistress producing all sorts of items from her sleeves during this time, she still couldn't help but be taken aback at the sight of the sweet potato. Would you like to eat one too? Shen Qingyan misunderstood Hong Yao's expression and took out another sweet potato to place inside. Hong Yao carried the teacup over. Please have some tea first to warm yourself. Shen Qingyan took the cup and sipped it in small quantities. Before long, the sweet potatoes roasted in the charcoal fire, releasing a fragrant aroma. Hong Yao swallowed hard. The aroma wafted through the air, stirring her appetite. Shen Qingyan estimated the time and said, "Not yet ready to eat." Hong Yao snapped back to reality, let out an embarrassed laugh, and then asked, "Miss, who were you speaking with just now?" Shen Qingyan didn't answer directly. "You'll find out in a moment." Hong Yao was left bewildered by her words. The mistress and maid remained for a while longer when sounds of pursuit drifted down from the roof. "My lady, His Royal Highness the Prince Regent, says the craftsman making your invisible needles is nearly finished. He will take you to see tomorrow." "Very well, I understand." Shen Qingyan was slightly surprised. Yi Mian was indeed reliable. The craftsman, he found, had worked with impressive speed. It had only been a few days, yet the invisible needles were already complete. Hong Yao's face filled with terror. "Miss, who is speaking?" "Shadow guards," Shen Qingyan said, not concealing it from her. "Shadow guards? Do you still have shadow guards?" Hong Yao was astonished. Though she couldn't see anything, she instinctively glanced upward. It was said that shadow guards hid in darkness. The roof was directly above. How was he concealing himself? "From the Prince Regent," Shen Qingyan explained. Hong Yao clapped her hands in sudden understanding. "I see now, miss. These are the shadow guards the Prince Regent has assigned to you, correct?" Shen Qingyan nodded. Hong Yao continued, "The Prince Regent treats you so well. When you marry, you will surely be very happy." Shen Qingyan hadn't given much thought to marriage and had no desire to discuss it. She glanced at the charcoal stove. "The sweet potatoes are done. Go find some tongs." "Yes." Hong Yao hurried out. "My lady." Zhui Feng's voice came from the roof again. "You are a shadow guard," Shen Qingyan reminded her. "The sweet potatoes you roasted are quite fragrant. I venture to ask for one." Zhui Feng set aside his shadow guard dignity, only desiring a hot roasted sweet potato. Shen Qingyan was at a loss. "How am I supposed to give it to you?" Zhui Feng was on the roof, and shadow guards had rules against revealing their faces. "Just place the roasted sweet potato outside." Shen Qingyan fell silent. When Hong Yao returned with tongs from the small kitchen, she took out both sweet potatoes directly. "Hong Yao, take this outside." Shen Qingyan handed her the tongs. "Missy." Hong Yao was puzzled, but took the tongs, picked up one sweet potato, and placed it on the stone table in the courtyard. "Is this place acceptable, miss?" "Yes." Shen Qingyan nodded. After setting it down, Hong Yao returned to the room, still wondering why she was doing this. She glanced outside and happened to see a dark figure descend from the sky, then instantly fly back up, while the roasted sweet potato on the stone table had already vanished. She hadn't even caught a clear look at the person. Hong Yao's eyes widened, her mouth opening as she murmured, "Miss, was that the shadow guard from the roof just now?" "Yes." Shen Qingyan poured herself another cup of tea. "Miss, is he human?" A flicker of terror passed through Hong Yao's eyes. That speed had been like a ghostly shadow flashing past. "I suppose so." Shen Qingyan grew amused and teased Hong Yao. "Ghosts don't like roasted sweet potatoes either. Perhaps he's a hungry ghost." Hong Yao muttered under her breath. A warning cough came from the roof. Hong Yao shivered again, her voice trembling on the verge of tears. "Miss, aren't shadow guards supposed to stay hidden and silent?" "How do you know that?" Shen Qingyan asked curiously, turning a page of her medical text. "Cold, she told me," Hong Yao replied. After confirming Cold She's loyalty to Shen Qingyan, she had begun treating her as one of her own and often chatted with her during spare moments. "Your understanding is mostly correct. Perhaps the Prince Regent's shadow guards are rather unusual," Shen Qingyan said. She possessed no martial arts or internal energy, and even when Zhui Feng revealed himself twice, she couldn't clearly make out his features. Then it's not good for him to stay on the roof of our room all the time. Could he be spying on you? The moment Hong Yao finished speaking, Zhui Feng's voice came through. Please do not question my professional ethics. He was carrying out the Prince Regent's orders, observing Shen Qingyan, and ready to intervene when she encountered troubles she couldn't resolve on her own. As an excellent shadow guard, he had only done these two things and nothing else. Shadow guards don't speak. Hong Yao called out to the roof. Knowing they wouldn't harm them, her courage grew. The roof fell silent. Shen Qingyan watched the two of them, sensing something of a playful rivalry between them. She smiled and handed the roasted sweet potato over. Eat. Miss, you eat first. Hong Yao demurred shyly. They had only roasted two to begin with, and now that one had gone to the shadow guard, the other naturally belonged to Shen Qingyan. I'm not hungry. Shen Qingyan hadn't really wanted to eat, as she had simply thought of sweet potatoes, and her spatial realm had provided one. She had only placed it in the charcoal stove out of convenience. Shall I eat it then, miss? Hong Yao eyed the fragrant roasted sweet potato and swallowed. Go ahead. Thank you, miss. Hong Yao picked up the roasted sweet potato and devoured it ravenously. Outside wind and snow raged, but within Zuizhu courtyard warmth reigned. Within Furong courtyard, Lady Zhang was being attended by her maid as she bathed and changed. Only after washing away all traces of the odor from her body did she finally breathe a sigh of relief. During those 2 days at the judge's hall, she had witnessed what constituted inhumane treatment. The people there showed no courtesy simply because she was the prime minister's wife. In their eyes, she was nothing more than an animal. Her suffering was unbearable. She could neither eat nor sleep properly. Even when she managed to overcome her fear and drift off to sleep despite the surrounding wails, those people would disturb her, forcing her to endure further interrogations. Lady Zhang knew she could not confess to the assassination attempt on Shen Qingyan. So no matter what questions were posed, she maintained her innocence. Though she had mentally prepared herself, the relentless rounds of interrogation eventually broke her. Just as she was on the verge of collapsing, Shen Qingyan arrived with people to take her back to the mansion. Although Shen Qingyan arrived late, it was still timely. Lady Zhang knew clearly that if he had been even half an hour later, she might have confessed everything. Lady Zhang stepped out of her quarters and made her way to the main hall of Furong Yuan. Upon seeing Shen Qiran, she hurried forward. Qiran, has anything happened in the mansion these past few days? Shen Qiran looked at Lady Zhang squarely, and only now did she resemble the wife of a prime minister. Earlier at the mansion gate, Lady Zhang had looked like a refugee fleeing famine. If not for the need to maintain her image, she would never have approached. Shen Qiran glanced at the maidservants in the main hall and ordered, "You may all withdraw for now." "Yes, second miss." The maidservants departed together. After closing the door, Shen Qiran took Lady Zhang's hand and asked directly, "Do you know about the assassins?" "Yes." Lady Zhang wore a worried expression. The assassins had already confessed, and the officials from the Hall of Judgment had taken Manager Zhang away. This meant certain doom awaited him. Lady Zhang wasn't afraid that Manager Zhang would implicate the Protector General's mansion, but thinking of their years of affection, she felt a certain reluctance to let him go. "How foolish you are." Shen Qiran slammed her hand on the table, completely unlike her usual gentle demeanor. Lady Zhang had long grown accustomed to her two-faced nature. She wore a worried expression. "Qiran, I didn't think too much at the time. I only wanted to protect the Protector General's mansion." Could a mere manager truly threaten the Protector General's mansion? Shen Qiran's expression darkened as she spoke plainly. "Mother, I don't believe you're trying to protect your natal family. You're trying to protect that man." She hadn't originally suspected any connection between Lady Zhang and Manager Zhang, but Shen Qingyan's words had awakened something. Shen Qiran recalled various interactions between them over the years and grew increasingly convinced they shared a secret relationship. Lady Zhang was overcome with shame. She was having an affair with another man, and her own daughter had exposed it. For a moment, she was rendered speechless. "So it's true." Shen Qiran was beside herself with rage. "I am your daughter, your hope, your future. Yet you would nearly destroy my future for some random man." Shen Qiran paced furiously through the main hall, her beautiful countenance twisted into something grotesque. Each step seemed directed toward Lady Zhang, as though she might kick her. Lady Zhang hurriedly pleaded, "It won't happen again. Manager Zhang has already been taken by the Hall of Judgment. There's little hope for him. Do you really think that just because your transgressions haven't been exposed you can escape accountability? Shen Qingyan gritted her teeth in fury. She had always been meticulous about maintaining her reputation, ensuring no one could hold leverage over her. How could someone so clever have such a foolish and reckless mother? Lady Zhang faltered, her authority diminished by her prior misdeeds and the torture she'd endured at the Hall of Judgment. No one else knows about this matter. Do you truly believe no one else knows? Shen Qingyan narrowed her eyes, her expression suggesting she might devour the person before her. How do you think I found out? She continued, if not for Shen Qingyan's words, how could I have pieced this together from the past? When I left just now, I also caught my father's expression. He must be suspecting as well. Lady Zhang's heart lurched as though cold water had been poured over her from head to toe. Her body temperature seemed to vanish in an instant, leaving her shivering with cold. If Shen Qingyan discovered her affair with Manager Zhang, even the protection of the Protector General's mansion would be worthless. Your father may very well investigate your relationship with Manager Zhang at this moment. Given your reckless behavior, how can you be certain no servants have witnessed your trysts? Shen Qingyan spoke with a sinister tone, like a demon from the underworld. For the sake of my future, I must do something to divert my father's attention. Lady Zhang hastily nodded in agreement. Yes, we must do something. Shen Qingyan looked at the panicked Lady Zhang and said, tomorrow we must destroy Shen Qingyan at all costs. Only when my father abandons her completely can we mother and daughter be safe. At the mention of Shen Qingyan, Lady Zhang felt an inexplicable panic stir within her. At the Hall of Judgment, she had seemed to see Nangongxian. Like a specter, she would appear when Lady Zhang was on the verge of losing her mind or drifting between sleep and wakefulness. Her heart trembled, and she pressed her nails deeply into her palm to steady herself. Nangongxian had been dead for so many years. If she had truly become a vengeful spirit, she would have returned for revenge long ago, not waited until now to appear before her. As Lady Zhang reassured herself with these thoughts, she asked Shen Qingyan, Qingyan, what do you intend to do? Just wait and see the show, Shen Qingyan replied. Shen Qingyan kept her plans to herself. Everything in the past had shown her that Lady Zhang was not someone capable of achieving great things. Shen Qingyan had lost all expectations of this mother, now hoping only that she could remain securely in her position as the Prime Minister's wife and provide some assistance. Leng Xiu had overheard every word of the conversation between Lady Zhang and Shen Qingyan. She hurried toward Suizhu Yuan to relay everything she had heard to Shen Qingyan. After listening, a hint of killing intent flashed across Shen Qingyan's cold expression. These mother and daughter certainly know how to cause trouble, she murmured. Eldest Miss, second Mrs. plans are likely more complicated than they appear. You should be cautious, Leng Xiu warned. Having served this mother-daughter duo for years, she understood their methods well. She worried Shen Qingyan might fall into their trap. It's fine. She lacks the cunning to outmaneuver me, Shen Qingyan replied. She wasn't underestimating Shen Qingyan. Rather, in this era, unless imperial power was brought to bear against her, it seemed no one could truly destroy her. As a modern person, she hadn't lived in vain. Moreover, her lineage was far from ordinary. If she could be outsmarted by Shen Qingyan, she would truly be failing her heritage. Seeing her mistress so composed, Leng Xiu felt a touch of helplessness and resolved to be more vigilant in protecting Shen Qingyan. Though she could dispatch 2 assassins without a sound, the struggles within the inner quarters were a completely different matter. Having just returned from Yinqing, she certainly lacked understanding of such domestic intrigues. The next day, Shen Qingyan had barely finished her morning routine when Shen Da's voice came from outside the courtyard. Eldest Miss, His Royal Highness the Prince Yu's carriage is waiting at the mansion gate. Very well, Shen Qingyan responded, turning to Hong Yao beside her. Go tell grandmother that I'll be accompanying His Royal Highness the Prince Yu out today, so I won't be joining her for breakfast. Would you like me to accompany you, eldest miss? Or shall I have Leng Xiu stay with you? Hong Yao asked again. Neither is necessary. Shen Qingyan shook her head. Tonight Yi Muyuan was taking her out, and there would be no danger. No assassin was foolish enough to strike in his presence. After all, the title of living Yama was well deserved. As Shen Qingyan crossed the front hall, she encountered Shen Qingyan. Her gaze shot forth like poisoned arrows. Shen Qingyan smiled faintly, gently lifting the hem of her skirt as she departed. Shen Qian's fingers turned deathly white from gripping too tightly. Her personal maid informed her that the carriage of His Royal Highness Prince Yu was parked at the entrance of the Prime Minister's mansion. Hurriedly tidying herself up, Shen Qian was about to set off with excitement when she overheard Shun mentioning that Yimian was waiting for Shen Qingyan to depart. He intended to acquaint Shen Qingyan with the surroundings of the capital. She stood frozen as though plunged into an icy abyss. Jealousy and resentment surged within her. Watching Shen Qingyan's departing figure, the murderous intent in Shen Qian's heart grew ever stronger. Zi Jing, she called out. Second miss. Her personal maid Zi Jing stepped forward. Go tell Dr. Roan that the medicine I spoke of yesterday, I need it today. Shen Qian spoke coldly. Yes. Zi Jing accepted the order and hurried toward the guest physician's quarters in the rear garden. Shen Qingyan, listening from the corner of the front hall, smiled faintly before making her way to the door. No sooner had she stepped out of the Prime Minister's mansion than she spotted Yimuyuan waiting beside the carriage. Shen Qingyan walked over. Yimuyuan held out an umbrella above her head. Why didn't you bring an umbrella? The snow was rather heavy today. Shen Qingyan shook her shoulders to brush off the accumulated snowflakes before replying. It's of no consequence. Your Highness Prince Yu, shall we depart now? She asked again. Yimuyuan gazed at her for a long moment before nodding, and the two of them boarded the carriage bearing the imperial character plaque. After they took their seats facing each other, Luo Tian drove the carriage away. Shen Qingyan raised her eyebrows, studying Yimuyuan. That direct, unyielding gaze seemed to hold unspoken words. For the first time, Yimuyuan felt uneasy under such scrutiny. He cleared his throat. Speak your mind directly if you have something to say. There is no need to appraise this prince with such probing glances. What did you do to Madame Zhang? Shen Qingyan, seeing his reaction, went straight to the point. This time it was Yimuyuan who raised his eyebrows. You already know. I was rather drowsy yesterday and retired early, so I never went to eavesdrop on Madame Zhang. Shen Qingyan shook her head, curiosity evident. I'm merely curious. When we were at the mansion gate yesterday, I could clearly sense Madame Zhang's fear, yet she appeared unharmed. The Empress Mother still keeps a portrait of your birth mother, Yimuyuan stated. Shen Qingyan was utterly bewildered. And then, then this prince enlisted a martial arts-trained woman to impersonate your birth mother's appearance, having her appear before Madame Zhang when her guard was down, making her believe she was hallucinating. Yimuyuan revealed his cunning stratagem. Shen Qingyan gave him a hearty thumbs up. Yimuyuan looked puzzled. What does that mean? It means I'm praising your Highness Prince Yu for being remarkable, Shen Qingyan replied. She had never imagined such tactics could be employed in ancient times, though 2 days was far too short. If the impostor Nangong Xian had lingered before Madame Zhang for half a month, her mental state would have been truly affected. Just as Shen Qingyan was lost in thought, Yimuyuan spoke again. This prince has already instructed that person to visit the Shan residence every night, appearing before Madame Zhang while she drifts between sleep and wakefulness. Shen Qingyan's thumbs up grew even more upright. Yimuyuan, bewildered by her gestures, couldn't help but let the corners of his lips rise. Imitating her action, he raised his own thumb. Shen Qingyan was in high spirits, laughing heartily. Actually, I had also considered using such a method to unsettle Madame Zhang. The problem is I possess no martial arts skills, making implementation rather cumbersome and easily detectable, which is why I abandoned the idea. Now I see how convenient it is to know martial arts. Though she had never met Nangong Xian, this body belonged to her daughter, so Shen Qingyan felt that if she trained to resemble Nangong Xian, the resemblance would likely be quite convincing. Would you like to learn martial arts? Yimuyuan detected the regret in her tone. Shen Qingyan nodded. Yes, but I have no foundation. Can I still learn? Your bodyguard is named Zhui Feng. If you wish to learn, you may have him teach you the basics first. This prince will instruct you personally when he has free time. Can't you teach me now? Shen Qingyan asked curiously. This prince's father has reclaimed a portion of the old general's military authority. Starting tomorrow, this prince must remain at the military camp for a while. Yimuyuan continued, therefore, I will be out of the capital during this period. If you need any assistance, present the token from before at the Prince Yu Mansion or the Judge's Hall. They will know exactly what to do upon seeing it. Shen Qingyan did not respond, her fingers moving slightly. Yi Miyuan observed her subtle gestures in silence, waiting patiently for her to finish calculating. Only when her movements ceased did he ask, "What were you calculating just now?" "I was calculating whether I would encounter any troubles during this period," Shen Qingyan answered honestly. Had others not spoken first, she would never have divined their futures so readily. Previously reading Suzhen's fortune was entirely because she wished to win this person over to serve her, breaking her own rule. And the result? Yi Miyuan asked curiously. "The result is that troubles will be endless," Shen Qingyan said calmly, displaying remarkable composure regarding her future predicaments. Yi Miyuan frowned. "Is it the Shun family causing you trouble, eh?" Shen Qingyan shook her head. "I fear it goes beyond that." "Beyond that?" Yi Miyuan was intrigued. Aside from the Shen family, who else would seek trouble with her? The hexagram indicates others will also cause difficulties, though it is difficult to say who exactly, Shen Qingyan replied. She had carefully analyzed the hexagram earlier and confirmed that those seeking trouble were not limited to the Shen family, but included outsiders as well. However, it is of no great concern. "I remain quite safe," she said, looking at Yi Miyuan with a calm expression. "When soldiers come, I will block them. When waters flood, I will raise earth." No sooner had Shen Qingyan finished speaking than she caught a whiff of something burning. "Have we arrived?" she asked. Yi Mian withdrew his contemplative gaze, lifted the curtain, and looked out. Luo Tian had just guided the carriage to a stop by the roadside. "Yes," he replied, stepping out and offering his hand to Shen Qingyan. Shen Qingyan took his hand and alighted from the carriage. Gazing at the modest blacksmith shop nestled within an alley, she couldn't help but remark, "True masters hide within the marketplace." "Let us go inside," Yi Miyuan said, leading the way. Upon entering the blacksmith shop, Shen Qingyan discovered a world unto itself within. The weapons hanging inside were unlike anything commonly seen in the marketplace, truly novel. "So it's a weaponsmith," Shen Qingyan murmured in surprise. Her eyes caught a long whip adorned with barbed hooks, and she felt a flicker of desire. "Greetings to your Royal Highness Prince Yu and Lady Shunping." A resonant, powerful voice rang out. Shen Qingyan followed the sound and saw the speaker, a man past 50, unremarkable in appearance, yet brimming with vitality. "Rise." After Yi Miyuan spoke, he introduced Shen Qingyan. "This is Kong Gong, the top weaponsmith in the capital. As long as there is a blueprint, he can forge any weapon." Kong Gong waved his hand modestly. "Your Highness, please don't say that. I am merely a craftsman." Shen Qingyan cupped her hands toward him. "If His Highness says you are a top craftsman, then you are one. Those needles of mine, few here can forge them. Master Kong, the fact that you can forge them speaks volumes." Kong Gong smiled, picked up a wooden box from the table, and respectfully handed it over. "Princess, these are the invisible needles you require." Shen Qingyan opened the wooden box, revealing a set of dazzling golden needles. She looked at Kong Gong in surprise. Kong Gong explained, "His Highness explained that these invisible needles are for medical treatment, so I took the liberty of changing the silver, nearly transparent needles to gold, making them easier to distinguish. Also, I modified the sizes according to your intended use. Now the needles no longer need a magnet to be retrieved." "That's a good method." Shen Qingyan smiled, slightly amazed at the ingenuity of these ancient people. He had not only changed the color, but also the sizes. Shen Qingyan picked up a handful and played with them. As soon as she held them, she felt the weight was off, but she figured that the gold refining techniques of this era were not as advanced as in modern times, and impurities in the gold might have affected the weight. Shen Qingyan was truly satisfied with these invisible needles. Without Yi Miyuan, she would never have obtained such treasures. Mindful of repaying kindness, she looked at Yi Miyuan. "Your Highness." There was a hint of slyness in her smile. Yi Miyuan suddenly felt a chill down his back. "What is it? Do you wish to elevate your martial arts realm to a higher level?" Shen Qingyan continued toying with the invisible needles in her hands. Yi Miyuan, unsure of what scheme she was hatching, a glint of indulgence flashed in his eyes. "What do you intend to do? Answer me first. If there is a way to elevate your martial arts, would you be willing to try it?" Shen Qingyan asked. "Of course," said Yi Miyuan. Kong Gong looked at him in surprise. Wasn't the prince's martial arts already among the best in the entire Nanshan Kingdom? It was said that even the current martial arts champion was no match for him. "I can help you." If you allow me to perform acupuncture to unblock certain meridians, your martial arts will become even more powerful. Shen Qingyan quietly retrieved her golden needles from her sleeve while putting away the invisible needles. Yi Muyuan was somewhat skeptical, not doubting her skill, but could mere acupuncture really elevate his martial arts to a higher level? Give me acupuncture, and my martial arts will advance. Yes, said Shen Qingyan. Consider it a token of gratitude. Yi Muyuan remained silent. Shen Qingyan thought he was worried about potential risks. You've witnessed my medical skills. Besides, I've seen your body before, so there's no need to be shy. This is a golden opportunity. Miss it, and it's gone. Kong Gong's eyes widened, sparkling with excitement. He seemed to have overheard something extraordinary. His gaze darted between the two. Ahem. Yi Muyuan suddenly blushed. Do you want it? Shen Qingyan continued making acupuncture motions. Though she was only pricking the air, she seemed to enjoy it. Yes. Yi Muyuan didn't dawdle. He decided to take this opportunity to probe her skills further. Your Highness, Princess, then I. Kong Gong knew he should withdraw, but learning that a few acupuncture sessions from Shen Qingyan could greatly boost martial arts, he was also intrigued. Kong Gong, you may step back. Have Luo Tian guard the door and let no one in, said Yi Muyuan. Yes. Despite his regret, Kong Gong lifted the curtain and quickly left. Soon Luo Tian's voice came from the entrance. Your Highness, rest assured. I'll stand guard here, ensuring no one disturbs you and the princess. Shen Qingyan's hand holding the golden needle paused. She felt that Luo Tian's words sounded rather strange. It was as if he implied she and Yi Muyuan were doing something illicit. Shen Qingyan shook her head, slightly dismissing the absurd thought, and pointed at the stool nearby. Your Highness, please sit down. Yi Muyuan sat down. Shen Qingyan said, remove your upper garment. He hesitated, but eventually complied, revealing his muscular torso to the air. Kong Gong had previously stoked the forge fire, and now the whole room was warm and cozy, so it wasn't cold. Shen Qingyan stared at Yi Muyuan's bare upper body, swallowed her saliva momentarily, distracted, feeling a dry mouth. What else do I need to do? Yi Muyuan's words snapped her back to reality. Shen Qingyan cleared her throat, retrieved a bottle of disinfectant alcohol from her space, and sprayed it on the golden needles while answering, just sit still. Soon you'll feel a surge of energy flowing through your body, and it will eventually start to scatter. Don't worry or be afraid. That's normal. Once the acupuncture is complete, you'll find your meridians unblocked, and with a bit of circulation, your internal energy will surge. As she spoke, she inserted one golden needle after another. Before long, Yi Muyuan's chest and back were covered with needles. After inserting the last one, she nodded in satisfaction. This needle array is a great success. Yi Muyuan's face was filled with helplessness. Covered in needles, he couldn't move. Shen Qingyan knew he wanted to say something, so she reminded him, Your Highness, you can speak. My body is reacting, said Yi Muyuan. That's normal, Shen Qingyan nodded. My needle array is highly effective. When others beg me for it, I don't always grant them the treatment. In her past life, martial artists who knew she possessed this needle array would personally visit to request her services. There were many such people, including some close to her father, but Shen Qingyan never agreed. She believed the essence of martial arts lay in solid practice, mastering every move through diligent training, not relying on acupuncture to unblock meridians for quick improvements. Yi Muyuan raised an eyebrow, a hint of inexplicable jealousy in his tone. Others have sought your acupuncture. I am a doctor. She completely overlooked the jealousy in his voice. After waiting for a while, Shen Qingyan carefully removed the needles one by one. All done. After pulling out the last one, she gently placed all the golden needles into the wooden box, soaked them in disinfectant alcohol, and finally stored them in her space. Having finished, Shen Qingyan turned around and saw Yi Muyuan sitting cross-legged on the stool meditating. Yi Muyuan was stripped to the waist, and sweat was visibly beading on his bare torso at an alarming rate. Shen Qingyan knew the acupuncture array was taking effect. His qi was now surging chaotically and needed to be calmed through meditation, while also using this energy to unblock the meridians throughout his body. She had taken his pulse outside Yinqing and knew his physical condition. Some of his meridians were still blocked, and if the acupuncture array could open them, his martial arts would become even more formidable. Shen Qingyan watched the sweat trickle down the contours of his muscles, and that familiar feeling she had just suppressed surged back. She swallowed hard, her mouth dry and parched, as if she were suffering from intense internal heat, her body desperately craving moisture. Shen Qingyan said softly, "Prince, you take your time clearing your meridians here. I'll step out for now." With that, she paid him no further attention, lifted the curtain, and left the room. "Princess." Luo Tian looked at her in surprise. "Already done?" Shen Qingyan's face darkened. What kind of words were those? Done with what? One might think she and Yi Muyuan had been up to something illicit inside. "I've finished the acupuncture. Your master is now circulating his qi to unblock his meridians. He's in no danger, so don't worry," Shen Qingyan said. "Good." Luo Tian breathed a sigh of relief. He had been afraid she might treat his master as a guinea pig and do something reckless which would have been disastrous. Hearing her assurance and recalling her remarkable medical skills, he felt at ease. He had heard his master mention that the cold poison had been neutralized by Shen Qingyan, and he knew this princess was truly capable. Shen Qingyan knew it would take a while for Yi Muyuan to unblock his meridians, so she said to Luo Tian, "I'll take a stroll nearby. When your master is done, come find me." "Princess, where are you going?" Luo Tian knew she had just returned and worried she might get lost without an escort. But with Yi Muyuan currently in the midst of unblocking his meridians, he couldn't abandon him to protect her. "Just wandering around nearby. I caught the scent of medicinal herbs on the way here. There should be an herbal medicine shop around, right? If so, you can find me there later," Shen Qingyan said. She would likely spend a long time in the shop. After all, she could pass the time by appraising the quality of the herbs and also purchase some that she didn't have in her storage. "Medicine shop?" Luo Tian thought for a moment and replied, "You must mean the Shinny Hall. Go out this alley, turn left, and it's the second shop." Shinny Hall. Shen Qingyan was curious. What kind of medicine shop bore such a name? Is there a divine doctor there? Luo Tian pondered, then said, "The owner of Shinny Hall is Tao Siyuan, the foremost physician in the capital." However what? Shen Qingyan was intrigued by this person. Luo Tian said, "Dr. Tao is eccentric and won't treat just anyone. He also couldn't do anything about Prince Yu's cold poison, so in my humble opinion, you are far more skilled than Dr. Tao." Shen Qingyan's lips twitched. She had no intention of comparing herself with anyone. But since he was a fellow practitioner and hearing Luo Tian's words, she merely wanted to see how skilled the other was, not to compete. "Then I'll go check out Shinny Hall. When Prince Yu is done, you can come over." Shen Qingyan finished speaking and walked out of the shop. She exited the alley, turned left, and after a dozen or so steps arrived at the front of Shinny Hall. "Miss, are you here for a consultation?" A servant at the entrance of Shinny Hall greeted her. "No, I'd like to purchase some herbs," Shen Qingyan replied with a shake of her head. "Buying medicine. Where's the prescription from the doctor?" the servant asked. Shen Qingyan said, "May I go in and browse on my own?" The servant gave her an odd look, then nodded. "Sure." Shen Qingyan stepped into Shinny Hall. She gave it a quick once-over and saw that the establishment was divided into 3 functional sections. One section was for consultations, another for selling medicines, and the remaining area for decocting herbs. The staff in Shinny Hall each had their own duties. Despite the crowd of patients, everything was orderly. Shen Qingyan approached the medicine cabinet and examined the herbs on the shelves. Each shelf bore a label, so she could tell which herb was stored where. When she spotted 1,000-year ginseng, her eyes lit up. She said to the young attendant who was gathering herbs nearby, "You have 1,000-year ginseng here, don't you? You want to buy it?" The attendant sized her up with a doubtful expression. Shen Qingyan was simply dressed today, with only a small wooden hairpin holding her hair. She didn't look like a noble lady at all. "Yes, I want to buy it." Shen Qingyan nodded and pointed to the shelf above. "Could I have a look?" The attendant chuckled. "Miss, this 1,000-year ginseng is priceless and hard to come by. Do you know how much it costs? If you just want to tone your body, red dates would do. Or why don't you tell me your symptoms and let our doctor prescribe a tonic? You don't necessarily need 1,000-year ginseng." "I want the 1,000-year ginseng." Shen Qingyan was adamant. She wanted to buy it to nourish old Madame Shen's health. Earlier, when she had taken the old lady's pulse, she had learned that years of frugal living and overwork in her youth had left her constitution weakened. This 1,000-year ginseng would be the perfect tonic for her. In Shen Qingyan's view, there was no such thing as a body too weak to absorb the nourishment. She could make sure every bit of the ginseng's potency seeped into old Madame Shen's body if she wished. Seeing her resolve, the attendant said, "This ginseng arrived only yesterday. It costs 20,000 taels of silver. Can you afford that?" Shen Qingyan was taken aback. 20,000 taels. All the money she had on her plus the 5,000 taels still owed by Master Yin came to only 20,000, and she had already spent some on herbs. However, the rewards from the Emperor and Empress were worth far more, but selling them off would require a trip to the pawnshop. "Miss, this is quite expensive. Even the wealthy merchants in the capital would hesitate to spend that much on this ginseng. Better to drop it and just register to see a doctor for a tonic. It's not as potent, but it's cheap." Just as the attendant finished speaking, a sudden cry rang out nearby. "Oh no! Someone has fainted! Doctor! Where's the doctor? My wife has fainted! Doctor, please hurry and save her." Shen Qingyan glanced to the side and saw a woman in her 30s, plainly dressed, collapsed on the floor. Beside her knelt a man who appeared to be her husband. When others saw someone faint, they all surged forward, crowding around them, as if watching a spectacle. "Move aside, everyone." Shen Qingyan hurried forward, pushing through the onlookers to reach the woman. She knelt on one knee, lifted the woman's sleeve, and began to take her pulse. The surrounding crowd gathered and discussed, but none could distract Shen Qingyan from her pulse diagnosis. Cold pathogenic factors had invaded internally, compounded by fatigue-induced injury. Shen Qingyan quickly concluded her diagnosis: thoracic by syndrome. Immediate acupuncture and herbal treatment are required. The staff at the Divine Physician Hall rushed forward and carried the fainting woman into the inner chamber. A man in a physician's attire stepped and took her pulse, glanced at Shen Qingyan in surprise, and called out to the outside, "Where is female physician Zeng? There's a thoracic by patient here. Hurry and come save her." The noisy crowd outside took some time before someone replied, "Female physician Zeng went out for a house call half an hour ago. What should we do then?" The male physician glanced at the patient, his face turning ashen. This was not a good sign. "Can't you administer acupuncture to her?" Shen Qingyan asked. The male physician looked at her with an odd expression. Men and women should not have physical contact. Shen Qingyan paused, then shook her head. Indeed, this was the norm of the era, and the woman's husband was standing right there. No one would accept having a physician treat his wife under such circumstances. Moreover, treatment required removing garments. Shen Qingyan retrieved a set of silver needles from her spatial storage and approached. "I will administer the acupuncture treatment." Are you a physician?" The male physician examined her with suspicion. The girl appeared no more than 14 or 15 years old, hardly resembling a doctor in any sense. "I can diagnose her condition as thoracic by syndrome, so I will take care of this patient." Shen Qingyan didn't waste words. In modern times, chest pain patients who don't receive timely treatment can easily lose their lives. Furthermore, this was ancient times with far inferior medical conditions compared to the modern era, making this thoracic by attack even more dangerous. Shen Qingyan pulled aside the woman's garments. Seeing he couldn't stop her, the male physician could only turn away. The woman's husband watched as Shen Qingyan inserted a silver needle into his wife's chest and trembled with fear. "Miss, can you really save my wife? You have no choice but to trust me now." As Shen Qingyan spoke, several silver needles swiftly pierced into the woman's chest. Her movements were swift and precise. The woman's complexion visibly improved. The bluish-purple hue gradually faded, replaced by a healthy rosy color. "My wife's complexion has improved significantly," the man exclaimed. Shen Qingyan palpated the woman's pulse, her expression grave. "The condition has eased somewhat, but there remains a life-threatening danger. What should we do?" Upon hearing the life-threatening danger, the man was terrified and lost all composure. Shen Qingyan retrieved a heart-saving pill from her spatial storage, opened the woman's mouth, and placed it beneath her tongue. "What did you give her?" the man immediately asked, watching her actions. "Something to save her life." Shen Qingyan understood his suspicion, as these pills were completely unfamiliar here. While observing the woman's condition, she considered how to disguise these Western medicines to resemble traditional Chinese remedies in the future, otherwise the constant explanations would be tedious. "What are you doing?" A woman entered and upon seeing the needles on the patient was horrified. "You're not the female physician here. Who gave you permission to practice medicine?" Shen Qingyan opened her mouth, but before she could speak, she heard the accusation. What acupuncture points are you needling? You're trying to kill the patient. What? Upon hearing this, the man immediately glared at Shen Qingyan. You don't understand medicine. You're killing people. I do understand medicine. Shen Qingyan explained calmly. Which physician would needle a thoracic by patient this way? Female physician Zhang was about to pull out the needles. Get out. You're going to kill the patient. She's about to wake up. Shen Qingyan reached out to stop her. You're killing the patient. Someone call the authorities. There's someone impersonating a physician and harming patients here. Female physician Zhang shouted toward the outside. In an instant, chaos erupted. I haven't killed this patient. If you don't believe me, check her pulse first. Besides, the patient isn't properly dressed. You can't let those people outside come in. Shen Qingyan explained that the acupuncture needed more time to take effect, and removing the needles now would undo all the emergency treatment just performed. Wait. Considering the woman's reputation, female physician Zhang said to those outside, then hesitantly placed her hand on the patient's pulse. After a moment, her eyes widened in shock. Does the patient really have thoracic bi? The physicians at your clinic already checked her pulse. Shen Qingyan, sensing the time was right, began removing the needles. Impossible. The places you needled don't even correspond to acupuncture points. How could there be any effect? Female physician Zhang still refused to believe it. She also fed my wife a white pill claiming it was medicine, but I've never seen such a pill before. The man suddenly spoke. Female physician Zhang narrowed her eyes. What pill did you give the patient? Shen Qingyan remained silent. After removing the needles, she counted silently, 3, 2, 1. The woman lying on the couch slowly opened her eyes. Oh, where is this? Wife, you're awake. The man rejoiced and rushed to her side. She's temporarily stable. First, help her dress properly. Shen Qingyan reminded. Yes, yes. The man quickly arranged her garments. Wife, you fainted just now. Fortunately, this physician. Female physician Zhang scrutinized Shen Qingyan from head to toe, unable to believe that the young girl before her was actually a physician. Moreover, her medical techniques were so unconventional that she had never seen anything like them. As Shen Qingyan turned to leave, female physician Zhang grabbed her hand. You cannot leave. I haven't killed the patient. Why can't I leave? Shen Qingyan knew the woman before her harbored no ill intent, so she didn't struggle against the firm grip on her hand. Your acupuncture techniques are too unconventional. You cannot leave until you explain everything. Female physician Zhang said. These are exclusive techniques passed down from my master's lineage. They cannot be shared. Does this explanation suffice for you to let go? Shen Qingyan asked. No, you must come with me to see divine physician Tao. Female physician Zhang insisted. No sooner had she spoken than a voice from outside announced, Divine physician Tao has returned. Let's go. You need to explain everything properly to divine physician Tao. Female physician Zhang said. Shen Qingyan hadn't anticipated that saving someone here would be so troublesome, but she didn't regret it. If she hadn't intervened, just now the woman would certainly have died. Even with female physician Zhang present, there was no guarantee she could have saved her, for Shen Qingyan had employed a secret lineage of acupuncture techniques. This set of needle techniques proved more effective than Western medicine in critical emergencies. Shen Qingyan stepped out and saw an elderly man approaching. He appeared to be in his late 50s or early 60s with whitening temples, likely caused by years of worry and concern. What happened? Tao Siyuan's voice rang out like a bell as he looked toward Shen Qingyan and female physician Zhang. Female physician Zhang approached him respectfully and recounted everything that had just occurred. Miss, Tao Siyuan offered a respectful bow to Shen Qingyan. Shen Qingyan returned a clasped hand salute. Physician Tao, I have long admired your reputation. Tao Siyuan raised an appreciative eyebrow at her composed demeanor. He asked, Miss, could you spare a moment before leaving? I would like to take the patient's pulse to ensure she is out of danger. Then you may go. Very well. Seeing his courteous attitude, Shen Qingyan stepped aside. Tao Siyuan took the woman's pulse, and a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. You alleviated her chest obstruction. Shen Qingyan nodded. Yes. Chest obstruction cannot be cured without surgery, but it can be managed through long-term treatment. I performed acupuncture and administered an emergency pill, which temporarily relieved the symptoms and brought the patient out of danger. Tao Siyuan nodded repeatedly in agreement. Indeed, chest obstruction had no palliative measures, unless one operated on the patient. Although ancient texts recorded such procedures, and he was hailed as a miracle physician, he had no confidence in operating on a chest obstruction patient. Typically, he would resort to acupuncture and herbal remedies. Yet this young lady before him, so youthful, could articulate all this. Tao Siyuan was astounded. "Miss, from whom did you learn your medical skills?" "From a village healer." Shen Qingyan recited her usual story. Tao Siyuan was even more astonished. Could a village healer possess such expertise? Female physician Zeng leaned close to Tao Siyuan and whispered, "Physician Tao, this young lady's acupuncture technique is quite peculiar. The points she used for the chest obstruction patient are entirely different from ours, and some are not even acupoints recorded in the medical texts. So remarkable." Tao Siyuan looked at Shen Qingyan with burning curiosity. "Miss, could you trouble yourself to demonstrate it once more? Are you questioning my medical skill, physician Tao?" Shen Qingyan's expression turned cold. Tao Siyuan shook his head. "No. I know that within the kingdom of Nanyang there are many accomplished physicians, and quite a few possess their own ancient heritage. So I am rather curious about your acupuncture method." Shen Qingyan was about to speak when Luo Tian's voice came from outside. "His Highness the Prince Yu arrives." A murmur rippled through the crowd, and everyone knelt once more to greet the newcomer. "Greetings to His Highness the Prince Yu. May the Prince Yu live 1,000 years, 1,000 years. Rise." Yi Muyuan, not seeing Shen Qingyan outside, walked inside. Shen Qingyan met his dark golden eyes and wondered inwardly. He has already regulated his energy so quickly. Though she did not understand martial arts, the aura flowing around Yi Muyuan indicated that his internal energy had reached a new level. It seemed he had used that force to clear his meridians. "Your Highness, Prince Yu." Shen Qingyan gave a slight nod. Tao Siyuan prepared to kneel. Yi Muyuan said, "Physician Tao, you may dispense with the kneeling." "Thank you, Your Highness." After straightening up, Tao Siyuan asked directly, "Your Highness, are you familiar with this young lady?" She is the Princess Pingshuan, and also the legitimate eldest daughter of the current Prime Minister's mansion." Yi Muyuan introduced Shen Qingyan's identity. Tao Siyuan was a medical devotee and had little interest in the affairs of the capital. However, when Yi Muyuan said, "It was she who cured me of the cold poison," his eyes lit up, and he looked at her with admiration. Yi Muyuan had been struck by the cold poison suddenly in his childhood. Faced with that poison, neither the imperial physicians nor Tao Siyuan had any remedy. But one day Yi Muyuan came to him and asked him to take his pulse to see whether the poison had been suppressed or was gone. To his astonishment, the cold poison had been neutralized. He never expected that the one who had cured it was this young girl. Tao Siyuan was utterly impressed by her medical skill. "Your Highness, I was just about to ask the princess to demonstrate the acupuncture she performed on the patient earlier. May I trouble you?" He blinked, signaling Yi Muyuan to put in a good word. Shen Qingyan secretly thought him a cunning old man, then turned to meet the man beside her. She expected Yi Muyuan to intercede, but instead he said, "I respect Ayan's decision. If she wishes to demonstrate, she will. If not, physician Tao, do not press her." Shen Qingyan was taken aback. "Ayan? How intimate?" Her cheeks flushed slightly, but this was not the time for coyness. She cleared her throat and said, "Physician Tao, I can show you, but I have 2 conditions." "Please speak." Tao Siyuan's tone was deeply respectful. Shen Qingyan stated her terms. "First, I will demonstrate only to you alone, and I can also teach you. Second, the payment for the demonstration is the 1,000-year ginseng from your medicine cabinet." Tao Siyuan nodded without hesitation, agreed. In his years of practice, he had encountered many chest obstruction patients with varying severity, but none had stabilized as much as this woman after just one acupuncture session. Usually several rounds of acupuncture were needed before the patient could get out of bed. 1,000-year ginseng for a unique acupuncture technique. Worth it. Tao Siyuan quickly made arrangements. There was another chest obstruction patient who had come to him for acupuncture. He pulled the patient in and closed the door. Yi Muyuan shamelessly followed inside. "I know nothing of medicine, so I won't steal your secrets." Shen Qingyan was inwardly puzzled. She wasn't afraid of him stealing anything. Her technique required a certain talent. Even an experienced old Chinese medicine practitioner might not master it. Shen Qingyan silently prayed that Tao Siyuan was gifted and not merely a name. Otherwise, teaching him would be a real headache. She took out a set of silver needles and began to explain to Tao Siyuan, "My needles are a bit different, but the key to this technique is not the needles themselves. You can use yours too. Here, take them, and I'll teach you how to insert them." Tao Siyuan took her needles, marveling at their uniqueness. But he quickly focused his mind and, following Shen Qingyan's instructions, inserted them one by one. Just as female physician Zhang had said, this technique was completely different from their usual method. Some insertion points were not even recorded in medical texts, yet when the needles went in, the patient felt no pain at all. Shen Qingyan said to him, "The human body is complex. Points not recorded in medical texts do not mean they don't exist. As long as you remember each key location, you won't make a mistake." "Yes." Tao Siyuan nodded and, under her guidance, inserted the final needle. Throughout the entire process, the patient did not utter a single groan. Tao Siyuan silently memorized the points. When the time came, he removed the needles and took the patient's pulse again. To his astonishment, the chest obstruction symptoms had vanished just like the woman's earlier. The pulse was steady beyond belief. "Princess, you are truly remarkable." Tao Siyuan immediately ordered the 1,000-year ginseng to be presented. Shen Qingyan inspected the ginseng's quality. It was indeed 1,000 years old, and accepted it without hesitation. Tao Siyuan then shamelessly asked, "Princess, your needles are far superior to the ones in my humble clinic. Could I possibly keep them?" "You may. You can take these needles to Master Kong and have him make several more sets if you need." Shen Qingyan didn't mind. This 1,000-year ginseng could buy many such sets of silver needles. She gazed at the precious ginseng, cherishing it dearly, unaware that her reputation had already spread throughout the capital. After leaving the divine physician's hall, Shen Qingyan boarded Yi Muyuan's carriage. Cradling the 1,000-year-old ginseng, she studied the person seated across from her. "Yan, what are you looking at?" Yi Muyuan asked. Shen Qingyan had intended to ask about his meridians, but at the sound of "Yan," her voice faltered. She took a deep breath and said, "Your Highness the Prince, perhaps you should call me Miss Shen, or my full name would suffice. Yan seems rather too intimate. You are my betrothed. What harm is there in calling you Yan?" Yi Muyuan had no intention of changing, and the more he called it, the more natural it felt. Far easier than Miss Shen. Shen Qingyan nearly choked on her own saliva. She quickly changed the subject. "Have your meridians been unblocked?" "Yes, Yan. How many other talents of mine remain unknown to your king?" Yi Muyuan was equally astonished. Unblocking the meridians throughout one's entire body was no trivial matter, not even for martial artists in their 40s or 50s who spent their entire lives cultivating internal energy, yet might never achieve it. Yet Shen Qingyan had merely used him as a test subject for her needles, and in one stroke, she had unblocked his entire meridian system. From now on, his cultivation would yield twice the results with half the effort. Shen Qingyan smiled and stroked the ginseng box. Yi Muyuan continued, "If you ever need ginseng, simply tell your king. There is no need to trade with others. I did not desperately need it. I merely happened to encounter it. I intend to use this ginseng to nourish my grandmother's health." Shen Qingyan concealed nothing about the sordid affairs of the Shen family. Over the years, father and mother have secretly had the guest physicians tamper with grandmother's body. Her constitution has been severely depleted. With this ginseng, she may recover. Hearing this, Yi Muyuan sneered coldly. His Majesty has always emphasized that filial piety comes first. Who would have imagined that Prime Minister Shen could resort to harming his own mother? Indeed, because grandmother favored my birth mother and not mother, she was treated so cruelly. Father has lost all sense of humanity. Shen Qingyan murmured to herself. Even crows know to feed their parents in return, yet Shen Tsungwen's actions made him worse than a bird. Yi Muyuan watched her, his chest tightening inexplicably. He longed to help her escape this suffering as soon as possible. However, Shen Qingyan had not yet reached her coming-of-age ceremony. "Your Highness the Prince, you." Shen Qingyan pushed aside her thoughts of Shen Qingyan. She looked straight at the person opposite her and said, "Something will happen at the Shen residence tonight." "What sort of thing?" Yi Muyuan was curious. "Are you interested?" Shen Qingyan suddenly wore a cunning smile. Shen Qiran wished to frame her, did she? Then let her beloved man witness her true face. What harm could come of that? "I am." Yi Muyuan had no interest in such household affairs, but Shen Qingyan's cunning smile held some inexplicable charm, that awakened his curiosity. Why not invite the fifth prince as well? Shen Qingyan said. When Zhue Feng gives you the signal, bring him along. Very well. Although Yi Muyuan and Yi Muyin could not get along, they maintained a superficial brotherly relationship. Bringing Yi Muyin to the Shen residence would not be difficult. After they had settled the plan, Shen Qingyan felt somewhat lighter. She handed over the 1,000-year ginseng. Then I shall trouble your highness the prince you to deliver it tonight. Yi Muyin accepted it, his gaze fixed steadily on her. No problem. Your king will arrive. And this is a token of gratitude from me for unblocking your king's meridians. He handed her a box. Shen Qingyan accepted it curiously and opened it to find the very whip she had been eyeing at the weapons shop. She looked up at Yi Muyuan in astonishment. Your king noticed you gazing at that whip for quite some time and guessed you would like it, so I purchased it for you, Yi Muyin said. From now on, both your king and Zhue Feng will teach you whip techniques. Thank you, your highness the prince. Shen Qingyan accepted it. She indeed needed a suitable weapon if she wished to learn martial arts. A whip seemed far simpler than swordsmanship. Moreover, Shen Qingyan preferred long-range combat, and a whip suited her perfectly. The carriage stopped at the entrance of the prime minister's residence. Assisted by him, she stepped down. The snow had ceased by then, and she did not linger with polite farewells, walking straight into the residence. Miss Hong Yao was waiting behind the door. Shen Qingyan furrowed her brows. The weather is so cold. Why are you waiting outside? It was Lord Prime Minister's order. Hong Yao rubbed her numb nose. He instructed this servant to wait behind the door and tell you to go to the front hall to see him as soon as you return. Shen Qingyan pinched her cheek. You need not obey him so blindly. Hong Yao gave her a simple smile. Miss, I am your servant. But this is the Prime Minister's residence. Still, I have been hiding behind the door the entire time. It is not cold. Seeing her face reddened by the cold, Shen Qingyan worried her skin might crack. She shook her head. If it were not for the revenge she sought, she could not have borne to stay in this Prime Minister's residence for another moment. She walked to the front hall. Shen Qingyan was indeed seated there, holding himself in haughty posture. Shen Qingyan glanced around, but did not see Su Zhan. She called out toward Shen Tsungwen, Father, what matter brings you to summon your daughter? Shen Qingyan was enraged that she did not even pay her respects. His eyes bulged. Why do you not bow? Shen Qingyan feigned surprise. This daughter is a lady of the commandery. Are you certain, Father, that you wish to accept a lady's formal bow? Shen Qingyan was reminded once again of her status. His fists clenched until his knuckles cracked. Where did you go with the prince? Concerned for his own well-being, Shen Qingyan decided to let the matter of etiquette pass. Arguing with Shen Qingyan, he felt he, as her father, had never once come out on top. His Highness the Prince, you took this daughter out to view the sights of the capital, Shen Qingyan replied. He said, since I shall remain in the capital henceforth, it would be prudent to familiarize myself with the area, lest I lose my way in the future. Shen Qingyan breathed a sigh of relief. As long as she had not been taken into the palace. He truly feared that if Yi Muyin brought Shen Qingyan to the imperial palace once more and won the favor of both the emperor and empress, dealing with her would become far more troublesome. Those under royal protection always wore an additional layer of golden armor. Shen Qingyan glanced at the wooden box in her hand. What is that? A gift from His Highness the Prince Yu to his betrothed. Shen Qingyan did not open the box, nor did she intend to show it to him. Shen Qingyan speculated about its contents, but made no demand to open it lest he see what was inside and grow envious. Though you are betrothed to the Prince Yu, a young lady must maintain some reserve. Do not venture out so frequently. It will invite ridicule. Do you understand? Shen Qingyan spoke to her in a lecturing tone. Shen Qingyan replied, Father, this was His Highness's request. This daughter dares not refuse. Shen Qingyan frowned only to hear her continue. Father, actually this daughter finds your words reasonable. Perhaps when you have free time you might visit the Prince Yu's mansion and speak with His Highness on your daughter's behalf. Shen Qingyan was furious at her words, the urge to strangle her surging back into his mind. Father! Shen Qingyan watched the steam rising from his nostrils, looking like a sturdy ox, and felt a surge of satisfaction in her heart. It was best for Shen Qingyan to be in robust health, so he could withstand her schemes. Return. Shen Qingyan snapped gruffly. Then I'll be going back first, Father. Shen Qingyan turned and left. As soon as she returned to the emerald bamboo courtyard, she retrieved a bottle of skin-nourishing cream from her spatial storage and handed it to Hong Yao. "Miss, what is this?" Hong Yao asked curiously as she took it. "Apply it to your face 3 times a day," Shen Qingyan said as she walked directly, sitting on a chair and waiting for Shen Qiran's next move. She had just taken a sip of tea when a maid's voice came from outside. "Miss, may I come in?" "Come in." Shen Qingyan set down her teacup, a playful gleam flashing in her eyes. Lung Xiao knew Shen Qiran was plotting something sinister against their miss, so she stood nearby watching the entering maid with vigilance. The maid met the gazes of both mistress and servant, her hand holding the tray, breaking into a cold sweat. "Greetings to the miss, I am a kitchen maid." She introduced herself. "What do you want?" Shen Qingyan asked. "The guest physician prepared nourishing medicine for each young lady, and I've brought yours." The maid gripped the tray tightly, her eyes betraying her nervousness. "I see, set it down," Shen Qingyan said. The maid placed the medicine down, and seeing she hadn't drunk it, urged her, "Miss, the medicine should be consumed while it's warm." "Very well." Shen Qingyan picked up the medicine and drank it. "Miss?" Lung Xiao grew anxious at the sight. Could she really drink this? Yet Shen Qingyan simply drained it in one go. The maid took the empty bowl and left. "Miss, spit it out quickly." Lung Xiao's forehead broke into a cold sweat. "This medicine cannot be drunk." Shen Qingyan gently patted her hand. "It's fine. This medicine won't harm me." She stood up and stretched without any pretense of dignity. Watching the sky grow dim, she smiled gently. "Let's go, the show is about to begin." "Miss, Lung Xiao worried. "Have you prepared everything I asked for?" Shen Qingyan asked. "Everything is ready, warming in the small kitchen." As Lung Xiao spoke, she followed her into the small kitchen. Shen Qingyan sprinkled some medicinal powder into 2 steaming bowls of stew, then said, "Give both to Su Zhan. Have one of them delivered to Zijing, saying it was made by someone in Madame Zhang's small kitchen." "Miss Su Zhan is now your person. Wouldn't doing this harm her?" Lung Xiao asked. If Shen Qingyan truly sacrificed an innocent person for her own purposes, how would she differ from Madame Zhang and the others? "She will be fine." Shen Qingyan had no intention of harming anyone. Lung Xiao nodded and left with the 2 bowls of stew. Shen Qingyan returned to her room, planning to wait for Lung Xiao's return, when a blushing young servant boy rushed in. "This is no place for you. Get out." She stood up, keeping a safe distance from the servant boy. The servant boy chuckled twice. "The second young miss said you summoned me, that you want to become husband and wife with me tonight." Miss, I'm here." Shen Qingyan watched the man lunge at her and calmly delivered a kick. The servant boy fell to the ground, rolled twice, then scrambled back up. Suppressing her disgust, Shen Qingyan drove a silver needle straight into the servant boy's neck. He fell stiffly with a thud. "The one on the roof." She called out. "What are your orders, my lady?" Zhui Feng asked. "Take him to EU courtyard." Shen Qingyan kicked the servant boy with disgust. Zhui Feng descended and swiftly hoisted the servant boy onto his shoulders, carrying him away. This time Shen Qingyan finally got a clear look at his face. "Remember to remove the silver needle after setting him down, and send a signal to your master to come here." "Yes." Zhui Feng moved like the wind and was gone in an instant. Shen Qingyan opened the window of her room to let the servant boy's unpleasant odor dissipate. Next, she simply waited quietly. Lung Xiao returned not long after, still bearing the frost from outside. Upon entering the room, she was startled. "Miss, why is it so cold in here? Why are all the windows open?" Shen Qingyan replied. "An unwelcome guest just arrived, so I opened them to air out the room." "Are you all right then?" Lung Xiao silently stoked the charcoal brazier to burn brighter. "I'm fine. The person has been sent away. Now we just wait and watch the show." Shen Qingyan squinted, her eyes a cunning smile playing on her lips like a fox that had found some treasure in the mortal world. Seeing her like this, Lung Xiao suddenly felt anticipation stir in her heart. As darkness deepened, Shun Da's voice rang out from the courtyard. "Miss, His Highness Prince Yu and His Highness Prince Chong have arrived." Shen Qingyan put on her cloak and stepped out through the door, asking deliberately, "So late at night, what brings both your highnesses here?" "This servant does not know. Prince Yu merely stated he wished to see you," Shinda said respectfully. This Prince Yu came to the mansion so frequently that even he, the steward, couldn't tell whether it was a good thing or a bad one. It's not proper for a young lady to meet a man alone at night. Although Prince Yu is my betrothed, if father finds out he will reprimand me. How about this? Go inform father. Isn't he eager to resume his position at court? Mention this to Prince Yu, it might prove useful. Shen Qingyan said. Shen stammered, Miss, the Chancellor has already retired for the night. It's still early. Father has already retired. Is he unwell? Shen Qingyan feigned surprise. Shen fell silent. When the two princes arrived, he had first gone to Yinsong Courtyard, then to Chuizhu Courtyard. Never mind. It wouldn't do to keep the two princes waiting too long. Steward, please go wake father. This opportunity is rare. After speaking, Shen Qingyan headed toward the main hall. Yi Muyuan and Yi Muyin were sitting in the main hall waiting. Yi Muyin glanced disdainfully at the surroundings, such a prestigious chancellor's mansion, and the furnishings are so modest. His Majesty values official integrity, and I think the Chancellor's residence reflects this well. Yi Muyuan said. Yi Muyin chuckled awkwardly at this. These two brothers had never seen eye to eye yet today. For some reason, Yi Muyuan had actually invited him to the Chancellor's mansion. Yi Muyin had no interest in such social visits, but the thought of the Chancellor's second daughter, renowned for her breathtaking beauty, had drawn him along. This humble servant pays respects to Prince Yu and Prince Chong. Shen Qingyan entered the main hall and bowed to the two. Yi Muyin, who had been uninterested upon seeing it was Shen Qingyan, glanced at her and was somewhat taken aback. Was this truly the legitimate daughter of the Shun family from the snow viewing poetry gathering? How had her appearance changed so much in just a few days? Yi Muyin couldn't pinpoint what was different, but she seemed considerably more attractive. Are you Shen Qingyan? Yi Muyin asked, involuntarily, his heart filled with admiration. Shen Qingyan blinked and nodded. Your humble servant is. Yi Muyin watched Yi Muyin staring intently at his own fiancé, displeasure rising within him. He cleared his throat. Iron rise. Yi Muyin suppressed his astonishment and cast a teasing gaze at Yi Muyin. Seventh brother, I never thought you could be so sentimental. Fifth brother seems even more fond of the second miss of the Shen family. Yi Muyin said bluntly. Yi Muyin chuckled, his eagerness to see Shen Qingyan growing. Such a stunning beauty. Had she not been underage, he would have taken her into his Chong manor and kept her there day and night. By the way, where is Qingyan? Yi Muyin could not wait to see the woman he had been longing for. He had invited Shen Qingyan out for outings before, but she always refused with excuses about her studies since she was preparing to be the Chong princess, so he could not be angry. Shen Qingyan exchanged a glance with Yi Muyin and said, to answer the Chong prince, the second sister likely knows you are here and is dressing up. A lady's toilette takes time. Yi Muyin glanced at Shen Qingyan's plain face and nodded. I come here. I brought you something good. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Muyin returned the Millennium Ginseng to her. Shen Qingyan stepped forward, took the small box, and did not open it. Yi Muyin added, why not open it and see? Shen Qingyan wanted to say, isn't this my Millennium Ginseng? What's there to see? But since he said so, she opened it to show respect. She looked in surprise at the 3 Millennium Ginsengs inside the box, then raised her head in astonishment to Yi Muyin. Prince Yu. Yi Muyin glanced at the 3 ginsengs and teased, seventh brother is truly generous. I remember when you were rewarded by father with 2 ginsengs for your merit in suppressing bandits, you didn't even give them to the grand consort when she wanted them for her health. Now you give them all to the first Miss Shen. If the grand consort finds out, she'll surely be jealous. Prince Yu, this is too precious, Shen Qingyan said. She was not being coy, but after Yi Muyin's remarks, accepting all 3 ginsengs might invite trouble. Yi Muyin cast a cold glance at Yi Muyin, then his eyes warmed only when they fell on Shen Qingyan. The ginseng was stored in the palace for so long. Why did the grand consort need it only after father bestowed it upon me? He retorted, this ginseng has different value in different hands. The Empress Mother approves of Ayan's medical skills, and in her hands it will serve a greater purpose. Yi Muyin gave an awkward laugh, having only meant it as a jest, but Yi Muyin's words cut like a blade. Seventh brother, I was just joking. Shen Qingyan had not brought them here to see them quarrel. She immediately agreed, I shall accept this ginseng. Since the Empress's health requires nourishment, I will refine it into pills in a couple of days and deliver them to her. She handed the box to Long Xiu nearby, then glanced outward deliberately. It's getting late, and second sister still hasn't arrived. Why don't we go to her EU at court and wait? All right. Yi Muyin agreed before Yi Muyin could speak. Shen Qingyan exchanged a look with Yi Muyin, and they all hurried toward EU at court. EU at court was brightly lit. Round lanterns hung from the treetops and beside the flower scenes, and a crescent-shaped swing swayed there. Compared to Tsueju Court, this adornment was like the moon palace in heaven. Clearly Shen Qingyan held a special status in the Shen family. Strange, why is there not a single maid in second sister's courtyard? Shen Qingyan said deliberately. Let's go in and see, Yi Muyin said. Yi Muyin upon hearing this took the lead and walked in. But after only a couple of steps something fell off. Shen Qingyan muttered, what is that strange sound? Yi Muyin, familiar with such sounds from his visits to pleasure quarters, frowned. That sounds like second sister's voice. What's happening? Shen Qingyan feigned the innocence of an unmarried girl pretending to be clueless. Is second sister feeling unwell? Instantly, Yi Muyin's face turned cold. He strode quickly to the main chamber of EU at court and kicked the door open. Prince Chong, this is second sister's boudoir. Shen Qingyan shouted, but the door had already been pushed open. With no more concealment, Shen Qingyan's voice grew louder. Shen Qingyan smiled slightly, looked at Yi Muyin, and whispered, it would be better if Prince Yu does not look inside. Yi Muyin raised an eyebrow. Was this girl finally showing possessiveness over him? He nodded, he had not intended to look anyway, fearing the scene might taint his eyes. Seeing Yi Muyin rush, and Shen Qingyan also hurried in. Inside, the candles blazed, revealing a scene of debauchery and decay. Second sister, how could you? Oh no. Shen Qingyan had mentally prepared herself. Seeing the two entangled figures, she swallowed her feigned concern and screamed toward the courtyard, someone come quickly. Ignoring Shen Qingyan's cries, Yi Muyin's face turned from ashen to black. At that moment, Shen Qingyan was entangled with a servant boy, both still half-clothed. Some garments were torn and scattered on the floor. A foul heated air fermented in the chamber. He clearly saw that stunningly beautiful woman engaging in unspeakable acts with a hideous servant. Yi Muyin watched the chaotic scene, seeing the woman he adored with someone 1,000,000 times lower in status than him, and she offered no resistance. It was as if she were trampling on his pride as a prince. Bitched. He rushed forward and tore them apart. Though Yi Muyin was fond of wine and women, as a royal, he had martial skills. He sent the servant flying with a slap. The servant's body soared midair, then slammed hard against the wall, spitting out a mouthful of black blood before going still. Shen Qingyan, still unaware of what was happening, looked at the man before her with a plea, her mind in chaos, unable to distinguish the situation. I want. Shen Qingyan's state fiercely stung Yi Muyin's eyes. He glared at the disheveled woman before him, thinking of his deep affection, of his intention to make her his principal consort, yet she had shamelessly associated with a servant. Yi Muyin felt as if a green cloud hung over his head. He directly slapped Shen Qingyan across the face. The slap echoed, and she fell to the ground, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Yi Muyin turned away, his heart cold and filled with disgust. The moment Shen Qingyan was slapped, a trace of clarity returned to her gaze. But in an instant the drug eroded her reason once more, and she continued to writhe her body. Vixen! Yi Muyin cursed, raising his hand again. Your Highness the Chong King, no. Shen Qingyan cried out sharply, then turned to Lung Xiu behind her. Quickly knocked the second miss unconscious. Yes. Lung Xiu rushed forward and delivered a swift chop to Shen Qingyan's neck. Instantly the pitiful sounds from the chamber fell silent, and the entire Yue courtyard grew still as death. But the silence lasted only a moment. Yi Muyin's forehead veins bulged as he turned to the unconscious Shen Qingyan. Shen Qingyan, I will kill you. Your Highness the Chong King, please do not. Shen Qingyan knelt down. It must have been that servant boy who forced second sister. Please calm your anger. I didn't observe any sign of coercion. Yi Muyin's fingers cracked as he squeezed them. Fifth brother. Yi Muyin, who had been standing outside in silence, suddenly spoke. This is a matter for the Shen family. Yi Muyin was startled, a wave of embarrassment crashing over him. Who in the capital didn't know he harbored feelings for Shen Qingyan? Though the emperor had not yet bestowed the marriage edict, it was all but settled. Yet now Yi Muyin had laid bare this vulnerability with such clarity. Yi Muyin could not swallow this humiliation and was about to unleash more wrath when Madame Zhang's voice drew near. What is the meaning of this? Shen Qingyan rose immediately, caught the thrown cloak, and tossed it to Lung Xiao. Drape it over, second miss. Yes. Lung Xiao caught the cloak and wrapped it around the unconscious Shen Qiran. Madame Zhang neglected to pay respects to the two royal princes and rushed straight into Shen Qiran's chamber. Shen Qiran wrapped in a cloak yet disheveled, and the servant boy's cold corpse by the wall. All of it told Madame Zhang exactly what had transpired. Madame Zhang felt a chill seep through her entire body, her limbs trembling. Her gaze fell upon Shen Qingyan, and she raised a shaking hand to point at her. Shen Qingyan, you have framed Qiran. Shen Qingyan furrowed her brows. Mother, both royal princes are present. Such accusations without evidence are most improper. She turned to Lung Xiao, who was supporting Shen Qiran. First help second miss to the bed. Then send word to father asking him to come to Yue courtyard. That cannot be this matter. Madame Zhang's words were cut off by Yi Muyuan. This is a Shun family matter. The head of the household must handle it. He turned to Shenda, who had hurried over, and said, Go fetch Chancellor Shun. Shenda stammered, Your Highness the Prince of Yu, the Chancellor, has already retired to the Yinsong courtyard. Such a scandal has befallen the Shen family, yet he would rest when he should be attending to this. Send for Shun Kongwen. Observing the steward's evasive manner, Yi Muyuan sensed complications beneath the surface. Shen Qingyan was indeed a remarkable woman. Had she orchestrated this herself, no doubt the schemes would unfold in relentless succession. Shen Da's lips quivered. Second miss is Madame's daughter. Perhaps Madame could resolve this matter. Impossible. Yi Muin seethed at the thought that Shen Kongwen and the National Guardian General's estate had dared to propose such a wanton woman as his bride, even envisioning her as empress. He demanded Shen Kongwen come forth to answer for this disgrace. This matter must be settled by Chancellor Shen himself. Let him behold what kind of debauched daughter he has raised. Your Highness the Chong King. Madame Zhang protested desperately. Qiran is not such a woman. I witnessed her coupling with that servant with my own eyes. Does that not confirm it? Yi Muin pointed viciously at the servant's corpse now cold upon the floor. Zhang Yuan, this is the fine daughter you and Shen Kongwen have produced. Madame Zhang staggered backward 2 steps. Gazing at the servant's naked form, her body trembled. Her maternal instinct screamed that Shen Qiran could never be such a woman. Moreover, Shen Qiran herself had declared her intention to deal with Shen Qingyan today. Yet here stood Shen Qingyan unharmed while her own Qiran lay broken. Yi Muin watched Shen still lingering and said coldly, Have you not yet gone? Must I fetch him myself? Shenda opened his mouth to respond, but Shen Qingyan spoke. Since the steward fears punishment for disturbing father, I shall go. She moved toward the door. Madame Zhang shot a venomous glance at Shen Qiran and hurried after her. As a mother, she should have remained by Shen Qiran's side. Yet fear that Shen Qingyan would spin further lies before Shen Kongwen drove her forward. She would not permit another scheme to take root. Yi Muyuan followed suit upon witnessing this. Yi Muin could not bear to remain alone in this place for another moment, for fear he might indeed put an end to Shen Qiran, this living disgrace. He fell in behind them. The group trod through snow deep enough to swallow their shoes and reached the Yinsong courtyard. The moment they crossed its threshold, Madame Zhang's heart gave an inexplicable lurch. Her spirit had already been unsettled this evening, and the news of Shen Qiran's misfortune had nearly sent her into a faint. Now stepping into the Yinsong courtyard, another dread foreboding seized her. And so it proved. The party reached the main chamber of the Yinsong courtyard, where lamplight blazed within and the unmistakable sounds of intimacy drifted through the walls. Madame Zhang's face darkened instantly. Each concubine in the household maintained her own quarters, and Shen Kongwen had never permitted any of them to spend the night within this very chamber. This was his study, his treasure room. He guarded his precious collections with paranoia. Yet now the melodic cries of a woman echoed from within, a cruel reminder that Shen Kongwen was indulging in debauchery just beyond the door. Her daughter's honor had been shattered, yet this father chose to wallow in lust. Madame Zhang's chest heaved with barely contained fury. Had not the crisis surrounding Shen Qiran sustained her, the sudden surge of rage would have sent her collapsing to the ground. Father, Shen Qingyan halted and turned toward Madame Zhang. Shen Tsungwen, you dare indulge in such depravity with that concubine Ming while our family faces this calamity. Madame Zhang thrust open the chamber door in a rage. Shen Qingyan did not follow, but rather pressed her fingers together, crushing a pill. The fine powder drifted on the night wind and slipped through the doorway. Madam! Su Zhen's voice rang out from within. She shoved Shen Qingyan aside, wrapped herself in the covers, and cowered trembling in the corner of the bed. You wretched creature! Madame Zhang's chest heaved with fury, every fiber of her being demanding Su Zhen's death. She had long guarded against her maids climbing into Shen Qingyan's bed, yet Su Zhen had slipped through her vigilance all the same. With that thought, Madame Zhang lunged at Su Zhen, claws raking toward her. I will kill you. Shen Qingyan, still lost in post-coital haze, suddenly snapped to clarity. He shoved Madame Zhang aside. What madness possessed you? Madame Zhang stared in utter disbelief, stumbling backward 2 steps. Shen Qingyan, you dare push me for this shameless harlot? Shen Qingyan turned his gaze to Su Zhen, though clouded moments before he knew precisely what had transpired. Get out. Do not dare lose your sanity within my chambers. His face thunderous, he rose from the bed and began dressing. Zhang Shi's voice trembled as she repeatedly slapped Shen Qingyan, crying, Shen Qingyan, you cheated on me behind my back, and now you dare to yell at me. If I don't divorce you today, I'm not Zhang Yuan. A woman's strength can be immense when she is utterly enraged. Shen Qingyan, stung by the blows, raised his hand and struck her back. Shut up, you jealous shrew. Stunned by the slap, Zhang Shi stumbled back 2 steps, the taste of blood spreading in her mouth. Shen Qingyan, you. She then collapsed onto the ground, wailing, Heavens above, earth below. Shen Qingyan is hitting me. His Highness Prince Chong, His Highness Prince Yu Shen Qingyan, has struck me. Take him to the court of judgment. A chill ran through Shen Qingyan's heart. Yi Muyuan and Yi Muyin had arrived. He immediately turned to order Su Zhen, get dressed first. Yes, Su Zhen whispered, trembling as she climbed out of bed. Meeting Zhang Shi's furious glare, she put on a terrified expression while dressing, saying, Madam, it's not what you think. Wretch! I'll kill you. Zhang Shi, half her face swollen, lunged forward as if to kill her. Seeing the scene spiraling out of control, Yi Muyuan called from the doorway, Zhang Shi, do you still want to deal with Shen Qiran's matter? Shen Qiran's affair was fundamentally different from Shen Qingyan's. An unmarried girl cavorting with a servant boy versus a man meeting a maid in secret. Yes, mother. Father's matter can wait. Second sister needs father and mother's attention now, Shen Qingyan said. At the mention of Shen Qiran's name, Zhang Shi regained some composure. She wiped her tears and stood up, glaring venomously at Shen Qingyan and Su Zhen, muttering, I knew I should never have kept you. I should never have kept you. Shen Qingyan dressed and walked out. Seeing Yi Muyuan and Yi Muyin, he quickly bowed. Your servant pays respects to the 2 princes. Shen Qingyan, look at the fine daughter you've raised. Yi Muyin's fury burned hotter at the sight of Shen Qingyan. Remembering how Shen Qingyan had promised to betroth Shen Qiran to him, and then help him ascend the throne, he wanted nothing more than to have the man beaten to death. How dare he promise such a wanton woman to him? Shen Qingyan involuntarily shuddered, instinctively glancing at Shen Qingyan. Shen Qingyan shook her head and stepped back. Father, it wasn't me. It's second sister she. What did Shen Qiran do? Shen Qingyan, seeing Yi Muyin's rage, sensed disaster. He suddenly realized that Shen Qiran might have committed something unforgivable, something that could wreck his plans with the general's guard. Shen Qingyan parted her lips as if to speak, then said, Father, you should go see for yourself. Shen Qingyan's heart sank. He hurried toward Yue courtyard. Zhang Shi came to her senses, slapped Su Zhen once, and followed quickly toward Yue courtyard. Shen Qingyan glanced back at the tearful Su Zhen, but said nothing. That slap was the least of it. If Su Zhen wanted to become Shen Qingyan's concubine, she would have to endure much more. Su Zhen covered her face and shook her head, indicating she was fine. Shen Qingyan withdrew her gaze and followed Shen Qingyan. Yi Muyuan and Yi Muyin also left. Inside Yue courtyard, Shen Qingyan rushed in and saw the lifeless servant boy lying in the corner. He understood at once. This servant boy had audacity. He assumed the boy had dared to molest Shen Qiran. How is Qiran now? Shen Qingyan demanded, his mind nearly exploding at the thought that Shen Qiran might have lost her chastity, ruining years of scheming. Ha, Shen Qingyan, your precious daughter wasn't molested by this servant. She was cavorting with him. Yi Muin said darkly. Though there was no formal betrothal, the entire capital knew that Shen Qingyan was reserved for him. And now the reserved woman had been caught in a tryst with a servant boy within her own home. And what about the times he hadn't seen? How could Shen Qingyan dare to offer him such a lascivious woman? Yi Muin's knuckles cracked as he clenched his fists. He coveted the throne, but marrying a wanton woman for it was absolutely out of the question. If he did that, even if he ascended the throne, his reputation would be ruined forever. Shen Qingyan staggered back in disbelief, his eyes wide as he met Yi Muin's gaze. A chill ran down his spine. Impossible, absolutely impossible. This prince saw it with his own eyes. Could it be false? That Shen Qingyan was enjoying herself under the servant boy without the slightest reluctance. Shen Qingyan, you have some nerve. Zhang Shi knew that Shen Qingyan and the general's guard had chosen Yi Muin as the crown prince and had tacitly agreed to marry Shen Qingyan to him as the future princess consort or even empress. Facing Yi Muin's wrath, she immediately knelt and kowtowed. Your Highness Prince Chong, there must be a misunderstanding. Qingyan is not that kind of girl. Someone must have framed her. It must be Shen Qingyan. Please investigate thoroughly. Shen Qingyan spoke calmly. Mother, you need evidence for that. When Qingyan wakes up, the truth will come out. Zhang Shi insisted, convinced it was Shen Qingyan's doing. Very well, this daughter will wake second sister now and clear my name. Shen Qingyan entered the inner chamber where Leng Xiao was watching over Shen Qingyan. Eldest miss, second miss, is still unconscious. No matter, I can wake her. Shen Qingyan drew a silver needle from her space, pricked the fulcrum point on Shen Qingyan's face, and crushed a pill. The powder drifted into the air and was inhaled by Shen Qingyan. Shen Qingyan stirred groggily. My head hurts. Shen Qingyan pulled Leng Xiao back a step and called out, second sister is awake. Shen Qingyan sat up, holding her forehead. When she saw Shen Qingyan, her eyes widened. Her first thought was that Shen Qingyan should be dallying with a servant boy drugged. She looked around, confirming it was her own room. Her body ached as she demanded, Shen Qingyan, what are you doing here? Second sister, do you remember what just happened? Shen Qingyan stared at her intently. Just now. Shen Qingyan tried to recall, then paled. To verify her memory, she glanced down. Under the cloak, her body was bruised and barely clothed. She began to tremble violently, feeling as if the world had collapsed, everything shattered. She shuddered violently, feeling as if the sky had fallen and everything had crumbled around her. Shen Qingyan, recalling the absurd events that had just occurred, was on the verge of collapsing. She pointed at Shen Qingyan and said, Shen Qingyan, you've ruined me. You must have drugged me. Second sister, don't talk nonsense. Shen Qingyan retorted. I was in my own courtyard all along. After Prince Chong and Prince Yu arrived, I was in the front hall the whole time. I had no chance to drug you. Besides, I don't have the ability to stuff a servant boy into your boudoir. Shen Qingyan's body began to tremble uncontrollably. She shrieked sharply, unwilling to accept reality. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I was framed. Shen Qingyan, why are you framing me like this? Shen Qingyan frowned and said to Leng Xiao, Prince Chong and Prince Yu are still waiting at the gate. Go and change second Mrs. clothes. Shen Qingyan's cries abruptly ceased. Prince Chong, Prince Yu. Thinking of that man who resembled an immortal, Shen Qingyan hugged her knees, her eyes glaring hatefully at Shen Qingyan. Shen Qingyan, you've harmed me, you've harmed me. I'll kill you. From outside the room came Yi Muin's cold voice. Second Miss Shen, you were the one fooling around with a servant. Don't drag a yin into this. Shen Qingyan's rambling paused. She desperately wanted to run to him and prove her innocence, but Leng Xiao fetched a set of clothes from the wardrobe and tried to help Shen Qingyan change, only to be shoved away. Get away, she said tearfully. Where is Zi Jing? No one answered her. Shen Qingyan added, since the two princes entered Yue courtyard, I haven't seen any maidservants around. Her words instantly dispelled the suspicion that Yi Muin had held towards Shen Qingyan. Indeed, with no maids present, even if Shen Qingyan were capable, she couldn't have arranged for Shen Qingyan's maids to be absent. Even her personal maid was absent. If Shen Qingyan claimed she hadn't intentionally had relations with that servant boy and was framed, who would believe her? Shen Qingyan was also shaking with rage. If Shen Qingyan weren't still disheveled, he would have rushed in. Leng Xiao changed second Mrs. clothes, he said in a stern tone. Yes. Leng Xiao, following Shen Qingyan's order, roughly changed Shen Qingyan's clothes. Shen Qingyan walked out of the side room. Shen Qingyan observed her. Her expression was calm, without a trace of panic. In his mind, he weighed the probability that Shen Qingyan was behind this. And him. He suddenly developed a headache and asked Su Jin to massage him. After the headache subsided, a surge of desire arose in his body. Thinking back, Shen Qingyan felt everything had happened naturally. He had long harbored the urge to take Su Jin as a concubine. Such a talented woman, if left by Zhang Shi's side, might be tormented to death. If he got another headache, who would massage him? So his relationship with Su Jin was only natural. While Shen Qingyan was reasoning this way, Shen Qian had already changed and walked out. He flew into a rage, stepped forward, and slapped her. "You beast! How did I raise such a beast?" This slap was meant for Yi Muin to see and also to vent his own dissatisfaction. "Father!" Shen Qian immediately knelt on the ground, crying, "Daughter really didn't fool around with a servant. Then explain, what did this prince see?" Yi Muin now looked at the disheveled Shen Qian with malice and disgust in his eyes. He had truly been blind. Before, how could he have taken a fancy to such a slut? Shen Qian's eyes were blurred with tears. She looked up and saw the anger on Yi Muin's face, but that didn't matter to her. What mattered most to her was the expression on Yi Muin's face. He looked at her as if she were an extremely filthy object, his face full of contempt. Shen Qian's world began to crumble. "Speak. Explain clearly, or tonight I'll have you put in a pig cage." Shen Qingyan twisted the flesh on Shen Qian's arm fiercely. Shen Qian winced in pain and quickly recalled. "It's Su Jin." Shen Qian said, "I drank the stew that Su Jin brought over, and then I felt incredibly hot all over. In a daze someone came in." Then she stopped. At that time she was in a daze and mistook the servant for Yi Muin. So when he demanded her, she abandoned all her reserve. Shen Qian wept bitterly. The more infatuated she had been before, the more desperate she was now. Why a servant? Why not Yi Muin? That bitch. I'll kill her. Zhang Shi, upon hearing this, rolled up her sleeves and was about to go after Su Jin. "Mother, the matter hasn't been investigated yet." Shen Qingyan said, "Su Jin is your person. Isn't it normal for her to bring stew to second sister?" Zhang Shi was taken aback. For Shen Qian's health, the small kitchen in Furong Courtyard prepared nourishing soup every day and sent it to Yue Courtyard. "First let Su Jin come over and ask what happened." Shen Qingyan looked at Leng Xiu. "Go to Yinsong Courtyard and bring Su Jin here." "Yes." Leng Xiu hurried off. Soon Su Jin was brought over. "Bitch, did you drug Qian?" Zhang Shi's eyes bulged, looking as if she would devour Su Jin. Su Jin trembled with fear, looking pitifully at Shen Qingyan. At this moment, Shen Qingyan also wore a dark expression. Shen Qian had only started fooling around with the servant after eating the stew, and he himself had only taken her after eating the stew. He couldn't help but think more. "Explain clearly." Su Jin knelt down. She knew she couldn't rely on Shen Qingyan now. To survive, she had to rely on herself. Her voice trembling, she explained, "This servant did bring the stew to second miss, but the stew was made in the madam's small kitchen. There's no way I could have drugged it. Bitch, my Qian became like this only after eating the stew. The stew passed through your hands. How could it not be you? Confess and be lenient. Did someone bribe you to frame second miss?" Zhang Shi didn't believe her words. Shen Qian suddenly remembered something. She bit her lip hard, the pain sobering her a bit. "I saw Su Jin coming out of Cuizhu Courtyard before. It must be Shen Qingyan who bribed her and had that servant steal my virginity." "That doesn't prove I bribed anyone, does it?" Shen Qingyan said coldly. "Actually, it's simple to find out if second sister became like this because of the stew. I saw there's still half of the stew left. We can test it, can't we?" "Yes, test it. Prince Chong, father, mother, please believe me." Shen Qian begged, then looked at Shen Qingyan with hatred in her eyes. "I must have been framed. Even if you were framed, second sister, you and the servant." Shen Qingyan's words cut off abruptly. Then she said to Shunda, "Call the guest physicians over." "Yes." Shunda quickly brought the guest physicians. The two physicians studied the stew using needles and various tests, and finally stood with folded hands before the two princes. "Your Highnesses, the stew is not poisoned," one of the consulting physicians declared. "Impossible." Madame Zhang's voice rose several octaves. "My Qian ate the stew, and then..." She paused, realizing this was not a good thing to mention, as it would tarnish Shen Qingyan's reputation. Her tone turned threatening. Are you afraid of getting into trouble, so you dare not tell the truth? The consulting physicians, all appointed by the Guardian General's mansion to the Prime Minister's residence, were naturally on Madame Zhang's side. They exchanged glances, understanding they ought to lie, but with two princes present, including the infamous Prince Yu known as the living Demon King, they dared not stir up trouble. Madam, I speak the truth. The stew indeed contains no poison. Madame Zhang was on the verge of hysteria, her emotions near collapse. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. If it weren't poison, my Chiron would never have done such a thing. Shen Qingyan, what have you done? Shen Qingyan furrowed her brow, slightly feigning a distressed expression, while inwardly feeling a surge of satisfaction. Of course they could not find the poison. Not only were these consulting physicians unlikely to detect the aphrodisiac she had administered, but the medicinal powder she had crushed and dispersed in the air had already neutralized Shen Qingyan's poison, as well as the poison remaining in the stew. Shen Qingyan had not originally planned to deal with Shen Qingyan so soon, but for someone who wished her dead, she would not hesitate even without a plan. And the schemes she devised were virtually foolproof. Mother, I have done nothing, Shen Qingyan said. Your daughter has no reason to frame second sister. Su Jin added, Madam, I am your servant. I have no reason to harm the second miss either. Madame Zhang was so furious that her eyes rolled upward, wishing she could faint and wake up to find all this was just a nightmare, that everything that had transpired was false. Before she could collapse, Yi Muin's sinister voice echoed in her ears. Shouldn't someone look at the daughter you have raised? With such a vile woman, you still dare to petition His Majesty for a marriage into my Chong Prince's residence. Your Highness, this must be some misunderstanding. Please grant me some time, and I will surely get to the bottom of the matter. Shen Qingyan trembled in fear, immediately kneeling, hoping to appease Yi Muin and make him hold his tongue. Yi Muin was still present, and his fury might cause him to say things better left unsaid. The emperor detested any collusion between princes and officials. If Yi Muin still aspired to the supreme throne, now was the time to keep silent. Give you time to investigate. To protect your own daughter. Yi Muin looked at Shen Qingyan with disgust. Such a filthy woman was even more detestable than the girls in the brothels. No, Your Highness, I mean that Qingyan is absolutely not that kind of girl. There must be some unknown reason for what happened. Shen Qingyan, though gnashing his teeth in anger, still believed Shen Qingyan was not such a woman. She had been elevated to the highest position, shining and proud, and would never do something to tarnish her own feathers. Defiled is defiled. Shen Qingyan, your daughter is defiled, do you understand? Yi Muin averted his gaze, unwilling to look any longer. After the consulting physicians declared the stew unpoisoned, Shen Qingyan became utterly disoriented until she saw Yi Muin. His eyes were fixed intently on Shen Qingyan. Even at this moment, Yi Muin would not grant her a sympathetic glance. Grief-stricken Shen Qingyan suddenly thought of something and began tearing at her own clothes. The onlookers were startled by her actions. Qingyan, what are you doing? Madame Zhang, who was closest to her, immediately embraced her to stop her from tearing further. Shen Qingyan pushed Madame Zhang away. Your Highness, Prince Yu, I have not lost my chastity. My vermilion mark is still intact. If you don't believe me, I will show you. Shen Qingyan was astonished. The servant boy was nearly naked, yet her vermilion mark remained. While relieved, he was also annoyed by her actions. Why, Prince Yu? She should be explaining her innocence to Yi Muin, yet she was obsessed with proving it to Yi Muin, even trying to tear off her clothes in public. Shen Qingyan slapped Shen Qingyan across the face. Have you gone mad? Isn't the humiliation enough? Stunned by the slap, Shen Qingyan paused before explaining, Father, I truly have not lost my chastity. Yi Muin's face darkened further. Prince Yu. So it was his seventh brother who occupied Shen Qingyan's heart, not him. Shen Qingyan, even if your vermilion mark is intact, so what? The royal family will never allow a woman whose body has been seen by a servant boy to enter. Shen Qingyan, tomorrow, I want you to give me a solution. With that, Yi Muin turned and left in anger. Yi Muin glanced at Shen Qingyan and said, I shall return as well. All right. Shen Qingyan watched him leave, then met Shen Qingyan's resentful gaze. She lowered her head slightly, revealing a faint smile visible only to Shen Qingyan, who was still kneeling on the ground. Then she straightened up and said, "Father, shouldn't we call a female physician to examine second sister?" Having seen Shen Qingyan smile, Shen Qingyan felt a chill run through her body. Hearing her suggestion, she retorted, "I am not defiled. Why do I need a female physician?" "Because." Shen Qingyan bit her lower lip, pretending to be reluctant to speak, then finally said tactfully, "Just now you and that servant boy were quite. I'm worried he might have hurt you. Second sister, your health is the priority." "Enough." Shen Qingyan glared at Shen Qingyan fiercely. "Haven't you caused enough trouble? Summon a female physician. Do you want the Prime Minister's mansion to become the laughingstock of the entire capital tomorrow?" Shen Qingyan was scolded, but her heart was joyous. Although the servant boy had not managed to defile Shen Qingyan, what did it matter? In this era, what had happened was already enough to destroy Shen Qingyan. "Father, we cannot neglect second sister's well-being. Let me check her for any wounds that need tending." Shen Qingyan's feigned kindness was not born of goodwill. She only wanted to stir up more trouble. "Silence!" Shen Qingyan roared, then said to Shunda, "Summon old Madam's Wang Mammy." "Yes." Shunda nodded. Suddenly alarmed, Shen Qingyan asked, "Father, why are you summoning Wang Mammy?" "To examine you, of course." Shen Tsungwen's eyes were icy. "Someone must determine whether you still have any value." "But even if second sister's vermilion mark is intact, His Highness Prince Chong still—" Before Shen Qingyan could finish, Shen Qingyan interrupted her. "Shut up." Shen Qingyan felt as if someone was hammering his head with a sledgehammer. The more he tried to stabilize the situation, the more he found it impossible. Except for those entering the palace as concubines, unmarried women were rarely subjected to physical examinations. Shen Tsungwen's decision was the greatest humiliation for Shen Qingyan. She wept and collapsed into Madame Zhang's arms. "Mother, I don't want Nanny Wang to examine me." Madame Zhang also found it inappropriate and shielded Shen Qingyan. "Shen Tsungwen, don't go too far." "Me going too far?" She nearly. Shen Qingyan was burning with rage, but when he saw Shen Qingyan standing quietly aside, his words abruptly stopped. "Ungrateful daughter. How dare you bring the two princes here to ruin things? What are you still doing here? Get out." Shen Qingyan curled her lips into a faint smile and said calmly, "Prince Chong came to visit second sister anyway. Even without me, another maid would have brought him to Yue court. Father is quite amusing. You don't blame second sister for cavorting with a servant boy, yet you blame me. It wasn't I who stripped second sister's clothes or forced her to be with that servant boy." Shen Qingyan, thinking of how she had been ruined, clawed frantically at Madame Zhang, forcing her to let go. "Ah, Shen Qingyan, you've ruined me. I'll kill you today. Father, mother, order your people to kill her." Her eyes were bloodshot, frantic with madness and boundless agony, as the shameful events echoed in her mind with each reminder. Shen Qingyan nimbly dodged aside, her smile vanishing as a chill emanated from her. "It seems not only should Nanny Wang examine you, but we also need a guest physician to check you over. That servant boy is so filthy. Who knows what infectious diseases he might carry?" The two guest physicians exchanged glances. Previously uncertain of what had happened, now the conversation made it clear the Chancellor's residence's pure and spotless second miss had been cavorting with a servant boy. "Shut up." Shen Qingyan roared again, the chaos before him giving him a throbbing headache. Shen Qingyan said no more. The farce had just about run its course. She shot Lung Xiu a glance, and the mistress and servant turned and left. Watching Shen Qingyan's retreating figure and thinking of her own future, Shen Qingyan sank helplessly to the ground. "I haven't lost my purity, I haven't." As soon as Shen Qingyan returned to Tizhu court, Chui Lu, another personal maid of old Madame Shen, hurried over. "Eldest miss, please go see the old lady at once." "What happened to grandmother?" Shen Qingyan immediately rushed toward the old lady's courtyard. Hong Yao, who had been waiting in the yard, heard that the old lady was in trouble and followed behind Shen Qingyan. Chui Lu hurried after her. When the steward asked Nanny Wang to go to Yue court, the old lady asked an extra question and learned of second Mrs. affair. Now she is overwhelmed with anger and keeps lamenting the family's misfortune. How could Shinda tell grandmother such a thing? Worried about the old lady's condition, Shen Qingyan lifted her skirt and hurried straight to the old lady's chamber. Inside the chamber, the old lady lay on the couch, her voice despairing and anguished. "Alas, misfortune upon the family. How could our Shen family have produced such a shameless descendant? What sin have we committed? How am I to face the ancestors of the Shun family in the future? As Shen Qingyan stepped into the chamber, she heard the old lady's faint, breathless words and felt a pang of sorrow. Before taking action, she had considered that the old lady might not be able to accept it. But if she hadn't acted, Shen Qingyan would have continued to scheme against her. So she had still gone through with it. Grandmother. Shen Qingyan quickly approached the couch. Old Madam Shen opened her eyes, glanced at her, then closed them again, and continued sighing. Qingyan, how could your sister have done such an absurd thing? When I eventually pass away, how am I to face the ancestors of the Shen family? Shen Qingyan felt deeply uneasy, wanting to say that this matter was not her fault at all. But then she thought, weren't people of this era exactly like that? What they valued most was the family, family honor seemed to determine the achievement of their entire lives. Grandmother's second sister's matter is not your fault. Father and mother are handling it. Don't worry, they will surely manage it. Shen Qingyan could only console the old lady in this way. How can they handle it? I've heard that the two princes are still here. Tomorrow our Shen family will become the laughingstock of the entire capital. Old Madam Shen beat the bedboard while weeping, then added, Qingyan, I heard that you led the two princes to Yue court. Is that true? How could you do such a thing? The face of our Shen family. Shen Qingyan suddenly felt a bit suffocated. Although she had done it deliberately, in others' eyes it appeared purely coincidental. The old lady didn't know that she had orchestrated it, did she? Then why would she blame her at the first word? Shen Qingyan's heart, warmed by the old lady, cooled a little. Perhaps the old lady did love her, but compared to the Shen family, that love for Shen Qingyan was nothing at all. Grandmother, I didn't know second sister was doing such a thing, Shen Qingyan said hoarsely. Even if you didn't know, you shouldn't have taken two men to your sister's courtyard. Old Madam Shen pounded the bed, feeling that if Shen Qingyan hadn't brought the two princes, perhaps this matter would never have been discovered. Shen Qingyan lifted the corners of her mouth, but her face showed no expression. Suddenly, all her worries vanished. Indeed, no matter the era, she would never have a family that cherished her. Hong Yao stood to the side, listening to old Madam Shen scold Shen Qingyan. She instinctively glanced at her mistress's expression and couldn't help speaking up. Old Madam, you cannot blame the eldest miss for this. Could she have defied the orders of two princes? Old Madam Shen's sobbing abruptly stopped, and she opened her eyes to look at the person by the bed. Although Hong Yao had not accompanied Shen Qingyan to the scene, by now the entire Shen household knew of the incident at Yue court, and the details had spread clearly. As Shen Qingyan's maid, she truly couldn't bear seeing her misunderstood by old Madam Shen. Old Madam, it was the fifth prince who said he couldn't wait to see second miss, and asked the eldest miss to lead the way. That's why she brought the two princes to Yue court. The eldest miss had no choice but to obey the prince's orders. If second miss hadn't behaved so improperly, this wouldn't have turned into such a mess. The eldest miss had just returned from Yue court when she heard you were unwell and immediately rushed over. Right now everyone is at Yue court dealing with second miss's affairs, and no one has time to care about your health. Only the eldest miss worried about you and ran all the way here with her skirts lifted. Yet you blame her for not defying the prince's orders. Old Madam, even I cannot bear to watch this. Shen Qingyan was surprised that Hong Yao actually spoke up for her. When she finished, Shen Qingyan said, Hong Yao, stop. Grandmother, let me take your pulse. Hong Yao nodded, stepped aside, and fell silent. Old Madam Shen looked at Shen Qingyan beside her, her cheeks flushed with cold. Suddenly she felt her earlier scolding was uncalled for. Indeed, no one dared to defy the commands of the imperial palace. Even with the title of the graceful princess, Shen Qingyan was ultimately not of blood relation to the emperor. Yet the thought of Shen Qingyan's matter made her temples throb. She continued lamenting, alas, misfortune befalls our house, misfortune befalls our house. Shen Qingyan listened to her sighs, while silently taking her pulse. Old Madam Shen felt her discomfort was caused by a surge of internal fire which could be fatal without timely treatment, but for Shen Qingyan, curing such an ailment was not difficult. She took out a pill from her spatial storage. A pill she had prepared for Empress Du, but it was also suitable for treating the grandmother's condition. She said to Hong Yao, go pour a cup of warm tea. Yes. Hong Yao turned and walked to the tea table to pour a cup. Looking at the exquisite tea set, her heart grew even more bitter. These tea sets were gifts that Shen Qingyan had given to the old madam from the imperial rewards. Before this set, the old madam's tea set was no different from that of ordinary commoners. Throughout the entire chancellor's mansion, only the eldest miss truly cared for the old madam. Remembering the old madam's earlier words, Hong Yao felt that all Shen Qingyan had done was utterly unworthy. She felt the temperature of the tea through the cup with her fingertip before bringing it to the bedside. Shen Qingyan handed her the pill, "Feed the medicine to grandmother." Yes. Hong Yao, accustomed to attending to the old madam, sat directly on the edge of the bed and said softly, "Old madam, it's time to take your medicine." "I won't take it." "Old madam," Shen turned her head away, "just let me die. I cannot face the ancestors of the Shen family by living on." Hong Yao was at a loss, unsure how to coax the old madam, and looked toward Shen Qingyan. Shen Qingyan stood by the bed and said softly, "Grandmother, I have taken your pulse. Your condition is merely discomfort, it will not be fatal." Old Madam Shen's throat was choked by her words in an instant. Shen Qingyan continued, "Though it is not life-threatening, if you refuse the medicine, you will easily suffer a stroke. You will have to lie in bed every day from then on. Do you truly wish for that?" Startled by her words, old Madam Shen stopped her capricious weeping. She directly took the pill from Hong Yao's hand and put it into her mouth. The pill was slightly sweet as she took a sip of water and swallowed it. Seeing this, Shen Qingyan turned to Lu Lu and said, "Take good care of the old madam. If anything happens, inform me." "Yes." Lu Lu nodded. Shen Qingyan turned and left. Hong Yao put down the teacup and immediately followed. Mistress and maid walked one after the other on the snow-covered ground. After a while, Hong Yao said in a low voice, "Eldest miss, please don't take the old madam's words to heart. She was just too distressed by the second miss's affair and spoke without thinking. Hong Yao, grandmother, is not a child. She knows what to say and what not to say." Shen Qingyan shook her head. In this era, within such a grand mansion, even a 10-year-old child was extremely mature, so the old madam surely understood. In her heart, Shen Qingyan was inferior to the family's honor, inferior to the ancestors of the Shen family. Remembering the old madam's words, Shen Qingyan suddenly felt like laughing. She had always believed that those who were truly kind to her in the end could not compare to honor to the ancestors' legacy. She suddenly felt that the sincerity she had received was false, and the sincerity she had given was thrown to the dogs. Hong Yao looked at Shen Qingyan's slender figure and felt a pang in her nose. The old madam's words must have hurt her young lady's heart. In the vast Shen mansion, no one truly treated her young lady with sincerity. Shen Qingyan listened to the crunching sound of her footsteps on the snow and suddenly longed to talk to someone. But to whom could she speak? Hong Yao. She stopped, raising her eyes to the bright moonlight. After the old madam's outburst, she no longer held any expectations for life here. "Eldest miss, what is it?" Hong Yao also stopped and stood beside her. "Starting tomorrow, prepare the morning meal in the small kitchen." Shen Qingyan felt that her bond with the old madam should end here. After all, she was not the real Shen Qingyan. Since her sincere treatment was met with falseness, she would no longer hold expectations. "Are you not going to?" Hong Yao paused, then said, "Should the old madam be informed?" "No need," Shen Qingyan said. She had suddenly understood. It might be true that the old madam had said she could not protect her and could only watch her be sent to Yanqing. But the old madam in truth had not been so eager to protect the little Shen Qingyan. "Very well," Hong Yao replied. "Also postpone the morning greetings for a few days. Say that I am unwell, have caught a cold, and will not come, to avoid passing it to the old madam. And when you go, bring the ginseng as well, and tell them to simply stew it for consumption." Originally, Shen Qingyan had planned to stew the ginseng with other herbs for the old madam, which would have been better for her health. But now she no longer had the heart to stage a farce of grandmother-granddaughter filial piety. She simply let Hong Yao send the ginseng over, leaving the old madam's small kitchen to deal with it as they pleased. Hong Yao sighed inwardly. It seemed the old madam had truly wounded the eldest miss's heart. "Yes, eldest miss." After returning to the bamboo courtyard, Shen Qingyan dismissed the servants and went directly into the chamber. She did not rest, but pushed open the window, gazing at the bright moon in the sky. Suddenly, a familiar aura approached. Shen Qingyan froze and pushed the window open a little wider. Yi Muyuan suddenly appeared before her. They stood on opposite sides of the window, locking eyes. Shen Qingyan asked in confusion, "Didn't you go back?" "I turned back." Yi Muyuan gestured for her to move back. Shen Qingyan glanced at the rooftop. No doubt Zhui Feng had tipped him off. She stepped back. Yi Muyan leaped through the window with a nimble and graceful motion. Shen Qingyan watched speechless. Your Highness the Prince of Yu, are you not supposed to train the troops at the camp tomorrow? Why not rest early? 2 rosewood chairs were placed before the window. He sat down, his dark golden pupils scrutinizing Shen Qingyan. I heard you were in a bad mood, so I came to have a look. Your shadow guard is indeed swift, but he reported wrongly. I am not in a bad mood. Shen Qingyan sat on the other rosewood chair, resting her hands on the windowsill, gazing at the full moon outside. On the night she had crossed over, the moon had been equally bright. Only back then she had not realized that what she lacked in her past life, she still lacked now. If you are not in a bad mood, why are you not sleeping, but watching the moon? Yi Mian leaned in, his pupils gleaming in the stillness of the night. Shen Qingyan noticed that Yi Miyuan's pupils turned a brighter golden hue at night, and her heart skipped a beat. She immediately averted her gaze to the moonlight outside the window, trying to explain, I just think the moon tonight is quite large and round. If you're unhappy staying at the Prime Minister's mansion, I can ask the Emperor to arrange a residence for you, as your princess manor. Zhui Feng, as a shadow guard, was quite adept at perching on rooftops, so he heard every word of Shen Qingyan's conversation with old Madame Shen clearly. And by extension, he knew everything himself. Shen Qingyan's lips curled slightly. Move out. That was truly a tempting offer, but not yet. It's not the right time now. You still want to take revenge. Yi Muan noticed she wasn't bothered by the cold and reached out to take her hand. Both of them froze at the warmth between their palms. Shen Qingyan looked at him. Yi Muan didn't know why he'd made such an inappropriate gesture, and he cleared his throat. It's cold outside. I'm not afraid of the cold. Shen Qingyan pulled her hand away and looked outside again. What if I told you I harbor nothing but hatred for most people in this mansion, and I want revenge? What would you say? I will help you, Yi Muan said without hesitation. Shen Qingyan shook her head. Your Highness, some hatreds are more satisfying to settle yourself. You're still too weak here, and there will be danger. Yi Muan knew she had her abilities, but she was still just a fragile woman. Shen Qingyan had built his influence in the capital over many years. How could she possibly succeed alone? Don't you have your shadow guards? A flicker of thought crossed Shen Qingyan's mind. She stood up and retrieved the whip Yi Muan had given her, feeling a restless energy stir within. Your Highness, since you're not resting, why not teach me martial arts today? Then let's begin today, but for now no whip. You need to master the fundamentals first. Shen Qingyan understood that nothing could be achieved overnight, and at her current age learning martial arts was already behind, making the fundamentals all the more crucial. She asked, then what should I do? You're truly not afraid of the cold? Yi Muan questioned. Shen Qingyan reminded him. If I were afraid of the cold, I would have frozen to death in the mass grave in Yinqing long ago, let alone meeting you and curing your cold poison. Her words trailed off as she remembered that night in Yinqing. The things she'd done would have been considered brazen and scandalous by the standards of this era. Yi Muan also recalled that night. Though he'd been stabbed, it had turned out to be a blessing in disguise. Then let's practice in the courtyard. He had already scouted the area when he arrived. There were no shadow guards of Shen Qingyan nearby, so even if they trained in the courtyard, Shen Qingyan would never know. All right. Shen Qingyan nodded, opened the side room door, and stepped out. This time Yi Muan also walked out properly through the doorway. He began by teaching Shen Qingyan some fundamentals. Since the whip was to be used as a weapon, her agility needed to be excellent. Yi Muan had trained under his master since childhood and already had a well-established system for improving flexibility. Following his instructions, Shen Qingyan practiced for half an hour before she could go on. Breathing heavily and exhaling white mist, she realized her body's condition was still too poor. Just like martial arts training, recovery couldn't happen overnight. She waved her hand. I can't go on. Yi Muan glanced at the moon's position and looked at her weary face. Let's stop for today. It's getting late. Rest early. All right. Shen Qingyan walked back to the side room, and exhausted from training, she fell asleep almost as soon as she lay on the couch. Yi Muan stood in the courtyard for a while before turning to leave. Zhui Feng crouched on the rooftop watching his master depart. He never expected his master to have such an unconventional way of getting close to a woman. It was truly unbelievable. He listened carefully to the movements around him and after Yima Yuan left, everything returned to silence. Zhu Feng found himself wondering once again, had his master fallen for Shen Qingyan? Though the emperor had arranged their marriage, and it was inevitable, there was a significant difference between genuine affection and mere duty. Zhu Feng stroked his chin. It seemed he needed to show even more respect toward Shen Qingyan. After all, she was the imperial consort his master had taken a liking to. The next day, when Shen Qingyan woke up, her whole body ached. She stared blankly for a moment before remembering that she hadn't rested the night before and had been learning fundamentals from Yima Yuan. This body lacked both stamina and endurance. Yesterday, she had simply rested when tired, never considering she should stretch. Now her body ached relentlessly. Shen Qingyan got out of bed, endured the discomfort, while washing up, and walked from the side room to the main house, where Hong Yao was setting out breakfast. "Miss, why didn't you call for me when you woke up?" Seeing her, Hong Yao hurried forward to pay her respects. "It's fine, I can manage on my own." Shen Qingyan glanced at the breakfast on the table. When she had gotten up, she hadn't seen Hong Yao and assumed she was preparing breakfast, so she hadn't called for her. Besides, she had no plans to leave the emerald bamboo courtyard today, so a simple hairdo would suffice. Noticing that Shen Qingyan had dressed herself, well, Hong Yao said, "Miss, please have your breakfast first." Shen Qingyan sat down, took a sip of the porridge, and frowned. "This porridge?" Hong Yao grew nervous. "Does it not taste good?" "Hong Yao, did you really make this breakfast?" Shen Qingyan set down her silver spoon, studying the person before her. "Why, yes, didn't I? Is it not good?" Hong Yao spoke with some guilt. "This wasn't made by you." Shen Qingyan wiped her mouth and stated it matter-of-factly without a trace of doubt. Hong Yao immediately knelt down to confess. "Miss, I'm sorry. This was indeed not made by me. It came from old Madam's small kitchen." Today she had delivered the ginseng to old Madam and informed her that Shen Qingyan was unwell and would not be coming for breakfast or morning greetings. Old Madam showed an expression of guilt, acknowledged it, accepted the ginseng, and asked her to bring back some breakfast from the small kitchen that Shen Qingyan would enjoy. Hong Yao thought about it and believed that Miss did indeed favor the small kitchen's cuisine, so she went along with it. She had never expected that Shen Qingyan would be able to taste the difference so readily. Clear this away. From now on, all 3 meals should be prepared in the small kitchen. If you can't manage it, let Lung Xiu do it. If neither of you can, then so be it. Shen Qingyan thought about the provisions in her spatial storage. She could vary her meals and wouldn't go hungry. "I know how, Miss. From now on, I'll prepare all 3 meals for you in the small kitchen," Hong Yao said immediately. After clearing away the food, she stood cautiously before Shen Qingyan. "Miss, are you really going to have a cold war with old Madam?" "When I went to deliver the ginseng today, old Madam's attitude was completely different from last night. Upon learning that you wouldn't be having breakfast or paying respects, she was still regretting what she had said the night before." Shen Qingyan suddenly recalled the old lady's kind face. "Hong Yao, let us not speak of last night again." Her voice was cold, unmoved. Words spoken in moments of intense emotion wound deeply, yet they were also the truth. Having already learned last night what the old Madame Shen truly thought of her, she would no longer harbor any expectations. Realizing she had spoken out of turn, Hong Yao knelt and apologized. "Miss, I'm sorry. This servant will never mention it again. It's all right. Have you and Lung Xiu not yet had breakfast? Take these down and share them among yourselves." Shen Qingyan retrieved bread and milk from her spatial storage, tearing open the packaging as she ate in silence. "Yes, this servant thanks you, Miss." Hong Yao rose and placed the refined breakfast into a tray. In the past, the meals from the old Madam's quarters had been far less exquisite. It was only after Shen Qingyan returned and provided substantial silver that the quality of their provisions improved. Yet despite all this, Madame Shen still blamed her. Reflecting on this, Hong Yao felt she had been truly wrong to speak on the old Madam's behalf just now. "Once Lung Xiu has finished eating, have her come see me," Shen Qingyan added. Having grown accustomed to the refined breakfasts in Madame Shen's courtyard, she found the modern food she was eating now to have a distinct charm. "Yes." Hong Yao carried the tray and left. After a short while, Lung Xiu entered. "This servant pays respects to Miss." Shen Qingyan asked, "Has anything happened at Yue courtyard since then?" There was. Despite the Madam's objections, the Prime Minister directly ordered Elder Wu to examine the second miss. The second miss had indeed not lost her virginity, yet the Prime Minister remained very angry. Additionally, the Prime Minister had decided to take Su Zhen as a concubine. Leng Xiu replied. Shen Qingyan pressed her lips together. Shen Qingyan taking Su Zhen as a concubine was only a matter of time. Under her manipulation, even if he didn't currently intend to take a concubine, he would eventually do so. As for his anger, she understood the reason. The key figure in Shen Qingyan's plan with the Protectorate General's mansion was Shen Qiran. Now that Yi Muyin had seen her mixing with a servant even without losing her virginity, she had lost her value as an asset. If Shen Qingyan wished to continue advancing Yi Muyin, he would need to replace her with another miss. Currently within the Prime Minister's mansion, only Shen Yujia remained along with the third miss whom she had yet to encounter since returning from Yinqing. Her memory of the original host held little impression of this third miss. She raised her gaze and asked Leng Xiu, "I've been back for so long and haven't seen the third miss. Where has she gone?" Leng Xiu replied, "Concubine Zhao, and the third miss returned to her natal home half a month before you came back." Shen Qingyan rested her chin on her hand and asked, "When will they return?" Leng Xiu thought for a moment. "By the calendar, they should be back within these few days. I've been in Yinqing too long and have little impression of concubine Zhao and this third miss. Tell me about them." Shen Qingyan wanted to understand their personalities before making further plans. Leng Xiu explained, "Concubine Zhao's family are wealthy merchants, though their main business isn't in the capital. Part of the Prime Minister's mansion expenses come from concubine Zhao. She's actually quite kind, though she doesn't get along with the madam or concubine Meng. As for the third miss, she has a lively personality. Because her maternal family is quite wealthy, she doesn't get along with the second miss and the others in the mansion. She's quite free-spirited, but won't deliberately make things difficult for the servants. As long as she doesn't get along with Madame Zhang, that's fine." Shen Qingyan stretched her body, aching, causing her to frown. Leng Xiu noticed her expression and reminded her, "Miss, you should pay attention to relaxing after practicing martial arts. Let this servant give you a massage." When this servant first started practicing, others would massage each other. "Very well, did you see last night?" Shen Qingyan pointed to the sore area of her body. "This servant returned from Yue courtyard quite late and happened to see you practicing martial arts with His Royal Highness the Prince Imperial." Leng Xiu placed her hands on her shoulders and began pressing. "It seems your lightness skill is quite good. I didn't even notice you." Shen Qingyan said, "Miss, as you continue practicing martial arts with His Royal Highness the Prince Imperial, you'll gradually develop that awareness." Leng Xiu understood her limitations. Her martial arts skills paled in comparison to Yi Muyuan's. Shen Qingyan fell silent, quietly enjoying the massage. After some time, she felt her body grow considerably lighter, so she picked up paper and a brush, writing down the names of various medicinal herbs. She called Hong Yao and sent her to purchase the medicine from the Divine Physician Hall. Hong Yao took the paper and silver and departed. As soon as she left, a voice came from the roof of the main house. "Mistress." "What is it?" Shen Qingyan retrieved a medical text from her spatial storage found where she had left off last time and continued reading. "His Royal Highness the Prince Imperial is preparing to depart for the military camp. Will you go see him off?" Zhuifeng asked. Shen Qingyan paused, glancing at the sky outside. Shouldn't he have already departed for the military camp early this morning? His Royal Highness overslept, Zhuifeng reported honestly. He had been summoned back earlier by signal, so he was particularly aware of this matter. Shen Qingyan was even more surprised that he would actually oversleep. But then, remembering last night, when he had taught her martial arts in the courtyard, she suddenly felt that Yi Muyuan oversleeping wasn't so unusual after all. "I won't go," Shen Qingyan composed herself. "If you were to go, His Royal Highness would be very happy," Zhuifeng said. Shen Qingyan closed her medical book and walked directly back to her side chamber. Zhuifeng, had he said too much? Shen Qingyan sat in the sandalwood chair in her side chamber, continuing to read her medical book. After reading only a few lines, she raised her eyes and unconsciously looked toward the seat opposite her. Last night, Yi Muyuan had sat there accompanying her as they watched the moonlight and falling snow. Shen Qingyan slightly furrowed her brow when Shen Da's voice came through again. "Miss, are you there?" "What is it?" Shen Qingyan asked. "His Royal Highness the Prince Imperial is waiting for you at the entrance," Shen Da reported. Shen Qingyan paused, then draped her cloak over her shoulders and stepped outside. Why has he come? Shinda shook his head. I'm not sure, but His Royal Highness is accompanied by several attendants quite imposing. It seems he's heading somewhere. Naturally, Shen Qingyan knew where he was going. She just wondered if the road to the military camp happened to pass by the Prime Minister's mansion entrance. She didn't understand. Shen Qingyan walked quickly to the entrance and saw the man mounted on horseback. Her breath caught suddenly. Again. Yi Miyuan's stern expression softened slightly the moment he saw her. Why have you come? Shen Qingyan noticed the surroundings. People coming and going feared this grand display, yet their curiosity drew them to hide at a distance and watch them. I came to see you before departing. Yi Miyuan dismounted and asked, have you kept the token I gave you safe? Yes, I have. Shen Qingyan nodded. It had been stored in her spatial storage all along. Whenever she needed it, she could simply take it out. Very convenient. Yi Miyuan suddenly found himself at a loss for words. Before coming, he had wanted to say many things to her, but the moment he saw her, his mind went blank, and he couldn't remember anything. Snow fell upon her shoulders, and Shen Qingyan slightly furrowed her brow. It's getting late. You should depart soon. Yin, would you do me the favor of casting a divination? Yi Miyuan suddenly said. What do you mean, what kind? Shen Qingyan met those handsome eyes of his, the ice and snow within them melting away suddenly, bringing a trace of warmth. Let's see if my affairs this time will go smoothly. Yi Miyuan's lips curved into a faint smile. A deputy general standing in the distance was utterly stunned. The Prince of Yu had smiled. Was this still their stern, merciless king whose smile was said to be deadly? The deputy general's worried gaze fell upon Shen Qingyan. Unable to hear their conversation, he muttered to himself. Had this princess offended the Prince of Yu, and now faced the loss of her head? However, the deputy general's concern was somewhat unnecessary. Shen Qingyan shook her head. Yi Miyuan asked, not going smoothly. No need to divine it. Shen Qingyan said, from your complexion alone, I can tell that everything you do will go smoothly during this period. Yi Miyuan asked curiously, you also practice physiognomy? Physiognomy and divination are fundamentally the same thing, Shen Qingyan replied. She felt the gazes directed at her from around them growing more numerous, and those looks were somewhat inexplicable. They seemed to carry both worry and terror. Unable to bear it any longer, Shen Qingyan urged, Your Highness the Prince of Yu, if there's nothing else, you should depart early. Very well, Yin, wait for my return. If you are bullied during this time, go find my sixth brother, or remember this. I will surely seek justice for you when I come back. After speaking, Yi Miyuan mounted his horse. Shen Qingyan said nothing, merely taking a step back to watch him depart. As for those words of his, she did not take them to heart. When he had stood up for her, before she had simply let him do as he wished. In those circumstances back then, even without him, she could have handled things herself. The Shun family in modern times was far more complicated than the Shun family of this era, yet she had lived there for many years without harm. The truth was, Shen Qingyan was rather lazy, so when someone stood up for her, she would simply keep quiet and watch the show, treating it as leaning on someone strong. But when it came to revenge, she had no intention of relying on others for help. Only after Yi Miyuan's party had departed did Shen Qingyan make her way back to the Prime Minister's residence. Passing the main hall, she heard sounds within and paused. Shinda was counting the gift list. Shen Qingyan was curious. Shen Qingyan was merely taking Su Zhen as a concubine. Why was he counting the gifts? She stepped inside. Several people saw her and simultaneously bowed. Rise, Shen Qingyan said, glancing at the items in the main hall before asking curiously, what is this for? Shinda nodded and replied, Eldest Miss, the Prime Minister intends to take Su Zhen as a concubine. He has instructed me to prepare the items needed for that day. A ceremony for taking a concubine? Shen Qingyan asked, curious. Shouldn't taking a concubine be low-key? Keep everything simple. Some even enter through the back door without bowing to heaven and earth, simply offering tea to the madam, and that's considered taking a concubine. Yes, the Prime Minister said that recently the Prime Minister's residence has been unlucky, so he wishes to hold a celebratory event, inviting friends and acquaintances to come and share in the joy, adding some festive atmosphere to the residence. Shinda answered while gesturing for others to store the already counted items. Shen Qingyan recalled Shun someone's love for wealth. He claimed it was to add some festive atmosphere, but in reality, he was looking to take this opportunity to amass wealth. Although hosting a celebratory banquet requires spending money, the guests invited by the Prime Minister's residence are all high-ranking officials and nobles, and the value of gifts they bring may well exceed the cost of hosting the banquet. Shen Qingyan furrowed her brows slightly. Father places so much importance on concubine Su. Won't mother have objections? Shindo approached her and whispered, "Eldest miss, such matters should not be spoken of carelessly nor mentioned before the madam." "What's wrong?" Shen Qingyan grew even more curious, feeling there was something she had not yet seen. Regarding what happened with the second miss last night, the Prime Minister was very angry, feeling it was humiliating. He wanted to send the second miss to the countryside in Yinqing, but the madam refused at all costs, throwing a tantrum there. In the end, she agreed to let the Prime Minister wed concubine Su in grand style in exchange for the second miss remaining in the Prime Minister's residence. The steward whispered the gossip from last night. Shen Qingyan understood immediately. She had suspected as much. Under normal circumstances, Madame Zhang would certainly not have agreed. Father's actions have also wronged mother. She murmured deliberately in front of the steward, then asked, "So when does father plan to welcome concubine Su into the house?" "Concubine Zhao will bring back the third miss tomorrow, and the Prime Minister has also had someone consult the almanac who said that 3 days from now is an auspicious day. Therefore, he has decided to hold the concubine-taking ceremony 3 days from now," Shinda replied. "I didn't expect father to place so much importance on concubine Su." "Then you go ahead with your work," Shen Qingyan said, and left the main hall. She returned to the main house of Cuizhu Yuan and had barely sat down when she heard a voice from the roof. "Princess, you saw off His Highness. You didn't follow?" Shen Qingyan countered, thinking that her dark guards would follow her at all times. "You went to see His Highness. There was no danger," Zhui Feng said. Shen Qingyan rolled her eyes and ignored her. After flipping through a few pages of medical text, Chui Lu's voice came from outside. "Eldest miss, are you here?" There were no maids in her courtyard at the moment, so she could only put down the medical book, walk to the doorway of the main house, and look at the maid in the courtyard. "What is it?" "Eldest miss, the old madam is unwell again. Please go and see her quickly," Chui Lu said. Shen Qingyan carefully examined the expression on her face. This appearance was vastly different from last night's. "If the grandmother is unwell, go find the guest physician," she said. Chui Lu was stunned, never expecting Shen Qingyan to be so cold-hearted. "Eldest miss, the old madam only trusts you. Tell the grandmother that I am unwell myself, and going over might easily transmit the illness to her. Today let the guest physician treat her." Shen Qingyan leaned against the doorway, her expression chillingly cold. Chui Lu stamped her foot. "Eldest miss, you don't look unwell at all. And your expression doesn't look like the grandmother is truly ill," Shen Qingyan said, without denial, simultaneously exposing the truth. Chui Lu was stunned, never expecting her to speak so directly. Indeed, old Madame Shen was not ill. The old madam's mood had calmed somewhat now, and with the ginseng sent by Hong Yao, she reflected that her words last night had been too harsh. She wanted to use the pretext of being unwell to properly reconcile with Shen Qingyan. Chui Lu never expected that Shen Qingyan, who had always respected and loved old Madame Shen, would now say such things. It was clear she intended to give the old madam the cold shoulder. "Eldest miss, the old madam knows she cannot blame you for last night's matter, and she knows she spoke wrongly and hurt you. She wishes to talk with you and resolve the misunderstanding. Please go and see her." Hearing this, Shen Qingyan shook her head. She had known how to refuse useless social interactions, even in modern times. For her, building a good relationship with old Madame Shen as her grandmother was actually no longer necessary. After all, familial affection was all false, and she had also learned from this incident not to long for familial love. "Miss, do you intend to disobey the old madam's words?" Chui Lu was shocked. Although old Madame Shen held little status in the Prime Minister's residence, the grandchildren still maintained proper appearances. "I told you I am unwell," Shen Qingyan said, then turned and walked into the main room. Chui Lu stood bewildered in the snow. No one had expected that Shen Qingyan, who was usually so gentle and filial toward the old madam, could be so stubborn. She suddenly felt that old Madame Shen had personally forfeited their future good days. Seeing that Shen Qingyan had no intention of coming out, Chui Lu could only leave awkwardly. At noon, Shen Qingyan prepared a simple meal in the small kitchen. After eating, she was about to rest when Hong Yao returned carrying large bundles. Miss Hong Yao placed all the medicine packets on the table. Why did you buy so many? Shen Qingyan remembered that the herbs she had listed were not that many. Hong Yao said with a grin, "This servant went to the divine physician hall as you instructed. When Physician Tao learned that the herbs were for you, he insisted on adding extras, saying he wanted to repay your teaching grace." Shen Qingyan opened the medicine packets one by one, revealing a variety of herbs. All were top-grade herbs. She sighed inwardly. Tao Siyuan was truly a medical fanatic. For merely a set of acupuncture techniques that she considered ordinary, he had given her 1,000-year ginseng, and now so many excellent herbs. Did he say anything? Shen Qingyan sorted the herbs, planning to dismiss Hong Yao later and store them in her space to replenish her herb stock. He said that if you have time, he would like to learn from you. Hong Yao relayed Tao Siyuan's words. Shen Qingyan paused in her actions of handling the herbs. This man. She was speechless. Wasn't Tao Siyuan's implied request simply to obtain more acupuncture techniques? Hong Yao asked curiously, "Miss, when did you get to know Physician Tao? Is he your master?" "I would be his master if anything," Shen Qingyan said, exasperated. She set down a piece of herb and said, "There's nothing else here. Go attend to your other tasks." "Miss, there is one more thing." Seeing that Shen Qingyan was unwilling to explain how she knew Tao Siyuan, Hong Yao dropped the curiosity and continued with another matter. "What is it?" Hong Yao took out a stack of banknotes from her bosom and respectfully handed them over. "Why so many banknotes? Did Tao Siyuan give them?" Shen Qingyan was puzzled. If Hong Yao had actually accepted his banknotes, then she would indeed have to become Tao Siyuan's teacher. She had her own plans and wanted to earn plenty of silver, but had no interest in being anyone's master. No. Hong Yao quickly shook her head. "Miss, without your orders, this servant would never dare accept Physician Tao's silver." Shen Qingyan silently complained to herself. She didn't accept money, but she did accept herbs. However, although the herbs were good, they weren't particularly expensive varieties, so it was fine. "Then whose banknotes are these?" "They are from Master Yin." Hong Yao said, "On my way back, I encountered Master Yin. He recognized me at once and stopped me. He said that as you had previously advised, after cutting down the large banyan tree, the Yin family's troubles were resolved. Within 2 days their business improved, and now the Yin family has officially passed the crisis." Shen Qingyan nodded. This was all within her expectations. As long as Master Yin obeyed her instructions, any crisis could be resolved. After the matter was settled, Master Yin has been wanting to find you. He said he didn't want to wait a month and wanted to give you the remaining silver immediately. But he didn't know where you lived, so he had his servant and the butler wait in that alley, but you never showed up. Today he met me and asked me to deliver the banknotes to you. Shen Qingyan counted the banknotes, 5,000 taels, the right amount. "You didn't tell Master Yin my true identity, did you?" she asked. "No, miss. When you performed divination for him, you were wearing a veil precisely to keep your identity hidden. So when Master Yin asked, I didn't say anything." Hong Yao smiled at her. "Miss, Master Yin also said that after the crisis was resolved, many people asked him how he did it. He told them you had guided him. Now several merchants wish to meet you to have their health and feng shui adjusted." Shen Qingyan stroked her chin. Originally, she had planned to wait a month so she could become more familiar with the capital and act more efficiently. Now that Master Yin had spread the word, there was no need to wait a month. Anyway, she could find out anything she wanted simply by counting on her fingers, as she didn't need to investigate. "Have you had lunch?" Shen Qingyan asked. Hong Yao nodded. "This servant bought a pancake on the way back." "Just one pancake." "There is lunch in the small kitchen. Go eat something, then rest for a while, and then go to the Yin residence. Tell them that I will be free tomorrow and will visit the Yin residence. If those people want divination or health adjustments, they can wait for me at the Yin residence tomorrow. There is a limited quota. I will only help the first 5 destined persons who arrive at the Yin residence with their affairs and health." In this era, although power was important for her, silver was even more crucial if she wanted to live freely. Yes, Hong Yao now worshipped Shen Qingyan immensely. Ever since Master Yin said that feng shui adjustments were effective, she realized how formidable her own miss was. Not only was she skilled in medicine, but she also knew divination and feng shui. How amazing! After Hong Yao left, Zhuifeng's voice came from the rooftop again. "Princess, you also know divination." Your master knows about it, but you don't. Shen Qingyan glanced at the rooftop. She believed that Zhu Weifeng had been watching her for a long time, so he should have heard her conversation with Yi Muyuan. When you are conversing with His Highness, this servant does not stay on the rooftop, Zhu Weifeng explained. Shen Qingyan was at a loss for words. So that was it. Zhu Weifeng asked again. Princess, since your divination is so powerful, could you perform a divination for His Highness? Will he achieve his wish and ascend to the position he desires? Shen Qingyan curled her lips. Yi Muyuan had a natural emperor's physiognomy if she knew the answer without divination. But she would not say it. Why are you curious about this? Are you thinking that if he cannot, you will betray him and choose a master who can ascend that position? Shen Qingyan retorted. We shadow guards are loyal to one person for life, Zhu Weifeng denied. If our master can achieve his wish, this servant will be very happy. If not, this servant will do everything in his power to help our master realize his wish. Shen Qingyan didn't expect him to say such words. That's the longest sentence you've ever spoken to me. Zhu Weifeng on the rooftop fell silent. Shen Qingyan added, the matter you asked about concerns someone else's fate, not mine. I will not perform divination for it. Shen Qingyan added, the matter you asked about concerns someone else's fate, not mine. I will not perform divination for it. The sound from the rooftop ceased. Shen Qingyan continued reading the medical compendium, saying nothing more. An hour later, Hong Yao returned. Young mistress, your servant has conveyed your message to Master Yin. He said he understood and will arrange everything to await your arrival. Shen Qingyan nodded slightly. Just as she was considering getting some ingredients for Hong Yao to prepare the evening meal, Shindo arrived in the courtyard to inform her, young mistress, the Prime Minister summons you to the front hall for dinner together. Shen Qingyan was surprised. Normally Shen Qingyan and Madame Zhang dined together in the front hall, while she and the old madam took their meals separately in their own courtyards so as not to disturb their superficial harmony. At this moment Shen Qingyan wished he could strangle her, yet he still sent the steward to inform her of dinner. All right. She donned her cloak and made her way to the front hall. The hall was already filled with people. Except for the old Madame Shen, even Shen Yujia, who had been confined to her quarters, was present. At this moment Shen Qingyan sat in the main seat. On his right was Madame Zhang, and on his left was Su Zhen. The expression on his face was unusually calm. Shen Qingyan walked over and sat down. Shen Qingyan had no intention of conversing with her. Seeing everyone present, he instructed Shen to have the dishes served. Yes. Shindo went to have the kitchen maid serve the dishes. Shen Yujia's eyes darted around. Although she had been confined, the maid Lvayu had told her everything that happened in the manor last night, so she knew all about it. She felt quite elated. Although the one ruined was not Shen Qingyan for her, Shen Qiran's ruin also benefited her. Since Shen Qingyan had been betrothed to Prince Yu, she had a chance to gain Shen Tsungwen's attention and might even form a connection with Prince Chong. Shen Yujia surveyed the expressions of those present and deliberately said, Elder sister, what kind of place is Yinqing? Shen Qingyan raised an eyebrow. She had just been released and was already stirring up trouble. Seeing that she didn't respond, Shen Yujia continued, I heard father wants to send second sister to Yinqing, so I wanted to inquire. What is Yinqing like? So that second sister can adapt when she goes there. It's not a good place. A remote and impoverished area, nothing compared to the capital. Shen Qingyan said indifferently. Indeed, from the look of elder sister's malnourished appearance, one can tell Yinqing is no good place. Second sister will suffer there. Shen Yujia said smugly. She had received news that her father would send Shen Qiran to Yinqing. What she didn't know was that Madame Zhang had compromised, allowing Shen Qingyan to take a concubine in a grand manner in exchange for Shen Qiran remaining in the capital. Shen Qiran clutched her clothes tightly, furious. The events of last night were still vivid in her mind, and she had become the laughingstock of the entire capital. She had barely managed to comfort herself that her chastity was intact, and not to mind it about to forget, when Shen Yujia provoked her again. Shen Yujia, what nonsense are you spouting? I heard all about yesterday's affair, second sister. I believe you are innocent. That servant must have been moved by your beauty and harbored evil intentions. It's all right, second sister. Go to Yinqing first to lie low until people forget about this. Then you can come back and father will find you a good match. But Shen Yujia trailed off, her brows and eyes revealing a smug expression. Don't think about the imperial family. Find a merchant's family. If you're lucky, you might even become the principal wife. Shen Qingyan picked up her teacup, thinking to herself, this drama is truly spectacular. She couldn't help but add fuel to the fire. Fourth sister, don't talk nonsense. Father has no intention of sending second sister to Yinqing. Moreover, last night Granny Wang examined second sister and confirmed that her chastity is intact. Shen Yujia was taken aback. Not going to Yinqing. Chastity intact. She shot a glare at Levayu behind her, as if demanding how she had gathered her information. Levayu lowered her head, her eyes shifting. Now second sister has become the laughingstock of the capital. She can't stay here. Father, please send second sister to Yinqing quickly. I don't want to be mocked by everyone when I go out. Shen Yujia changed her tone, her words constantly reminding everyone that Shen Qiran was a disgrace to the Shen family. Shut up. This matter is settled. Qiran will just stay indoors for now. As for what others say, that's their business. Shen Qingyan had no choice. The incident had already occurred. Even sending her to Yinqing wouldn't silence the gossip. Shen Yujia was displeased. Father's second sister's affair is too disgraceful. I heard that the fifth prince and the seventh prince both saw it. The fifth prince used to admire second sister. If she stays in the capital, might she? Before she could finish, a cup of tea was splashed on her. Shen Yujia's eyes widened, then she glared at Shen Qiran. Why did you throw that on me? Shut up. Shen Qiran gnashed her teeth, utterly frantic. Every word Shen Yujia spoke mentioned Yinqing and her disgrace. She truly feared that if the other talked too much, her father would change his mind and send her to Yinqing. Shen Qiran glanced at Shen Qingyan, who looked sallow and thin. She was the #1 beauty of the capital. There was no way she would go to a rural place like Yinqing. That place was not where she belonged. Shen Yujia looked pitifully at Shen Qingyan. Father, I didn't say anything wrong. Shen Tsungwen's face darkened. Today he had gathered everyone for dinner to announce the good news of his relationship with Suzhan. But before he could announce it, Shen Qiran and Shen Yujia were already at each other's throats, and there was another who looked like a mere spectator but was actually fanning the flames. Were these daughters not putting their father in his eyes? Mother, seeing that Shen Qingyan remained silent and didn't take a stand, Shen Qiran directly expressed her grievance to Madame Zhang. Madame Zhang was extremely frustrated over her affairs and Suzhan's matter. Today she had tormented all the maids in the hibiscus courtyard to ease her mood. Now Shen Yujia, deliberately taunting Shen Qiran, made her fume again. She slammed the table, putting on the air of the lady of the house, and roared at Shen Yuj. Since fourth miss doesn't want to eat, then don't. Go back to confinement. Father has already lifted my confinement. Mother, what right do you have to confine me again? Shen Yujia believed that Madame Zhang, having lost Shen Qiran as a tool, was finished. As long as she could become Shen Tsungwen's ally and a person close to the fifth prince, her birth mother Madame Meng would eventually become the lady of the prime minister's manor. After all, the fifth prince's legitimate wife could not be a concubine's daughter. Only if Madame Meng became the main wife would she become a legitimate daughter. Shen Yujia believed that the opportunity for her and her mother to rise in the world was right before them. Madame Zhang's face flushed with anger as she turned to Shen Qingyan. Prime Minister, look at her. She is this way because of your upbringing. Shen Qingyan said coldly, his face grim. Thinking that the two daughters raised by Madame Zhang were both no good, he began to doubt whether she had the capability to be the lady of the manor. Madame Zhang was speechless. Shen Yujia was Madame Meng's biological daughter. Before Madame Meng became Shen Tsungwen's concubine, she had been Madame Zhang's maidservant. So after Madame Meng gave birth to Shen Yujia, Madame Zhang took Shen Yujia to raise herself in order to better control her.